Chapter 351. There is such a delicious food in the world, and because of the large temperature difference between day and night, the grapes here grow slowly, the sunshine time is longer, and the fructose content produced in the fruit will be higher, so the grapes produced here are generally of higher quality. In addition, the grapes here are not the kind of fruits that are sold on the market, so they have not used swelling agents, ripening agents, and anti-pest medicines, and they dare not beat them indiscriminately. They need to be artificially caught, and served meticulously. Therefore, during this period of time, there are a lot of people employed in the winery, looking at the fruit growers who come in and out, pruning branches and seedlings, and catching insects. Helen thought to herself that this winery looks quite formal. Their family is also a family of red wine makers. She can tell the quality of a winery at a glance. The attitude of the workers in this winery and the meticulous effort of others to serve the crops indicate that the wine produced here is poor. No more. Attitude is the key to whether a good wine can be made, and on the other hand, it depends on the quality of the grapes produced. Not only the grapes are meticulously served, but the kumquat trees planted on the hillside are also meticulously served. Drip irrigation technology continuously sprinkles water, does not spray pesticides indiscriminately, and uses a lot of labor. This shows the management attitude of the winery. Very serious. The rest is how they brewed that kind of unique taste and rich layering, which must be the unique secret of this winery. There must be some innovation in the process. But these Helens are not good to ask Hango directly. After all, these are other unique skills. She is afraid that if one is not good, it will cause Hango's unhappiness. If Hango told Xiao Feng about her inquiring about secrets, it would have left a very bad impression on Xiao Feng. After all, such a secret is a good thing that anyone cherishes, and it is generally not easily revealed to others, and even if someone inquires, it will be taboo. But the secret of this brewing aspect cannot be inquired, but some other things can still be inquired. Mr. Han, I heard some time ago that several very special high-end red wines and fruit wines were suddenly listed in Europe. It is said that the taste is very novel, and it has attracted the attention of consumers. Now it has become a lot of high-end European banquets. The wine is designated for use, and the wine is also very expensive. Now it seems that the market has reached the point of hundreds or even thousands of euros per bottle, but even so, it is still rushed by the dignitaries. It seems that these wines, it came from China, and the only franchise in Europe currently is the Saint-Rode Group in France. Do you know this? As one of the most famous public relations companies in the West Sea region of the United States, the Helen family has of course been paying attention to the trends of their peers, not only in the US, but also in Europe. In the past, they often heard their customers talk about it. Recently, in Europe, especially France, there has been a sudden boom in fine wines. The tastes of those fine wines are very similar to those recently launched by their family. It is said that they are also products from China. In recent days, among their customers, there happened to be a few that had close business dealings with France. One of them had attended a high-end banquet in France, and has been obsessed with those fine wines since returning. I have been looking for those wines in the US. I thought that the US is the #1 power in the world and there should be all kinds of good things in the world. However, I searched all over the east coast of the US and I didn't find those wines to taste in France. The wine that I had used, this disappointed the customer very much. It wasn't until he came to the west coast of the United States to attend a banquet that he tasted the limited edition wines offered by the Helen family. It suddenly dawned on him, isn't this the wine he has been searching for? It turned out that after he came to the door later, Helen and her mother really confirmed that these few fine wines of Xiao Feng had been sold to Europe and opened up the European high-end market, which made Helen and her mother nervous. Stand up. Otherwise, Helen would definitely be recuperating at home at this time, so how could he rush to China in such a hurry? However, although the man and Helen and his mother vowed to guarantee that in France, he did drink the same wine as Helen and the others provided, but Helen was still not sure whether the wine was sold by Xiao Feng. So at this moment, she deliberately spied on Han Zhengou, but she didn't expect that Han Zhengou would be taken aback. In fact, after Xiao Feng accepted the winery, although he was stayed by Xiao Feng, his main daily work is mainly to maintain the normal operation of the winery, daily management, vineyard management, picking, wine brewing, etc. Now also added hotel management. As for the management of the winery and the sales of drinks, he really didn't participate much, and Xiao Feng personally checked it. As for the sales of red wine and kumquat produced by the winery, Xiao Feng had never asked him about it, so at this time Helen asked him to spy on the situation. His eyes were really dark and he didn't know how to tell Helen. He didn't know the high-end drinks that conquered the upper class of France, but he knew that Xiao Feng did entertain a Frenchman here before, and that Frenchman really seemed to belong to the Shenglu group. Thinking about it, this woman seemed to slept in the same room with Xiao Feng yesterday. He felt that there was nothing to hide. Well, Miss Helen, I don't know if the wine sold in France was sold by Mr. Xiao, but a few days ago, Mr. Xiao did entertain a Frenchman here, as if his name was Pierre. Although the information Han Zhengou said was a bit vague, he was basically affirmed by this Helen that the few high-end red wines and kumquat wines that are currently famous in France and even the upper class of Europe must have been made by Xiao Feng. As soon as he thought of this, Helen didn't even bother to continue shopping, and went straight back to the hotel room, waiting until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Feng came back from outside. Helen immediately rushed out of the room. When he saw Xiao Feng, he was having lunch in the big office suite on the top floor, and the hotel chef carefully prepared roast leg of lamb. Seeing Helen coming in, Xiao Feng asked her with a smile, "Have you eaten at noon? Do you want to be together?" Helen just remembered that she really didn't eat at noon, nor was she polite, and she sat directly in front of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng picked up the knife, cut a large piece from the leg of lamb, put it on the plate in front of Helen, and then cut a piece for himself. Helen picked up the knife and fork and just wanted to eat it. Xiao Feng seemed to remember something suddenly, snapped his fingers, then turned around and turned out 2 boxes of cans from the drawer under the desk, and opened them in front of Helen. As soon as the can was opened, Helen felt a strange fragrance rushing over her face. The can was filled with black and shiny fish roe, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Her mother runs a public relations company, which specializes in hosting various high-end weddings, parties, and organizing various high-end banquets. It has been 20 years. What kinds of delicacies, delicious wines and delicacies Helen has never seen or eaten. As soon as she glanced at the can, she knew it was caviar. She often ate it, and she hadn't eaten it less, but she had never eaten something as fragrant as it is today. The caviar she had eaten before, even if the price is more expensive, did not have such a strange fragrance after opening the can, but sometimes could smell a pungent fishy smell. For those canned caviar from Persia and Russia, she remembers her mother telling her that only the top sturgeon produced in the Caspian Sea can produce the best caviar, and after 300 to 400 kilograms of sturgeon are caught generally, the fish roe is slaughtered on the spot. The fish roe is taken out and immediately put into the can. The craftsman will put salt in the canned caviar according to the grade and quality of the roe, and nothing else will be added. Today, she actually saw fish roe processed in another way, like fish meat wrapped in oil in a can of tuna in oil. The roe in this can is soaked in a strange oil. This is a process that she has never seen before. Wouldn't this oil www.mentalnovel.com spoil the taste of fish roe? Helen was very puzzled. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled and handed her a wooden spoon. She took it and looked at Xiao Feng in a daze, but saw Xiao Feng holding the wooden spoon and digging a spoon in the can. Then he put it in his mouth, closed his eyes and started chewing. Helen hurriedly followed suit, but when the roe was sent into her mouth, and then she put her tongue on the upper cavity, crushed one by one, and broke apart, her expression was stunned. What kind of fairy food is this? After the roe burst open, the mouth was full of sweetness, mixed with the mellowness of the strange oil wrapped around the roe. The two wonderful flavors merged together, producing a wonderful taste she had never experienced before. Fresh and sweet, mellow, soft and fragrant. Is there such a delicious thing in the world? Helen felt that the caviar she had eaten before was compared to the one in front of her. Seeing Helen closing his eyes and tasting the caviar, Xiao Feng smiled and opened another bottle of kumquat wine and gave Helen a glass. This caviar is only delicious with my kumquat wine. Only then did Helen wake up from the delicacy, opened her eyes and watched Xiao Feng raise the wine glass. She also raised the wine glass, took a sip, and was eating a bite of caviar. The sweetness of the kumquat wine is still left in the mouth, and the mellow aroma of the caviar is added, and the taste is intertwined and mixed together. Well, the taste is really amazing. Helen, who has never tasted all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas, feels that the delicacies she has eaten before are all nonsense. In front of this combination of kumquat wine and caviar, all the delicacies she has eaten before are all rubbish. These are the real delicacies on earth. She looked down at the caviar in front of her, spoon after spoonful, and quickly ate up the box of cans. Chapter 352 Dynasty Series. Then Xiao Feng poured her a glass of wine from another world. When you eat lamb shank later, you need to pair it with red wine to better feel the deliciousness of lamb. Helen used to eat more beef and chicken. She hasn't eaten lamb a few times, but she didn't reject it. Pick up a knife, gently cut off a piece of lamb leg, put it in your mouth. The outside skin is roasted and crispy, but the meat inside is very tender and tastes very delicious. Unlike American barbecue, it needs to be topped. Plant black pepper juice to enhance the flavor. The roast lamb in huago is sprinkled with salt and a little pepper, etc. when it is roasted. The meat has already tasted, and it tastes very enjoyable, without the fishy smell as imagined. And when she learned that Xiao Feng picked up the red wine and took a sip, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. When the wine aroma and the meat aroma of the mutton were mixed together, she felt that in her mouth, she felt a delicacy that she had never experienced before. This feeling is too indescribable, so that she could not find suitable words to describe it for a while. The freshness of lamb, the mellow aroma of protein, and even the fat that girls are most afraid of, also carry a strange aroma. The combination of multiple aromas constitutes the complex and multi-layered taste of this roast leg of lamb. This feeling is the favorite of Americans. After eating a dinner for more than an hour, it can be said that there are surprises everywhere. Helen is also happier as he eats. He has a great appetite and can't worry about losing weight. Together with Xiao Feng, he wiped out a whole leg of lamb, plus 2 bottles of fine wine, and 4 cans of caviar. After eating too much and didn't want to move, Xiao Feng lit up an after-dinner cigarette, and Helen wanted one to light it. The two enjoyed the wonderful moment after the meal together. Did you provide them with the Dynasty Series wine recently launched by the French Saint Road Group? Earlier, Pierre bought a lot of fine wines from other worlds from Xiao Feng, but before going back, he also discussed with Xiao Feng and gave this some good names. Xiao Feng originally wanted to learn from those wineries in Europe, so he just gave these wines the name of the winery, and it can be regarded as advertising, but Pierre said that that is not very good. His winery is called Oak Manor. In several wine-producing areas in Europe, America, Australia, etc. This Oak Manor is the name of a bad street, just like the streets full of John and Paul on Foreigners Street. It's too tacky. Therefore, it is really not a good idea to name the wine with such a winery name. In the end, Xiao Feng thought for a long time, and simply gave the wine a collective name, that is, the Dynasty Series. Then different varieties, such as red wine, kumquat wine, and red fruit wine, were replaced by the names of different dynasties in China, and then supplemented with different years. This will not only make the name of the wine look domineering, but also make people remember that these wines are from China. Pierre agrees with this idea very much, and when he went back to promote it, He also promoted it according to the name Xiaofeng formulated. Now the Dynasty series has already become famous in the upper-class circles in France and even in Europe. When someone holds a cocktail party or party, if there is no Dynasty series in the drinks, it means that your cocktail party and party are not high-end and not high-end at all. This is a very shameful thing. And this Dynasty series of drinks are not cheap. Any bottle costs hundreds of thousands of euros, and the more expensive ones cost tens of thousands of euros, but the gang of rich men in Europe are still eager for it. Even if the Schengler Group announced that single purchases will be limited, but they still send people to the Schengler Group to arrange the number every day. No matter how troublesome the restrictions are, anyway. They want to sell the Dynasty series of drinks, which are limited to in the upper class of Europe. It would be very embarrassing to have a few bottles of Dynasty series at home. Such things are no secret in the upper class society of the United States. After all, the exchanges between the private and government classes in Europe and the United States have been very frequent these years. Many Americans did not take the Dynasty series of drinks that Europeans talked about seriously at first, thinking that it was just another gimmick made by the French to make money. But when some Americans who go to Europe have participated in such high-end parties and tasted the fine wines of the Dynasty series, they no longer think like they used to. Instead, he immediately changed to another idea. What's special? These Europeans will really enjoy it. How can they find such a good wine? According to word of mouth, this Dynasty series of drinks is no secret in the upper-class circles of the United States. He had tried Hango before, but Helen still wanted to confirm with Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng had originally planned to recommend these drinks to Helen. Hearing Helen's question, of course he would not hide it. Even in my heart, I want to praise that Pierre has done a good job. Now the reputation of the Wang Cao wine series has spread to the United States. This can be of great benefit to him in expanding the American market. Although the United States is now the world's leader, they have an inexplicable feeling for Europe, the birthplace of their ancestral culture. Even if Europe is not as developed as the US, the US countrymen are still obsessed with the tastes and habits of Europeans, and the things that Europeans like will soon become popular in the US. Of course, the same is true for wine. You must know that the American people's habit of drinking red wine is brought from Europe. Yes, the French found me shortly after we met last time. Pierre and I have known each other before, and they are good friends. He is very satisfied with the wine and caviar produced here. So he started. I have a lot of goods here, but I don't know exactly how they are doing business in France. Xiaofeng didn't lie on this point, mainly because he was busy recently and didn't have time to understand the situation on Pierre's side. But now even Helen, an American, knows that Pierre must have done a good job in France. Helen nodded, then looked at Xiaofeng and said, "Actually, I came to you this time, mainly because I wanted to talk to you about the liquor agency. Xiao, would you like to let our family's Agent Dynasty series be sold in North America? It depends on how much sincerity you can show." Although he has a close relationship with Helen, business is business, not to mention that Europeans and Americans are very clear about this aspect. Xiaofeng has any reason to break the rules. Of course Helen knew this too. So he was not angry because of Xiaofeng's performance. We are willing to purchase in large quantities, like Schengler Group. But we also need to ensure that we are the exclusive agent of Dynasty series liquor in North America. Helen came with a mission, and a lot of rhetoric had already been thought out before setting off from the United States. This Dynasty series of wines has been proven to be the favorite taste of the majority of European and American upper-class society. Not to mention the fame. The taste of this wine alone can conquer a large number of alcoholics, not to mention the taste of this wine. The series of drinks also have very good and health-preserving effects. Now in Europe, it has been fetched to 15,000 euros a bottle, but it is still priceless. People who buy wine are people who don't need money, and either take it home to enjoy it or collect it. So that kind of wine is said to be very rare on the market. Such drinks with stories and effects. But the upper class in Europe and the United States have a good heart, And the attitude of the Chinese towards Maotai is similar. If the Helen family wants to gain a foothold in this circle and expand their business in the future, they must obtain the exclusive agency rights of this wine in North America, and they cannot allow anyone else to obtain the agency rights to compete with them. And Xiao Feng did not rush to agree to her, wanting exclusive agency rights. Hey, this is not the same as Pierre came to buy wine before, and Pierre has never asked for the exclusive right to represent Europe. If you want the exclusive agency rights in North America, that's okay. Pay a certain deposit to prove your strength. Mentalnovel.com. am considering it. In fact, this so-called margin is equivalent to a buyout right, which buys out the right to trade between the supplier and other demanders. Some are given annually or a one-time buyout. This depends on Xiao Feng's mood. Of course, Helen also knows the rules. She touched her chin and thought for a while. For this dynasty series of drinks and this caviar, our Qingzi Group needs their exclusive agency rights in North America. For this reason, we are willing to pay 10 million yuan per year security deposit. The 10 million deposit is actually to ensure that Xiao Feng will not supply the other competitors of the North American Continental Qingzi Group. If he didn't do anything, he could make $10 million. There was no reason for Xiao Feng not to agree. Okay, then do you plan to buy how many goods to go back this time? Talking about business with Helen is much more fun than talking about business with Pierre. This girl doesn't bargain at all. She accepts almost whatever price Xiao Feng reports. Xiao Feng was shocked by this kind of refreshment. Although everyone was familiar with it, the price he quoted Helen was still almost a quarter more expensive than the price he gave to Pierre. But Helen's courage also surprised Xiao Feng. She actually bought almost $100 million worth of goods from Xiao Feng in one breath, including various drinks and caviar. You must know that Xiao Feng and Pierre have been grinding them for a long time. It was a good deal with Pierre, and the transaction amounted to 2,030 million euros. It seems that there is still a gap between the consumption power of Europe and the United States. However, I think again that the country with the most millionaires in the world is the United States, and there are about 400 million people in the United States and Canada. Their spending power is undoubtedly much stronger than that of Europeans. Don't you think that our American wine culture originated in Europe? But in fact, the current party and cocktail culture originated in the United States. Chapter 353. One-hit party culture spread to Europe after World War II. Before that, the scale of European cocktail parties was not large. At that time, they called it the salon. It was mainly the aristocracy and upper-class society to participate. The ordinary people did not have the opportunity to participate, and they could not hold it. I had to go to the bar to have a drink after work. Later, it was only after our United States made this culture popular, that a large number of cocktail parties and party cultures came into being. Helen popularized the wine culture and history of Americans to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng listened with great gusto. Back then, the DuPont family gave their daughter a 21-year-old adult birthday party, and it cost $1 million at a time. The Ford family felt that they could not lose face 2 days later, so it happened to be given to their family. My daughter held an adult birthday party and spent $2 million at a time. Now Wall Street tycoons are more crazy than the industry tycoons back then. They often hold parties on luxury cruise ships and spend a night on spending. 10 million, that's nothing. If you really want to say that you are drunk and squandered, the rich Americans are not at all softer than the Europeans. Now in Europe, almost everyone knows it. Every year when BP and Shell greet the rich men in the Middle East, it is when the high-end public relations companies in Europe are busiest and active. Every year BP and Shell will host the local tyrants in the Middle East. In name, it is the relationship between the two sides. In fact, the two sides exchange information, decide on OPEC's oil production, and control oil price trends in the future through oil production. In order to satisfy the local tyrants in the Middle East, such receptions often cost a lot of money, spending tens of millions of pounds at a time in pediatrics. The Americans are more ruthless than them. Every time Wall Street bankers or oligarchs gather, in order to avoid public attention, they prefer to take the reception directly to the cruise ship. It doesn't matter if you eat, drink, and have fun, spending millions, or even tens of millions of dollars in one night. So this time I bought $100 million worth of goods. This is just a preliminary test. Once the high-end public relations market in the United States is really opened, you can rest assured to wait for the order. We may increase purchases from you at any time. The amount. Helen's understatement. Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. As expected, the world's #1 power is rich and confident, and it is different from the gangs of poor Europeans who have settled down in Europe. The reason Helen is so generous this time is also to help her mother's company as soon as possible to open up the market on the east coast of the United States. Their business has been limited to California and Nevada before, and the east coast area where the richest people in the United States are concentrated. They have been unable to get in. But now they have the Dynasty Series wine and this kind of caviar as the stepping stone, I believe, to open the East Coastal market. That is a matter of course. You must know that the vanity of Americans is not lower than that of Chinese. Once there is something high-end, if you can't get it out when you hold a high-end cocktail party, then you will be ashamed. Come. Because it involves issues of identity and status. Even if you can't get such a popular Dynasty Series drinks, is this party still high-end? How can the real celebrities of others be willing to come? Therefore, Helen estimates that the Dynasty Series of drinks and this kind of caviar don't have to worry about sales in the United States. By the way, Xiao, do you still have that kind of burn cream? Can you put a little more on me? Helen's attitude was a little evasive, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng smiled secretly. This must be the benefit of the scald cream that Helen had already seen during the day. Yes, you stretch out your arm and I will wipe some for you. Helen stretched out his arm, and Xiao Feng looked at it for a while. Helen's 2 forearms that had been scalded before were all red, with pits in some places, but the muscle texture that had been exposed on the skin layer had disappeared and covered them. A layer of tender red skin. Although the status of the 2 arms is uglier than the arm of a normal person, it is still much better than the previous severely burned state. Xiao Feng took out the scald ointment and applied it to Helen carefully. This time Helen had been watching his movements, and Xiao Feng applied the ointment very carefully. The whole process was like painting on the wall, layer by layer, to ensure that there was no omission, and where the ointment was covered, she could quickly feel that something came to life in her skin. The cool energy in the ointment naturally penetrates under the skin through the pores of the skin, and then you can feel itchy under the skin, as well as a somewhat cool feeling. Helen was holding back the bursts of ecstasy in her heart. This should be the feeling of skin tissue rebirth and recovery. This ointment is really amazing. How many women's gospels must this thing be? Helen herself knew a lot of high-class women. Some had an ugly cesarean section scar on their stomach after giving birth, and some had stretch marks after giving birth. There are many others who have suffered trauma and left scars on their skin. If you tell them that there is something that can magically remove the scars on their bodies, will they go crazy? Everyone has a heart for beauty, especially these rich and generous ladies. In order to keep the hearts of the men in the family, one by one is desperate to maintain their own bodies. Those women care about their bodies most. If this kind of thing that can effectively remove scars is brought back to the United States, it will be an all-consuming weapon in the social world. At this time, Helen's thoughts can be said to have turned 1,000 times. In fact, since she saw the unique effect of this scald cream this morning, she has been thinking about how to bring this thing back to the United States. But what Xiao Feng applied to his arm was scald ointment. After all, this thing is medicine. You can't use this scald ointment as cosmetics and introduce it to those ladies, Mrs. Quo. Didn't he tell himself yesterday that he has several cosmetics that he has just developed? Thinking of this, Helen asked Xiao Feng directly. Xiao, Can you give me a try on the few cosmetics you told me yesterday? The crow's feet on the corners of my eyes feel a bit darker recently. Haha, no problem. I'll give it to you later. Would Xiao Feng, who originally wanted to make Helen a living advertisement, refuse? If this cosmetic product is to be promoted in the upper class of the United States, Helen must first be persuaded to help. How to convince her? Of course, it is best to use the effect directly to convince. One wants to sell, one wants to try it out, the other wants to bring cosmetics back to the United States through Helen to open the market, and the other wants to represent this wonderfully effective cosmetics from Xiao Feng and go back to the United States to help them expand into the high-end market. After talking for a while, the two went out for a walk in the winery again, and then felt that the food was almost digested, and then they returned to the hotel. When he returned to the room, Xiao Feng took out the cosmetics directly, then picked out the cream with the best effect, and handed it to Helen. This is the latest liquid mask that I have researched in the laboratory I invested. It is rich in high concentration small collagen molecules. It is easily absorbed by the skin, and the absorption success rate can even reach 50%. It turns out that the absorption rate of collagen molecules in the Yurong liquid provided by Fox Spirit, Hixia-jun has done experiments, and it can reach more than 95%. But Xiao Feng has no intention of letting such products appear on the market directly, because he does not want to die. If such products are directly put on the market, how can other cosmetic companies survive? Those guys will probably send a killer directly to kill him, and your concentration is so high. The absorption rate is over 95%. How will your products be upgraded in the future? Therefore, for the first generation products, there is no need to maintain such a high collagen concentration and absorption rate. The collagen absorption rate of 20% is already very scary. It can kill all products of the same type in a second. MentalNovel.com. This is, among the liquid facial mask series developed by Hixia-jun, it is the best product. Today, in order to leave a deep impression on Helen, Xiao Feng brought out the top products for her as soon as he came up. Helen is not a scientific idiot. When she heard Xiao Feng said that the absorption rate of collagen molecules in this liquid mask could be as high as 20%, she thought Xiao Feng was really bragging. But thinking about the miracle that happened to her arm again, she began to be half believe, and reached out to take the small bottle and brought it in front of her eyes. The bottle was mediocre, not even as good as the 50 cents on the street. It was very rough, and there was no label. Seeing Helen's suspicious look, Xiao Feng quickly explained to her, this product was just taken out of the laboratory. I usually use it myself, so I didn't package it. Helen unscrewed the bottle and took a look. The bottle was filled with a white semi-solidified gel-like vanishing cream, with a fragrance that he had never smelled before. After watching it for a long time, she didn't see any strangeness. As soon as she gritted her teeth, she picked up a wooden stick from the side, scraped a part of the cream out of the bottle, first applied it on her face, and then quickly started spreading it out with her hands, especially the position of her forehead and the corner of her eyes. She also took care of it. Helen is only in her 20s, but Europeans and Americans have darker facial contours and white skin. Once they are exposed to the sun for a long time, they are prone to wrinkles and various spots, and they are more likely to show old age. As soon as this liquid mask was applied to the face, the cooling sensation I had experienced on the arm before, immediately climbed onto the face, and even Helen could clearly feel the cooling liquid in this liquid cream. It quickly penetrates through the pores and penetrates under the skin, and then the itching sensation reappears. Chapter 354. There is still a pie in the sky now? It can really be absorbed, and it can be absorbed so fast. At this time, Helen felt that her brain was not enough. This cosmetic was so amazing, just as amazing as the ointment she had experienced before. About 5 minutes later, she opened her eyes, and there was a makeup mirror in front of her. She came to the mirror to take a closer look, and she couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't know how many facial masks she had used before, and the price had never been lower than $100. The most expensive one was Ramos facial cream, but in fact, she felt that the effect of that thing was more psychological. And for other liquid masks, after applying and absorbing them, you always need to wash your face with clean water. After all, some residues that cannot be absorbed need to be cleaned up. But the liquid mask that Xiao Feng used for her did not require this step at all, because she could see in the mirror that her smooth face, the white cream she applied to her face before, turned out to be all disappeared. Part of it should be absorbed by the skin of the face, and the other part should be volatilized into the air. She looked at her face in the mirror and couldn't help being stunned. It was full of collagen, white and smooth, and it looked like a teenage girl's face. Originally, she had some faint freckles on both cheeks. These are things that white people naturally like to grow. She has a headache for these freckles. When attending some important occasions, she must apply some powder to cover these freckles. And because of these freckles, she rarely goes to the beach, because every time she goes to the beach, if she basks in the sun, these freckles will increase in color. She knows that this is related to the skin genetics of the white race. And she also knows that as she gets older, the freckles on her face will grow and become darker in the future. So she hated the freckles on her face very much. But those spots were helpless. After applying the mask Xiao Feng gave her today, the freckles on her face disappeared. They really disappeared. She stood in front of the mirror, looked at it over and over for a long time, and finally confirmed. There is also the crow's feet in the corners of her eyes, because she is a cheerful girl who loves to laugh. She often laughs when she encounters ridiculous things. So when she was in her early 20s, the corners of her eyes had already begun to appear smile lines. In recent years, with the increase of age, these laugh lines have become deeper and deeper, and gradually evolved into crow's feet. She even wondered if she would need to go to a plastic surgery hospital when she was in her 30s and take hyaluronic acid every day to reduce wrinkles. Thinking of those cold needles, she often wakes up from nightmares. But she knows that this is a very popular thing in the circle of noble ladies, and women do all crazy things in order to stay young forever. And she will definitely use those beauty techniques one day in the future, although she doesn't like it very much. But today, after applying the liquid mask Xiao Feng gave him, she found that the crow's feet on the corners of her eyes did not disappear immediately, but they did lighten up a lot, as if the skin near the corners of her eyes was rejuvenating. Is the cosmetics Xiao Feng said really so magical? Helen felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She lowered her head and looked at the plain white bottle on the table in front of her. Now she finally confirmed that what the bottle contained was not ordinary goods of the road, but top cosmetics that were more expensive than gold. If this small bottle of liquid cream is brought back to the United States, after trying it out for those noble ladies, those women would definitely be crazy about it, and the thought of this Helen made her heart pounding. She took a few deep breaths, constantly comforted herself, and immediately calmed down. This matter must be considered for a long time, because the things in this small bottle are an epoch-making product. Of course Helen's every move fell into Xiao Feng's eyes, but he just saw it in his eyes, but he didn't say anything wrong. The cosmetics produced by the 9th laboratory must be among the top quality products. He never doubted that, but it must take a process for outsiders to accept such a magical product. After all, this is a subversive cosmetic product. The effect is 10 times that of all the most expensive cosmetics currently on the market. It is truly top cosmetics. It will take some time for consumers to digest and accept an obscure product that has suddenly emerged. If you want to be able to compete with or even surpass the world-famous brands, it will definitely take some time for consumers to digest and accept it. This night, Helen was tender and affectionate, and Xiao Feng kept tossing until the early morning, until he was exhausted, and then he stopped. Xiao Feng was also very tired, but he was still particularly happy. Helen was so hardworking, he was obviously moved by herself. It seems that this cosmetics must have been brought to the United States. In the next few days, Xiao Feng organized the delivery one after another, and delivered the red wine and caviar to a warehouse in Binching port. He has never been responsible for the delivery of such products. Fortunately, Helen also has access. Binching is an important seaport. Many international freighters enter the port every day, many of which come from the United States. After making a few phone calls, she found a suitable ship. The cargo was loaded into the container and then boarded one after another. After a few days, she would return to the Los Angeles terminal. And she was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, she stayed in Xiao Feng's winery. The reason why she didn't rush to leave was that on the one hand, she seemed to wait until the arm was completely healed before going back. On the other hand, she wanted to use it more. The cosmetics Xiao Feng gave her for a few days. She didn't plan to discuss the cosmetics business with Xiao Feng until it was confirmed that the cosmetics were indeed effective. Xiao Feng has not been idle for this period of time. He has been running outside with Kata these days, mainly to find a suitable place to expand their cooking package factory. The current cooking package factory is set up in Xingang district. They rented an old warehouse. Now it seems that the production capacity of the factory is basically saturated. In the future, Celebrity Chef Manufacturing plans to continue to expand. According to Xiao Feng's estimate, there are plans to open more than 2,000 restaurants nationwide. The current food package factory can satisfy the supply of 600 to 700 chain stores, but once it exceeds this number, its production capacity is obviously insufficient. So to take precautions, after Xiao Feng and Kata discussed, they planned to build this new cooking package factory before the next investment conference. In the past few days, they have been wandering around the city, looking for a suitable place. The basic land in the urban area is already saturated, and if a new factory is built, it is difficult to find a place because of strict environmental protection requirements. It is in the new development zone to the north. It has great potential now, and the land is cheap. Originally, Xiao Feng didn't plan to go there to start a factory. After all, it is a new district. If you open a factory, it is far away from the city. If you want to transfer people from the factory here, I am afraid it will be difficult. You will have to recruit a large number of people for training at that time. So Xiao Feng did not consider going to the local area before. Set up a factory. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, he received a call from the staff of the investment promotion office in the new development zone, asking him if he wanted to find a suitable place to open a new food factory. Xiao Feng was still taken aback when he heard this. Not many people knew about it. How did the other party know about it? But he didn't have a good question, because the other party's attitude was too enthusiastic. He showed his identity as soon as he came up, and then started to introduce the various preferential policies of the new development zone very enthusiastically. Hearing what the person said was very good. Xiao Feng and Kata went to the new development zone to inspect the area, and the local investment promotion office received them very warmly. Not only did they invite them to dinner with good wine and food, but also took them around for a whole day in the district. To be honest, the environment in the whole park was not very good. There were dusty scenes everywhere, and new construction sites everywhere, and factory under construction. It turns out that Binching recently signed a sister city plan with a city in the south. Until Novel.com, which city has introduced many projects. In fact, the backward and high polluting production capacity eliminated by others has been transferred here. To be honest, the various preferential policies provided by the park are very good, such as tax concessions, preferential treatment of plant land, and even very strong. But Xiao Feng did not rush to agree to it, because he always thinks it's a little weird, especially the tax concessions and the preferential price for factory land purchases are too big. For example, buying factory land, the land after the 3 links and 1 leveling, were offered a price of 100 acres. Which almost made Xiao Feng feel a little fanciful. Taxation was exempted for the first 3 years and halved for the next 3 years. This effort made Xiao Feng feel a little unreal, so he didn't rush to agree to it. That day, He and Katya drove back to the office made by the famous chef and sat down. He asked Katya, "You said, is there really a pie in the sky in this world?" "I don't think so. Actually, when you were talking with that person, I quietly went to other nearby factories and asked them. They didn't get such preferential policies. Just look at the place next to that piece of land, a food factory," I asked. "They don't have any preferential taxation at all, and it takes hundreds of thousands to buy an acre of land to buy land. The only advantage is that the free trade zone has some advantages in import and export tax rebates." Then you said, "Why did that guy give us such a big concession? It only costs 100 yuan an acre to buy land. What is the difference between this and the free gift these years? There is also such a big concession in taxation. I don't think it's practical." Xiao Feng sat in the boss chair and touched his forehead. He always felt that something was wrong, as did Katu on the opposite side. He always felt that something was wrong in it, but the two of them couldn't tell for a while. Could it be that there is something wrong with that piece of land? Chapter 355 Talent is rare. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng picked up the phone and called one of his classmates. That guy happened to belong to the City Planning Bureau and had some knowledge of the city's land supply. It was most reliable to ask him about this matter. But soon the student gave feedback that there was no problem with the land. There was no pollution under the land, and it was not the kind of polluted backfill land. And there is no problem with the property rights of the land, which makes Xiao Feng even more puzzled. After giving you 3 links and 1 leveling of a clean piece of land, can it be sold to you at this price, 100 yuan an acre? I'm afraid this price was possible 20 years ago. Now, even if the real estate is indeed going downhill, the price is not right. There must be something weird in this. But Xiao Feng couldn't judge where there was a specific problem for a while, so he didn't rush to buy it. The land near Benching was very difficult to find. One island because there are many mountains, and the other is also because of the strict environmental protection policies in recent years. It is difficult to get land if you don't sell land in various industrial parks and set up factories outside. The third reason is that the current work is not so urgent. Xiao Feng plans to hold the second investment conference in March and April of the coming year. There are still about 10 months left, which is still very early. Really could not find a suitable place. During this time, he asked Kata to arrange for the current factory to start operating at full capacity, and began to reserve a large number of cooking kits. Then, after the second investment promotion conference, he would go to find a venue. Actually too late. Anyway, as long as you have money, you don't have to worry about finding a suitable place. It's really impossible. Xiao Feng even plans to open a cooking package factory in Russia. Although the labor is more expensive than in China, the various resources are very cheap. Land is almost free, electricity, transportation, and various raw materials are far cheaper than domestic ones. But the reason why many domestic bosses are unwilling to open factories there, on the one hand, it is because Russian workers are more difficult to manage, suffer hardship, and are rarely willing to work overtime. On the other hand, they are also local gangsters, and the police are not easy to deal with, and they come to squander money at every turn, which is very troublesome. But this is not a problem for Xiao Feng. Kata's cousin Peter is the local snake over there. He is covered in black and white. He should not dare to come and look for things. As for other taxes, I will see when the time comes. Just give it. Of course, this was only the last choice, Xiao Feng told Kata. And now he began to let the factory operate at full capacity and began to stock up on food packages. As for finding a suitable place and opening a new factory, we will put it aside for the time being, because recently Xiao Feng feels a little can't understand the situation. He always feels that he is being watched, and he always feels that something is wrong, but in the end, what was wrong, he didn't understand for a while. And recently, he has not only the new factory, but also the newly harvested pastures to fix, Helen to settle, and the 9th laboratory to smooth the relationship. In short, except for the famous chef manufacturing side, just on the right track. Many other new projects are intricate, waiting for him to call the shots. On this day, Xiao Feng interviewed several managers recommended by President Feng on the ranch, but they didn't feel very satisfied. As soon as the last interviewer was sent away, Xiao Feng was about to meet at the winery, but he received a call from He Xiaojun. "I heard you bought a farm recently, yeah? How did you know?" Xiao Feng asked with a smile, and He Xiaojun laughed over there. "You don't know? You are now a big celebrity in the business community of benching. There are countless people staring at your every move. Besides, the Sunchen incident is so big. How could anyone not know about buying their ranch?" Xiao Feng thinks about it, too. Recently, the turmoil in Sunchen Dairy has intensified. Many domestic financial institutions and banks that finance Sunchen Dairy have all rushed to benching, and the management department of benching has also stepped in. As for benching, of course, I don't want Sunchen Dairy to close down. After all, there is nothing wrong with the operation of this company. The quality of its products is also well known, and it can also bring taxes and jobs to the local area. The previous step is too much to involve the egg. Other financial institutions don't care about how your business is running. Sunchen Dairy, whose share price has been depressed by the muddy water hype, has scared them out of their guts. They just want to recover their funds as quickly as possible. Therefore, recently Sunchen Dairy and the financial institutions that came to collect debts, under the arrangement of relevant departments of Manhai, are constantly negotiating to find a suitable solution. This matter can be reported every day. The assets under the name of Sunchen Dairy have long been taken away by various media. He bought the Sunchen Dairy ranch. He must be unable to hide it, even though the ranch was bought from the bank. Okay, let's talk. What can I do? Well, I just want to tell you, I have communicated with Katia about purchasing equipment, and she has transferred the money to me. At present, Katia has 40 million yuan left in the investment of our 9th laboratory. Also, in the case of no output, it is enough for our laboratory to operate for half a year. In addition, I recruited some people from research institutes in first-tier cities. These people can arrive in Hong Kong in about a week. I don't know if you have the time. Show up at the time to meet the new employees. Well, let's talk about it then. I'm very busy lately. A week later, Xiao Feng might have gone to another world. He really couldn't guarantee that he would have time. Well, let me tell you directly. That's right. I contacted a team and wanted to bring them all over, but the problem is a bit tricky. What's the situation? What's the tricky method? Does the other party think we are giving less money? This is not the case. I'll ask you, what did you buy the tranche for? Are you just planning to raise cattle? He Xiaojun asked Xiao Feng for a moment. When did he start to care about his other businesses? What are you asking this for? Hi. Do you have time later? Let's find a place to sit and talk when we meet. He Xiaojun wanted to say something and stopped. Xiao Feng also felt that this guy was very strange today, so he simply agreed, and he was in a private room upstairs of their famous chef manufacturing flagship store. Xiao Feng drove past the ranch and spent more than an hour on the road. When he arrived, He Xiaojun would have arrived long ago. Let's talk about it. What is it? You still babbled on the phone and refused to say it. Hey, isn't it just about recruiting people? You brought back the Eurong liquid. We initially set 4 directions: cosmetics, health products, medicine, and beauty products. Recently, I have probably studied each direction. Now, when it comes to healthcare products, medicines, and even beauty products, it's really hard to find suitable project leaders for us. Didn't I ask you to save money and go directly to first-tier cities to dig people? Xiao Feng said to He Xiaojun, but he didn't think that He Xiaojun gave him a blank look. Is it so easy to dig? There are scientific researchers who have made achievements in this area. Are you short of money? Are you missing a home? Why do people want to leave the front line of staying well? City, and the medical resources and educational resources that the first-tier cities can provide them, how can we provide them in Binching? So how can it be that simple to dig people? When he said this, Xiao Feng was silent. He Xiaojun was right. Now the gap between first-tier cities and second-tier cities is getting bigger and bigger. Although first-tier cities have high housing prices and expensive living costs, young people and talented people are still willing to go to first-tier cities. Why? Isn't the resources of these first-tier cities too concentrated? All kinds of brand-name hospitals, all kinds of brand-name universities, brand-name elementary and middle schools, you can't enjoy it even if you spend a lot of money in second-tier cities. Just talk about how many well-known third-tier hospitals in a capital city. Even if you are a billionaire in a second-tier city, if you get sick in the end, many second-tier city hospitals can't understand it. In the end, you can only go to the big hospitals in first-tier cities to see a doctor. www.mtnovel.com. So this is also the main reason why capable people and rich people like to run to first-tier cities. Not to mention, the educational resources in the first-tier cities are also the most concentrated, and the difficulty for local students to enter college is much easier than for students from other places. So sometimes you are just willing to give money, and many people are unwilling to jump out of the first-tier cities, especially those who are truly capable. This is also the dilemma He Xiaojun is facing now in recruiting people. Then you are looking for me today just to tell me this. Hey, no, I really found a very suitable team, very capable in medical research and development, but it is still a bit difficult to find them. I need your cooperation. He Xiaojun said. Xiao Feng looked up at him. How do you cooperate? Let's talk about it. It's like this. Have you heard of the He Fangzi team? He Xiaojun, with a slightly wretched mouth part, asked Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng was confused. He really didn't know much about the scientific community. He Fangzi, who? He Xiaojun glanced at him. Recently, their team has been so hot on the internet. You don't know? I really don't know what you big bosses are up to every day. Grass, it's wrong for me to make money. If I don't make money, what do you do in scientific research? Xiao Feng made He Xiaojun speechless with a single sentence. Recently, this guy is a little bit fluttering, so he dares to talk to himself like this. Although Xiao Feng knows that this group of people engaged in scientific research is of this virtue, sometimes they still have to beat them to let them know that the world is not all based on the simple thinking of scientists. Although the two are friends, they are also subordinates, and subordinates. The workplace rules that should be paid attention to should still be followed. Chapter 356 Crazy Team. I opened another new book, The Man Standing on the Top of Xianlu. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. He Xiaojun also knew that his performance was a bit too much just now, so he coughed awkwardly. That's it. This He Fangzi is an expert in medicine and genetic science. Before that, he had led a team to conduct research at Stanford University in the United States. In the past few years, the country spent a lot of money to develop a 1000% plan. He was brought back from the United States again, and he had been doing research in Pengqing and Xiangjiang before. Well, what does this have to do with us? You pick the key points. Xiao Feng corrected his attitude. Although he and He Xiaojun are classmates and friends, sometimes they still have to be remembered by He Xiaojun that they are at the same time inferior, and they are also the relationship between the boss and the employee. Sometimes some lines in the workplace cannot be crossed. Once He Xiaojun faces himself as before, he will inevitably relax mentally after a long time. Once he loses the authority of the boss in his heart, the relationship between the two will be difficult to handle in the future. Who knows if this guy will breed any ambitions? If Xiao Feng's good deeds are broken, then the gain will not be worth the loss. Therefore, the majesty of the superiors must be established. Not only can the relationship between the two be clarified, but also a psychological hint can be established for the people below that the boss is the company. The true owner of the company is the supreme existence of the entire enterprise, so that it will not easily form a psychological betrayal. He Xiaojun also corrected his attitude at this time and sat up straight. That's it. I happened to have two elder brothers who have been in the He Fangzi team before. They know Professor He very well, But what happened recently? The professor is really embarrassed. He recently quit all his jobs and stayed at home. Those two brothers, I talked to them. I hope they can come to work here. They don't object. But they hope to bring their teacher He Fangzu with him. He Xiaojun's attitude was much more cautious at this time. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing this. I don't object to this, but what happened to the He Fangzu team? Was it a lot of movement? He Xiaojun's mouth grew up in surprise. It has caused a sensation in the world. Don't you really know? Talking about finding a few interface news from the portable computer, he pushed Xiao Feng over. Xiao Feng took it over and took a look, and then he understood the general idea. It turned out that the He Fangzu team did a gene editing experiment not long ago to help a couple who had been infected with AIDS and gave birth to twins. It stands to reason that couples with AIDS should not give birth to children. Even if they really want to give birth, they can still give birth to normal children by means of isolation. However, the He Fangzu team adopted a very radical and bold method: gene editing, editing genetic genes to avoid AIDS, and using the model of in vitro fertilization to complete this experiment, and also let the infected couple give birth to twins. The result was a big hole in the sky. First, the scientific research institutions in the United States jumped out and said that your experiment was against human ethics. And then what international ethical institutions appeared in turn, saying that his research violated human ethics and morality. Should appear. Some institutions and universities in the country could not withstand the pressure. Professor He Fangzu and his team were verbal and even fanfare. They were directly portrayed by the noisy media. For the sake of fame, unscrupulous lunatics are murderers. Anyway, in the previous month, the incident was very sensational. The elite scientific research team that was originally held by the relevant departments of Pengqing in the palm of the hand suddenly became a rat crossing the street and became the media. A team of lunatics who speak and criticize. Not only their university has revoked funding for them, many institutions and rich men who have invested money in them have also cut their funds, and even their laboratories have been suspended, and even people have been taken away. Survey. To be honest, Xiao Feng was not surprised when he saw such news. He was just scolding Professor He for being too anxious. Why did he have to publish a paper before the results were verified? As a result, it attracted so much verbal criticism. It must be related to the pressure from the school. After all, the school brought him back as an elite of science and technology, and invested so much in his project. I definitely hope that there will be some results. If I publish a few papers that can attract people's attention in the world, can also earn some reputation for the school. How come this paper stabbed a hornet's nest in the end? As for the ethical institutions of the United States and the world, in Xiao Feng's eyes, it is even more nonsense. What kind of garbage? The British, who were the first to clone sheep back then, why don't you say that they violate ethics? Think about the law that you have recently enacted that prohibits abortion, even if it is raped, and the child of that. Abortion is not allowed. This is really ethical. It's all in 9012, and it's still ethical and ethical that religions are still interfering in lawmaking. As for their verbal criticism of Professor He and his team under the pretext of ethics and morality, Xiao Feng felt that there must be another reason. In this respect, the Americans are definitely not as advanced as ours, otherwise they would not jump out so anxiously. Think about the recent Warwick example. I can't handle you technically, then I will jump up and make trouble for you. If you don't play well, I won't let you play well. This is the urine of Americans. And the more they did this, the more Xiao Feng really felt that Professor He should really have two brushes. As for the gene editing he did, it may have touched some people's cheese. Think about it. The large pharmaceutical companies in the United States don't know how much money they spent on researching drugs on AIDS. As a result, now you have directly implemented a gene editing therapy. If it succeeds, then in the future, humans will not even use an AIDS vaccine. and a small operation can be performed directly on the mother's womb to avoid AIDS infection. Although it is good for mankind as a whole, it is a disaster for these large pharmaceutical companies. And once this experiment is successful, it will not only be as simple as putting an end to AIDS, but what other genetic diseases can be edited out in the mother's womb? Aren't you smashing the jobs of those large pharmaceutical companies? People are not sick anymore. What more money do they make? So such a team, they certainly won't let you exist. Knowing the past of this team, after thinking about it, Hikseojeon said that they just lack a few leaders in the research of medicine and health products. And the members of this team are very suitable in his opinion. Now that Xiao Feng understands their past, he also feels that they are indeed very suitable, and able to do such an experiment, even pushing the Americans into anxieties, which shows that this team has real skills at its hands. Besides, isn't his ranch planning to be an incubator for alien agricultural products? It really needs some experts who understand genetics. And the people in this team should all be experts in this area. Thinking of this, he said to Hikseojeon, listening to you, it would be appropriate to recruit these people. But you asked me about the ranch before. What does this have to do with recruiting these people? Well, Xiao is always like this. Listen to me. According to my two old classmates, now teacher Hifang's team has been disbanded, and the investigation is basically over. The same is true for teacher He and their research this time. With the appraisal, the above believes that it is a violation of morals and ethics, so the project has been suspended. Teacher He has also been removed from his post, and even has been removed from Bangching University. Teacher He can now be said to be ruined, and in the future there is basically no hope for the world. But the members of his team did not give up, nor did they want to just abandon their teachers. Hikseojeon paused when he said that, and glanced at Xiao Feng quietly, only to see that Xiao Feng didn't seem to object, so he continued. My two seniors promised me that they could come here to help me, and they could even help me bring all of their previous backbone team www.untilnovel.com, so that they could bring in more than 20 people. But they have a request, that is, Hifangzi must be brought over. Let him come, I have no objection, but I cannot range him in the laboratory. So, why can't Hifangzi be placed in the laboratory? Xiao Feng also understands that although Hifangzi is now ruined, his reputation and ability are better than Hikseojeon, not to mention his skills, so he cannot be left in the laboratory. Otherwise Hikseojeon would lose his leadership in the laboratory. And after all, Professor He's reputation is already on the street. If people know that he is now working in the 9th laboratory, who would dare to use the products produced by the 9th laboratory in the future? Then he was arranged to raise cattle in my ranch. I'm afraid this is not appropriate, right? Hey, you don't need to raise cattle, you can raise guinea pigs. This is an important consumable in the laboratory. If you buy it from outside, you will need dozens of yuan per piece, and the consumption is very large. This thing, if we raise it ourselves, it can save money and generate income. At present, the domestic market has a very strong demand for guinea pigs. At the highest time, you can buy 60 yuan a piece. Rob, you are really cruel enough. Let a Cheng scholar come and raise a mouse for you. Xiao Feng pointed at Hikseojeon with a smile, and Hikseojeon kept scratching his head. Great God's team, he wanted very much, but the great God's deity, he would be insensitive and could not afford to wait, so he could find a place to pay him. There is nothing to say for such a great team, right? To be honest, that team has become a street mouse now. Which school is willing to accept it? To provide them with opportunities by yourself is to take a fancy to their technical capabilities. If they still do not agree, then there is no need to cooperate. Chapter 357 Shadow. I have opened a new book, The Man Standing on the Top of Xianlu. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. In fact, Xiao Feng does not reject the Hifangzi. Although the domestic scientific community can no longer be mixed with the Hifangzi, it is not the best use of the material to help himself study those alien animals and plants in the ranch. This business is still very promising, but it still depends on whether He Fengzhu is willing or not. If he wants to, it is naturally the best. When the time comes, he will study the plant seeds brought back from the outside world, and he will surely do it too. I am very happy, after all, once a scientific madman. If he is allowed to live in old age and wait for death from now on, he must be unwilling. He can provide this He Fengzhu with an opportunity to continue his scientific research life. Presumably this guy will not refuse, right? But for all this, you have to wait for He Xiaojun to find this guy and his team. This team dares to risk the world and do such an experiment. It must be very courageous. Their level should be no problem, but whether they are managed well or not, it is still hard to tell. If they come to their own place and keep their positions secretly, it will be very troublesome. In that case, even if they are highly skilled, Xiao Feng is unwilling to use them. He conveyed his thoughts to He Xiaojun, and He Xiaojun thought the same way. These people have no problem with their technical skills. They are indeed very suitable leaders of the scientific research team, but if they are all arrogant, then forget it. No matter how capable such a person is, they are not willing to ask for it. After discussing this matter with He Xiaojun, Xiao Feng let him call the contact person. After a while, He Xiaojun said to Xiao Feng, "They promised to fly over from Bengqing tomorrow." Xiao Feng touched his chin and smiled. "It seems that these people are also very anxious. Then I will meet with them tomorrow." After chatting for a while, He Xiaojun got up and left. Xiao Feng sent him downstairs. He was about to drive back to the winery, but he received a call from Kata. Kata also bought a house in Bingqing now, in a high-end community on Benhai Road. The celebrity chef makes every dividend, and Xiao Feng doesn't lose her share. In addition to her online store, what she is doing now is pretty windy. Since Sheng Shui has earned hundreds of thousands of income every month, buying a big house is nothing to her. It is the first time for Xiao Feng to visit Kata's home. This is the only small high-rise building on the seaside mountain. Kata bought the house on the top floor. He gave away a loft with a loft. It cost several million and the decoration was very luxurious. I can see that Kata also likes this home. What's the matter? Can't you wait until tomorrow? After visiting Katia's new home, Xiao Feng asked Katia with a smile. Katia brought him some drinks and snacks, and then sat in front of him with a serious look. This afternoon, I received a phone call from the staff of the investment promotion office in the new development zone. They kept asking me when they would sign a contract with them and invest and build a factory on their side. I simply dealt directly with them. They said, "If the price of your land is so cheap, is there any problem?" In the end, they didn't hide from me and told me. When Kata said this, Xiao Feng also sat upright. He thought that there was a problem with the quotation in the new development zone before, but he didn't quite understand it, so he didn't care about it. He didn't expect that they would call the door on their own initiative. It can explain the problem. How did they tell you? They told me that the reason why they gave so many preferential policies and the land price is so cheap is mainly related to the requirements of the new district. The relevant departments of the new district hope that there will be more listed companies in the district. And they counted and counted. I think it's most appropriate if we invest in the past. If we agree to go public, then they will help us contact the brokers and help us to go public. The person also said that the brokers they know on the new third board will operate without any problems. It will be able to help us get it done in just 1 year. The grass, going around, turned out to be here to ambush with Lao Tzu. When Xiao Feng heard this, he slapped the table fiercely, using his to think that he would know that the brokerage firm found in the last district must be United International or their related party. I said that the people in this development zone are so enthusiastic. Sure enough, things are going to be counterproductive. The tricks in it, it turns out that they are hidden here. They are all routines. Fortunately, I had long suspected that there was a problem here. If I changed someone else, I would have swallowed the bait without any doubt as soon as the government offered such a big discount. Haha, after you swallow it, you start to invest and build a factory. Most of the money has been spent, and all kinds of conditions will follow. What else can you do then? Half of the money is spent. Can you still be willing to survive with a broken arm? When the time comes, people will be threatened and lured, and if you don't follow it, you have to follow it. Business people know this routine. Think about how many such things happened in the southern and northwestern parts of Hunan in the past few years. The Xiangnan boss who made his fortune in Bangqing, his hometown, is inviting investment, and he said that the sky has fallen. The boss went back to revitalize his hometown with a soft heart. He invested hundreds of millions of dollars in his hometown. In the end, he invested half and the policy changed. All the property, all. Then the boss pulled a banner and wanted to jump into the river. Many people must have heard of this. There is also a certain place in the northwestern region where a large coal field has been suddenly discovered in the past 10 years. How many people have been invested in the past, and finally the money has been invested. When you are about to pull out the coal, the local villagers take the lead. This road is driven by me, and this tree is planted by me. If you want to live from now on, you can leave to buy road fortune. Investors are dumbfounded on the spot. Go to the court to go to court. Let you see what is called and mud, etc. There are too many examples of this kind. So when you know more about this, you will know that dealing with such an organization is a very dangerous thing. Since the other party told myself that he wants to cultivate a new third board listed company, this is normal for them, but I am afraid that someone will calculate you later. After thinking about the fact that Yunai International had disappeared after he had contacted him before, Xiao Feng was very suspicious that there would be their shadows behind it, and it would be abnormal if there was no such thing. Forget it. Let's not invest there. Whoever loves to go, call him tomorrow and say no to him. Our celebrity chefs are doing well now, and there is no plan to go public. Celebrity chef manufacturing is now making money every day and earning cramps. Xiao Feng doesn't want to bring in shareholders to restrict him. He dares to operate. In addition, if he goes public, he has to publish quarterly financial reports. He doesn't want to cause that trouble at all now, and he will talk about the listing later. Katyu also nodded and agreed with Xiao Feng's decision. Recently, there is always a feeling of being watched by people. This feeling was before I was in Russia and had an accident at home, so Xiao Feng knew that Katya was reminding himself. He said, some time ago, someone from Yunai International came to me and asked if we needed financing. He also told me that he wanted to help us go public, but I turned it down. Katya nodded. Once a company gets bigger, it is really easy to be targeted by capital. For them, a well-run company is a qualified capital amplifier, and generally they will not miss it easily. How could Xiao Feng not understand this truth? He did a good job as a business, but once he was targeted by capital, that was not the case. Does capital care about your company's future ideals? They can only see that you are a very good carrier, a carrier of storytelling. If you agree with their plan, they will pack you up and take you to the capital market to tell stories. In this way, they put in $1, but after packaging, they can make $10 in the capital market. As for the operation of your business, they are too lazy to manage. After going to the market, they cashed out and left the market. What about the life and death of your company? After other capital enters the market, it is inevitable that various managers will be required to be sent to the company to participate in the management. For example, the little fat sheep that was made in the early years in China were destroyed like this, isn't it? Originally, it did a good job, but Parkson insisted on coming to the market, and drove out all the original team, brought in some foreigners to operate, and finally forced a very good brand. Just a few short ill make you yellow in 2015. The same is true for Huiyuan, which is now dying. There is also a certain computer assembly brand, now frequently staged scenes of strange PR in China, saying a wrong sentence, continuously shooting yourself in the foot. You look at what they say, the positions they stand. Where are they still a family? State-owned enterprise? Obviously, It has become a foreign-funded comprador enterprise, and all the people in it are compradors with foreign capital. Xiao Feng doesn't want celebrity chef manufacturing to become like that. Metalnovel.com. This company is his current foundation. Even if it goes public in the future, it must be under his control. Foreign capital wants to make waves. Dreaming, he would never give them an open mouth. However, while making up your mind, you must also be careful to take precautions. The capital's ability to exploit loopholes is very strong, and even if they can't take advantage of the loopholes, they will use other means to play tricks. The most obvious example is Warwick. This company is a well-established technology company in China with amazing profitability. Why are Americans now desperately targeting them? It's very simple. US capital can't make money from them. They are not listed. Are you hateful? The prince of the Morgan family led a team to meet the big boss of Warwick, to tell him a story, and fooled him to go public. As a result, they did not give the prince of the Morgan family a chance to meet. Do you think Americans can be happy? Still not hacking you to death? In the past, when the Warwick market was small, they could not take Warwick seriously. Chapter 358. Epoch Making New Materials. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. But in recent years, when Warwick has begun to occupy the domestic market on a large scale, and even abroad, it has also begun to occupy the market of Apple and Samsung. Would you say that the capital of the United States is in a hurry? The big bosses behind Samsung and Apple are both Americans, so even if they occupy more of the market, the Americans are not worried. Anyway, the money will be theirs in the end. But Warwick is different. They don't go public, don't pay dividends, and don't listen to your stories. How can Americans not hate you? So now people are arresting your daughter, cutting off your supply channels, embargoing you, and using the power of a country to deal with a company. This is also a very strange talk. Therefore, if you do business, if you are missed by capital, the consequences are quite terrible. If you don't follow their wishes, they can use any means. This time I just wanted to find a suitable site for opening the factory, and it could be spotted by some interested people, and even dig a hole for you quietly. Xiao Feng couldn't help but cheer up. The saying that shopping malls are like battlefields is right. An accidental mistake is a situation that will never be restored. Think of a country that can resort to such a despicable means for commercial interests, not to mention those large capitals. In the face of interest, they even dared to sell the rope that hanged themselves, and there was nothing they could not do. Although Xiao Feng is not sure now that the investment promotion side of the development zone has united the people of Yanyu International to set himself up, but he has such an intuition that things over there are definitely not easy. And the people of Yanyu International met with them last time, and after being rejected by them, they would certainly not give up so simply. In fact, since that meeting, he and President Feng have also inquired about this Yanyu International. It is said to be very difficult. A local financial institution started trading in futures and stocks in the early years. In recent years, I don't know where it got in. The strength of the door has expanded rapidly, forming a comprehensive financial group that spans multiple industries. And it's very local, usually not ostentatious, but very powerful. But the style of doing things is enough. Although President Feng didn't say it thoroughly, he just clicked it to the end. But Xiao Feng already understood that Yanyu International's business style was definitely another financial hound, and there must be a strong man behind it. Although Xiao Feng is now an intra-level billionaire, he is definitely not enough compared with other groups like this, but it doesn't matter. After all, he doesn't take the financial route, and it is not easy for the other party to trouble him. But after going through this incident, Xiao Feng still increased his vigilance. He called the main talkers made by the celebrity chef, Xiaolin, Zijing, and Kata, and held a meeting for them. An instruction was given to them, that is, we must supervise the quality of the food, contact the suppliers, enrich the purchase channels, and have a few more options. In addition, we must supervise our employees, and we must not allow guards to steal them. Xilin and Zujing don't know much about Katia, but they follow Xiao Feng's instructions. Katia knows the most. She and Xiao Feng promise that she will be optimistic about the cooking bag factory, where it is in the celebrity chef manufacturing industry chain. The top priority. Xiao Feng is also the weakest link in the chain that he perceives after examining his own industrial chain, food quality, supply channels, and employees. If Yanyu International intends to play with him, he wonders what the other party is. Start from these three places. Therefore, he must take precautions in advance, and give orders to his men first to take good care of these places and not give the other party a chance. Just after the meeting for the leaders of the famous chefs, Xiao Feng received a call from He Xiaojun. His home team, He Fangzhou, has arrived and is now in the 9th laboratory. Let him pass right away. Xiao Feng drove straight to the 9th laboratory. When he arrived, He Xiaojun and the others had already taken someone to wait for him in the conference room. He Fangzhou was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. Spurned, but the mental state of others is not bad, and the team of more than 20 people is also very capable. Sitting on the left and right sides of him are two Hema-2 generals, both in their early 30s and slightly bald. They should be the two seniors mentioned by He Xiaojun. When He Fangzhou saw Xiao Feng, he was still very surprised. Obviously, he did not expect the investors of the 9th lab to be so young. He Xiaojun introduced them, and the two parties sat down after a few words of greeting. Unexpectedly, Mr. Xiao, you are so young? He Fangzhou sighed and said. Xiao Feng chuckled. It's just good luck. Hey, Mr. Xiao, you are humble, and being able to achieve such a great achievement at a young age can't be explained by just a few words of luck. Unexpectedly, He Fangzhou is not the kind of idiot who can only study and engage in scientific research, and he has a good way of dealing with people. Xiao Feng, who is invisible to a few words, is very comfortable, and the atmosphere in the conference room quickly rises. By the way, President Xiao, when President He took me to visit our laboratory just now, he mainly introduced me to the future scientific research direction of our laboratory. To be honest, I really did not expect that there would be such a laboratory in Binching. I really underestimated the people of the world. I didn't expect our laboratory to be able to produce this collagen molecule stock solution. It's really amazing. After a few polite remarks, He Fangzhou began to get into the subject. To be honest, he had received an invitation from the 9th laboratory before, but he was actually not willing to come over. Even though he is already ruined in the scientific research field, he is not short of invitations. Many pharmaceutical companies have contacted him, hoping that he will pass. Although he has made a mistake in scientific research, his technical ability, no one will deny it. Although he might not be able to show his face in the scientific research community because of his previous verbal criticism, it is more than enough to go to a place like a pharmaceutical factory and lead a scientific research team. But he was not reconciled to waste what he learned, so he has not made a choice. When I came to Benching this time, two of his disciples strongly recommended to him, saying that there is a very promising project here, and he agreed to come over. After coming, He Xiaojun of course also briefly introduced him to the situation of the 9th laboratory and the direction of future scientific research. As a result, he was excited when he heard it, especially after listening to He Xiaojun's introduction to the small collagen molecules contained in urong I and calphoactive factor. He couldn't sit still. As a leading researcher, he just listened to the properties of these two substances, and after reading the chemical analysis report, he knew that this time he came right, and these two things are definitely promising in the future. As a real scientific research expert, his height and perspective are not comparable to He Xiaojun, and after seeing the real investors of the 9th laboratory, he can no longer sit still. Regardless of whether it was the first time meeting with Xiao Feng, he began to talk freely. He knew that he had to show a high level in order to impress the investor in the 9th lab in front of him and let him join the company. If he can come into contact with the original solution of the Yurong Yi, he will turn over in the field of scientific research in the future, and it will be just around the corner. Well, Mr. He, listening to what you just said, you seem to have your own thoughts on the future development of the ninth laboratory. Can you tell me about it? Xiao Feng of course could see He Fang's eagerness to show off in front of him. He also knew very well why he did this. He was very happy to see his strong willingness to join, but he didn't want to just nod his head so easily. We need to see what He Fangzu is different and superior to others. Mr. Xiao, let's put it this way. Our ninth laboratory derived 4 scientific research directions based on that Yurong base liquid: cosmetics, healthcare products, special effects for burns and scalds, and beauty products. These 4 directions are completely correct. I think we can stand a little higher, and in terms of genetic medicine, we can also join in. Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard what He Fangzu said. Can this Yurong liquid still play a role in genetic medicine? To be honest, he knew before that this Yurong liquid is a very good basic material, which can derive a lot of scientific research directions, but he really didn't expect to play a role in genetic medicine. That's because he is a complete layman in medicine and biochemistry. But He Fangzu is different. He is a great player in this field, so when he understands the special effects of the Yurong base liquid, he feels that he has discovered after the new world. Even if he was driven away now, he didn't want to leave. In his opinion, this Yurong base liquid www.mtlnovel.com is completely an epoch-making new material. Just like human beings in the Bronze Age, bronze is the most important material that affects human life. It can be used to cast weapons, industrial production tools, utensils for eating and drinking, and musical instrument materials. It can be said to cover all aspects of human life. After the appearance of ironware, iron quickly replaced copper, becoming the most important new material affecting human life, replacing copper's position in human life, and continuing to this day. And this Yurong base fluid, in his opinion, is completely equivalent to iron that replaced copper in human life in the past in the medical world. With this kind of thing, it will change all aspects of the modern medical field of mankind. And when Xiao Feng heard He Fangzu say this, he also felt that this guy was a savvy person, but he even wanted to know what this guy wanted to use this Yurong base fluid to do. After all, he was a scientific madman before, too much. After being exceptional, it fell to where it is today. Although I am interested in recruiting him, he is also very worried about whether he will poke a basket under his own banner. Teacher I don't know much about genetic medicine, can you explain it to me? Chapter 359 Regenerative Medicine. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Xiao Feng had a smile on his face and spoke very humble, but He Fangzu could feel that this young man was not as easy to deal with as on the surface. He asked this at this time, obviously wanting to know what he could do under his hands, and if he couldn't move him next, it wouldn't be easy to say whether he could stay. Of course he knows his recent fame. Obviously, Xiao Feng, who is opposite, is also a little worried about this, for fear that he is doing something to risk the world. Mr. Xiao, you have heard of 3D printing technology, haven't you? Well, I know this. In the first 2 years, all kinds of 3D printing boasted very fiercely. At one time, many self-media bragged about this technology as the source of the 4th generation industrial revolution. But in the last 2 years it has died down. The reason is very simple. The limitation of this thing is very large, especially in the printing of metal materials. It is still too far away and its practicality is not strong. In the medical field, 3D printing technology has been very mature. In this regard, American counterparts have been at the forefront of the industry. In recent years, the University of Illinois in the US has repeatedly used 3D printing technology to print human blood vessels, and it is transplanted into the human body. So this direction is actually very promising. But what is the intersection between 3D printing technology and our Yurong base fluid? Xiao Feng was full of curiosity, but He Fangzu smiled slightly at this time, and then explained to Xiao Feng, actually, When I saw this urine-based fluid, I came up with an idea. At this time, the scientific researchers he brought with him suddenly sat upright, because they all knew their teachers. Their favorite brain was opened up, and every time his brain opened up, he could indeed bring some new ideas. You also know that I used to be engaged in genetic medicine. In recent years, the most popular thing in the field of genetic medicine is stem cells. Do you know that stem cells? They are the original evolutionary origin of everyone. He Fangzi began to explain to Xiao Feng that it turned out that the delayed human body started to develop from the fertilized egg, and the next step that the fertilized egg evolved was stem cells, and everyone developed from this simple stem cell. The simplest cell can be said to be the source of all life. It can be ever-changing. For example, DNA is a steel skeleton, and stem cells are building materials. Under the framework of the woven DNA, stem cells slowly replicate, derive, fill, and finally develop into a living person. This kind of stem cell can be said to be the most basic raw material for human growth and development. In recent years, the concept of stem cells has been very hyped. Many medical experts believe that this kind of thing is an important direction for the future development of human medicine. With it, it can treat many incurable diseases that seem to be incurable. For example, if many human organs fail, they can be reconstructed by stem cells without rejection. Now many scientists are studying scientific research projects that use stem cells to rebuild human organs, such as artificial hearts, artificial pancreas, artificial livers, etc. Diseases that die every year because of organ damage and failure. There are millions of people suffering from it. If scientists make a breakthrough in this area, it will definitely be an epoch-making event. He Fangzi talked in front of Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng listened very seriously. Although He Fangzi did not understand the general directions, he understood the artificial organ projects he was talking about. Breakthrough, then human beings are not far from real immortality. Ahem. Teacher he, let alone those far away, if you join our 9th laboratory, which direction do you want to choose as a breakthrough? Seeing that He Fangzi continued to speak eloquently, Xiao Feng didn't have much time to continue listening to his popular science and directly interrupted him to ask. Mada, at first, he and Xiaojun just wanted to get the team behind He Fangzi over. How could they think that after this guy came, they obviously didn't want to leave? It seems that the previous plan to arrange for him to raise mice on the ranch has been ruined, but now that he has new ideas, Xiao Feng is still very happy. Anyway, when the time comes, he will separate He Fangzi from his scientific research team, and the team will stay at the 9th laboratory, under the leadership of He Xiaojun, to conduct scientific research in accordance with the original 4 directions. As for this ark, then throw it to the ranch and let him play. You can toss as you like, and you can also help train some new people by the way, as long as you don't cause trouble. Xiao Feng already had his own thoughts in his heart, so he didn't intend to listen to He Fangzi's continued flicker, and He Fangzi's eyes were grunting at this time. Mr. Xiao, I want to use 3D printing technology, combined with urine-based fluid, and stem cell regeneration technology to develop artificial organ regeneration technology. The first major direction is artificial heart. At present, many scientific research institutions in the world are studying this. The US has the earliest research and the most results, and even last year someone has produced an artificial heart. But their artificial heart is still defective. After hearing He Fangzi's thoughts, Xiao Feng was really taken aback. Artificial heart sounds very tall. Seeing Xiao Feng stunned for a moment, and then with an expression of interest, He Fangzi quickly continued. Mr. Xiao, there are currently more than 1 billion heart disease patients in the world, and there are tens of millions of new heart disease patients every year. Some heart diseases can still be solved by bridges, pacemakers, and stents. Yes, but there is one disease that does not work, that is, heart failure. This disease is irreversible. The only treatment is to change the heart. And there are millions of patients who die of heart failure every year around the world. waiting for heart replacement surgery. There are hundreds of thousands of people, so this is a big market. He Fangzi briefly introduced what he wanted to make: an artificial heart. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing it. It was okay. At the very least, this guy is not the kind of lunatic who only considers scientific research and does not consider transformation. If you can't make money in scientific research, then investors are definitely not motivated, and the market He Fangzi described to him is indeed very promising. He knows that this guy is not lying, because it is China alone that currently suffers from. There are tens of millions of people with heart diseases. In terms of artificial hearts, Johnson & Johnson's Texas R&D Center is the furthest one. They are studying the use of stem cells to create artificial hearts through 3D printing technology. They have successfully printed an artificial heart last year. But the biggest problem at present is that the printing is printed. But how can the heart be powered by itself? We all know that the human heart is equivalent to a water pump, which continuously draws and bleeds blood to complete the blood circulation in the human body. Previously, artificial hearts made by humans were all made of silica gel and titanium alloys. A motor must be installed outside the human body and driven by a battery to complete the retracting and retraction of the heart and complete the blood circulation. He Fangzi began to give Xiao Feng the current worldwide research and development progress of this artificial heart. And Xiao Feng also listened with gusto. He wanted to know how He Fangzi plans to use the Yurong-based liquid to build an artificial heart. And the artificial heart printed using 3D technology, using human stem cells as raw materials, can be said to have reached 90% similarity to the naturally born heart of the human body. But why can't it be a large area application? The problem still arises in the beating of the heart. To put it bluntly, it is an artificial heart, which does not beat like the heart grown out of our human body. Why? It is because of the lack of ligament material when printing. To put it bluntly, it is, to make a car engine, you can already make a cylinder, but you can't find a crankshaft. Without a crankshaft, you can't drive the power out. Ligaments, fascia, connective tissues like this are the key to the heart beating. How much blood is drawn for each beat? How much blood is discharged? How many beats per minute? This is the most critical problem facing artificial hearts. The Americans have been unable to find suitable materials to print the ligaments needed in the heart and the material of the fascia and the collagen found in your place today. I think this is the key to solving this problem. Hearing what He Fangzi said, Xiao Feng suddenly realized that He Xiaojun had taught him science before. This collagen is a very important supplement for the human body. It is human muscles, ligament, tendons, membrane, an important part of connective tissue, can even be said to be an absolute part. And he didn't expect that this thing would have such a very important role in the field of artificial hearts. So, as long as I can effectively combine 3D printing technology, stem cells, and this kind of collagen, I can make an artificial heart that is truly suitable for humans. And the future is not only artificial heart, can also make artificial lung, artificial liver, and even if we want, we can change one side from head to toe. This kind of jade-like base fluid can be said to be combined with stem cells to complete human regeneration. Medicine, the most critical piece of the puzzle, actually rose to such a height. Have you all entered the field of regenerative medicine? He Fangzi said that in the end, he was excited, as if he could not see the golden avenue in front of him. Almost all the people who knew about biochemistry and medicine at the scene blushed with excitement and their necks became thick. Indeed, the stem cells and the collagen molecules are they are the two golden keys to overcome the problem of regenerative medicine. And at this time, He Xiaojun was completely convinced. He was indeed a real master. Not only did he start from a higher point than him, but he also looked farther than him. Such a person is not convinced. Chapter 360. It was so happy decision. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Now that He Fangzi has set the direction of his future research, and his team also said that as long as the teacher stays, they will stay, Then Xiao Feng is simply open and honest. Teacher I think it's okay with your direction, but there are some things. I think it's better to explain it in advance. We are looking for you this time. In fact, we mainly hope to keep you and your team, but if you agree, then it must be separated. Your team can be merged into the 9th laboratory under the leadership of He Xiaojun. As for you, I just acquired a ranch. You can start a new stove there and build a laboratory to study the direction of regenerative medicine. Equipment and personnel assistants are easy to say, we can help you get them all. Anyway, he is an investor, so he has the final say here. As for this, He Fangzhu and his team had already expected it, so the reaction was not big. When He Xiaojun greeted his two senior brothers earlier, he made it clear that he had only wanted to call them over. But He Fangzhu was not mentioned. It was his two brothers who couldn't let go of He Fangzhu and had to bring him with him. Since they are here and want to stay, they must abide by the rules set by Xiao Feng, otherwise Xiao Feng will not be soft. Even if the team does have level, it is useless if it is not well managed. No problem, that's it. I also like Binching very much. Although it is not as prosperous as a first-tier city, it is indeed a good place to study with peace of mind. He Fangzhu exchanged glances with his two disciples, and then immediately agreed. Before that, they made such a big noise in Banqing, and even caused verbal criticism from the global media. Although people who know how to do it for them, they have already been qualitative. What is the use of calling it? Waiting for their results is nothing more than getting into the field of medical research from now on. Either to move bricks in the laboratory of a pharmaceutical factory, or to become a chemistry teacher in an ordinary school. And now there is a very promising medical research company that is willing to accept them. But what else is they unwilling to? He Fangzhu nodded and agreed, and the next thing was much easier. His two disciples were also willing to join the 9th laboratory and work under He Xiaojun's leadership. Although the regenerative medicine described by their teacher is very promising, it cannot produce results in a day or two. With the simple research direction of the 9th laboratory, it is much easier to produce results, and they are also willing to be here. Jobs. Xiao Feng was present, and He Xiaojun was knowledgeable. Everyone quickly discussed the salary and treatment. These people have been blacklisted in the field of scientific research, so even though their technical level is really good, He Xiaojun still did not offer them first-tier cities. Salary treatment. At least the salary level is 50% lower than that in the first-tier cities, but they can provide them with accommodation. To put it bluntly, they include food and accommodation. If the family members are willing to come over, sign a long-term work contract with the company and are willing to settle in Binching, Xiao Feng also promised that they would sell their houses in the future. This is the big head. And those scientific researchers, after listening to Mr. Xiao's promise, are also very motivated, because they can still see the prospects of this laboratory. The scientific research personnel's affairs were so happily finalized, and then Xiao Feng held a mobilization meeting for them. The personnel have probably been found, and the salary equipment has been negotiated in place. Next, they will enter work as quickly as possible. The state is now, he can wait for results. As for He Fangzhu, this guy couldn't wait to let Xiao Feng take him to the ranch after the meeting, and when he arrived at the ranch, he was very satisfied with the situation here. Away from the city, it is also far away from the noise and temptation. It is indeed a place where you can concentrate on research. According to his requirements, Xiao Feng will equip him with a laboratory and scientific research assistants here. He and Xiao Feng promise that 2 or 3 years within this, he would definitely be able to produce results for Xiao Feng. Because he himself also needs an opportunity to return to the field of medical research, he has to prove himself again. After He Fangzhu was settled and He Xiaojun was in charge of the follow-up matters, Xiao Feng left the 9th laboratory. I just took $110 million in payment from Helen, and then thought of setting up a laboratory on the ranch side, which may require investment, so I allocated another $100 million to Kajia, specifically for the two laboratories. Let her cooperate well with He Xiaojun and He Fang's work next. I returned to the winery in the evening and applied ointment to Helen's arm. After several days off treatment, the scars on Helen's arm have been repaired 7 or 8, but the skin color is still somewhat different from the original color. And Helen, who tried Xiao Feng Cosmetics for a few days, was completely overwhelmed by the effects of the cosmetics at this time. Not only the liquid masks were amazingly effective, but the eye creams were also good. There were also various lotions that made her happy. There is also the perfume. This perfume is too overbearing. The scent is refreshing, but it is also very unique, and the scent lasts for a long time. The most important thing is that after she tried it, she discovered that this thing had the effect of deodorant. We must know that except for the yellow races in Northeast Asia, China, Japan and South Korea, all other races have serious body odor problems. This is directly related to dietary habits and genetic evolution. It can even be said to be a genetic defect. And perfumes that were born in Europe in the early years were used to cover the body odor of white aristocrats. Until modern US people have invented a special deodorant, that is, after taking a bath, you should apply it to the armpits and the parts of the body that you like to sweat. It is a thing to suppress body odor, but once a lot of sweating, it will still can't cover body odor. Of course Helen would have troubles in this area, but she unexpectedly discovered these few days that after using this perfume, even if she was doing vigorous exercise outside and sweating a lot, she didn't have to worry about body odor. That kind of magical perfume can actually solve the problem of body odor after sweating. This is definitely a big surprise. Even Xiao Feng couldn't even think of it. So on this evening, Helen and Xiao Feng put forward the idea of wanting to represent these cosmetics and sell them in the United States. Xiao, I want to be an agent for the sale of your series of cosmetics and scald creams in the United States. Sole agent. Well, Helen, you have to know that these products are just preliminary products in the laboratory and cannot be launched on a large scale at this time. Xiao Feng had already blossomed in his heart, but he couldn't show it in front of Helen, and Helen didn't care. No problem, I can wait. Here, I will transfer you $30 million first. The exclusive agency rights in North America must be handed over to me. These $30 million. Even if the agency fee. Xiao Feng listened for a moment. He didn't expect that the Helen family was really rich enough, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. According to Helen herself, her father has been a winery and has been selling wine for several generations. Her mother has been a public relations company for more than 20 years, and their family also has a lot of investment in North America. It is normal for her family to have a wealth of wealth. This girl is still very quiet. She didn't discuss with herself at all, so she only gave herself an exclusive agency fee of $30 million. In fact, if this kind of cosmetics is really used to hire agents, it will be based on their effect. The agency initial fee of $30 million is really not high. What's more, what Helen wants to represent is the fertile North American continent, which is the most concentrated area of millionaires in the world. But let her act as an agent. After all, she has come into contact with the wealthy circles in North America. If she acts as an agent, it is relatively easy to open the North American market, and it is better than promoting it herself. So Xiao Feng didn't object, not to mention that the two still had such a relationship between a dewy couple in it. 30 million would be 30 million. Anyway, Xiao Feng doesn't care about the money, not to mention it's just an agent joining. Fees are equivalent to deposits, and the real bulk is the sales profits after the entire industrial chain is turned. Xiao Feng agreed, and this made Helen very happy. This time she came to Binxing and gained a lot. Not only did she get the drinks and caviar, but more importantly, she discovered new Golden Mountain. This cosmetics industry is definitely a profiteering industry. As a woman, she knows nothing better. On the second day, Helen said goodbye to Xiao Feng. She couldn't wait to go back to the US to show her fists. But before leaving, Xiao Feng asked He Xiaojun to prepare some cosmetic samples for herself and hand them to Helen. Go back to the United States. Although the portion is not a lot, it is enough for Helen to bring it back to the United States to open the market. After all, cosmetics, especially high-end cosmetics, the effect of advertising is really not as good as word of mouth among the upper class. Until novel.com. However, Helen also pointed out that the cosmetic packaging was too crude. After she went back, she had to find a suitable bottle to pack again. Xiao Feng also proposed this idea with He Xiaojun, and He Xiaojun also began to use his brains in this regard. It is true that a high-end product needs to work the packaging, otherwise it will seem to make people feel that it is not high-end. No matter how good your product is, people are unwilling to believe the effect of your product when they see that your packaging is so low. After discussing with Xiao Feng, He Xiaojun and Xiao Feng decided to find a professional team to help them design the outer packaging of the product. Not only must the high-end luxury be emphasized, but also the characteristic elements of Huago must be brought in, so that people can think of it at first glance. This is China's top cosmetics. What is needed is such an effect. Xiao Feng made up his mind. This time, he must make this cosmetics a high-end product of Huago, so that foreign devils can realize that Huago can also produce real luxury goods. Can't let these foreign devils control the entire luxury goods industry and earn all the benefits. This is a happy decision. Chapter 361 Foundation. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Mr. Xiao. This is the quotation from Kaiyuan Hospital, as well as their list. Guan Zhenhai handed over a bunch of materials to Xiao Feng. The place where they met was at Xiao Feng's newly bought ranch. The 9th laboratory has now begun to be renovated, and it is not convenient to meet, so Xiao Feng gave the meeting place arranged here. After Xiao Feng signed the contract with Guan Zhenhai a few days ago, he handed over the purchase of their hospital license to him. This guy did not disappoint Xiao Feng. He settled the purchase of the hospital operating license within a week. The hospital he acquired was the Kaiyuan Hospital he had introduced to Xiao Feng before. It was opened by a native of Minitz province. It is not large in scale and has been operating on Chanhua Road. The boss's financial strength is not very strong. The intensity of advertising is not large, so it has not been well known. If you just operate so honestly, even if you can't make a lot of money, you can still mix well. But it is a pity that this boss loves to die and has a bad gambling habit. As a result, he loses his family as soon as he pulls away. I had no intention of doing business, so I had to sell it. Originally, the price could be kept a little lower, but this guy pulled some of his fellow villagers and said that if he didn't agree with his offer, he would sell it to his fellow villagers. These guys are really. Guan Zhenhai explained to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng looked at the 2 million quotation and looked at the attached hospital list, and he understood why Guan Zhenhai was so angry. The hospital of feelings is just an empty shell, nothing special, nothing like medical equipment, that is, some office furniture such as tables, chairs and benches. This guy just opened his mouth and asked himself for 2 million. In fact, the most valuable in this list, which is the business license, the most valuable item in this business license is the medical license. It is very troublesome to apply for, and it is difficult to get it approved if there is no acquaintance in the medical examination agency. I really have to apply for it myself. I don't know how much it will cost. I still have to ask my grandpa to tell my grandma. It's a waste of time, so it's the best deal to buy it. Now Xiao Feng is rich and powerful. To him, 2 million is a small amount of money. On the contrary, saving time is very important to him. It's okay. Promise him. 2 million is 2 million, contact him, find a time, and change the procedures as soon as possible. Guan Zhenhai is also very satisfied with Xiao Feng's atmosphere. This is the person who does great things. Then the site selection is up to you, as well as the hospital's organizational structure and recruitment. You and Xiaojun will check together and set up the shelf as soon as possible. If you have any equipment to purchase, you can discuss with Xiaojun. Organize the list as soon as possible and give it to me. Xiao Feng hopes that the hospital for burns and scalds can be built as soon as possible, and Guan Zhenhai is also very concerned about this matter. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I know, but after the hospital address is selected, the decoration is added and it needs to be tasteful. It may take a while. If we recruit people in advance, we may have to raise idlers. You don't have to worry about this. The personnel will be recruited, and the training will be carried out first, and then they will be transferred to the 9th laboratory. Let these doctors and nurses understand as much as possible the characteristics of the medicines we produce. After all, our hospital, it's not those swindler hospitals, but we are telling the truth. Moreover, the drugs we use are not available on the market. If you know this, we must do a good job of training. Xiao Feng explained to Guan Zhenhai and said, how can Guan Zhenhai not understand what Xiao Feng meant? The burns and scald hospitals they run, but the main profit direction is 2 yuan. One is for burns and scalds, and the other is for cosmetology. In these two aspects, in addition to some normal market drugs, they also have many 9th laboratories. The original research drugs produced should be used. These drugs have good effects, but they are not circulated on the market. Therefore, both doctors and nurses must first understand the special effects of the drugs produced by their company. If you don't even know yourself, how can you recommend it to patients? It's like buying a car in a 4S shop alone. You are a salesperson who doesn't even understand the performance and structure of the car you bought. How can you introduce it to consumers? Talking nonsense will only make consumers think that your salesperson is unprofessional, so who will sell your car? This is especially true for private hospitals. Originally, ordinary people do not trust private hospitals. If you want to gain a foothold in this field, you must rely on excellent service attitude, excellent environment, and excellent professional quality to win patients' favor. Confidence. If your doctors and nurses do not even understand the characteristics of the drugs they recommend, what professional qualities can they talk about? Therefore, Xiao Feng did not hesitate to raise idlers for a period of time. But during this time, these doctors and nurses must thoroughly understand the effects of their hospital's main special medicines and thoroughly understand them. In addition, many burns and scald medicines and beauty products launched by Xiao Feng and his 9th laboratory will take a long time to apply for national approval, so they may use health products, or traditional Chinese medicine inheritance drugs, etc., to push them first. Market. Xiao Feng and Xiaojun have confirmed it several times, and there will definitely be no side effects, so they dare to do this. But since they are introduced into the market in the form of a side ball, these doctors and nurses must master certain skills. For example, when a patient recommends drugs, this degree must be grasped, otherwise it is easy to be grasped by someone who is interested. Therefore, these words skills must be carefully designed and pre-trained. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng is willing to raise idlers. He exchanged these ideas with Guan Zhenhai, and Guan Zhenhai also agreed. He deserves to be the big boss, regardless of his young age, but his thinking is still quite rigorous. Before the hospital was opened, all the places that were prone to loopholes had been removed. I thought of it all. Well, this is no problem. It is not difficult to recruit doctors and nurses now. Every year, many nurses graduate from various health schools. There are also 3 medical schools, and some doctors will graduate. It is not easy to enter a regular hospital. Many of these doctors later went to sell medicine. In fact, some of these people still have a certain talent. Pick a group and cultivate them for a period of time, and they can grow up. Anyway, we are planning to prescribe 2 departments, one for burns and one for burns and scalds. Medical cosmetology. You don't need too many highly skilled doctors, just rehiring a few retired professional doctors. Leave this to me. Guan Zhenhai and Xiao Feng said that Xiao Feng was very satisfied with Guan Zhenhai's arrangements, and he did not find the wrong person. Having such a helper can indeed save himself a lot of trouble. By the way, the location of the hospital must be selected, and try to choose the tall area. Our Bernenskjold hospital will be bigger and stronger in the future. It cannot be like these 20 private hospitals before, quietly opening on those sides. The corners and corners are secretly opened, and the money is not clean. We have to be fair and honest, so that people can believe in our strength. In addition, the decoration must be in line with the international standards and must be of first-line standards. Private hospitals want to match. To compete with public hospitals, they must have their own core competitiveness, so that as soon as people enter our hospitals, they will have confidence in us. Xiao Feng understood the disadvantages of private hospitals, so he explained to Guan Zhenhai that Guan Zhenhai also nodded frequently. It is true that their hospital is not a garbage-cheating hospital for men and women and infertility, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Open uprightly, and the decoration is high enough, so that patients can have confidence in them. Well, I know Mr. Xiao. After discussing with Guan Zhenhai about the opening of this hospital, Xiao Feng took care of it and left the matter to Guan Zhenhai to do. Anyway, He Xiaojun and Kata had nothing to worry about. Now his business structure in the modern world means that he is the big boss, and when he is away, Kata is the chief manager. Xilin and Zijing are mainly responsible for the business of celebrity chef manufacturing, and He Xiaojun is the 9th laboratory and the main person in charge of the medical institution. It's been a while since I returned to the modern world. During this period of time, he dealt with some chores, which seemed inconspicuous, but almost all related to the future development of his industry. During this period, he was mainly working for the future, lay the foundation for industrial development. If this foundation is firmly laid, the future development will be better. In the evening, he called Kato and He Xiaojun together again, and explained the future about the 9th laboratory, the construction of the ranch, and the construction of the hospital. Earlier, he allocated 100 million to Kajia. He Xiaojun has already spent more than 50 million www.mtlnovel.com, and there is still more than 40 million left. Now so many projects are started at the same time. Xiao Feng has already allocated one to Kajia. Considering the location and decoration of the hospital, Xiao Feng added another 100 million to Kata. Anyway, the profit of more than 1 billion yuan in the last investment promotion conference has not changed much. It is not a problem that the money is always lying in the bank account, and seeing him so generous, He Xiaojun is even more confident. This old classmate really has the strength and sincerely wants to invest in scientific research. Only with such a boss can he have a future. After the meeting, Xiao Feng went back to his old house and took a look. Li Mingqing moved quickly. The old house has been basically demolished. A big pit has been dug underground, and the piles have been poured. When he was renovating this old house, he explained to He Xiaojun that he hoped to have more basements for storage space. Li Mingqing designed 3 floors for him at once, which he was quite satisfied with. His money was in place, so the construction progress was very fast here. Li Mingqing simply lived on the construction site to ensure that the construction team would not cut corners. It is expected that the main frame will be completed before the end of the year is frozen. It will be put in the winter and the next spring renovated. You can move in until the end of the year. Chapter 362 Firepower Upgrade. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The foundations of career and family have been firmly established. Xiao Feng finally has a sense of being routed, and he feels more solid. The work in the modern world has almost progressed, and it is time to go to another world. But before going to another world, he still needs to go to Russia again. The purpose of course is to make another arms purchase. Before half-orcs came to attack the city in a big way, Xiao Feng felt that his armed forces had obvious shortcomings, especially as more and more new type half-orcs began to appear on the stage. and the emergence of intelligent half-orcs generals. The weapons he currently possesses are no longer enough to support his all-round suppression of the orcs, especially the long-range strike force. As the orcs began to learn to use the terrain and lengthened the range of long-range strikes, the long-range strike weapons in his hand were becoming less and less sufficient for him to maintain his firepower advantage over the orcs. So this time Xiao Feng also wanted to go to Russia to purchase some more powerful firepower and longer-range weapons. He had to upgrade his weapons. The long-range strike weapons he purchased before, including the T-72 and JLTV light combat vehicles, can guarantee a certain advantage over the orcs. And similar to RM-38 mortars, B-10 recoilless guns and the like are already a bit inadequate. As a curved gun, the projection range of the RM-38 is too short. The projection range of 500 meters is not enough. The B-10 recoilless gun has a longer range, but this thing, every time it is launched, the huge noise makes Xiao the front feels unbearable, so it's time for these two weapons to be eliminated. The other M1930 heavy machine guns, Desco anti-aircraft machine guns, and Gaster aircraft guns are still easy to use. Those light machine guns are also okay, but they all need to be supplemented with ammunition. Xiao Feng also said to Liu Jin before that let him get some powerful and long-range artillery. If it can get Katyusha, it would be best. I don't know if he helped him get it. Still coming to Russia with a familiar road, Xiao Feng made a short stop in Vladivostok this time and met and chatted with Peter. Katya has developed quite well in China, and his career has been on the right track, which makes Peter also very happy, and he is now completely firmly established in Vladivostok. Several elders in their family have passed away one after another, causing turbulence in their family's underground rule in the Russian Far East. The enemy who was far away in Moscow seized the opportunity to sneak attack, and the loss was not small. Katya's family even almost wiped out the entire army. After a period of adjustment, they have regained the control of some of the nests, especially in the Vladivostok area, which has been managed by Peter into an iron barrel. Seeing his development, Xiao Feng is also very happy. After all, this is a big help for him in Russia. Now the beef importer made by his celebrity chef is sheltered by Peter, and the cooperation between the two parties is very happy. Recently, because of the sanctions imposed by the United States, China and Maoxung are getting closer, and the scale of bilateral trade is getting bigger and bigger. This has also caused an undercurrent in the Far East. Especially it is said that China may want to open a new one in the northern border. In the free trade zone, increase cooperation with Maoxung. Many forces in the teddy bear European region wanted to come over and get a share of the pie. This made Peter and the others feel the pressure doubled. Xiao Feng directly left Peter $5 million to strengthen his strength and keep himself in this area. The advantages. Peter was also very grateful to him, and chatted with Peter for another night. And Xiao Feng went straight to Liu Jin's nest the next day. Since he got on the line with Xiao Feng, Liu Jin has gradually recovered his vitality, but he has not left his old nest, but has spent a lot of money to renovate his large farm. Fences have been erected around the farm, and some tall trees have been planted to make it difficult for outsiders to see the situation inside the ranch. He also renovated his house and enlarged the warehouse a lot. Seeing Xiao Feng's arrival, Liu Jin was also very happy, because it meant that there was a large deal to be completed and he could also increase a large amount of money. Sorry, Xiao, you let me get Gatlin and Katyusha? I haven't gotten it yet. But I also got some other good things. Go, I'll show you. In Liu Jin's house, I first drank a few cups, and then I got into the main topic. I have cooperated with Xiao Feng several times, and Liu Jin has not circled with Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng also nodded to express his understanding. Gatling is a big killer that is not easy to do. After all, it is the unique skill of the US military, and it is also equipped with some US troops and NATO troops. Although this weapon is powerful, it is also a huge gold-swallowing beast. because it fires extremely fast and consumes very scary ammunition. Except for the wealthy US military and some NATO allies, there are really not many troops that can be assembled. Therefore, there is very little circulation on the market, it is not easy to do, and it is very normal. As for Katyusha, let's not mention it. This kind of scrubbing weapon is even more powerful than missiles. Internationally, the trade of this kind of weapons has always been explicitly prohibited. No matter how courageous the arms dealers are, they are very afraid of Mossad. Pursue and kill, so I dare not resell this weapon easily. Because there have been precedents for reselling rocket launchers in the world, and the buyers are basically certain organizations in the Middle East. And after these guys bought these weapons, they basically used them to deal with Adat. Therefore, Adat is very hateful to the arms dealers who resell this weapon. Once they are found out, they will shoot back Mossad to chase down those arms dealers. Therefore, it is understandable that this artillery is not easy to handle. But Liu Jin said that he also got some other good things. And Xiao Feng was still very interested in what he said. Liu Jin drove his newly bought pickup truck and led Xiao Feng to the door of the weapon depot at the foot of the mountain. As soon as Xiao Feng opened the door, he saw the 2K21 82mm rapid-fire mortar he had seen before. Unlike before, this gun was the only gun before. This time Liu Jin returned to this big guy with a gassy 66-towed ammunition car. This is the standard configuration of the complete 2K21 rapid-fire gun. But this thing was not what Xiao Feng wanted at all. Seeing this set of guys at the door, Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said to Liu Jin, "You won't tell me this, will you?" Liu Jin glanced at the gun, then spit on the ground. "Why would I sell you such rubbish? This is for the Indians. Hey, they will send someone over to take it away in 2 days." When Xiao Feng heard it, it seemed that Liu Jin was really starting to regain his glory. Even his former partner Indians hooked up. But would Indians fall in love with such rubbish? Are they ignorant of the ills of this thing? And although the Indians are well known in the international arms market, they are not foolish enough to buy such weapons that have been obsolete for decades, right? Hey, they are also sold to some organizations in the northern mountains, you know. Liu Jin smiled and squeezed his eyes at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng understood at a glance that India and Pakistan have been filthy. The current international situation does not allow the two sides to confront each other, but the proxy war has been fighting. There are some battles between tribes in northern India and Pakistan. I've never heard of them, and their roles change frequently. Everyone knows that these backward weapons are also suitable for them. This 2K21 rapid-fire gun was also a well-known weapon at the beginning of its birth. Even NATO once talked about this gun. After all, this is a rapid-fire gun with a rate of fire of 120 rounds per minute. 4 rounds of ammunition. It can be fully reflected in 2 seconds. The firepower is not as fierce as usual. The former Soviet Union even gave this gun the code name of cornflower. The reason why this artillery was born was also because after World War II, the former Soviet Union discovered through the experience of the war that the destruction of artillery was mainly concentrated in the first round of ammunition release, so this rapid-fire cannon was developed. But later in use, the shortcomings of this gun were constantly exposed. The center of gravity was high, and the air tightness was not enough. When the gunpowder explosion gas leaked seriously during continuous firing, it would cause the muzzle to jump. Although the power is huge, the accuracy is very high. Difference: the maximum deviation can even reach 45 meters, which is unbearable for the Soviet army. After several improvements, the rate of fire was reduced, and the weight was reduced. However, it is still difficult to change the shortcomings of short range and poor accuracy. In addition, it must be equipped with a tractor, which limits the passability of this gun and is a lot of complicated. The terrain was difficult to pass, and after the last 10 years, it was abandoned by the Soviet army. Hey, here? What do you think of these two guys? Hahor.mentalnovel.com. To be honest, Xiao, I really envy you. It's obviously broken, but in your hands, you can always figure out a way. Turn him into a baby. Following Liu Jin and entering the warehouse, Two dark military vehicles stopped in front of him. When Xiao Feng looked at these two military vehicles, he felt extremely cordial, because these two vehicles looked so condescending. People are familiar with the obvious characteristics of Huago design. It is the export equipment of Huago. After listening to Liu Jin's sour tone, Xiao Feng basically concluded that these two cars must come from China. The first car has a longer body and a rougher shape. There is no cab. The driver's seat is exposed. Behind the driver's seat is a 12.7mm machine gun shooting position, and behind it is a shotgun. Seeing that the caliber is more than 10 centimeters, it should be a 105 caliber gun. The second body is much shorter. The shape is the shape of a domestic warrior, and there is no cab. Behind the driver's seat is a long-barreled cannon with a slightly shorter caliber than the previous one. Xiao Feng turned his head and looked at Liu Jin. Although he knew that this must be a domestic gun, his understanding of weapons remained at the level of a keyboard army fan. He really needed Liu Jin, an expert, to teach him science. Chapter 363. This is the legendary Italian gun. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Liu Jin took out the hip flask he carried with him, took a sip of vodka, and introduced it to Xiao Feng. Both of these are the new generation of self-propelled rapid-fire guns produced in your country. The long one is a 15p high-mobility 105mm firepower assault vehicle, and the other is a PCP-00 182mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortar. After listening to Liu Jin's introduction, Xiao Feng nodded, and it was true that they were all domestically produced big killers. To be honest, he had seen these two cars on domestic military channels before. However, they all passed by at a glance, and did not pay much attention. First, when the domestic military news introduced the 20 exercise, the time was relatively brief, and many weapon images were flashed by. In addition, he is not very interested in domestic weapons, because he knows that domestic weapons are rarely available internationally, so he doesn't care much. I really didn't expect this Liu Jin to be able to get domestic weapons. And Liu Jin seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and smiled at him. Don't underestimate yourself. Maybe you don't have many arms dealers, so you don't know much. In fact, your country has always been the third arms dealer in the world. Xiao Feng was full of black lines, and he was sure to believe this. The world's largest arms dealer? The first choice must be the United States. Is the number 2? It must be a bear. As for the number 3, the rabbit said it's not him. People believe. But the rabbit has always been selling light weapons. Now it seems that some medium and heavy weapons have also begun to take the international stage. These two artillery vehicles are proof. This 15p high-mobility 105mm firepower assault vehicle is actually a product of your Huago transformation. It used to be an Italian M56 light howitzer, which is mainly towed by vehicles and livestock. It is suitable for all kinds of mountains and complex terrain. It has a simple structure and light weight. The rate of fire is fast. However, after artillery and helicopters became popular, they were eliminated by Western countries decades ago. Liu Jin first introduced the advantages of this cannon to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng heard that he was full of black lines. What's so special? It turned out that this is the legendary Italian cannon. In fact, you don't like this kind of gun, but there is no way. Although your country has many African friends, you know that guys can shoot without showing up, so this kind of gun is specially prepared for them. After your country imitated this gun in the 1990s, it was installed on an off-road vehicle, and then it pretended to be a fire control computer and an automatic gun adjustment device, which shortened the shooting time preparation and improved the accuracy of the shooting storage unit. Once launched, it is very popular in the international market, especially those Africans buy a lot. After hearing this, Xiao Feng basically understood that after the Italian concoction of such a special feeling, it was specially prepared for Uncle Hai. But later, It was said that this gun was used very well in Africa, so your country also equipped some. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with Liu Jin's explanation. Well, real knowledge can be gained from practice. This is a weapon that has been tested in actual combat, so it is very suitable for him to deal with those half-orcs, although the tank is a big killer and is invincible for long-range strikes. The tank's shells are expensive and the riding environment is very poor. When it is in a short range, it is okay to use it. If it is used for a long time, he is worried that he will be shattered. Moreover, the maintenance of T-72 is very troublesome. The cost of spare parts and shells is not cheap, and the cost performance is not high. It can be used at critical moments, and it is not cost-effective to use for a long time. And this Italian gun is very cost-effective. It has a range of more than 10 kilometers, can shoot directly, and it is very mobile, and the rate of fire is not fast. It absolutely effectively compensates for his current lack of long-range firepower. The caliber of 105 is also powerful enough to deal with the half-orcs in that world. I dare not say that they are crushed, but they can definitely destroy them. Okay, I bought it. Xiao Feng waved his hand, which made Liu Jin very happy, and then he began to recommend the second gun wagon. This PCP-001 82mm vehicle rapid-fire mortar is even more of a good thing. Its prototype is the cornflower you saw at the door. After that gun was eliminated by us, in the 1990s it was introduced by your country. The shortcomings of that gun were its poor accuracy and short range, and because the rate of fire was too fast, the continuity of shooting was relatively poor. But after your country was introduced, the gun was directly installed on the Jeep. Because of the increased self-weight, the shooting stability is greatly ensured, and the shooting accuracy is also effectively improved. In terms of the rate of fire, the rate of fire has been reduced to 40 rounds per minute, which is close to 1 round in 2 seconds. Hearing this rate of fire, Xiao Feng felt that it was enough. No matter how high he was, there would be enough shells for him to drink a pot. There is also a fire control computer and automatic gun adjustment equipment. The shooting accuracy is guaranteed. The only drawback is that because the rate of fire is too fast, there are some problems with the heat dissipation of the gun body. But think about it. Look, the design concept of this gun cart is originally to hit and run. Usually after 2 rounds, it is necessary to change the launch location. The time to change the launch location is enough for the barrel to cool down. If you are not at ease, I can also install the barrel cooling device that came with the original cornflower, so that you don't have to worry about the continued vitality. The 2 weapons are the same, so it doesn't matter if you modify it. After listening to Liu Jin's introduction, Xiao Feng's eyes on this gun car had changed. This is a good thing. Compared with the previous gun car, this car is more in line with his needs. Although the 82 caliber gun has a much shorter range than the 105 caliber gun in front, it is only 6 kilometers, but it is enough in another world. And this is a gun cart with wheels that can move flexibly on the battlefield. What made him most happy was that it was a rapid-fire gun. Although the rate of fire was adjusted to 40 rounds per minute, it was enough. Katushaw didn't get it, but he got such a rapid-fire artillery car, which was enough for him to wash the ground on the battlefield, and he ran away after the fight. It felt really cool. The barrel cooling device must be installed. Anyway, what he values most is the rapid-fire performance of the gun. In the shortest time, it can throw the maximum firepower. This is what he most hopes to get: a heavy weapon. Think about the half-orcs on the opposite side. When the army is preparing to charge together, driving this gun cart and giving them a few basic rapid shelling, don't you want to blow up those guys? When they rushed in, they would retreat backwards, and then give them a round of shelling and washing the floor. Don't be too happy with this style of play. After a few rounds, it is estimated that the assault team of the orcs will have to collapse. Don't say anything. Buy. With a swipe of the pen, the check for $300,000 was signed. After Liu Jin understood Xiao Feng's needs, He entrusted a friend in the Middle East specifically from Huagu at people who understand, ordered by hand. In fact, the price of this car is not expensive, and it is only tens of thousands of dollars in the world. However, Liu Jin has fallen a few hands and left some price space for him, so the price will naturally rise. In terms of shells, it is easy to say that the 15P Italian artillery was originally prepared for export. The barrel is compatible with all NATO 105 series shells, and these shells can be produced here in Russia. And this PCP-001 Type 82mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortar, not to mention, was originally modified from Russia's 2K21 rapid-fire gun. The shells are completely compatible with Russian 82 caliber mortars, so purchase directly from here. That's it. The price is of course a lot cheaper, but even if it is cheaper, these are still shells, not bullets. Xiao Feng directly spent $1 million on this batch of shells. The purchase of tens of thousands of shells, but Liu Jin was dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? Selling so many shells? Is it possible that he is going to fight a world war? These shells are more than enough to start a small war. And then Xiao Feng spent $1 million to purchase all kinds of bullets. Liu Jin was already stupid. This guy is really crazy. But whatever he cares about, as long as this guy doesn't do things in Russia, that's enough. It is estimated that there should be business in Africa. Liu Jin is still very clear about the situation there. Even Liu Jin simply gave to Xiao Feng a lot of mines and grenades that had been stored for a long time in the warehouse. Anyway, Xiao Feng's previous $2 million had already filled him with food. By the way, Liu Jin, can you get a helicopter? When the purchase was about to end. Until novel.com Xiao Feng asked Liu Jin again. Liu Jin's eyes lit up. Compared with these guns, helicopters and tanks are the real big business that can make money! No problem, what model do you want? The last time I was sitting on the Eagle, went to air raid the Orcs catapult positions, and the Orcs began to use wisdom, which made Xiao Feng wonder whether he should also strengthen the air strike force. After returning to modern times, he has been studying modern aviation weapons. I want to find a suitable one. Airplanes are different from cars. Not everyone can drive them casually. Training takes a long time. So after studying for a long time, Xiao Feng also eliminated many types of aircraft, and researched and studied. At present, the propeller fighters and helicopters suitable for him during World War II seem to be suitable for single pilot and combat. The propeller plane was quickly eliminated by Xiao Feng. Driving that kind of plane requires a lot of space and requires a dedicated maintenance team. This is not available in the alien world. With a helicopter, the requirements for the airport are simple. Many, although the maintenance is not simple, but compared to the propeller fighter, it is still much more convenient. So I studied the helicopter for a while, and finally found that it is really the most suitable one on the Russian side. Chapter 364 Black Shark Helicopter. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. In recent years, because of the backward economic development, Maoxung has gradually been thrown away by the United States in terms of weapon development and design. It is fading away from the era when the two eras dominated during the Cold War. But there is only one weapon. Teddy Bear still has the confidence to challenge the Mi Army and sit on an equal footing, and this weapon is a helicopter. Although the Mi Army's Apache is well known and is known as the world leader in this field, Maoxung has many types of helicopters that can compete with the Mi Army. The famous Mi-26, Mi-28, Mi-8 and other series of helicopters are not inferior to the Mi Army Apache, Black Hawk and Kaigan Slave. The one Xiao Feng fancied is indeed a special model unique to Russia, that is, the Ka-50. The Black Shark helicopter. Although this helicopter was born in 1993, it is not an outdated weapon even now. This helicopter is the world's first coaxial twin-rotor gunship, and the first helicopter equipped with ejection seats. The most important thing is that this is the world's first and only man-controlled helicopter. When designing this helicopter, the designer's idea was to minimize casualties. Before the emergence of this helicopter, all armed helicopters in the world were basically operated by two persons. One person is responsible for driving the helicopter, and the other person is responsible for operating the weapon system on the helicopter. Although such a helicopter has strong combat effectiveness, once it is shot down, it will cause 2 deaths and injuries, and train a qualified helicopter pilot and weapon operation staff, but very expensive. Therefore, the designers of the Ka-50 helicopter were in this consideration, and greatly simplify the driving operation system of the Ka-50 helicopter. For example, the rear rotor was cancelled and directly changed to a coaxial dual rotor, which greatly reduced the difficulty of flying the helicopter. At the same time, the simplified weapon operating system allows the pilot to control the helicopter while also better controlling the weapon system and launching strikes against hostile targets. Moreover, when designing this helicopter, the designers of the CAMF Design Bureau had a big brainstorming. They applied all the strongest technology in the world at the time to this helicopter. The fire control system will not be available for the time being, say. In other words, Russian helicopters have always had strong protective capabilities. This helicopter has abnormal performance. On the entire helicopter, more than 35% of the parts are made of carbon fiber composite materials. You must know the design of this helicopter, but in the 1970s. Moreover, most of the fuselage adopts a titanium alloy skeleton, and the abdomen and cockpits of the aircraft are protected by double-layer armor. The protective ability of the entire helicopter can be said to be strong for a while, sweeping all opponents in the same period. Even now, in addition to radar fire control, this helicopter will not lag behind. In terms of power performance, it is even more impressive. 2 Klimov Design Bureau TV3117 BK turboshaft engines with a power of 21,618 kilowatts enable this helicopter to adapt to various harsh environments, such as high winds, sand, and plateaus. Heavy rain, not to mention. This is a real all-weather combat helicopter. And don't look at it as a single-pilot helicopter, but the weapons system of this helicopter is very powerful. It can be said that it has inherited the tradition of Russian weapons. The number of weapons mounted on this helicopter is amazing. 4 pylons can hold 4 B-8 rocket launch nests, up to 80 S-8 80mm rockets, or up to 12 AT-12 laser-guided air-to-surface missiles, with a range of 810 kilometers and a penetration of 900 mm. The right side of the fuselage is equipped with a single-barreled 30mm 2A42 cannon with 280 rounds of ammunition. Other weapons that can be replaced include 23mm cannons, AA-8 aphids or AA-11 shooter air-to-air missiles, VB-3257 rocket launch nests, and Fab 500 bombs. Of course, not all parts of this helicopter are perfect. The only thing that makes people unsatisfactory is some short legs. After all, when designing this helicopter, short-range fire support was mainly considered, so the fuel tank was not large. The voyage is only more than 500 kilometers. It is precisely because of this shortcoming that the Russian army later chose the dual-piloted Mi-28N as the main battle helicopter when considering the combat effectiveness. But the designers of the Ka-50 were not discouraged. They modified the Ka-50 from a single helicopter to a two-person helicopter. This became the famous Ka-52 currently used by the Russian army. Alligator combat helicopter. But Xiao Feng didn't consider the more advanced Ka-52. What he needed was a Ka-50 helicopter that could be operated by a single person. Such a big killer, if brought to another world. Thinking about the scene of flying this helicopter over the head of the orc camp, Xiao Feng couldn't help but shiver. The picture was so beautiful. When Liu Jin heard Xiao Feng say that what he wanted was a non-mainstream Ka-50 helicopter, he was very surprised. After all, This helicopter, although powerful, has been eliminated by the Russian army. After all, Topperson helicopters are the mainstream of the current helicopter sequence. One is responsible for piloting and the other is responsible for weapon operations. However, single Epperson helicopters, because they require too much pilots, have proven to be unsuitable for modern warfare. And Xiao Feng wanted such a singly operated helicopter. I really don't know what he was thinking about. But this is good. After all, it is not the standard weapon of the main battle sequence of the Russian army, so it is easy to start. Anyway, the Russian army has always had a very big loophole in the logistics management. As long as it is not the main battle weapon, the logistics management has always been lax. And with the pissiness of the daring Russian arms dealers, what about the main battle weapon? As long as they want to do it, there is nothing they can't do. Think about it. In recent years, Russia's logistics management department has encountered a big explosion almost every year, either in the arsenal or in the arsenal. Is it really that simple? Haha, the meaning of burning a reserve grain warehouse in the Celestial Dynasty is actually the same. Xiao, you want a Black Shark helicopter? This is no problem. How many do you want? Explain in advance that the price of such a helicopter is not cheap. Let me ask first. Wait a minute. Liu Jin walked out of the warehouse and took out the satellite phone and started calling. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry. He was not angry about Liu Jin's behavior, because this time he was going to sell Black Shark helicopters, which were different from tanks and armored vehicles, and the price was very expensive. So if you want to build one, you have to pay a deposit, otherwise no one wants to help you. It's okay for Liu Jin to inquire about it at this time. After a while, Liu Jin walked in from the outside. Xiao, I have already asked you clearly. This Black Shark helicopter is currently less circulated in the market. There is a part of the inventory in the Far East, which is 90% new. $10 million each. Give a base number of weapons and ammunition. Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard it. Before that, he bought guns and guns at Liu Jin's place, but only spent $2 million. And this helicopter actually cost $10 million, which is the price. But it's not cheap. However, you get what you pay for. The power of this weapon is also obvious. In another world, this is almost invincible. Think about the Apache helicopters in the United States. Now it seems that the purchase price of the Miami is $24 million per aircraft. This Card 50 is only $10 million per aircraft, which is not too expensive. Okay, give me 2 planes, but we must ensure that the planes are okay, and I don't bargain, but the ammunition must be delivered with 10 bases for each. Anyway, it's not bad money now, so why not buy 2? But Liu Jin was excited when he heard it. 2 Black Sharks, that's $20 million. With these 2 planes alone, he can get a commission of $2 million. Although he had made a lot of money from doing business with Xiao Feng before, it also added together, which is only about $1 million. How can he come this time? Readily? Okay, no problem. Ammunition. It's okay to send you a few more bases. Leave this to me, and you can rest assured. Next time you come, it will be prepared for you. But Xiao, you also know that it's a big business and needs. I know. Wait a minute. I'll give you a 30% deposit first. Okay? Little Hara. Liu Jin really loves Xiao Feng, so he likes to do business with people who go straight and don't bend around like this. As far as Xiao Feng is concerned, $6 million is not a big deal now. The wine and caviar business he did before with Helen earned $110 million, plus the remaining after buying diamonds, more than $20 million. This little money is for pediatrics.metalnovel.com. After a while, I transferred it to Liu Jin, and then I left with Liu Jin back in Vladivostok, waiting for the transport convoy arranged by Liu Qin to send all the weapons he bought into the warehouse at the dock, and he entered the warehouse to collect all those weapons into space. Then Xiao Feng set off to another world. When he came to another world again, It was already the spring of the second year. Xiao Feng has not figured out the law of time transition between this world and Xiao Feng's world. The main leaders of the base were also very happy to see Xiao Feng coming back. Friday and Kyle came out to greet them in a swarm. After Xiao Feng returned, the first thing was to visit their newly built city wall under the leadership of Kyle and Charles Mann. Compared with the original container city wall, their newly built city wall is even more towering, and this time the foundation of the city wall has been replaced by huge stones taken from the mountain, which is strong and strong. The foundation of the city wall was dug to a depth of 3 meters, and all were filled with huge stones. This amount of work shocked Xiao Feng. In this underdeveloped world, he really didn't want to understand how these natives did it. Magnificent engineering. Chapter 365 New Rushing City. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Hey, it's all the credit of the half-orcs captives. Those who drill the mountain armor and dig pits to do earthwork, but they are good hands. The Tauren and the Pighead are indeed much better than humans in terms of transportation. Seeing Xiao Feng's incomprehensible look, the faithful Doglegs standing beside him immediately gave an explanation with a flattering smile on Friday. Hearing what he said, Xiao Feng suddenly realized that this city wall was able to be rebuilt so quickly. The foundation of the 3-meter deep underground was all made of giant stones, and the part on the ground was also built out of 2-meter high giant stones. Stone wall foundation. On the foundation of this stone wall, the container brought by Xiao Feng was built in the original way. As a result, the height of the city wall was about 3 meters higher than the original height, exceeding the height of 12 meters. In the newly built containers, huge stone ballasts were also placed, and the iron walls that had been smashed through by the orcs' slings had also been repaired. Above the city wall, there are also female walls rebuilt with slabs of stone, and there are many additional arrow towers, so that the entire city wall has no dead ends. There are also many trebuchets. It can be seen that Charles Mann has rebuilt this. The city wall is very heartwarming. After the entire city wall was refurbished, the protective ability was greatly improved compared to before, which made Xiao Feng very satisfied. Standing on the city wall and looking south, the human city in the south of the city wall is much larger than before, and it looks crowded. However, the whole city is not as disorderly and dirty as the streets in the Middle Ages. Instead, it is very tidy and tidy. Of course, this is because of the idea of building the city provided by Xiao Feng before, and this idea continued on Friday. Now, how many people are there in Runliu City? My lord, there are already more than 60,000 people in this city. Oh, there are so many. After hearing Friday's reply, Xiao Feng was very happy. When he left last time, there seemed to be more than 20,000 people in Benliu City. Originally there were about 40,000 people, but some of them were taken by Kayla to the south of the peninsula. The Twin Towers city has been built. Later, he defeated the incoming army of orcs, and rescued 10,000 people from the orcs' camp. But even so it was only 30,000, and in the year he was absent, the population of Runliu City turned out to be overwhelming, double. This of course made Xiao Feng very happy. The main thing is that after we defeated the incoming half-orcs last year, many small tribes in the mountains came to surrender, and some of them were brought back by Broom. Now they are basically familiar with them. Life. It's also more law-abiding. On Friday, Xiao Feng introduced the basic situation, and Xiao Feng was very satisfied. What about the army? How many are there now? Xiao Feng turned his head and asked Kyle that the army is also an important direction of construction that he is very concerned about. My lord, please follow your instructions. I have not expanded the number of troops. At present, the number of soldiers has been restored to 3,000, and there is a reserve team of 3,000. In addition, the training of the militia has not stopped. When Xiao Feng left last time, Kyle did not ask Kyle to expand the number of troops. After all, Their tribes were not large in number. They blindly expanded their troops and commanded them to increase the burden on the people. After all, the productivity of this world is not so developed. How's your training? Xiao Feng asked casually again. He didn't have high requirements for the number of troops, but he did not have low requirements for the quality of soldiers. His army building idea is that these soldiers must have a variety of abilities. They must be elite cavalry when they are mounted, and they must be elite infantry when they are dismounted. Fortunately, there is no shortage of horses in this world. The training is pretty good, and it can basically meet your requirements as an adult. Kyle replied, and Xiao Feng nodded. Walking down from the city wall, Xiao Feng, led by the dark elf mages, visited the horse farm, bull pen, and sheep pen he managed. I have to say that this guy is very good at domesticating livestock. The horse farm has increased from the original one to dozens. The large number of tribes who have come to vote has also brought abundant labor to the tribe. From the new natives, mages selected many people with experience in raising livestock to help out on the ranch, and the many barbed wire fences Xiao Feng had brought earlier also played a role. The work of raising cattle, horses and sheep is much simpler, leveling the land, erecting barriers, and driving horses, cattle, and sheep into the barriers, thus reducing the trouble of nomadism. As for livestock feed, it is even simpler. In the peninsular wasteland to the south, there are countless weeds, wild alfalfa, and those forages, which can provide enough food for these livestock. Every day, as long as people are sent to the wild to harvest weeds, and then transported back by horsey-drawn carts or boats, it will be enough to protect those livestock people from eating and chewing. The number of cattle and horses raised has exceeded tens of thousands, and there are even more sheep. In addition, those wild boars, chickens and ducks are not counted. Anyway, they are not counted as cattle and horses. The other livestock alone are enough to guarantee the running city. The meat is available. Of course, with the increase in population, it is definitely impossible to guarantee that everyone can eat meat as before. After all, this is an era of extremely backward productivity. Although the world is extremely rich in material, it wants to make everyone stop. It's impossible to eat meat, but it is still possible to eat a full stomach. Therefore, those humans are still very willing to live in such a city that is full of food, has a sense of security, and is clean and tidy. Especially those who are new to surrender. When they saw this human city, they almost regarded it as paradise. In terms of food planting, Magus has never relaxed. He knows the importance of food to the future development of this human tribe. With the massive increase in the new population, he organized more labor forces to open up the wild for planting. Fortunately, the land here is almost unlimited, and they are all very fertile. Plus the rice and potatoes brought by Xiao Feng. They are all high-yield crops, which ensure that the population of the base can eat without any pressure, and even have a large amount of food surplus every year. Seeing the increasing amount of grain in the warehouse, Xiao Feng also knew in his heart, with these grain reserves, he could finally carry out the next plan, which was the Northern Expedition. Yes, this time in the alien world. His main purpose is to organize the Northern Expedition. The half-orcs have come to attack the city several times, and the large-scale siege has been carried out twice. It is not his habit to just defend and be beaten. What's more, if he wants to continue to grow and develop this human country, he needs a larger population, and now there are only 60,000 people in Runliu City. This population base is far from his needs. There have been 2 large-scale attacks on the city by half-orcs, and they have all been repelled by him, especially last year when an army of 30,000 troops came. In the end, he was beaten up and lost, and presumably that time, it also hurt the orcs, so from last winter until this spring, the orcs have basically never appeared near the city wall. Presumably it was the same time that I was scared of beating the orcs, before they thought of a way to deal with him. Those guys should not dare to come over and provoke Running City. The fact that the opponent is not coming does not mean that Xiao Feng will not look for them. According to the people of the small tribes who have come to surrender one after another, in the north of their city, after passing through a vast mountain, there is a large plain surrounded by the mountains. On that great plain, there are several human cities, but those human cities have been captured by half-orcs and are now ruled by half-orcs. In those cities, there are a lot of human slaves who are half-orcs. Orcs work. When he heard this information before, Xiao Feng was moved to attack those cities, but at that time his tribe's strength was not strong, and the number of troops was insufficient, so he temporarily gave up his plan to attack those cities. But now he felt that the time was ripe. Kyle had retrained an army of 3,000 people, and there was a reserve team of 3,000 people, totaling 6,000 soldiers. There are tens of thousands of horses in addition, enough for his troops to maneuver in the wild. Even if they encounter an army of half-orcs, they can't beat them, they can still run away. In addition, he came from the modern world this time, but added a lot of heavy firepower. Although the helicopter is not in place, but there are tanks, artillery vehicles, and light combat vehicles. These weapons are bonuses to deal with this world. He felt that the human city was enough. During the northern expedition, he did not want to occupy too much land, but hoped to liberate more human beings back. Only when the number of people increases www.untilnovel.com the human kingdom he built will become stronger and stronger. With the army, the food reserves, and the horses, Xiao Feng's time for understanding is basically ripe. However, he was not in a hurry to set off right away. Before setting off, he needed to take an inventory of all the strengths he had on hand, so that he could have a clear understanding of his own strength. The situation of Benliu City has basically been understood clearly, and the Twin Towers City on the other side of the sea entrance still needs to go and take a look. The communication technology of this era is not so advanced. The connection between Twin Towers City and Runliu City can only rely on the way of spreading books by flying pigeons. According to Friday, the news sent back by ERA stated that there are with the addition of the orc captives, the construction speed of the city has been greatly accelerated, and the construction of the city has been basically completed at present. Now that he has entered the stage of production and reserve, Xiao Feng intends to set off tomorrow and go to the Twin Towers City for a look. After he has counted over there and understood all his strengths, he plans to integrate his strengths and command his troops. Northern Expedition. This evening, there was a huge celebration party in Benliu City, and it was rare and generous on Friday. A large amount of wine, meat and food was taken out, so that all tribesmen opened their arms and had a good time. Chapter 366 Lush Place. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng went on the road again and went all the way south to Twin Towers City. This time the same as before, I still drove there. The performance of the Hummer cross-country vehicle was fully displayed in this wasteland. Xiao Feng also had a full off-road addiction. The only downside was the pain of his butt. Although the performance of the car was good, Xiao Feng still drove for 5 full days before rushing to the Twin Towers City. And this time when he saw the Twin Towers City again, the castle was done. Along the big river to the south, you can see a mountain on the left-hand side of the entrance to the sea from a distance. A castle rises from the ground. Around the castle, there are countless humans and half-orcs captives, and the construction of a new city is underway. According to Xiao Feng's philosophy, there will be a lot of people living in the Twin Towers City in the future. The castle is of course the core area. Only the nobles, soldiers and city managers, as well as some people with good performance, can live in the castle. And other people naturally live on the outskirts of the castle. However, considering the expansion of the city and the increase in population, the city walls will not be built on the periphery of the city for the time being. After all, The most ingenious thing about this twin tower city is that once an enemy attacks from the north, the people outside the castle can hide in the castle, and then escape directly into the bay on the south side of the mountain through the tunnel inside the castle. At the southern foot of the mountain, there is still a castle, and the mountain that follows the mountain and winds into the sea is the natural wall of this bay city, so the southern foot is also the same design concept, with a castle at the core. As for the city wall, there is no need. At that time, 2 castles will be built at the entrance of the bay to clamp the pass, and the bay will not be lost. Below the mountains to the north, is the plain of Mapingchuan, and this plain has been developed. Rice, potatoes, soybeans and other crops brought from Penliu city are planted everywhere, as well as some local vegetables and fruits. Many farmers are working in the fields, and there are also a lot of dark elf technical instructors who are also patrolling the fields. If they find that there is something wrong with the farmers, they just go to correct them. The planting area goes further north, to the front of an east-west river, is a wasteland, and this piece of land has obviously been developed. The dense, towering grass has been cut down, and not high grass has been planted. In this grassland, there are countless cows, horses and sheep running around. Obviously, this is a livestock breeding area drawn by the Black Elves. And on that rushing river, you can also see countless Yang fans fishing boats at this time. Fishing in the river, the boats are not too big, and the fishing tools used are also very simple, but every net goes far away. You can see a lot of fish caught on board. This place is really so rich that Xiao Feng felt a little jealous after seeing such a situation. Such a place is rare on Earth, right? He drove the car to the foot of the mountain. In fact, his car had been discovered before it reached the foot of the mountain. A crowd of people gathered around and worshipped him. Xiao Feng's status as a has been confirmed by everyone in the tribe, so even though some of these people have never seen him before, they have heard of his story and believe in it. Kayla was also very happy to learn that Xiao Feng was here. He rode out from the castle and came with her, as well as Bailuodes. It was also very unexpected to see Bailuodes seek Xiao Feng here. When he went to Runliu city before, he told him on Friday that Bailuodes was out hunting. He didn't expect Bailuodes to be there. Twin Towers City. Accompanied by the 2 women, Xiao Feng entered the castle. After briefly inspecting the castle to the north, they went through the tunnel to the south of the foothills. The castle on this side was still under construction. The area and building specifications of this castle are much larger than those on the north side. Obviously, Kayla attaches great importance to the bay in front. Ira took him directly to a meeting room in the castle that had been completed. Outside was a terrace. They came to the terrace, which happened to overlook the entire bay below. At the entrance of the bay, 2 castles are being built on the foothills on the left and the right. Once the 2 castles are completed, they can just be stuck. The entrance and exit of the entire bay is a waterway more than 100 meters wide. Guarding here, the entire bay is a natural inner city. Xiao Feng is simply satisfied with such a terrain and can no longer be satisfied. Such a good harbor is probably rare in his Earth. Compared with the northern part of the foothills, the southern part of the foothills is obviously more lively. In addition to the castles built, there are also many residential areas underneath that are being expanded. The area of this residential area is planned to be very large, and it seems to extend from the mountainside to the bay below. In the bay, there are also several places in the bay after the site selection is completed, and someone is building a wharf. Ying Ran took his fleet of ships and was docked in this bay at this time. Many Yingzi people were working near the pier. Obviously, shipbuilding and repairing the pier are the strengths of these Yingzi people. The urban planning is well organized. Although it is a city on a hillside, it still maintains a horizontal and vertical urban layout. Obviously Kayla has borrowed a lot of experience in urban planning and management from Xiao Feng. The road is very wide, and there are drainage ditches on both sides of the road. There are trash cans every not far away. There are also special public baths and toilets. The drainage system is also arranged. It can be seen that Kayla is very important to the city. The management is very mindful. By the way, why did you show up here? Didn't you go out to hunt cattle? After Xiao Feng finished watching the construction of the city, he asked Biluodc, who rolled her eyes. The underground warehouse on the side of Runliu City is basically full. It just happens that the warehouse on the side of Twin Towers City still has space. So I took the newly caught beef and stored it here. Xiao Feng nodded his head after hearing this. The Banivera Peninsula is so fertile. How many bison and wild sheep live on the wilderness in the wild? He still hasn't figured out how many bison and wild sheep live in the wilderness. The efficiency of Bilodes and the others in catching cattle is not low, but this has not had much impact on the herd and the number of cattle. At least there are hundreds of millions of cattle and sheep living in the wasteland. Yesterday, the beef offal, some mutton, mushroom powder and other substances stored in the warehouses of Benliu City have been put into the space. Today, it seems that we have to put some into it, otherwise Biluodis may be unemployed in the future. It's been a while. After a good celebration with the second daughter in the evening, Xiao Feng lay on the bed, listening to Kira reporting the situation here. Now the population of Shuangta City has exceeded 35,000. The grain harvest has started last year and it is self-sufficient. Moreover, it is not only grain, but Yingzi people also catch a lot of fish from the river and the sea. The shellfish food is extremely abundant, and it has improved the eating habits of the people in Shuangta City. We can say that there is no pressure to survive here. Soldiers, I have also trained 3,000 people here, because here the materials are very abundant, so we can train more full-time soldiers, and there is no pressure for us. After listening to Kaila's introduction, Xiao Feng was particularly happy, especially what he didn't expect was that Kayla had also trained 3,000 soldiers here, and his forces for the northern expedition would be enough. Originally, he planned to take the 3,000 soldiers trained by Kyle to the north, but for 3,000 soldiers, people who eat horses and chew, need to bring a lot of luggage, and he has changed the way these human soldiers fight. Orcs start a field battle, and that fight is a war of attrition. Therefore, the requirements for heavy supplies are particularly high. He has calculated that if he takes 3,000 people northward in accordance with his combat mode, then he also needs to bring a 3,000 people heavy team. But if all the 3,000 soldiers trained by Kyle and the 3,000 reserves are taken away, who can stay to defend the city? Rely on those militias? Somewhat unreliable. And now the 3,000 soldiers trained by Kayla helped him solve this problem. The next day, Xiao Feng met Ying Ran, who came to visit him in the castle. Compared with before, this Yingzi general's complexion became more stable and his body was stronger. Obviously, it was delicious during this period of time. The general's body has also recovered well. How many ships and sailors do you have now? My lord, at present, we have a total of 30 warships, including 10 old ships and 20 new ships. The sailors and the newly trained ones make up a total of 10,000 people. Among them, those who can fight and those who dare to fight 3,000 people. Ying Ran's answer was very real, and Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. So, is there a lot of supplies like fish catches? My lord, it's enough. It can even be said that there are too many. This bay is so rich. When it comes to catching fish. Mentalnovel.com, Yingran is very excited. During this time, his fleet has been expanding continuously and many sailors have been recruited from the tribal people. The mouth of this big river is definitely a lush place. It's a bit outrageous in its richness. There are countless river fish and marine fish, and they can't catch it every day. This is because they only dare to make trouble in the offshore area. For example, last year, the fish they caught alone were enough for the people of Twin Towers to eat for a year or a half. Ying Ran even planned to let the people of Twin Towers not eat food at all and just eat fish all day long. Fortunately, Kayla stopped this crazy plan and went from extravagance to simplicity. Now there are more fish and a small population. However, once the population grows, the fish will be less, so everyone can't have fish for all meals. How to do? Will these mudlegs rebel because of dissatisfaction? So Ying Ran wanted to implement the plan of eating fish for all people, and finally fell into the water. Xiao Feng was a little bit ridiculous when he heard such a small illusion, and soon adjusted his mood, turned his head and said to Ying Ran, "Tomorrow, order the ships, take all the sailors who dare to fight, and go north with me." Chapter 367 Northern Expedition. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. What, sir? You are going to expedition to the north? After hearing Xiao Feng's thoughts, everyone in the conference room was stunned. This proposal is too bold. Go out of the city to expedition to the north and hard steel with the orcs in the wild? All kinds of images flooded into the minds of the leaders present. Kyle, Bloom, Friday, Charles Mann, Kyla, Pylades, Groim, Dean, and so on. Everyone fell into it for a while. A strange state of silence, as if someone had smashed his head, and he didn't know how to respond to Xiao Feng. Although under the leadership of Xiao Feng, they had established a firm foothold on the Penivera Peninsula and established their own territory, but they were all protected by the high walls of the city of Benliu. They had been able to repel the incoming half-orcs one after another, relying on the thick walls of the city and relying on defense, but now they have to go out of the city to fight the half-orcs. They don't have much confidence, even under the leadership of Xiao Feng. After all, the half-orcs battled fiercely, and they had all experienced it firsthand. In the wild, without the protection of the city wall, and the half-orcs in the field, in their opinion, it was almost the same as sending to death. Although they have won the victory against the orcs several times in a row before, they are all achieved by hiding behind the tall city wall, and a large part of it is due to the advantage of the location here, and the city wall was downloaded by the surface. The battlefield prevents the orcs from investing too much force at once. But it's different in the open field. Those half-orcs have advantages in power, speed, etc. And there are no terrain restrictions. Once they come up from all directions, plus those half-orcs who are not afraid of death. Style. Everyone shuddered just thinking about the scenes where the orcs were in hand-to-hand combat. My lord, although we have confidence in you, is it too hasty to decide to go out of the city and fight the orcs like this? Xiao Feng had a lot of prestige in everyone's hearts, so although everyone had deep doubts about his ideas, no one dared to express it easily. The conference room was silent for a while, and finally Kyle, who was old and respectful, took the lead to speak. No, this plan is not sloppy. In fact, I have been thinking about it for a long time. I have already understood that in the last winter, including this spring, no orcs have ever appeared near our city walls, and the scope of investigation has even spread to 10 miles north of the city wall. What does this mean? Xiao Feng knows that most of these people here are defeated by half-orcs, and have been defeated by half-orcs in the wild many times. So if you want to get them to agree with their ideas, you must persuade them, otherwise they will not be unified. But it's easy to get into the wild. The people present hadn't learned Sun Tzu's art of war, so they didn't know much about battlefield psychology, and Xiao Feng knew much more about it than they did. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, he smiled and explained to them, "This shows that in the previous wars, we have already hurt and frightened the half-orcs, so they will take the initiative to shrink their sphere of influence. Or else do you think these guys who are still animalistic and rely on instinct to do things will shrink back like this?" As soon as he said this, everyone present fell into contemplation. It is true that the Orcs Alliance, and the upper-level generals know some strategies, and some of them can be considered master tactics. But in terms of strategy, they are really not very good. If they think it's easy to bully here in Runliu City, It's no big deal. I'm afraid they would have put the soldiers under their noses a long time ago, as they did last year. But when the ape-man general led the army and suffered a loss under Runliu City, their sphere of influence quickly shrank and retreated backwards. This must be their fear. It can be said that the last battle of defending the city was a turning point between us and the orcs in this area. In the spring of this year, not only did the orcs not provoke, they didn't even see a ghost, or they chose sexually enter a state of strategic contraction, or they are their main force, now fighting elsewhere, and don't want to pay attention to us for the time being. Anyway, in my opinion, they are now in a state of insufficient strength in this area. Xiao Feng's words caused everyone present to fall into contemplation. He continued, as a half-orc, what do you think will happen to them after they regain strength or complete the conquest of other regions? Will they continue to sit back and watch us grow and develop? Surely not. Kayla replied that everyone on the scene is basically guided by Xiao Feng's thinking. It is true that the adults are right. Once the orcs regain their strength, they will inevitably come to retaliate with their personalities. At that time, how many people will they send? The first time they came 1,000 people, the second time more than 10,000 people, and the third time they came more than 30,000 people. What about the fourth time? I'm afraid it will appear in the form of Thunderbolt, right? Thinking of the overwhelming orcs charging on the battlefield, everyone on the scene felt a little chill in their backs. Now we have more than 60,000 people here in Runliu City, and more than 30,000 people in Twin Towers City. We already have 100,000 people on the entire peninsula. But in my opinion, these are far from enough. We need more manpower to develop the peninsula behind us and accumulate more strength to prepare for the confrontation that will occur in the future. So now is a good time. Taking advantage of the emptiness of the opposing half-orcs, we should take the initiative to attack and liberate more humans. As soon as Xiao Feng said this, everyone no longer objected. Indeed, their tribe has a tendency to become a nation, but the only weakness is its insufficient population. This is not a time of peace. You can quietly hide in a corner of the mainland to recuperate, and there are half-orcs on the north side of the city wall. Therefore, if you want to rapidly develop and strengthen your strength, there is nothing like going out to liberate more humans and looting more half-orcs as slaves, which can bring greater help to the tribe. Seeing that everyone present was no longer vocalizing, Xiao Feng immediately said, then this thing is set. Kyle, Bloom, Friday, Biluides, Dean, follow me northward. Runliu City, the 3,000 regular army, plus 3,000 auxiliary soldiers, go out together. Kayla, you, Charles Mann and Groyan, with the 3,000 soldiers brought from the Twin Towers City, are responsible for guarding Runliu City and organizing logistics. Maintain order at the base and be prepared to accept refugees and captives. Xiao Feng's status and status are special after all, and what he said just now has convinced everyone that his decision at this time is a final word, and everyone no longer opposes it. The Northern Expedition was finalized in this way, and the mobilization order was issued. Before that, Xiao Feng gave Kyle and Charles Mann their logistical preparation methods. At this time, it also worked. Various weapons, equipment, and food began to take effect. They were removed from the warehouse and distributed to the soldiers. In fact, just like modern warfare, even in ancient times, the fight was logistics, but in ancient times, not many people noticed this. In the modern world, it was not until later that the German military scientist, Clausewitz, summarized the appearance of a treatise on war that logistics, the importance of a war, was first mentioned. Afterwards, countless of his disciples carried forward the ideas of this book, and after countless wars, they refined and concluded that war is the importance of logistics. If you want soldiers to play their due role on the battlefield, you cannot ignore the impact of logistics on morale. Xiao Feng brought this theory to this era, and it can be said that this idea is very advanced. Prior to this, in this world, ordinary soldiers, except for knights, were cannon fodder in the eyes of military aristocrats from all over the world. Knights were real soldiers. They had to go through many years of training, and many times, only after having considerable war experience and corresponding record in war can you be named a knight, that is, a little nobleman. Ordinary soldiers, that are grey animals, usually farm and graze, and wait until the war, to temporarily grab enough mud legs. These soldiers, the only role on the battlefield is to strengthen the courage, and complete various missions of filling pits. As for the life and death of these ordinary soldiers, the noble lords don't care at all, and the weapons and equipment are provided, let alone. According to Xiao Feng's understanding, when a war breaks out, ordinary soldiers in this world must obey the call-up orders of the noble lords, and even bring their own weapons and equipment and dry food to join the Lord's army and complete combat missions. There was no difference between slavery and slavery in ancient China. The only advantage is www.mentalnovel.com. If the war is won, they can get a certain amount of spoils, but if they lose, then Therefore, such soldiers can play a role when they are fighting downwind on the battlefield. Xiao Feng didn't need such soldiers. What he wanted was elite soldiers who dared to fight. This was the main reason why he had not expanded the size of his army. 3,000 elite soldiers were much more powerful than 30,000 soldiers. For these 3,000 elite soldiers, Xiao Feng has never spared the tilt of resources, which can be seen very clearly in the weapons and equipment. Almost everyone is equipped with iron armor. Although it is the slightly rough iron armor made by Groyan and the others, it is enough. These iron armors may not have much effect against half-orcs, but at least they can provide soldiers with very strong. A sense of security can greatly improve their morale. All the soldiers are equipped with sophisticated spears, tomaterate spears, allowing them to have a relatively long range of attack against tall and strong half-orcs. Moreover, the spearheads of the spears were the triangular bayonet-shaped spearheads that Xiao Feng asked Groyan and the others to carefully build. Chapter 368 What is Fighting is Logistics. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Before that, Xiao Feng also studied the weapons used by the world's military. The weapons used by the high-ranking nobles and knights are more similar to those used by the European military in his medieval period. Two-handed swords, broad-edged epées, lances, and other equipment. These equipment look cold and dazzling. When facing human soldiers, they may be effective, but against half-orcs, it's hard to say. As for ordinary soldiers, let alone an ordinary iron sword, plus a wooden shield, the spear is also an ordinary diamond-shaped flat spearhead. Such weapons can be said to be very bad. Human soldiers do not have an advantage over the upper half-orcs. Only long-range combat can be effective. But with such a spear, how can you deal with those rough-skinned half-orcs? That kind of inferior iron spearhead can't even pierce the armor of a half-orc, and even if it is half-assassinated, it will be caught in the armor of the half-orc or thick skin and jammed. Rely on this weapon to fight the half-orc. Fighting, that is no different than sending soldiers to death. So Xiao Feng thought about it. In his world, the powerful triangular bayonet was first born in the Soviet Union, and later China also learned to use it, mainly because their forging technology did not pass the test earlier, and the production was not qualified. Bayonet. Unexpectedly, the power of this three-sided bayonet is huge. If it stabs a person, it is basically a barrel. The wound is difficult to treat, and the blood tank is also very conducive to bleeding. The head of the knife is not easy to break, and it is a battlefield weapon. So Xiao Feng introduced this thing to this era. When defending the city before, there were soldiers like spears, and they fought against the orcs that charged up on the city wall, and the effect was really good. Later, Xiao Feng asked Liu Oyin to expand production. The spearhead was directly customized to be more than a foot long, with a triangular shape, each of which has a deep groove of blood. The front triangular pointed tip, because of its shape, it doesn't even need to be polished. The power is quite amazing. Equipped with such a spear, coupled with the tactics of a three-person combat team guided and trained by Xiao Feng, so that these soldiers, even if they encounter a half-orcs, do not have to panic too much, as long as the half-orcs do not use long-range projection weapons. 3. There is no need to panic against the upper half-orc squad with a human and 5-man combat team. This is only the main weapon and the secondary weapon. No one is equipped with Onimat, a long short knife. It is completely built in the form of an ancient Chinese Miao knife, which is in line with the mechanical needs of chopping on the battlefield. This is only in terms of weapons and equipment. In order to allow these soldiers to save the most energy on the battlefield, Xiao Feng also equips them with war horses, which are as luxurious as 1 person and 2 horses. In his opinion, these soldiers must not only be qualified infantry, but also must be qualified cavalry, so no one is still equipped with bows and arrows. In addition, no one is equipped with iron bones. This thing is a small meteor hammer. On the horse, this thing is much better than a lance or a cavalry knife. In a series of battles on the Danube River, the Mongolian king soldiers encountered the crusades organized by the European churches. Those Europeans were all Iron Khans armed to the teeth, heavy armored infantry, and heavy cavalry. But these Iron Khans were just assaulted by the Mongolian cavalry with this iron bone. The heavy iron armor on his body had no protective effect in front of the iron bone. It was a big hole when knocked. Therefore, Xiao Feng of course equipped all soldiers with such a sharp weapon. When charging at close combat, this thing is much better than weapons such as lances. At the same time, the pulley bow was also equipped with a large amount of equipment for each soldier, and various round shields and wooden escapes were all equipped in place. In addition, Xiao Feng organized a large number of 4-wheeled carriages. These carriages were loaded with a large amount of food, grain and grass. It was the key to keep soldiers' morale high and keep their stomachs full. In the past 2 years, as the population has increased, and the great wasteland outside is extremely rich, the food reserves in the tribe are also quite sufficient. I brought a lot of all kinds of rice noodle oil, and even a lot of meat. In fact, the most troublesome issue in this era is the food storage problem. When the ancient nomads started wars, their food supply was a herd of live cattle and sheep, following the army, eating and killing, because it was not too good. If the prepared food is not eaten in time, it will degenerate and cause waste. Therefore, logistical supplies are very difficult to control. The army in front can be said to be hungry and full. As for the time when the farming nations wage wars, let alone the fact that facing such a problem, it is no simpler than the nomads. The cooks will make the noodles into dry and hard pots and bring them to the soldiers. This kind of food can only fill the soldiers' stomachs at best. As for nutritional supplements, don't mention protein supplements. Soldiers who eat this kind of food can guarantee high morale and combat effectiveness. Then there will be ghosts. For Xiao Feng, such a problem is nothing. He knows instant noodles. There is no shortage of oil in the world. Once the noodles are made and fried, the shelf life of the food can be greatly extended. Soybeans are grown in a large area in this world, so there are abundant soybean resources here. These beans can not only squeeze oil, but also ferment to make various bean paste and black bean paste. With these sources, you can make pickled pickles. Let soldiers get vitamin supplements without worrying about salt. By the way, it can also solve the cooking needs of the cooks. Bring more soybeans and set off directly. This thing is long storable, and it can also sprout bean sprouts and make vegetables. In addition, you can squeeze soybean milk to replenish protein for soldiers during the march. It is a universal food. In addition, in terms of real protein supplements, Xiao Feng also let people make countless bacon, sausages, dried fish and other foods. According to his estimation, the amount of these food reserves is enough for this 6,000-man army to go out of the city to fight 3 months. With so many material equipment, it is obviously not realistic to rely on 3,000 auxiliary soldiers to transport them in a cart. Fortunately, he transferred the Yingzi people from the Twin Towers city. The Yingzi people's fleet consists of more than 30 large ships with a capacity of 400 to 500 tons. All of these ships can travel north along the rushing river. As for the main food supplies and equipment supplies, Xiao Feng intends to put them all on the fleet. Anyway, he goes north to counterattack, mainly walking along the river. Even if he is far away from the river, he can also choose the tactics of leapfrog supply. And there is a fleet of ships going northward. They can be considered attackable, retreat and defensive, but they can't fight, so they retreat to the river to camp, and it doesn't matter if they retreat by fleet transportation. For this plan, he even brought a few marine diesel engines from the modern world and installed them on several large ships. In this way, the transportation efficiency of the fleet was improved a lot. In his opinion, this fleet will mainly be responsible for the transportation of food supplies, wounded soldiers, captured and liberated humans, and even trophies, etc. At present, the only thing that half-orcs cannot compete with humans is in the field of navy, so waterways are currently the safest transportation channels. It's a pity that the Yingzi people in his hand are limited, and the boats he can build are still too few. If he can find thousands of giant ships, he can start from the waterway and go straight to the orc's lair and kill him 7 times. 7 generations. After all, in this era, whether humans or half-orcs, fortification and camping all like to live along the water. In addition to these preparations, Xiao Feng also deliberately brought a lot of them. Charles Mann has improved the Fierce Oil tank several times. This kind of tank is developed using fierce oil produced by the hybridization of soybeans and potatoes. It can be said that it is the Earth tank of this world, and it is quite powerful, compared with the original batch. Charles Mann's improved Fierce Oil tank has a lot more power. Charles Mann's main improvement is the pressure pump. He improved the sealing tube and replaced the pressure pump with pure copper. Although the weight of the vehicle has increased, the air tightness has been greatly improved than before. After the pressure in the tank is also greatly increased, the spray range of the Fierce Oil tank has also been greatly improved. It used to have a range of only about 80 meters, but now it has been increased to more than 100 meters. Even when 2 strong men continue to pressurize and pump their air, the spray range of this Fierce Oil tank can even reach about 150 meters, farther than Xiao Feng's individual flamethrower. Of course, the shortcomings are also obvious, that is, this weapon is relatively cumbersome, mounted on a 4-wheeled carriage, requires horses to tow, is not flexible enough, and the battlefield moves very slowly. mentalnovel.com. In addition, the safety of large wood oil tanks, it is always a hidden danger. As for the method of using this Fierce Oil tank, Xiao Feng probably has his own ideas. In field battles with the orcs, cavalry alone cannot solve the problem. Once the orcs rush to surround them, they must have a way to protect themselves. In his opinion, the large phalanx of Spanish infantry is a very good solution. The spearmen form a large phalanx, and the musketeers are at the corners of the phalanx to provide long-range strikes and fire coverage. It's just that in this world, because there is no musketeer, he plans to replace the musketeer with a Fierce Oil tank, and then cooperate with the archers in the middle of the phalanx to continuously project. This should be an innovative method of tactics. But what is the specific combat effect? It will not be known until it has been tested on the battlefield. Moreover, this method of combat requires a very high level of discipline and cooperation for soldiers. For this battle formation, Xiao Feng also specially asked Kyle to conduct special Q training, and even reorganized the army composition mode, and the 3-3 system began to appear, and gave each squad leader a whistle. Small backbones at the level of the post leader began to appear in the army, which greatly strengthened the officers' control over the army. In 3 days, the logistics preparation was completed, and the soldiers were all ready. Xiao Feng took the lead in driving out of the city and led the army to the northern expedition. Chapter 369. Huliku. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it. and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The sky was gloomy, and the whistling north wind continued to blow in. A human army was winding and marching on the wasteland. After a while, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the raindrops of soybeans began to fall violently. There were people calling "Marming" everywhere in the team. This heavy rain caused many popular scolding mothers in the army. Since they left the city, it has been 7 consecutive days, and they have encountered such heavy rain almost every day. Okay, cameras, don't complain. Quickly organize the soldiers to camp and set up camp. Looking at the situation, I can't leave today. The messenger in front, riding a horse, galloped along the marching team, and while loudly conveying the above instructions, let everyone go to the camp and camp on the spot. The scolding soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. The marching speeded up, and soon came to a mountain col in front, where a large number of carriages and horses had already gathered. The auxiliary soldiers who originally followed the team were constantly surpassing the marching team to arrive here from behind, and then from the tools and equipment for camping were unloaded from the car and the camping began. The soldiers who entered the col, although very tired, were all under the command of the commander. After Ming was subdivided, they began to join the construction team. Part of the soldiers went to the top of the mountain to guard, while another part of the soldiers joined the ranks of auxiliary soldiers, began to move tools and equipment, and set up camps. Although it was raining heavily outside, the soldiers moved in an orderly manner, and did not neglect the speed and movement of the camp because of the heavy rain. Blocks of modular wooden pile walls were taken down from the bullock carts, and then plunged into the ground to form the walls of the camp. Then another part of the soldiers was inside the wall, constantly leveling the ground, digging drainage ditches. Block by block the area quickly differentiated, and tents were erected one after another. Soon there was smoke from the kitchen, even emitting bursts of aroma. Xiao Feng sat in a Hummer on the top of a distant mountain and looked at the big camp at the foot of the mountain. In just a few hours, it took shape quickly and completed meticulously, expressing his satisfaction. The qualities embodied by the army made him very satisfied. Coordination, discipline, and obedience were basically able to enter the standard of a strong army. It seems that the military training minutes compiled by him and Kyle are still very effective. The soldiers have begun to show the quality of a strong army, which makes him very satisfied. Before that, he was very worried about whether these soldiers, who didn't know the right and left, would be able to train successfully. At present, it seems that these soldiers performed well, with strong collective consciousness, good discipline, and good obedience. At least on the battlefield, after encountering a half-orc, that kind of crashing scene should not happen. At the same time, Commander Cameras was leading his 10 soldiers at a party in the dining area outside the kitchen. Each of them was holding a wooden dinner plate, wearing a raincoat and a long tube rain boots. Although there is heavy rain in the sky and the temperature is not high, there is not much wetness on their bodies, which makes their hearts warm. Cameras used to be a peasant soldier in the Catalan Empire. He was a free man. His family cultivated a piece of land. In addition to paying taxes, his annual output was basically enough for the whole family to eat. As for other clothes, the small demand for wearing shoes, you can only rely on your own handmade. And once the country has war needs, he has to join the army unconditionally, and he must prepare his own weapons, equipment and even supplies. Only when he is in the army and training begins, the kingdom will provide food for everyone. As for the weapons and equipment, don't mention it. You need to prepare your own leather armor. You don't have to think about the poncho he is wearing now, not to mention the boots on his feet. Only the noble master can wear leather boots. Looking at the glued boots on his feet, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. He followed the mage. It was good, not to mention the weapons and equipment, the rain poncho and rain boots, and the military uniform and armor are all issued, and he will die for such an adult. It is really worth it. The poncho and rain boots are made of some kind of gum from this world and applied to special fabrics. This is also Xiao Feng's creativity. Otherwise, People in this world don't even know what poncho and rain boots are. Don't underestimate these two pieces of equipment. In this rainy world, these two are definitely treasures. The rainy labor and life problems that have plagued humans before can be solved in front of the two treasures. After the equipment is provided to the army, it will be greatly improved. Up the morale of the soldiers. Soon cameras came to the cooking area. The fat guy who was cooking, a large spoonful of white rice was buckled on his wooden plate, and the guys behind him buckled his rice again. A spoonful of hot oil fried pickles. The last gang leader added a large chicken leg to his dinner plate. Finally, use a wooden bowl and top it with a large bowl of hot chicken soup. In such a cold rainy day, such a meal, even if you die for the master, many people are willing. Think about it before. What life did they have before they came to Runliu City? Although Cameras is a free citizen, in the Kataran Empire, he ate rough pancakes with wild vegetables every day. He wanted to eat meat and fish, unless it was a festive event that happened to the landlord's house and rewarded the residents in the jurisdiction. Otherwise, when there is no farm work, he will take a few brothers and children to the river to catch fish, or go hunting in the forest, when he can hunt some prey. But that bit of meat is incomparable with their current food. Every meal has white rice. Sometimes it is steamed buns made of white noodles, or noodles, and you can get a big meal every 3 or 5 times made. In such days, the noble lords who used to be their territory may not be able to eat it. And soldiers like Cameras who have the same idea, in this camp, don't know how many people there are. At this time, Xiao Feng had already returned to the camp of Daying. After the viewers took the photos taken by drone reconnaissance, before they set off, they also specially selected a lot of orcs captives to come out for torture. The situation north of the city wall was also it probably has some understanding. According to the photos taken by drones, the orcs captives did not tell lies to them. The rushing river next to Rushing City winds out from the valley in the north. The water of the river mainly gathers the streams from the mountains, but the main source of this big river is a piece of snow that spans 2 continents in the north. Domain Mountains. Those snow-capped mountains blocked the cold current blowing from the North Ocean, and the water vapor brought by the cold air condensed into snow on the top of the mountain. Every spring and summer, the snow melted and flowed down the mountain, converging into this majestic rushing river. And on the north side of this rushing river, after passing through a stretch of rugged mountains, there are mainly 2 branches that converge. One of these branches extends from the direction of the Kataran Empire on the east side of the continent, and the other is it extends from the direction of the Talon Empire on the west side of the mainland. The Black Wind Canyon that Xiao Feng and the others attacked last time was along the east side tributary, but this time Xiao Feng and the others planned to go to the west side tributary. According to the confession of the orc captives, along that tributary to the west, there will be several gourd-shaped basins surrounded by mountains, and there will be many human cities in those basins. However, those human cities have been conquered by half-orcs, and now they are all divided territories of half-orcs, and the forces of various tribes are scattered in it, which is a complex place. But after analyzing the rhetoric of those half-orcs captives, Xiao Feng felt that this place was worthy of their attack. First of all, this area was soon under the rule of the half-orcs. Moreover, it is said that many castles were divided into different tribes. It is said that when the sphere of influence was divided, the orcs still had a ugly quarrel. There were even armed fighting incidents. In the end, the high priest came forward to suppress it. In this way, it is difficult for the half-orcs in this area to form a joint force, and if they fight all the way, they can easily be caught off guard. Secondly, according to the accounts of those half-orcs, there were not few humans living in these basins, and when the half-orcs attacked, they did not make too fierce resistance, so the captured human slaves were quite a lot. This is exactly what Xiao Feng wants to save mankind in a large amount. Because of this, Xiao Feng decided on the main direction of the northern expedition, attacking this gourd land first. Although the human army is equipped with a large number of horses, you are reading www.uukanzu.com oxcarts, but because of the rain, the marching speed has been slow. Of course Xiao Feng would not foolishly follow them. In fact, a few days earlier, he drove a Hummer with Friday, left the team, and went to the front to investigate. This time he returned to another world, and he also brought a lot of drones. At this time, the drones also played a role. Yesterday they finally approached the Taniguchi of the Gourd Basin, and the drones that were released took many photos. The terrain of this area is very strange. To the north is a stretch of rugged mountains running east-west, and the stream on the west side of the rushing river meanders out of one of the valleys, and the mouth of this valley is the Gourd Basin. In Taniguchi, there is a castle originally built by humans, but it is now occupied by half-orcs. The geographical location of this castle is relatively general. The outside of Taniguchi is surrounded by large rivers and mountains, and inside is also a rotten land with more rocks. It is not suitable for farming and can only be grazing on the hillside. Therefore, this barren land was allocated to the kobolds. From the photos taken by the drone, the castle is not big. There are probably hundreds of kobolds living in it. However, there are quite a few human slaves, and they are released by those kobolds every day. Go out to graze and go uphill to cut trees under the supervision of the government. Chapter 370 Field 1 I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. There are probably thousands of humans in photos taken by drones alone. I don't know how many humans can be held in other places, and how big is the specific jurisdiction of this kobold castle. I have not been able to figure out this. Everything has to wait until the weather is clear. Xiao Feng walked to the door of the tent and took a look at the weather outside. This time was just the time of the transition of spring and summer. The hot air blowing from the ocean in the south and the cold air blowing from the ocean in the north meet directly above this continent, so it rains every few times, and the rain is not small. The temperature also dropped. He probably measured it with a thermometer he brought from the modern world, which is like a dozen or 20 degrees. This kind of weather has to wait until the hot air blowing in the Southern Ocean has been suppressed. The cold air blowing on the Northern Ocean will stop, and then it will enter the summer, which will last about a month or so. Fortunately, such days are coming to an end. The only thing he hopes now is that tomorrow is a sunny day, so that he can launch an attack on that castle. Even if they have a northward fulcrum and a large amount of loot, they can let the Yingzi people take away from here. Supplies from behind can also be properly stored here. After passing through this pass, it is said that it is an endless plain, where it turned out to be a federal state composed of several free city-states. Passing through this Gourd Valley, to the west is the Turon Empire, and to the north is the Secret Forest, the birthplace of half-orcs. Not knowing how many humans are living in this Gourd Valley, Xiao Feng couldn't help lighting himself a cigarette and wondering what might happen tomorrow. The next morning, the sky was bright, and the cloudy clouds that had gathered above the head for several days had all been dissipated by the south wind. Xiao Feng estimated that following the autobiography of this planet, the sun of this planet has crossed the Tropic of Cancer. In summer is coming soon. The days of rain finally dissipated, and the morale of the soldiers was also boosted. In the morning, they had a good meal, the whole army set off, and the march for a day. When the sky dimmed, they finally came to the mouth of the Gourd Canyon, and their appearance also caused a panic to the kobolds on the city wall. Obviously, these kobolds were caught off guard by the active humans. But after the initial panic, these kobolds quickly organized about 500 soldiers and horses and killed them out of the city gate. Obviously, their victories against human soldiers in field battles made them not take these humans seriously, not to mention that the human mage who was rumored to be terrible did not appear in this battlefield. Xiao Feng did not appear on the front line deliberately. He stayed behind to sit behind, mainly because he hoped that the human soldiers could go through several field battles with the half-orcs, temper the team and build up their confidence. After all, an army with field experience can be a true soldier. So he didn't intend to intervene in this battle at first, not to mention the kobold who was the weakest among the orcs. Of course, these guys are not easy to deal with. Although they are not as strong and powerful as the tauren and pighead, they have very good speed and agility, and are very good light infantry on the battlefield. Generally speaking, a kobold soldier can easily deal with 2 human infantry, but that was before. The human army in this world didn't pay much attention to coordination and battle formations. The arrival of Xiao Feng brought discipline and battle formation training to his tribal army. The 1,000-man team at the top quickly formed 3 large square formations, each with more than 300 soldiers in the battlefield, with the long swordsman holding the huge shield in the front, the spearman in the back, and the back. There is a row of spearmen with 3 rows of configuration. At the corners of each square, there are 3 heavy fire tank trucks. There are dozens of archers in front of each square. The kobolds rushing over came on horseback, arguing about a total of more than 500 people and horses. Xiao Feng stood behind the battle formation, holding a binoculars and looking at the battlefield in front of him, while he was already finished immediately next to him. Heavy cavalry ready to charge at any time. Once the battle ahead is unfavorable, these cavalry will rush up to provide support, but Xiao Feng believes that the front phalanx should be able to withstand it. Sure enough, when these kobolds rushed to the phalanx about 200 meters away, a stern whistle sounded from the group of archers standing in front of the phalanx. The archers raised their heads and opened their bows, and hundreds of shadows flew towards in the air. Fire quickly for 3 consecutive rounds. The kobolds who rode horses on the opposite side, of course, also saw such a scene. They also took evasive actions, but dozens of people were shot off their horse. When they rushed into a 100-meter range, these archers immediately changing his posture, he successively opened his bow and fired 3 rounds of flat shots. The power of flat shots was much greater than that of upside-down shots. More than 100 kobolds fell off their horses one after another. These archers did not observe the results of the battle at all. After shooting 3 rounds of flat shots, they immediately stood up and turned back in the whistles that echoed in length and time, and then followed the air raid on the battlefield in an orderly manner. Behind, the 3 large phalanxes were in the shape of a product, and they began to move slowly and orderly. When the kobold cavalry was still 20 meters away, the stern and long whistle suddenly remembered in the phalanx. The shield hand in the front row of the phalanx shouted loudly and pierced down the giant wooden shield in his hand. A wooden wall was erected at the forefront of the phalanx. The spearmen at the back were greeted by their respective guards. Like the previous training, shouting loudly, put one side of the spear in his hand on the ground, and the other end on the gun stand of the great shield. A spear forest was immediately erected in front of the phalanx. Such battle formations and spear forests had never been seen by a kobold before. Under the setting sun, the glimmering triangular spearheads looked particularly scary. But at this time, the kobolds, who had urged their horses to the highest speed, could no longer stop. Although there were guns in front of them, they could only rush upwards at this time. Sun Jian's horse rushed to the front of the battlefield, almost instinctively turning, avoiding the spears, while the kobold didn't care about the life and death of these horses, and kept rushing forward. Countless war horses, because they turned and couldn't dodge, hit the gun forest and were immediately pierced into blood gourds, while the kobold on a horse wielded the dogleg knife in his hand and stepped into the air. Following the human phalanx, he volleyed down. It's a pity that there is a row of spearmen at the end of the battle, which is specially prepared for these guys who rush into the battle. The kobolds who rushed down in the sky were stabbed in the air before they even had time to land on their toes. Blood gourd. For a time, in front of the human infantry phalanx, there was a neighing sound of horses and horses everywhere. Countless horses fell in front of the battle formation, and countless kobolds came to face each other, and they were sent to see God by human soldiers. A rhythmic long and short whistle sounded in the battle formation, and then the spearmen in the third row, following the rhythmic whistle, waved their spears back and forth. Every time the spear pierced forward, they could harvest the square. The life of a kobold outside. At the same time, The 3 fierce oil tanks in the 4 corners of the phalanx also began to show their power. The 2 pumpers continued to press the air pumps up and down to pressurize the oil tank, while the shooter standing in front had a similar copy in his hand. The long pipes of fire trucks like fire extinguishing hoses are aimed at those kobolds who are on the verge of a desperate charge. It has to be said that these half-orcs are really not afraid of death. Even these low-ranking kobolds have already lost more than 200 people under the damage of archers and phalanx lancers. But this rate of casualties did not make them flinch. Instead, their eyes were red and they continued to rush forward frantically. But at the rear of the kobolds, just as they were about to rush to the front of the phalanx, suddenly 2 dazzling fire dragons spurted from the 2 corners of the front phalanx, forming a line of crossfire, and the phalanx was 50 meters in front. All battlefields within the range are blocked. The desperately charged kobolds obviously did not expect that humans would have such a method. They were burnt up right on the spot, and there were more than 50 soldiers charging on the spot, and they were lighted by sky lanterns. This can be regarded as the last straw to crush the camel. The beasts originally had a fire-faring nature. Now that they have been put on the battlefield by such a fire, how can these kobolds survive? I don't know which one took the lead, quickly turned the direction, and ran back, and then a series of chain reactions appeared. 1 or 2 began to turn around and flee, and finally evolved into a rout on the scale of hundreds of people. At first glance, the situation is almost the same. Metalnovel.com. Xiao Feng looked at Kyle and Bloom and nodded. The 2 had already waited impatiently. The defeat of the kobolds in front had already made them feel excited. This was the first time that they followed the troops, and they did not fail to carry a half-orc frontally in the wild, even if the opposite was only a kobold with the worst half-orc combat effectiveness. Master Mage had already issued the order, and the 2 of them took the lead to fight and rush out of the battlefield. The more than 1,000 cavalry behind, following the 2 leaders, rushed towards the battlefield. From the gap between the squares in the pattern, a group of cavalry rushed out, chasing the kobold cavalry in front of them. The kobolds were already courageous, and the horses were charged for a while. At this time, the horsepower was not as good as the human cavalry waiting to work. It didn't take long for Kyle and the others to overtake him and slashed from behind. The screaming of people, the neighing of horses. The human soldiers are welcoming in the sunset, their first victory against the orcs in the wild battlefield, and it was an overwhelming victory. It didn't take long for the kobold that showed his back, and the human cavalry who came up from behind cut off their horses one after another, and only a few fled back into the city wall. Chapter 371. Break the City. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. My lord, all the kobolds who went out of the city to fight in the field have been wiped out. Should the Erlang camp on the spot, bury the pot and cook, and come to attack the city tomorrow? After killing all the kobolds out of the city, the morale of the human soldiers was greatly boosted. The fatigue of the marching day was wiped out. Kyle, who had been chased in front, brought Bloom back to Xiao Feng's body and reported to him on the battlefield happening. Xiao Feng glanced at the morale of the Erlangs in front of him, and then shook his head. No, tonight, we are going to sleep in the city wall, so that the Erlangs are ready. Friday, let's go. Xiao Feng, who had already figured out the reality of this city through a drone, didn't intend to delay one night outside the city wall. In this small town controlled by kobolds, there were only 2,000 kobolds in it, and 500 of them were authentic elite soldiers. They were basically all accounted for on the battlefield outside the city wall just now. The remaining more than 1,000 people are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Among them, more than 500 are able to fight. They are squeezing on the wall at this time. The other more than 1,000 people are all women, children, and elderly people. In the camp inside the city wall, just when the kobold soldiers rushed out of the city wall, The drone sent by Xiao Feng had already returned the image of the castle. Xiao Feng's defense against the kobolds has basically reached a bottom. In such a small city, the morale of the soldiers is now booming, and of course they have to take it directly. On Friday, he drove a Hummer, stomped on the accelerator, and rushed directly out of the hole in the middle of the square. He really liked this horse-powered steel beast. It was so fast that it climbed over the mountains and walked on the ground. The best large toy in my mind. The Hummer galloped past the battlefield. There were many corpses of kobolds and war horses on the road, all of which were directly hit by the car and flew to the side. Within 10 minutes, the chariot rushed under the city wall. The kobolds on the city wall looked at the iron box that was rushing over quickly. All of them looked deep into the earth. On the peninsula in front, there was a human kingdom, and the man who guarded that human kingdom was a powerful death mage. This death mage has led the humans to repel the half-orcs' attacks 3 times. And every time the half-orcs will damage their soldiers and soldiers under their walls. Of course they have heard of these things. Now that they saw this iron box, they knew that the horrible human mage in the legend, he was coming with the iron box. Already rushing to a place 100 meters away from the city wall, the kobolds on the city wall have all hidden behind the female wall, looking at Xiao Feng and the Hummer with their heads. No one dared to show their heads. 2 courageous guys shot 2 arrows from the shooting hole in the female wall towards the iron box, but the arrows hit the car body and didn't even rub off a piece of paint. Again, at this time, Xiao Feng stood up from the shooting position, turned the Browning heavy machine gun, and hit more than 100 rounds of bullets toward the crevice of the 5-meter-high city wall. This city wall should have been built by humans who were stationed here before, and I don't know how many years it has been built. It is very old. The height of the city wall is not too high, and the thickness is not too thick, plus years of wind blowing, the sun, and the rain, have long been dilapidated. In addition, these half-orcs are not good at defending the city. Since occupying the city, they have never thought about repairing this city wall. Therefore, Xiao Feng hit this with more than 100 rounds of 12.7 full-power heavy machine gun bullets. After the female wall above the city wall, unexpected results were achieved. Many city walls were knocked down by these bullets, and many bullets directly penetrated the city wall, killing the kobolds hiding behind the city wall. This time, I stabbed a hornet's nest. These kobolds had heard of his fame and were very afraid of him. More than 500 courageous soldiers rushed out of the city wall. It was not even half an hour before they had all explained. In front of the city wall. Now this human mage drove the iron box to rush over, and the chains of death like a sickle of death even collapsed the city wall. How could these kobolds persist on the wall? Some were timid. By this time, they had already been transferred from the wall and ran north. If one takes the lead, there will be a second one soon. If it weren't for the other low-level kobold officers on the wall to discover this situation, they would stop it in time. I'm afraid before Xiao Feng can attack the gate, the kobold on the wall, it ran away. But even so, no one dared to emerge from the wall and shoot an arrow at Xiao Feng. This allowed Xiao Feng to open the door and get out of the car all the time, set up the B-10 recoilless gun, and fired a shot at the city gate. Once the shot went down, the wooden door that had not been used for many years was immediately blasted through a big hole. Xiao Feng adjusted the shooting angle, and the second shot shot out. The artillery hit exactly, and at the junction of the city gate and the city wall, the hinge of the city gate was broken on the spot, and the wooden door collapsed on the spot. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Feng turned around and waved at Kyle behind him. Allah! The human cavalry, led by Kyle and Bloom, whizzed and rushed from behind. Xiao Feng jumped on the off-road vehicle, turned the muzzle of the Browning heavy machine gun, and began to suppress firepower against the city wall. The kobold soldiers who were waiting on the wall did not even have the opportunity to shoot arrows at this time. As long as someone dares to come out, they will be blown to the head immediately. The human cavalry rushed into the city gate with a whistling sound. There were bursts of harsh fighting sound from the city wall, and the fire quickly rose from the city wall. How can the kobold soldiers on the city wall still have the mind to continue guarding on the city wall? They also have family members inside the city walls. Now that the city is clearly out of control, as long as the head is enough for kobolds, the only thought at this time is to go home quickly, bring gold and silver, wives and children. Quickly escape from here. If you don't leave, it's too late. An army, once such a chaotic situation appears, it can't be controlled at all. So Kyle and the others didn't even meet the slightest decent resistance when they rushed into the city, and there were scattered kobolds running for their lives everywhere. The fighting continued until midnight, and the kobolds in the city wall were basically wiped out. There were only 110 numbers. The brains were flexible, and the fastest ran away, and the rest became Kyle. Their results. Xiao Feng directly lived in the most high-end mansion compound in the city. According to the kobold captives, this was the mansion of the city's castle guard, but the castle guard had already died in front of the human phalanx in the first round of assault. His family was also suppressed by Kyle and Bloom, and this mansion naturally became the place where Xiao Feng lived. There was no word for a night, and early the next morning, Xiao Feng got up, the servant brought breakfast, and Kyle and Bloom also came together to report their results of the battle. Master Chi, in the first battle last night, our army lost a total of 20 people. 10 of them were slightly injured, 5 were seriously injured, and the other 5 were unlucky. They were injured by kobolds and have gone. Bloom took the lead in reporting their losses. When he reported, his hands were a little trembling. In the big victory last night, they lost 20 people and only 5 died. This is definitely a miracle, not to mention them. He also smashed a city in one go. As for the kobolds, we killed 1,200 people and captured 800 people. At the same time, we rescued more than 4,000 human slaves in this city, with a lot of food, armor, gold and silver. Kyle reported on the situation of the trophies, and Xiao Feng nodded frequently. Let the soldiers rest in this city for a good day, and inform Ying Ran to follow up as soon as possible. Build a wharf outside the city wall, and take out 1/3 of the gold and silver jewelry in the spoils and distribute them to the soldiers who have contributed. 800 kobolds, left 300 as slaves, and another 500 sent back to a large factory and mine. The liberated humans also left 1,000 strong, and together with the 300 kobolds, built a dock here, repair the city walls and help us repair weapons and vehicles. Xiao Feng began to give orders. Although this castle is not very big, it is a bridgehead for his counterattack. The location is very important and it must be well managed. Yes, my lord. Kyle and Bloom took their orders. In the morning, Ying Ran, who had been wandering on the river behind them, led the fleet and rushed to the outside of the city wall. The topography of the castle is similar to that of the running city. The castle is stuck in the mountain pass. Beside the castle, there is a big river rushing down. Yingran and the others struggle to go upstream. Fortunately, the water here is not very urgent. They are just on the side of the city wall and can build a temporary pier. Originally, Xiao Feng wanted them to bring back some of the human captives and kobold captives. www.mentalnovel.com. After learning about Ying Ran's ideas, he left all these people behind and started to build this pier with all his strength. After 3 days, several rough water bridges extended from the city and became temporary docks for ships, and the captives began to continuously move the food, weapons, tools and other supplies from the ship to the warehouse in the city for rough storage. At the same time, the various gold and silver treasures seized from the city were transferred to the ship, and together with the number of people designated by Xiao Feng, they boarded the ship and transported them back to the city. Yingran stayed in the city and sat in town, expanded the castle, renovated the wharf, adjusted logistics, and organized manpower, went uphill to cut trees, and continued to build warships. And Xiao Feng continued northward with 6,000 human soldiers who had been refurbished. Not far from this gourd mouth, it was an endless plain, which would be the main battlefield for some time to come. The first stop was a complete victory, which also boosted the morale of the army. Following the master, not only did they have enough food, warm clothes, be able to win the battle, but also the key to the trophies. How can they not be high-spirited? Chapter 372 3-Light Policy. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The sky is high and the clouds are light, the sun is blazing, and the spring and summer alternate season, which was hot and cold not long ago, has entered the midsummer season in just a few days. Xiao Feng stood on the roof of the off-road vehicle and looked at a castle in the distance with a telescope. They have entered this basin from the mouth of the Gourd Canyon for 7 or 8 days. In these 7 or 8 days, they have been attacking and fighting, and they have broken down the half-orc castles, totaling 5 large and small, and saving more than 20,000 humans, captured more than 3,000 orcs of all colors. Those captives and half-orcs have been escorted to Hula's Yui city, where under the unified dispatch of Yingran, some will be transported to the running city behind, and the other will stay in the local area to increase the city's defenses or build ships, fortifications. The originally small Hula's Yui city has now doubled in scale. With abundant human resources, Yingran dares to play boldly and doubled the scope of the original city wall. Just at the foot of the mountain near the castle, there is a large area of gravel, which is a very suitable quarry. The stones are transported back in a horse cart, and a few water wheels are repaired by the river, and the stones are polished and polished. It will become a very suitable quarry. Fortification materials coupled with the continuous delivery of cement behind, the speed of the construction of this city is very fast. Of course, the captives of the orcs have played a very important role. It is said that they have exhausted more than 1,000 in these 2 days. But no one takes these half-orcs seriously. Anyway, they treated humans the same way before, and the humans cut them down without catching them, and they can live a few more days, which is already benevolent. Anyway, this world is like this. Xiao Feng didn't intend to instill too much benevolence and morality in the people of this world. The city in front was more than double the size of the other cities they had captured before, and the city wall was a bit taller. It could be more than 8 meters high. And the pigheads were entrenched in this big city. These pigheads are not good bones to chew. Unlike the kobolds they encountered before, and werewolves, these pigheads are the main source of troops for the heavy armored infantry in the Orcs Alliance. They dare to fight and are warlike. They guarded this city wall, but it was very difficult to attack. In addition, they had already breached several castles in the past few days. The pigheads in this castle had already received news. Seeing them appear outside the city wall, these pigheads all shrank back into the city, closed the city gate tightly, and opened their posture on the city wall, just waiting for them to attack. Xiao Feng had already used the drone to see all the movement inside and outside the city wall. There were about 5,000 pigheads stationed in this city, of which 2,500 were soldiers, and the other 2,500. Most of them are civilians, and they control a lot of human slaves. Xiao Feng specially used drones to conduct general observations and statistics on 2 concentration camps in the city where humans are held. There are almost 20,000 humans in this city. This is a city of very strategic value. Presumably because the pigheads are super powerful and have contributed a lot to the alliance, they will be allocated such a good city and so many human slaves, right? The environment of the crops outside the city wall is also very good. The endless plains, there are rivers in the middle, there are no floods, and there is plenty of river water to irrigate the land. No wonder the crops outside the city walls grow so well up. Using a drone to observe the pig-headed guards in the city wall, Xiao Feng basically had a spectrum in his mind. The previous guess should be correct. Now the half-orcs are indeed in a state of insufficient strength. Take this city, for example, in terms of the size of the city. Normally speaking, at least 10,000 soldiers are required to guard the city, but there are only more than 2,000 soldiers available in this city, and the other more than 2,000 all are civilian women and children. However, unlike kobolds, these pigheads, old and weak women and children, are just relatively speaking, compared with humans. These old and weak women and children can all raise a knife to fight. So if you count it like this, even if there are 5,000 guards in this city, it's still not very abundant. So where did the other soldiers go? Xiao Feng thought about the pigheads strangled when he defeated the orcs before, and the pigheads who were captured by him. There were only more than 10,000 in total, which was not enough to bring such a big loss to the pigheads. So it seems that it should be the Half-Orc Alliance, which is arbitrarily using troops elsewhere. So most of the pigheads in this city have been removed. In this way, not only this city, it can be said that all the cities in the entire Gourd Basin should be at the weakest time. His previous judgment was not wrong at all. It is a good time to take advantage of his illness and kill him. Xiao Feng intends to extend the time of sweeping in this Gourd Basin as much as possible to bring more damage to these half-orcs. My lord, what do you do now? Siege. Standing on the roof of the car, Xiao Feng had been observing the situation on the other side of the city wall. He hadn't made a sound for a long time. Kyle and Bloom, who were waiting aside, couldn't wait any longer. In the past few days, they have repeatedly won against half-orcs. Although they are bullying some old, weak, sick and disabled, they have also greatly boosted the morale of human soldiers. In the past, they were 3 short before they met. The emotion of separation has long since disappeared, and even a kind of emotion that is eager to try when seeing a half-orc has emerged. Morale is certainly a good thing, but the city on the opposite side is thick with high walls, and the one who defends the city is still a pig-headed man whose combat effectiveness is exploding. Xiao Feng didn't intend to let the soldiers gnaw on such hard bones. Don't worry, by the way, find a local farmer over here. In the past few days, Xiao Feng and the others have laid down 5 castles and rescued many human captives. Some of them were sent back to Hula's Yui city, and the others were taken by him and became new heavy soldiers. These people are selected from the captives of the strong and strong, or they are former soldiers, experienced veterans. Xiao Feng does not need them to go to battle, only they need to be responsible for the transportation of the original 3. The liberation of thousands of heavy soldiers is enough, and these 3,000 heavy soldiers were trained according to very high standards in the past. After being tempered and polished on the battlefield, they returned to be a good soldier, which is a training mode that Xiao Feng advocates very much. Under the battlefield, even if you practice every day, you have not experienced several actual battles, so that the soldiers can grow faster. Now his team has expanded to more than 10,000 people, including 6,000 regular troops, more than 4,000 prisoners converted into heavy soldiers, and more than 1,000 specialized in repairing bridges and paving roads, building camps, and are ready to push forward at any time to act as a cannon fodder half-orcs. Fortunately, their material preparations for this northern expedition were very sufficient. In addition, during this period of time, a lot of food was seized in the Orc Castle, so it was not a problem to feed more than 10,000 people. Soon Kyle found a human being liberated from a nearby werewolf castle and came to Xiao Feng's body. Xiao Feng pointed to the golden crop field in front of him, and asked the local farmer, "What kind of crop is this?" He doesn't know much about the crops in this world. He knows only a few of them, that is, several native crops brought by the Dark Elf mages, as a supplement to the staple and non-staple food. He really doesn't know the crops in front of him. The farmer glanced at him, then quickly lowered his head. "My lord, this was not originally our human crop. It was a crop brought by these half-orcs from their hometown. It is said to be their staple food. The name is brown oats. Recently, it's only been a few years to promote planting here, and we have been helping them grow this crop since we were captured by the orcs." When he heard the term rough oats, Xiao Feng was stunned. Could it be that it is a crop similar to oats on the earth? Oats are not widely spread in China. Chinese people prefer white flour and rice as their staple foods. However, in developed regions such as Europe and America, oats, like wheat, are one of the staple foods of Europeans and Americans. This kind of crop is very cold resistant, does not require high environmental requirements, and is easy to grow. It is widely planted in northern Europe and the Bear countries, and has very high nutritional value, high crude fiber content, and extremely high content of various minerals and trace elements, which is very beneficial to the human body. Healthy. In recent years, as a healthy diet culture has become more popular in China, oatmeal has also become popular. And this rough oatmeal, will it be the cousin of oatmeal on earth? If so, is that too coincidental? Orcs call this crop brown oats. Will they get it from humans? Xiao Feng's mind was a little messy. Novel.com, but he shook his head quickly and threw all those thoughts out of his mind. How about the yield of this crop? Is it difficult to plant? And how does it taste? Adults, this crop has a very high yield, and it is resistant to cold and waterlogging. It does not require high natural environment. It tastes very poor, but it has very high nutritional value. In the past 2 years, there have been many newborn children in the camp. I survived by eating oatmeal. And this kind of rough oats can basically be cooked twice a year. You see these, my lord, we planted it before the winter last year, and it is now mature. It should be harvested. It's time. Hearing this description of this farmer, Xiao Feng basically affirmed that this so-called brown oatmeal must be the cousin of oatmeal on the earth, and it can be cooked twice a year, which is a very good supplementary crop. Kyle, the people who organize the heavy squad, come to the front and start harvesting these rough oats, none of which will be left by the half-orcs in the city. From now on, we will harvest their crops before we attack a city. Just burn all the cities that can't be collected, and grab all the cities that you have conquered. Xiao Feng almost said that he was killed, and a new three-light policy was formed in this way. Chapter 373 Intrigue. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The pig heads on the city wall looked nervously outside the city, clenching their swords and guns in their hands. As the highest official in the city, Crouch stood at the head of the city, put his hands on his forehead, and constantly looked out. A few days ago, there were kobolds and werewolves who had escaped from the south, and they told them that a pair of human troops had entered the Gourd Valley. But he didn't believe it at that time. These human beings are all defeated by their men. I have been defeated by them so many times. Why do they dare to come up again this time? In his early years, Crouch was also a veteran of 100 battles. He fought in the southern continent, the Talon Empire and several other human kingdoms. He participated in the conquest of the Talon Empire. If it hadn't been injured and disabled a leg, he would probably join the alliance the army is fighting on the southern continent. However, the alliance did not treat him a meritorious person, the Pighead tribe, allowing him to take the family to form a branch, open branches and leaves, and distribute the greenstone fort to him, and he became the lord here. But becoming a lord also means taking on more responsibilities. So not long ago, the most powerful group of children in his family, about 1,000 people, were all transferred to the army to participate in this year's crusade against the southern mainland. The battle is gone. Although there are more than 2,000 soldiers in the family, they are actually not elite, because in his opinion, these soldiers are not completely full-time soldiers, and the training is not sufficient. But even if he is not elite, he still has confidence in dealing with humans with three-legged cats. Until he heard from the kobold who fled into Greenstone Fort yesterday that the man who led this team of human soldiers was the of Death from Runaway City. After 3 consecutive battles, Xiao Feng's Runliu City has already made a name for himself in this continent. Even with him, Theachmage, he was dubbed the nickname of the death god of Runliu City by the half-orcs, and his reputation was not bad. It's very big. Hearing the name of the of Death in Running City, Crutchy became weakened. Although he has never confronted Xiao Feng head-on on the battlefield, he has two cousins who have encountered Xiao Feng on the battlefield. These two cousins are also from the Pighead tribe, two small tribes. Little Prince participated in the first two battles against Runliu City, but one of them failed to return directly, and the other one was blown into the lower body last year and was rescued by his subordinates desperately. Although he saved his life after the High Priest's treatment, he is now a waste lying on the bed. When he thinks about what happened to that cousin, he feels numb on his scalp. And now that Death God appeared under his wall with a large army, he was relieved. No wonder those kobolds and werewolves couldn't stand it. Previously, he thought that even if these kobolds and werewolves were poor in combat effectiveness, ordinary human armies would not be able to slap the tiger's whiskers lightly, but now he finally understood that the original provocation was not ordinary human armies, but came from the humans of Rushing City. These guys have now become famous in the Orcs League, and the orcs who have played against them now will not treat these humans as ordinary humans. Especially the opponent's mage has directly increased the status of this human army in the hearts of the orcs by more than half. In their opinion, the human army led by the Death God of Rushing City is absolutely comparable to the elite army in the Orcs Alliance. So now Crutchy simply doesn't have the courage to go out of the city and fight this human army decisively. Looking at the human army on the opposite side from a distance, they are tall and powerful, with amazing momentum. Every one of these humans wears iron armor. What's more, they don't just wear iron armor themselves. They even put iron armor on their horses. Under the sun, their shining iron armor, it looks particularly dazzling. This group of guys was full of murderous aura at that point of the jab. Crouch didn't want to go down and regret them. Even if he could win, he would have to lose a lot. He was not stupid. Lao Tzu is guarding the high city wall. Come and attack if there is a seed. But the next scene surprised him. The humans did not come to attack the city. Instead, from behind, many werewolves, kobold captives, some liberated humans, and some light cavalry were brought out. Drove these people to start harvesting the rough oats in front of their castle. This time, I stabbed a hornet's nest. This pighead is strong and consumes a lot of food. These rough oats are their main rations. This year is a good harvest year. Everyone is waiting to eat after the food is distributed. Right now is just when the green and yellow are not picking up. They ate part of the harvest last year, and part of it was requisitioned by the tribe. There are only a few reserves left in the castle. Originally, they were waiting for this period of time to harvest these rough oats. Can relieve the pressure of food. Moreover, after harvesting this wave, the next wave of rough oats will be cultivated immediately, and this round of rough oats cannot be harvested until the winter begins. This has to be waited for several months. If there is no food to eat in the past few months, many people in the tribe will starve to death. Although the human slaves held in the castle can be converted into rations, Crouch's heart is distressed when he thinks of doing so. Blood. Those human slaves are all excellent labor, the property of their tribe. It's a shame that they are consumed in this way. The kobold and werewolf captives on the opposite side, as well as the humans, were very rough in harvesting rough oats. They swung their sickles in their hands and cut off the rough oats directly. The wheat ears were thrown directly onto the bullock cart behind. The movements were not gentle at all. Many grains fell from the ears of wheat and fell to the ground, and they did not pick them up. Don't cherish the work of the pigheads in the Greenstone Fort at all. You must know that the tens of thousands of acres of wheat fields are not all cultivated by human slaves. The pigheads have also worked a lot and sweated a lot. In the distance, there were a few acres of wheat fields that were not fully ripe because the planting was a little late. They didn't even harvest at all, and they started to light a fire in the wheat fields. After a while, thick smoke came out of the wheat fields. Under the blowing of the south wind, the billowing smoke quickly floated on the wall. Crutchy only felt sore in his eyes, and tears kept rolling in his eyes. Uncle, can't wait any longer. These bugs, What is there to be afraid of? My nephew is willing to take people down and kill them without leaving a piece of armor. A young pig-headed man came to Kruger. It was his nephew Kruger. He was just 16 years old this year. However, because of his noble birth and good nutritional supplements, he was also extraordinarily tall and sturdy. His peers have to be 2 laps older, even if compared with adult pigheads. They are not too much. Kruger's eyes were full of disdain and indignation at this time. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with Kruger's order to defend the city instead of going down and confronting humans. After all, he is a young man. He is not afraid of the heavens and the earth. Well, since you are willing to go down and die, then please do as you please. This Kruger is the child of Kludge's brother's family, and how could he not know that his brother's family has been coveting his status in this tribe? Now his younger brother has been transferred to the Alliance. If the army, crusades against the humans in the southern continent, took away 3 sons, and only the youngest stayed at home. Since he is willing to ask for a fight, let him go to death. It can also be regarded as beating his crooked brother. Well, Kruger's request is granted. Let's take your retainers out of the city. In addition, I am equipping you with 500 warriors. Uncle Xi. The young and energetic Kruger knew what his scheming uncle was thinking, and after receiving the order, he went down the wall happily. His father and elder brother told him many times that the human army is a weak chicken that can withstand a single blow. He felt that even if his uncle did not provide him with other manpower, he could defeat these humans by bringing his own retainers. As long as he defeats these humans, then his name will start, and naturally there will be more pigheads willing to come over. Hey, when my father comes back and wants to seize power, other people in the tribe will naturally be afraid of their family's strength. My lord, the city gate is open. Kyle stood beside Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng said, and Xiao Feng had already raised his binoculars to observe the guy who rushed out of the city gate. These idiots really don't know what to think. Haven't you heard of your prestigious name? Still thinking about going out of the city to fight with yourself? But that's okay. Let's impress them even more. Let the peasants and captives be removed. Kyle blew his whistle. Until novel.com. The light cavalry who had been instructed in front, drove the captives of humans and half-orcs, and quickly retreated from the farmland. Some kobolds and werewolves who were secretly pregnant were immediately caught hacked on the spot. No one dared to make bad ideas anymore. A stream of people like water quickly rushed toward them, and in a short while, they shuttled through the passage between several infantry phalanxes. The pigheads who came out of the city gately were all dressed up as heavy armored infantry. Because their bodies were too heavy to be suitable for horse riding, they still followed the old routine of heavy armored infantry and marched slowly. Kruger, who is at the forefront, is very high-spirited. He has also been nurtured by his father and brother since he was a child. Although he is not highly educated, he has a good military literacy. At a young age, he knows how to march and fight, although he has some command methods immature. But there is also a sort of demeanor of the son of a general. It's just that these heavy armored infantry, wearing heavy armor, walked too slowly. Xiao Feng and others were a little impatient. He turned around and jumped into the shooting position, then knocked on the roof of the car, waiting impatiently on Friday. A fierce kick of the accelerator banged down. Chapter 374 Reaper in Running City. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The Hummer off-road vehicle roared like a monster, and then suddenly ejected from the spot, like an arrow from the string. Kyle and Bloom stared at each other for a moment, and then slammed their hands behind them. The heavy cavalry behind them, following the two chieftains, began to move forward slowly. He had cooperated with Xiao Feng several times in the field before, so Kyle and Bloom summarized a lot of tactics for driving heavy cavalry charges. In order to reduce casualties, when encountering a half-orc army in the field, Xiao Feng tended to have a Humvee at the forefront, and Browning's heavy machine gun opened the way. It was really brave and invincible. And Kyle and Bloom will follow Xiao Feng's off-road vehicle with heavy cavalry. Although the war horses in this world are very strong, in this summer, the men and horses are all wearing heavy armor, and they are not good to keep the horses charging for long distances, so when Xiao Feng charges in front, they will drive the horses to accelerate slowly. When Xiao Feng broke through the enemy formation in front, they also happened to raise the speed of the horse to the highest peak at this time. Then they took advantage of this momentum to directly charge Xiao Feng's breakthrough opening in the enemy's line. Over the past few days, they have been cooperating in this way. After each battle, they would sum up and discuss tactics with Xiao Feng, so the combat experience quickly improved. And they used this trick repeatedly. When they attacked a big city of werewolves a few days ago, they used this trick to forcibly smash a werewolf formation with about 5,000 people on the opposite side. Although the werewolves are not a powerful service in the Orc League, their status and combat effectiveness are still much higher than that of the kobolds. They can fight against each other in the wild, defeat a werewolf army, but greatly improve Kyle and Boo Rum their confidence. And today they are facing the Pigheads. This is the main force in the Half-Orc Alliance. If their cavalry tactics work this time, it will greatly improve their confidence. Although it was Xiao Feng who charged at the front, this made their combat methods very suspect of cheating, but as far as they could endure such a big killer without using them, they would go to a real hard knock with the orcs. Isn't that stupid? At this moment, if you look down from the sky, you can see the entire battlefield. The pig-headed infantry who came out of the city gate, forming a square formation, slowly moving forward. On the human side, Xiao Feng's Humvee took the lead, like an arrowhead. On the two wings behind him, Kyle and Bloom led two heavy armored cavalry of the 500 people, in a wedge-shaped formation, slowing down. Slowly move forward, faster and faster. Standing on the wall of the city, Crutchy, seeing the human charge formation, his face is not ordinary gloomy. He knows that his nephew Kruger must not be able to come back, but it is a pity that he rationed the 500 people of this stupid nephew. What? He waved to a confidant, whispered in his ear, and then the confidant went down the wall with a few others. Kruger let out a sigh of relief looking at the distant back of the confidant. At this moment, a dull explosion sounded suddenly on the battlefield. He looked down from the city head, between the human camp rushing on top of the iron box at the front, and an iron pipe was spraying out at this time. The long flares of meters and the chains of fire followed the flames and gushing out along the iron pipe. The chain of fire stretched for hundreds of meters. Bingfing pointed directly at the 500 generals led by Kruger. Array. Before his younger brother set out for the expedition, he was not too worried about his son's safety. He was afraid that his eldest brother would do anything to Kruger when he was not at home, so he left Kruger with 500 elite retainers. These retainers were all veterans who were born and died, and had very rich combat experience. At this time, they heard the muffled noise from the opposite side. They had heard of the name of the of Death in Running City, but they had not fought against him. So they had to fight with him. They are all hearsay about the way the of Death fights. The death god of Rushing City could summon thunder and lightning attack methods. They had also heard of it, but they didn't know how to deal with it. Now that they ran into it, they could only instinctively choose the way they were best at. The pighead walking in the front of the battlefield raised the huge shield in his hand, roared, and the sharp shield in his hand slammed to the ground. After a row of shield walls was formed, and the pigheads behind also yelled, clenched the axe and mace in their hands, and waited for the death of the Running City to rush closer, and then gave him a meteor shower. But what happened next was different from what they expected. The fire snake sprayed out of the iron pipe hit the heavy wooden shield, and immediately flew the sawdust from the wooden shield and shattered on the spot. The pig-head man hiding behind the wooden shield is even more miserable. Even if he wears heavy armor, how can he withstand the 12.7 mm caliber full-power heavy machine gun bullet? Such a heavy machine gun, even if it appeared on the battlefield of Xiao Feng's world, was a level of death. If there were no guns or grenade launchers and rockets, then such a heavy machine gun could completely rule the battlefield on one side. In the face of other light weapons, this heavy machine gun is an overwhelming strategic weapon, not to mention these wooden shields covered with iron, which is 10 millimeters thick uniform armor, which is unbearable in front of this heavy machine gun. Needless to say, the fate of the pig-headed people hiding behind the wooden shield is that those who were hit in their torso were cut in two on the spot, and those who were hit on their limbs were amputated on the spot. The one who suffered the least was hit in the head. Yes, a pig's head exploded directly in the air, turning into a rain of blood, and it instantly became cold with a burp. These 500 elite veterans used to be able to regret the existence of tens of thousands of ordinary human troops on the battlefield. But now in front of Xiao Feng's heavy machine gun, it is like a paper, and he has been beaten up by him. Fragmented. Kruger, who had been wrapped up by his retainers in the middle of the battlefield, was completely frightened at this time. Of course he had heard of the name of Death God in Benliu City earlier, but he didn't take Xiao Feng seriously. Young and energetic, he believed that the Death God of Rushing City was just an excuse for those incompetent people, and any summoning of thunder and lightning was just a fig leaf to brag about. But when he really encountered Xiao Feng today, he only knew what is regret. Kruger was already shocked. He didn't know how to command and operate the next step, and the few loyal retainers around him looked back at this time, especially Kruger sent to cooperate with them. Bei Jinggrui, she turned her head back, and Xiaozi ran away wildly. At this time, these retainers couldn't wait any longer, and directly lifted Kruger up, then turned around and ran away. Xiao Feng released the trigger, and without finishing a chain, the pig head on the opposite side collapsed in the battle formation. It seems that this half-orc is nothing more than that. It feels really not addictive. At the same time, the heavy armored cavalry led by Kyland Bloom had already whizzed past his car, and the battlefield was full of others shouting when the soldiers charged. The heavy armored infantry of those pig heads are inherently cumbersome. At this time, the battle formation collapses. How can they be able to run? The heavy armed cavalry on the human side. Some pigheads still have some courage. Knowing that they can't run a horse, they just turn around and start resisting. The long knives and battle axes in their hands are not vegetarian. But Kyle and the others had already summed up the way to deal with them. When they were 50 meters away from the pig head, they drew the short spear from the side pocket of the saddle and threw it in the light of the pig head. Some pig heads dodged sideways, and some raised their bucklers to cover them. When they completed this action, the heavy armored cavalry had already charged in front of them. At this time, these heavy armored cavalry did not take knives and guns. They all pulled out their iron bones. This thing is more than 1 meter long, 30 centimeters in front of it, all made of iron, with a small meteor hammer at the top, and 6 at the back. The 10-centimeter wooden handle is made of a special iron willow wood on this planet. This iron willow wood is very tough and very similar to the ash rods on the earth. It is born to make spears and other weapons. Grip. The knights screamed and rushed towards the pighead. Because of the combination of man and horse, their attack range was farther than that of the pighead. In order to avoid the collision of the horse, the pighead had to be careful to sideways and avoid, but the moment they were sideways, they rode on the horse. The knight on his back, the iron bone in his hand, greeted him. These heavy armored infantrymen who have fought with humans many times www.mentalnovel.com are very confident in their own protection, and do not believe that these humans can break their defenses. So many people have no resistance at all. But when the iron bones really hit them, they knew how powerful this weapon was. Back then, the Mongols relied on this guy and knocked countless iron cans on the European continent. What's more, these pig-headed heavy armored infantry who were not equipped with plate armor, the iron armor on his body was made of shoddy armor. The thick iron skins were spliced together. In the past, the swords, guns, bows and arrows of humans might still play a protective role, but they could also protect against the knights and the iron bones in their hands. These heavy-armored infantry seemed vulnerable. The high-speed charge horses could have given the knights considerable impact kinetic energy. They waved the iron bones in their hands, and they didn't even need to exert too much effort. With a swipe, this iron bone can easily penetrate the iron armor of the pig head. A smash is a small pit. The pig head behind the iron armor is basically a burp on the spot with a hammer. The impact of this meteor hammer is too great. As long as it is smashed into the torso, it is basically impossible to survive. The sounds of clanging and knocking on the sandbox on the battlefield were one after another. Chapter 375 Negotiation. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Crutchy, who was standing upright on the wall, was really stupid at this time. If the death of Rushing City was so powerful that the pighead couldn't resist it, he would recognize it. But when did those human cavalry become so vigorous? His nephew even brought the 500 ministers of their family. He didn't care at all. If he died, he would die. It would be all dead. But what he was distressed about was that the 500 excellent he gave to his nephew, although not the real elite of his men, but also 500 daring warriors. But those ferocious human heavy-armored cavalry didn't even leave him with these 500 light. He was on the city wall and watched. After the phalanx of his nephew was smashed by the death god of Rushing City, it was quickly scattered by the heavy-armored infantry of human beings. It was like a soil blocking the torrent. The water washed into mud and did not bring any harm to human heavy cavalry at all. But his 500 heavy infantrymen had received instructions early and turned around to retreat. But even so, they still couldn't get past the human cavalry. After being overtaken by the human cavalry, he was actually not too worried. After all, the death god of Running City did not charge with the human cavalry brigade. He felt that although his 500 people were not elite, they could fight against human heavy cavalry. But the result was disappointing for him. Many of his 500 warriors had indeed turned around and fought hard with the human cavalry. But in front of those human cavalry, there was no one at all. These human cavalry are very cunning. The front rushing into the formation, relying on the speed of the horse, directly knocked the pighead warriors blocking the front, so that the pighead warriors behind instinctively made way for them. At this moment, the cavalry who had been following them, with unabated momentum at this time, rushed directly into the battle formation along this breakthrough, and then continued to spread damage to the two wings. The most frightening thing is that the weapons they hold in their hands are not the usual swords or spears, but a strange stick with a small iron bump in front of them. It is this thing. As long as it is hit by this thing, the basic fighters will immediately lose their combat ability. Those who are hit on the head will belch on the spot, and those who are hit on the torso will hug their belly and roll around the floor in pain. After screaming for a long time, they will belch. The one who was hit on the limbs was even more miserable. When he hit his leg, he immediately fell to the ground, unable to stand up anymore, and was directly trampled to death by the horse charging from behind. Those who were hit in the arm immediately broke their arm, and could no longer lift the sword, gun, shield, and could only be slaughtered. In this scene, Clutch was dumbfounded and speechless. He used to be the commander of the heavy-armored infantry, leading countless of his clan, and fought with humans on the battlefield. To be honest, he has considerable confidence in the defensive equipment of the pigheads. Although the rough iron armor is ugly, it can play a very good protective role. In the past, the human swords, guns and arrows hit their iron armor. There was a smoky spark, and it was not even a bit of the pig-headed soldier behind the iron armor. Even if they have weapons that can penetrate iron armor, they will be blocked by the thick skin of their pigheads. Therefore, when confronting a human army, their pigheads will often have a natural advantage in their hearts. I can hurt you, but you can't hurt me. But after watching the whole massacre in the city today, He felt that many of his previous views were completely subverted. It seems that the heavy armored infantry tactics in the past may not work well in front of humans. Not to mention the death god of Running City, who sees pigheads as heavy armor as nothing. It is these humans who seem to have found a way to restrain the heavy armor of half-orcs. His 500 pighead soldiers, although they also brought some casualties to the human heavy cavalry, but in the end they were knocked to death by those human cavalry on the battlefield very quickly. The 500 soldiers were slaughtered by the human cavalry in less than an hour. If they hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Crouch felt that he couldn't believe it. If someone told him that, he would definitely think that person was telling a story. At this time, not only Crouch was scared, but the pigheads guarding the wall were also scared. The death god of Running City on the opposite side is really terrifying, and these human cavalry are also terrifying to him. They are not even afraid of our half-orc heavy armored infantry at all. How can we fight this battle? There are too many people, and they were wiped out by 1,000 people out of the city. Now there are only 1,500 soldiers left in the city. How can someone fight this? Besides, think about the magic weapon in the hands of Death God in Running City. It is said that people can summon thunder and lightning, and it was estimated that it was a lightning attack just now. If he provokes a lightning strike, can the city still be defended? For a while, the defenders at the head of the city were panicking, and Crouch had to give an order to chop off the heads of 2 soldiers who wanted to sneak down the city wall. This stabilized the military's mind. But what should I do next? The humans outside the city walls have already greeted the kobold and werewolf captives to come and clean the battlefield. The dead pighead soldiers were wiped out, and then they were thrown into a temporarily dug pit. In addition, the liberated humans are still ordered to harvest those rough oats. Seeing that the fruits of their labor were snatched under the eyelids, and their own colleagues, the corpses were treated like dead dogs, and the pigheads on the city walls were all heartbroken. No way. What else? Are you out of town desperately? Forget it. Although everyone gritted their teeth with hatred, no one wanted to go out of the city to die. Soon the corpses of those pigheads were thrown into the large pit temporarily excavated in front of the city wall, and then the humans were thrown down on fire. Flames and black smoke rose in the sky, and the pigheads on the city wall looked like dirt, and the smell of roasted meat floated from the conflict pit. But these pigheads all smelled and wanted to vomit. The scene under the city wall. I didn't even want to take a closer look. The scene was so miserable. Crouch looked at the grimacious and retching soldiers on the wall, and sighed in his heart, knowing that the city might not be able to keep on. After thinking about it, he decided to go down and talk to the human opposite. The orc opposite was about 2 meters tall, sturdy, with a lame leg. When he stood opposite him, his eyes kept gurgling. Xiao Feng really didn't expect that this guy would have the courage to go out of town and negotiate with him. This pighead claimed to be the guard of this city, called Crutchy. When Kyle and the others brought him from the battlefield, Xiao Feng was also very surprised. He understands the character of the half-orcs. They are very reckless and violent, and the victories against humans for many years have made them always be superior to humans and don't take humans seriously. Today, this pighead was willing to come over for peace talks. Of course it was beyond his expectation. Say it. What do you want? Xiao Feng was sitting across from Clutch, and Kyle and the others were guarding him. Even if Clutch was taller than everyone present, he still felt very guilty at this time. After all, the one present was just now the humans who have defeated them. These half-orcs are so realistic. In their eyes there is no law, the rules are good, and the fists are hard enough to make sense. Dear Lord of Death, Greenstone Fortress Crutchy greets you. Today on the battlefield, you and your army have proven your strength. I think my Greenstone Fortress will continue to defend too. It is meaningless. It will only increase the casualties on both sides. So I want to lead my men to withdraw from the Greenstone Fort with your permission and give the castle to you. This can avoid casualties on both sides. Of course we hope to retreat in the process. Our personal property can be protected. This Clutch spoke in an orderly manner. He should be a guy who has seen the world. In fact, Xiao Feng didn't know that class rhetoric was when they were in the southern continent and conquered the lords of the Talon Empire. When the lord surrendered and abandoned the city, he had just used the rhetoric when negotiating with the half-orcs. Ordinarily, what Crutchy said is very reasonable. If the fight continues, Xiao Feng and the others can indeed take the castle, but they will definitely pay a certain amount of casualties. This is certainly not what Xiao Feng and the others hoped for. And Clutch also expressed that if Xiao Feng and the others do not agree, they will desperately resist. Xiao Feng thought for a while, and then said, "Then what does your personal property include?" "Our food, personal belongings, and our slaves." "Haha, the beauty you want. Mentalnovel.com." Kyle interrupted Cruach with a laugh. He was clearly struggling, and he dared to mention such a condition. Is it possible that he thought he had won? "I allow you to take away your personal clothing, food and water for 5 days. Don't think about the other things. All the property and human slaves will stay. If you disagree, haha, we will start siege of the city tomorrow morning. Once the city is broken, I will order the slaughter of the city for 3 days. And in the future, if we encounter any pigheads of the Gru tribe on the battlefield, we will not leave the prisoners of this tribe. You know how to make a price with Lao Tzu. Haha, let you know what it means to pay back on the ground. After hearing Xiao Feng's words, the opposite Krugi was angry with his face. His fists were loose and clenched and loose, and in the end he had no choice but to agree to Xiao Feng's terms. No way, I am a fish. He didn't want to lead the team to break through in the dark, but their pigheads weren't half-orcs who were good at speed, so how could they run past the human cavalry? What's more, how could he know that humans would not lie in ambush outside the walls? If you rush into it rashly, then the half-orcs who died in front of the city wall this afternoon will be their fate. Chapter 376 The Power of New Weapons. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. And continue to defend the city. This idea is even more unreliable. Not to mention the terrible methods of the death god of Rushing City. If someone drew the sky thunder to smash the city gate and blow up the city wall, what would you guard? Besides, after seeing the easy battle of annihilation in the afternoon, the pigheads on the wall generally lacked confidence. Don't even mention that the mage bombarded with lightning. I am afraid that as long as they send people to wait on the wall, these pigheads will defend themselves. Hugged and scattered. So after thinking twice, Crutchy decided to negotiate with Xiao Feng. This negotiation also has two purposes. On the one hand, it is to pray for peace to this human being. On the other hand, he really wants to meet. What does this of death look like in Running City? Quite unexpectedly, the Death Master of Running City was not like the human masters he had seen before. He was wearing a grey robe, full of folds, scratched hair and beard, and a sloppy old man. On the contrary, he was a very neat young man with black hair, brown eyes, yellow skin, and a tall stature. It was the first time he saw such a human being, but the thing that left him most lingering was the human mage's eyes, shining brightly. Every time they swept over him, it was like a knife scrape, making him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was not wearing clothes in front of him, and any thoughts were hidden. Can't hold him. Even when he walked out of his camp, he felt as if he had just been fished out of the water, and he was sweating profusely. This kind of feeling, even when he went to meet the High Priest of the Orc Alliance before, he never thought that he would be so nervous. That person came to the mage. It was really terrible. But now is not the time to think about these things. He must quickly return to the city, and then organize the manpower to withdraw from the city immediately. Otherwise, who knows if these humans will change their minds. When their half-orcs dealt with surrendered humans, they did nothing less than double-cut things. Anyway, the absolute strong can do whatever they want when facing the weak. Crutchy returned to the city wall, where a group of people had been waiting for him. When everyone heard him say that the human archmage had agreed to their surrender to the city and allowed them to leave with a certain amount of food and water, many of them were relieved. After all, in the afternoon, The human group destroyed the 1,000 soldiers. Everyone has heard that the 1,000 elites led by Lord Kruger were destroyed in front of humans by the human cavalry. They even had no resistance. No one wants to fight hard against the human army. Soon the north gate of Greenstone Fort City was opened. The pigheads helped the old and the young, and walked out of the gate with food and water allowed by humans. First, under the threat of the spears of the human soldiers, they went to the designated venue, abandon the weapon armor, and then go to the front checkpoint for inspection. These humans are still keeping their promises, allowing the pigheads to take away 5 days' worth of food and fresh water. But other than that, they are not allowed to take away anything. Several pigheads who had hidden some gold and silver jewelry on their bodies were searched out and made a shame on the spot, but they forgot who they were in front of them. Without saying a word, the spearmen stabbed the pigheads who were trying to resist. A stab of puff 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 was transmitted into the eardrums of many pigheads, and the scene in front of them made their legs tremble even more. Pigheads are quite proud of their thick skin. Even if they are not armored, their own thick skin will provide them with strong protection. In the wild, even if they encounter male lions and tigers, as long as there are 2 or 3 wild boars, the lions and tigers dare not easily come to provoke them, because they are thick-skinned and too difficult to break defenses. Once the wild boar starts to surge, whatever lion and tiger you are, if they rush over, the tiger will not be able to stop it. But now, their proud thick skins have no protective effect at all in front of human spears. They are like fragile paper. Those humans don't need to use much force at all to pierce them. Too cold. What's the situation? We must know that among these pigheads, the soldiers who retreated from the army because of their age have fought countless times on the battlefield with the human army. But when did the human spear become so powerful? In the past, even if they didn't wear heavy armor, they would rely on a thick skin to face human spearmen without being too scared, because those human spears couldn't break their defense at all. The diamond-shaped flat spearhead pierced them like a tickling. Even they clamped the spearhead with their muscles, and with a slight force, they could cut off the spearhead of the spear. But these human spearmen from the city of Rushing are holding spears that are different from the spears held by the human spearmen they had encountered before. Their spears are actually 1 foot long and triangular in shape. There does not seem to be a sharp spear tip in front, but such a long, triangular spear has amazing lethality. With a light stabbing, the pighead can be pierced to the heart, and without too much effort, the spear can be drawn out. Once the spear leaves the pighead's body, it will bring out a blood arrow. And those pigheads who were pierced to the ground, no matter how they tried to cover their wounds, they couldn't cover their wounds. Blood still rushed out of their wounds. After a few minutes, these pigheads would have lost too much blood, and one after another belched. Clutch has fought with human armies many times before, and he thinks he already knows the human armies and the weapons they are accustomed to using, but today he feels opened his eyes on the human armies from these running cities. The composition and command methods of this army are very different from those of the previous human army, and the weapons they use are not to mention, although they are still in the category of cold weapons. They are much more powerful. With these improved weapons, the former half-orc's self-proclaimed thick-skinned protective power advantage has basically disappeared in the face of the new weapons of the human army. He secretly kept all this in his heart, planning to go back and report it. After the first few hapless demonstrations, the pigheads at the back were much more honest. No one dared to hide any gold or silver jewelry privately anymore. Even if they were privately hidden, they all turned in obediently. These humans are still creditworthy, as long as there is no violation. After inspection, humans will allow them to go to exile all the way north. The wilderness outside was pitch black, but the pigheads who came out of the city were still warm in their hearts. After all, it was better to escape the castle alive than to be trapped inside. At this time, Xiao Feng had already entered the city with a team of people. The first thing after entering the city, Xiao Feng ordered someone to control the warehouse, inspect the wells, and at the same time go to the slave camp to count the number of people, so that the pigheads would not be there. Do your hands and feet in this regard. The reason why he immediately let them leave after negotiating with that Crouch is because they were afraid that if they left enough time, these half-orcs would make tricks in the city. Now it seems that these pigheads have not been circling so much. There is no poison in the well, and the grain warehouse is not set on fire. Of course, it is mainly related to the empty warehouse. As for the slave camp, it was good too. Those pigheads didn't send people to the camp to massacre them, presumably because they were afraid of Xiao Feng's revenge. The slaves in the slave camp were weak, but fortunately they were still alive. Xiao Feng sent people to count overnight. In the 2 slave camps in this city, more than 25,000 people were rescued. This is the time they have rescued the most humans in a single time when they entered the Gourd Canyon. Xiao Feng was very happy. Although the physical condition of these slaves was not very good, and the food in the city was not enough, he was not worried. He had already let people harvest large amounts of those rough oats outside the city. Can be used to eat. What's more, they had laid down a few half-orcs before, and they also collected a lot of food, enough for them to eat horses and chew for a while. At the same time, those pigheads who have escaped the radiation range of Greenstone Fort are walking aimlessly all the way to the north. Father, where are we going next? To take refuge? Su Yanxing, one of Crutch's son, Kruby asked him. Suian City is a big city located northwest of Greenstone Fort and controlled by the Pighead tribe. The owner of that castle is a cousin of Crutchy. And not only Suian City, there are also several castles in the northwest of Greenstone Fort, all of which belong to the Pighead tribe, and Clutch are related to each other. Now that they have lost their home, they naturally lose refuge with these people. But what Clubby didn't expect was www.mtlnovel.com. His father actually shook his head. No, let's not go there, let's go to Kai City. What? Go to Kaiyan? It's so father. And it's a place for snake people. Clubby was puzzled by Clutch's thoughts, and at this moment Clutch lovingly reached out and touched the head of his favorite little son. Kruby, we can't hold Greenstone Fort. Do you think that Suyan City and the idiots of Chiclo City can hold their city? If I'm not wrong, it won't be long. This in the Gourd Canyon, I went back to everywhere. No one could escape the attack of any death god of Running City, and no one could stop him. Clubby stopped talking, and his father was right. Which of the gods of death in Rushing City was really terrible? Their relatives had also escaped from the first day of the first year of the junior high school, but no more than the 15th. With his knowledge of those relatives, they are now refuge, except for cynicism, nothing else, and even be used as cannon fodder by those people. On the other side of Kai City, there is the prince of the Python tribe. Kitchen is guarding him. He should be regarded as the highest-ranking half-orc in the Gourd Canyon at present. Only he can summon and unite all the tribes. Chapter 377 Gearing Up. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. You idiots. Just lost your nest like this. What's so scary about those humans? You cowards. I'm going to throw you all into the kitchen and put you on the table. Torches lit up the dark and damp hall, and a group of orcs leaders sat on either side of the long table. In another clearing not far from them, there were also a lot of orcs kneeling, all with low eyebrows. Dare not speak out. At the top of the long wooden table, sat a grim-faced python man. He was tall, nearly 3 meters tall, with a sturdy body, and he almost burst the chair under his buttocks. At this time, he was slapped at the table and furious, and all the orc leaders below were silent. The identity of this snakeman is more special than the half-orcs present here. Although some people have tribes with more than tens of thousands of people, they dare not speak out against this young pythonman, because this python man is Kitchen, the master of Kai City, and the leader of the snake tribe in the Orc Alliance, and the youngest son of King Qian. Because he was not the eldest son, Kitchen's fief was arranged in the remote area of Gourd Canyon, but as King Qian's favorite young son, his fief was of course the best part of the entire Gourd Canyon. This Gourd Gorge, Xiao Feng and the others captured Gourd's Yui City, which is the entrance to the south. and Kachinskaya city is located at the north entrance and exit of the Gord Gorge. It is located at the main traffic road, south of the castle. It is the endless plains of the Gord Basin. The land is fertile and rich in output. It is the best castle in the Gord Canyon, and this Kachin is also the highest status among the half-orcs in the Gord Canyon, mainly because of the light of his blood. At this time, Xiao Feng led the army of Benliu city, and it has been about 2 weeks since they entered the Gord Gorge. In the basin south of the Gord Gorge, there are already beacons everywhere, and dozens of half-orcs castles and territories have been captured one after another. The orcs once united and organized a counterattack, but after all, the main force of their tribe was transferred to the southern part of the Talon Empire to fight, and none of the elites stayed at home. In addition, these half-orcs were also foul and dirty, and they refused to accept each other and commanded poorly. How could such a loose coalition be Xiao Feng's opponent? Just 7 days after Xiao Feng captured Greenstone Fort, they had an encounter in the Gord Yao Canyon in the Gord Gorge. Needless to say, the loose coalition of the half-orcs and the human army led by Xiao Feng often damaged countless numbers. The entire Gord Canyon, from the Gord Waste Gorge, was completely divided into 2 sections, and the south has been completely reduced to rushing a paradise where the army rages on the city. The half-orcs on the north side of Hulu Yao were also panicked. During this period of time, half-orcs who fled from the south of Hulu Yao Canyon poured into the Gord Canyon north of Hulu Yao Canyon, and the whole basin was noisy. The atmosphere was also extremely tense. The relatives who had fled from the south learned that after the army led by Death God in Runliu city was so powerful, the half-orc lords in the North Gord Canyon could no longer sit still. Everyone felt that they could no longer stay at home and wait for death, and wanted to unite. However, considering the failure experience of those relatives south of the Gord Yao Canyon, they could only come to Kai City and contact Kachin. I hope that the Python Prince can take the lead. After all, among these people, only his prestige can convince the crowd. At this time, Kachin heard that the entire southern half of the Gord Gorge had all fallen. When he heard the news, he was simply furious. When have these humans been so bold? In the past, these street-crossing rats, who could only hide in the cave and be beaten obediently, are now fattened up and dare to organize a manpower to counterattack. Is it okay? But before dispatching troops, he still had to beat the lords who had escaped from the south. These guys are really stupid. They can't beat even the humans with scumbag combat power. Isn't it a good life to live too long? Even how to take a knife? Forget, my lord. The fact is not that we don't resist, nor that Jiros are not brave enough. It's that the group of humans is too difficult to deal with. This time it's not an ordinary human army. They came from Runliu city, and the leader is even more the death god of Rushing City. I took Kian Erlang and slammed out of the city gate, but I couldn't even rush to the front of their battlefield. So I was defeated halfway. A pighead who had been kneeling down in the middle of the hall couldn't help it. This person was Crutchy, and Kachin, who was still yelling at him, fell silent immediately after hearing Clu's statement, "The of death in the city." This can now be used in the Half-Orcs Alliance to stop the evil name of the child's night cry. Is he bringing the people from Runliu city this time? No wonder it. Kachin also went back to his hometown before, and it didn't take long to come back, so he didn't know much about the situation in the Gord Canyon. Now when he heard this, Clutch said, he was relieved. It's no wonder that these tribes couldn't stand it. They used to be the people of Running City. In fact, the half-orcs had already regarded the human army on the side of Running City as an elite division on an equal footing with them. It would be nothing strange to lose in the hands of this human army. So, did you fight the death god of Running City Hedn? Yes, my lord. That day, I personally led 1,000 elite Jiro out of the city to rush out of the city. Before that, I didn't know that the group of people who were opposing came from Runliu city. As soon as we were out of the city gate, the humans on the opposite side took the lead in charging us. The big head in front of the human beings is a strange iron box, and before it rushed to us, the death god of Running City in that iron box summoned a thunder and lightning attack, throwing my phalanx into chaos, and lightning flashed. The battlefield swept across the battlefield, and the Erlangs who rushed in front were swept to the ground before they even called. Then there were sky thunders continuously falling from the air, blasting our phalanx to the ground. This Clutch was actually hiding on the wall to watch his nephew's charge, but at this time he couldn't speak in front of Kitchen. It was he who sent his nephew to die. In order to emphasize his own bravery, he instead boasted of himself as the hero who led the team out of the city. Sure enough, after his remarks, all the leaders of the tribes in the scene heard that they were concerned. There are a lot of people in it who have participated in the previous 2 siege of Runliu City. They have all seen the ability of the death god of Runliu City. Just listening to this class description, everyone inferred that he did not lie. Our battle formation has been in chaos. At this time, the human heavy cavalry rushed up. They were holding small meteor hammers, wearing iron armor, and even the horses are covered in armor. I have never seen such a cavalry before. Erlang's swords and guns were placed on the cavalry and the horses, and they couldn't hurt them at all. The iron bumps in their hands were just as accurate as possible. It's hard to survive as long as they get on, and their spearmen are also very powerful. The quality of their human spears used to be very poor and could not harm us at all, but now they are full of holes. Even my little nephew was not in this battle. Crucifix was half truth and half false, but the atmosphere in the meeting room became more and more solemn. Many orcs who had fought against the humans in Running City felt that Cruci was not telling lies. As for the tribe that was defeated by Xiao Feng and lost the family territory like Crutchy, at this time, it is even more difficult to say that Crutchy was lying, because this would only demean themselves. On the contrary, they continue to echo Clu's statement, so that it seems not that they are incompetent, but that the human army is too powerful. Yes, my lord, I have never seen such a powerful human cavalry. Yes, sir, those human cavalry are covered with iron. Brothers have really tried their best. Furthermore, their use of new weapons has greatly increased our lethality. Our original defensive advantage can no longer play its due role. Kitchen's expression became more gloomy as he listened to it. The death god of Running City was already enough to give him a headache. Now he has brought out a strong army. How can he deal with this? But as the highest ranking half-orc in this Gourd Canyon, he couldn't take care of himself alone. The Tauren, Pighead, Kobold, and Werewolf, as well as the Centaur, had already come to his door. If he pretends to be stupid. Until novel.com then spread it out, the Python man's face will be lost by him, but if he takes these people to confront the army of Running City, he feels nothing. Confidence. Before this, his uncle Qian had told him many times not to provoke those guys in Runliu City. If he encountered him, he had better find a way to stay away. But now he has been framed. If you just don't resist and lead these half-orc tribes to retreat, you will definitely lose your head when you return to the Alliance. What can be done? But at this moment, the fox staff next to him turned his eyes dribblingly, and then whispered in his ear. The more Kitchen listened, the brighter his eyes became. Oh, this is a good way. Okay, you guys, you immediately order the soldiers and horses. Let's set out. The guys from Runliu City have already captured the southern half of the Gourd Gorge, and they will soon emerge from the Gourd Waste Canyon. The north continues to invade. Then we will be near Sad Canyon and prepare a big scene for them. The Sad Canyon, but the only place to enter the northern half of the Gourd Canyon. The terrain is dangerous, and it is suitable for us to ambush. The big guy waited for a long time, and this Kitchen finally came up with a plan that sounded more reliable. The atmosphere immediately became lively, and everyone was eager for it. Chapter 378 Snake Swallow Elephant. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. After occupying Greenstone Fort, Xiao Feng led the army of Runliu City, sweeping all the way, opening and closing vertically and horizontally in this basin, and breached more than a dozen castles in just a few days. In the eyes of the people of this world, The extremely strong stone castle, in the eyes of Xiao Feng, did not have any difficulty at all. The wooden door of the castle ran into the B-10 recoilless gun and RPG rocket in his hand. Just like paper, there was no enemy at all. And these half-orcs are really not good at defending the city. Maybe it was because they went to attack other people's city before. For them, it was really a bit reluctant to let them defend the city. Whenever the cost is crushed by him, these defenders will immediately lose their morale, and their thoughts are extremely inconsistent. There are often people who want to rush over to fight them to the death, and some people will choose to put oil on the soles of their feet. Encountering such an opponent, in front of them, it is not a problem at all. There is no enemy that can last for half an hour, and the battle will be resolved in basically 10 or 20 minutes. More than a dozen castles in the southern section of the canyon fell in a few days, and the owners of these castles also organized a loose alliance. As a result, the coalition army was defeated by the troops led by him by a river named Buding. There is no decent resistance in the southern section of the Gourd Gorge. This treasure land is like a girl who takes off at. Let them take what they want. On this land, they harvested countless rough oats, seized countless cattle, sheep, horses, and various poultry, and they did not know how many gold and silver treasures were robbed. The half-orcs of various tribes captured them and captured more than 10,000, and the human beings liberated by more than 100,000 people. This operation can be regarded as a great success, and their army has now swelled to a regular army of 12,000 people. The reason why they have swelled so many people is because of the human slaves they liberated. Many of them were from the former Talon Empire and Carter. The soldiers of the Lun Empire were captured as slaves by the orcs. Xiao Feng asked Carl to select a group of soldiers with good physical fitness and high willingness to fight from these people, and recruit them into the army, which led to a sharp increase in the number of his troops. The number of the squadron has also risen to 10,000. And enough humans have been rescued anyway. Some of these people chose to be transported back to the running city, while the other party chose to let them stay here. And right in the middle of the basin, near the big river, he chose a high ground and let these people come to build a city. After more than 20 days of expeditions in this basin, he discovered that this basin is really a treasure of geomantic omen, even compared with the Banivera Peninsula he occupied. The basin is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with abundant water resources. The land in the basin is fertile, because the high mountains on all sides block the strong winds from all directions. The climate here is relatively warm, with little temperature difference throughout the year. It is very suitable for agricultural operations. It is very suitable for human habitation. After finding some long-lived human captives and understanding the climate of the basin, and no geological disasters have occurred for many years, he fell in love with it even more. The area of this basin is quite large, even larger than that of the Xikuen Basin in his home country of China on the Earth. And the terrain is flatter than the Xikuen Basin, and it is more fertile, and the water resources are also very rich. The most important thing is there are not so many geological disasters in the Xikuen Basin. In his opinion, such a place is definitely a land of great treasures. Originally, he was only planning to lead the army of Running City to sweep up here, destroy more half-orcs castles, and rescue more humans. But now he intends to occupy this place. There is such a treasure land. As long as humans are given a period of recuperation, it will become a source of human counter-offensives. The output of this land alone is enough for his army to eat and chew. This is still based on the statistics after searching this basin during this period of time. The rough oats that were forcibly harvested are not counted. There are millions of cattle, horses and sheep looted from this basin. What is this concept? These cattle, horses and sheep alone will be enough for them to eat for a few years. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng immediately sent someone back to Runliu City to transfer Magis and Charles Man to ask them to investigate this piece of land as soon as possible, and to find out the value of this piece of land as soon as possible. At the same time, He also learned about the situation north of the Hula Gorge through communication with the captured half-orcs. Only after this understanding did they know that the Uding River where they defeated the Orcs Alliance was not far to the north. It was a canyon. The canyon was called the Gourd Waste, and it rushed towards the Gourd Waste, and further north was a larger area. The basin here is 3 times larger. The land is more fertile, the products are more abundant, and the number of people is even larger. The terrain is almost the same as this basin, but the area is 3 times larger. The population is several times larger, and there are dozens of large and small cities. Just hearing such data, Xiao Feng felt that his saliva was about to drip. Originally, this northern expedition attacked. His purpose was to destroy the production of the orcs, liberate more human slaves, strengthen his own strength, and weaken the war potential of the orcs. But up to now, the success of the previous series of wars has made his ambitions continue to swell. Why leave such a good place to these half-orcs? If you don't occupy this place, just withdraw it, and it won't be long before the half-orcs will come back and occupy the basin again. At that time, as long as they reuse the land and resume production, they will regain their war potential before they get old. Thinking of this, he made up his mind, not to leave this time, not only to occupy the Gourd Basin in the south, but also to let it go in the north. This war fortune is indeed the best way to make money. Only then has he opened a southern gorge, and his strength in Runliu City has doubled. If this takes down the northern basin as well, he estimates that Runliu City can control it. The population will immediately increase to 500,000. When the time comes, he will hold the Gourd Canyon and the Benivera Peninsula, 2 fertile places, and he will have the capital to compete with the orcs. What's more, if you occupy this Gourd Canyon, it will also open up the corresponding strategic depth for Runliu City. Xiao Feng simply convened a few important leaders to have a meeting and shared his thoughts with everyone. However, Kyland Bloom, who had previously opposed his northern expedition, also showed confidence at this time. There is no objection to Xiao Feng's proposal, especially Kyle, who feels the hope of rejuvenation. I think it's totally feasible, as long as we also knock down the Gourd Basin in the north, so that we can take the entire Gourd Basin into the bag, this treasure land. I don't think it will be a problem to feed millions of people. In addition, once we lay down in that Kuai City, a section of winding foothills to the north, we pass through the Bian Mountains. After the mountains is the Cansalis Prairie. This grassland to the north is the secret forest of the Orcs Lao's Nest, and to the south it is the Talon Empire. When we hold this Kuai City, we can attack and retreat. Strategically, we have the initiative. This Kyle was originally a soldier. After spending some time with Xiao Feng, his tactical qualities and strategic vision have also improved a lot. And Charles Mann, who was called to inspect the land and was preparing to build a city, thought for a while and said, in this case, we might as well build the new city at the exit of the Gordiao Canyon, so that we can guard the entire southern border of the Gourd Basin. Even if the northern basin cannot be defeated, and they want to counterattack, we will prevent him from attacking. Xiao Feng felt that this proposal was also good, so he nodded and agreed. It was originally just a northern expedition that consumed the potential of half-orcs warfare. But now it has turned into a battle for the country. Although it was a bit suspicion of a snake-swallowing elephant, at this time, the arrow was already on the string and had to be sent. To made the orcs not notice the importance of this Gourd Canyon. Moreover, according to the captive's account, the Orcs Alliance drew more than 100,000 elites from the tribes of the Gourd Canyon at the beginning of this year, and is engaged in the final battle against several lingering human kingdoms in the southern part of the Talon Empire. Obviously this time is the power of half-orcs. At the weakest time in this Gourd Canyon, it is said that you are sick and want your life. At this time, when will you not start? When the half-orc soldiers returning from the southern conquest, If they want to capture this gourd canyon, it will be more difficult than climbing to the sky. Even if it can be won by then, I am afraid that he will have to pay a huge price of casualties, so it is better to hit him off guard at this time. The plan must be www.mentalnovel.com. Xiao Feng led the army northward, and arrived at the Gourd Waste Gorge in less than half a day. Now it is camped here, and Charles Mann took a few apprentices to investigate near this canyon. The terrain is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. The terrain is even more dangerous than their running city. There are towering cliffs on both sides of the canyon. The widest place under the canyon can accommodate 10 people passing side by side, and the narrowest place can also accommodate 2 people passing side by side. And the roadside is still a tributary of that rushing river. After investigating the terrain, Charles Mann, based on the terrain that hits the lake at the mouth of the canyon, simply proposed to Xiao Feng to build a water city at the mouth of the valley and hand it over to Ying Ran and the others to guard it, not only for the convenience of defending the city, but also for transportation. Xiao Feng agreed to this proposal, and then left some liberated human captives and half-orc slaves to Charles Mann, and began to build a city here and prepare to build a city. Xiao Feng himself took an army of more than 10,000 people and a heavy army of more than 10,000 people, swaggering through the canyon, and heading towards the large basin to the north, and just outside the Gourd Waste Gorge, which is a must-see for download. Kitchen, the Python Prince, has already led a coalition of half-orcs, and has been waiting here for a long time. Chapter 379 Download Wang. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. My lord, they are finally here. A goat man standing beside Kitchen whispered to the Python Prince. Kitchen nodded. During this time, he summoned all the orc tribes in the northern Gourd Canyon. The rich gave the money, and the others gave the people. He organized an army of more than 30,000 people. I have been waiting for several days on the Sad Canyon outside the Hulu Yao Gorge. These days, people eat a lot of horses, choose and consume a lot. If the humans from Benliu City are not available, they will rush through the canyon to find them. The topography of Sad Canyon is very special. The whole Gourd Gorge is high in the north and low in the south. The Gourd Basin in the north is a few hundred meters higher than the basin in the south of the Gourd Gorge. Therefore, the process of marching from the south to the north of the Hulu Yao Canyon is a process from low to high. After passing through the narrowest section of the gorge, a small basin with an area of about 5 square kilometers will suddenly appear, but the basin is flat. But because the surrounding mountains are steep and the traffic is inconvenient, the surrounding cliffs often fall towards the falling rocks, but the ground is full of broken stones falling from the mountains. The land is not suitable for farming, so it is not suitable for farming. No one thought of building a city here. When Xiao Feng led the team here, he found that it was a very good transfer station, and by holding this place, it would have the effect of being a man and a man. Although it is not suitable for production, it is an important military area in terms of military affairs. It seems that after taking the Gourd Basin to the north, Charles Mann can build a castle here to guard this canyon that runs through the north and south. When I got here, I was halfway there. Xiao Feng ordered the soldiers to rest on the spot, but he secretly called Kyle and Bloom over and asked them to be on guard. Because since entering this Gourd Waste Gorge, he can feel a sense of being peeped along the way. He is fused with the Overlord's crazy soul, and he has a very strong perception of danger. This kind of daring to peep makes him feel like a man on his back. He knows that it must be the dense forest of this mountain. There are countless orc spies. Thinking about it, you can understand that he made such a big noise in the southern part of the Gourd Canyon, and now he has even knocked down the southern end of the Gourd Canyon, but the half-orcs have no response. This is very unusual. In particular, he learned from many half-orcs captives that in the north of this canyon, there is a basin 3 times larger than the southern end, and hundreds of thousands of humans and half-orcs live in it. Before he swept the entire southern end basin, there were already countless half-orcs fleeing from this canyon to the northern basin. They could not have known that Xiao Feng led an army to attack, and any half-orcs with a little head will know the importance of this canyon. Now they have walked halfway through the march, but the half-orcs on the opposite side have not moved at all, which is very abnormal. Either they had already set up an ambush in front of them, or they had completely escaped from the northern basin. However, Xiao Feng didn't believe it at all regarding the option of escape. How could these half-orcs give way to such a fertile land in the north? Therefore, you can think of it with your toes. They must have set up an ambush in front. After entering this central valley, Xiao Feng's sense of crisis became stronger and stronger, and he guessed that his judgment was basically correct. Kyle and Bloom didn't doubt his judgment either, because the current situation was too weird, and it was impossible for the half-orcs to not know their movements, nor could they give up such a geographical advantage and not use them. Then what shall we do? Pause the march and let the soldiers rest here, but be prepared. In addition, Bloom, you go find some mountain elves, dwarves, and former hunters, who are good at hunting and have more accurate arrows. Pandeli, you take people over to investigate. Try not to make too much movement, and don't expose yourself. Xiao Feng instructed Kyle and Bloom, and at the same time he also called the poisonous bee General Pandeli, who had surrendered to him in the last city defense war, and ordered a few words. This General Venomous Bee, because of the soul of the Overlord Feng on Xiao Feng's body, was completely surrendered to him, and there was nothing to say about his loyalty. During the northern expedition, he also took this guy with him. On the one hand, they use their combat skills to assist humans in attacking cities. On the other hand, they are trained as scouts and signal soldiers. After all, these flying poisonous beemen are not big, flexible, and fly fast. Very suitable for reconnaissance and information transmission on the battlefield. Pandeli took the order, and Xiao Feng also sent the drone in his hand at the same time. Pandeli alone is not enough. The drone in his hand must also be used. After all, the drone can fly higher. It can also fly farther, and the drones equipped with infrared cameras have better detection capabilities than those poisonous bees, and can play a better role in detecting orcs hidden in dense forests. Kyle and Bloom turned their heads back and gave instructions. After a while, Bloom brought the number 2 or 300 to Xiao Feng's jeep. At this time, Xiao Feng was observing the information continuously sent back by the drone on the tablet computer. Under the observation of the drone's infrared camera, the half-orcs hidden in the mountains and forests had nowhere to hide. To the north of this central basin, there is a very narrow mountain road. On the right side is a 90-degree vertical cliff, towering up to 100 meters, and on the left side is the branch of the rushing river, all the way to the south. The road is very narrow, and it can basically accommodate 3 people walking side by side. It is much narrower than the half of the canyon where they walked before. It is very suitable for ambushes, and those half-orcs did ambush a lot of people in the mountains on the bank of the big river on the left. Compared with the nearly 90-degree vertical cliff on the right, the of the mountain on the right is very gentle. Moreover, the vegetation is lush, and the half-orcs are hidden in this mountain and it is difficult to be spotted. Once the army of Benliu City took this path and formed a formation, if the orcs suddenly launched a strike from the right side, it would catch Xiao Feng and the others by surprise. And because of the terrain, the army of Rushing City will expose their left wing without protection. Once the orcs drop arrows on the hill, or use the trebuchet to strike, the army of Rushing City will be unprotected. Even if you want to fight back, you can't do it, because there is a large river that is hundreds of meters wide between them. The terrain of the orcs is relatively high, and it is easy to project. There are lush vegetation above their heads as a cover. The army of the Running City, even if they fight back with bows and arrows, it's hard to make a difference. Once the entire formation is extended and this path is taken, it will be a path of no return. These half-orcs would really choose the location of the ambush. This method of attacking from the side is often the most difficult to prevent. This is also the tactical method that various military books on the earth will repeatedly emphasize. from the Roman phalanx to the right, from the interspersed and circuitous tactics of World War II to the left uppercut tactics of the US military during the Iraq War. The essence is flank strikes. These half-orcs also understood some war strategies. Xiao Feng looked at the feedback from the tablet computer and wondered how to deal with such a situation. When he looked up and saw that the hunters of the mountain elves, dwarves and humans had gathered in front of his car, the thoughts in his mind had already taken shape. Under Bloom's leadership, like this, Xiao Feng began to explain tactics to these people. These people are special warfare elites who are good at activities and operations in the mountains. In the past, Xiao Feng asked Bloom to pay special attention to these people with tactical expertise. Now these people can finally play a role. After Xiao Feng's exchange was completed, Bloom led the people to retreat first, and headed to the entrance of the canyon to replenish energy and rest. After a while, they will be the vanguard of the battle. At this time, General Pandeli, the venomous bee, had also returned, and he reported to Xiao Feng what he had spotted. Those guys have set up a lot of ambushes on the right side of the valley. Our people saw a lot of archers and trebuchets. And outside the valley, they still have a big camp. Many people are there. Wait. Once we get out of the valley, they will hit us head from the outside of the valley. The terrain outside the valley is not suitable for formation, so they will have the advantage of firepower projection. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. While explaining to Xiao Feng, Pandeli spent a simple topographic map on the ground. When this guy was in the Orcs Alliance, he was a general at any rate. He had received some simple military training, plus years of warfare, and he was rich in war experience. So drawing a topographic map and explaining the investigation to Xiao Feng is not a problem. The outside of this canyon is in the shape of a bell mouth. The half-orcs have laid a net here. They not only set up ambushes on the right side of the canyon, they plan to attack the marching team of humans from the flanks. After calculating the situation once the human army endured the blow and rushed out of the canyon, it seemed that they did not intend to wipe out the human army in the canyon. They designed the final main battlefield on the flat ground outside the valley. About 30,000 coalition forces, 20,000 of them are arranged at the location of Taniguchi, surrounding Taniguchi in a ring shape. Once humans rush out of this downloaded canyon, they will face their overwhelming long-range firepower coverage. Moreover, the terrain of this valley mouth is also from south to north, from low to high, showing a trend of spreading the trumpet to the north, so it is very suitable for half-orcs to deploy their forces and carry out long-range intensive strikes. While the human army rushing out from the canyon is it's difficult to start the formation. If you rush out rashly, it will be the fish on the chopping board. Chapter 380 Countrade. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. After listening to Pandeli's introduction, Xiao Feng could also realize that the half-orcs coalition this time was much more rigorous than the previous coalition encountered in the southern part of the Ghord Canyon. There are also a large number of people, and according to Pandeli's investigation, there are all kinds of races. This should be similar to their previous guess. They should have the effect of finding the Python Prince Kitchen as the supreme commander. In the Half-Orcs Alliance, the most important thing is the level and pedigree. In this Ghord Canyon, only the Kitchen has such an identity and status, and integrates all the half-orcs in this scattered sand. And the other party's arrangement was obviously designed after careful consideration. This trap, it can be said that the design is already seamless. If the army in the Cold Weapon Age encounters such an ambush without any preparation, then the whole army will basically be wiped out. Unfortunately, they are unlucky. What they encounter is Xiao, who has several thousand years of military experience ahead of them. Feng, and the running city army that he led has begun to modernize its mind and reform its mind. After Xiao Feng listened to Pandeli's introduction, he had people call both Bloom and Kyle over, and the four people with Pandeli simply held a small combat meeting to explain the combat ideas. It was already in the afternoon, and there were still 2 hours left, and the sun was about to go down, but the running city army that had entered the central basin had no intention of opening yet. This made it ambush in the forest and waited halfway outside the valley. The orc army is very impetuous. Kitchen was also anxious. Did the other party discover something? Or else why is there nothing? Could it be that they found our ambush, so they didn't act? But what if the opponent is not marching forward? Is it just here to keep consuming it? He was very anxious in his heart, but it was not easy to show it on the surface, because he knew that he could not be anxious as the master. Many of the leaders of the half-orc tribe around him were reckless men who had not received professional military training. If they see that they are also anxious, they will inevitably become more emotional. Maybe these idiots will take their men directly into the canyon to fight the humans. In that case, all the battle plans he made before will be scrapped up. So after thinking about it, the best way at the moment is to wait, compare patience with those humans, and see who can't help it first. Karagul, the Tauren, squatted under a small tree and bored. He and his catapult team have been hiding in this woods for several days. In the past few days, they can say that their lives are worse than death. I really don't know what those noble lords think. The temperature difference between morning and night in this canyon is extremely large. During the day, because of the transpiration effect of the big river, the mist is lingering, and the air is humid and sticky. Their Tauren love to sweat, and the humid environment makes them very uncomfortable. Because I was lying in ambush and didn't dare to move too much, I couldn't get out of sweat even when I was in an ambush. Several of my brothers suffered from strange illnesses because of this. They vomited up and down. It was very cold at night, and the quilt that I brought was damp and uncomfortable. In addition to the restrictions of the mountainous terrain, I couldn't set up a tent. I could only sleep in the wild, and the stones on the ground were too bad. Everyone can't sleep well. What's more terrifying is that all kinds of nasty mosquitoes are constantly flying around and sucking blood, making everyone a little nervous. He looked a little enviously at the Python archers' position not far from their catapult squad. He really envied these cold-blooded guys, because they are cold-blooded animals, and temperature changes seem to have little effect on them. The most enviable, yes. Those mosquitoes didn't dare to harass them at all. Once they flew close to these python people, these guys spit out the snake letter, and the mosquitoes would turn into snacks in their mouths. It's going to be a meal. Go get the meal. Karagushan, the leader of the catapult team, came from the forest in the distance and shouted at the members of the team in a low voice. Karagil stood up lazily and prepared to go to the camp in the small forest. After walking only 2 steps, a figure suddenly stood up from the side, got off Karagul, and turned around to see that it was Karagumur, the porter in their catapult team. The members of this catapult team are all close relatives. This Karagil was tall and strong, but he had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. Karagil smelled the first odor on his body. Mate, you fellow Karagumur. Don't you know how to choose a farther place for shit? I don't want to step on your bullshit. But this Karaguma smiled with a thick face. Don't worry, Gulge, I dug mine and buried it. You disgusting fellow, can you stop talking about such disgusting things when you eat? Hey, I didn't say it first, you mentioned it first. By the way, Gulge, what do you think the meal will be today? It won't be a rough pancake again, it's a broken thing. It's so good for me. Every day, I feel like a hot butt. You bastard. How many times have I said, stop talking about when eating? Karagil said to his cousin angrily, but this time his cousin didn't reply to him to raise the bar, which made him seldom surprised. You must know that Karagil is also famous for talking about stubbornness, and this time, why didn't he reply? He looked up again but just saw the scene that made him dumbfounded. A short arrow that didn't know where it came from, just shot in from the front of Karagumur's throat, and drilled out from the back of his neck. At this time, he was holding his neck with one hand, and blood was constantly flowing from his mouth. Gushing out. Where can I talk? Enemy. Before he could call out the second word attack, Karagil felt a sharp pain in his chest. and when he looked down, he saw a shimmering arrowhead coming out of his chest. He felt that his body was getting cold rapidly, and he staggered forward, trying to find rescue, but the last picture that came into his eyes was indeed the location of the head of the barracks, a scene of people turning back and forth. There were drunk half-orcs everywhere, and from the dense forests around them and overhead, there was a continuous rain of arrows roaring, and every arrow would hit a half-orc. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Finally did know that the deadly orc shouted loudly. Caragil finally let out a sigh, and then fell to the ground fiercely. But even if they were warned, those half-orcs who had been focusing their attention on the marching road across the river would not have thought that they would have been hit by a counterattack. Those cunning humans actually gave them a flank blow and killed them from their right hand. These humans are very cunning. They used terrain and trees as bunkers, while jumping forward. They keep shooting cold arrows at the orcs' positions. Because the orcs' positions were designed to face the road on the other side of the river, they didn't do much protection in the direction of the right wing, so the humans were caught off guard this time. And the dense forest vegetation here has also become a disadvantage that hinders the half-orcs from exerting themselves. In the mountains, the is not big, but the vegetation is dense. It is difficult for the orcs to form a formation like flat ground combat. And the lush forests and bushes also limit the performance of the orcs in combat. Their speed and strength, under the fetters of such dense vegetation, can hardly be half of those on flat ground, and the human soldiers are also very cunning. They are short in stature, which has become an advantage in this mountain forest. They are faster and more flexible. After often shooting an arrow, they run and jump back and hide behind another tree. This makes it difficult for the orcs to grasp their heads. Opposite shot. What's more frightening is that there are blows from overhead. From time to time, the poisonous bee shooters on the road from the dense tree branches will shoot poisonous arrows. These poisonous arrows will die if they are in the middle. What is more important is how the orcs think. I don't understand. Shouldn't these venomous bee people be with them? How could they shoot arrows at themselves? The sneak attacks of these guys can be said to be impossible to defend, and it is even more difficult to launch a counterattack against them. These poisonous bees are short in stature, are good at flying, and are extremely fast. In this dense forest, it makes them their natural home ground. From time to time among the canopies of various trees, the poisonous arrows they shot by sneak attacks were even more invincible. After less than 10 minutes of development, there were already hundreds of half-orcs falling under their poisonous arrows. If it's just a sneak attack by humans on the ground, the half-orcs can still resist. After all, they have an advantage in numbers. But once there is a threat from the head like the poisonous bee.mentalnovel.com, they can't stand it. The catapult team of the Tauren and Pighead is the main force in ambushing humans, and the Python longbowmen are also one of the main forces, but they are better at long-range strikes. This densely forested environment is very unfavorable for the performance of the Python longbowmen. They bend their bows and shoot an arrow. The human mountain infantry and the poisonous bee archer have already shot 3 arrows. In this contrast of firepower density, the half-orcs who were ambushing in the dense forest soon began to riot, and then the formation became chaotic, and some even began to retreat. These terrains are too restrictive for them, and many of their advantages can't be used at all. In addition, these soldiers are not elite troops at all, but militias that were temporarily recruited before coming here with weapons. Many people even cultivated the land in their hometowns, and their tactical literacy itself was not high, let alone military discipline. After continuous heavy casualties, the riot trend gradually expanded, and even turned into a trend of disintegration. Although several low-ranking officers have been calling out loudly to organize formations, when these officers were thrown down by the poisonous bee shooter, the trend of collapse is unstoppable. Chapter 381 Battle of Taniguchi. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The commotion in the canyon. Of course, also aroused the attention of a coalition of half-orcs waiting outside the canyon. What's the situation? Is it possible that there has been a fight inside? Are those human beings tricked? It doesn't sound like. There was a lot of discussion in front of the army for a while, and Kitchen, who was waiting on the viewing platform at the back, was even more impatient at this time. What happened in the canyon? He just wanted to take a look at the messenger soldiers, but he saw a lot of dark shadows running out of the dense forest on the side of the canyon, and looking intently, the guys who ran out turned out to be half-orcs. Moreover, the images of these guys are not very good. The appearance of peeing in the is obviously a defeat in the dense forest. Murder, bastard, what is going on? Harrows, quickly take a few people over, catch some people back and ask, what is going on? Kitchen greeted the centaur around him loudly and said that the speed of the centaur is faster, and it is most appropriate for them to do this. He must figure out what happened on the front battlefield as quickly as possible. Centaur Mahaloth rushed to the front battlefield with a few of his men. After a while, he caught 2 Tauren and returned to Kitchen with the Python man. Seeing a few awkward half-orcs, Kitchen's anger surged into his heart, and he pressed the hilt of the knife around his waist. You guys tell me, what happened in the valley? Those human beings suddenly rushed from our right wing and kept shooting arrows. The brothers couldn't resist. Yes, my lord. Asshole, in the woods, you can't even beat a human archer? Kitchen felt that he was about to burst his blood vessels with anger. Since when did the orcs actually fear humans? Even if a human archer shoots accurately, there is nothing to be afraid of. But my lord, not only human archers, but also a lot of venomous bee men. Those guys don't know what's going on, go crazy, they haunt the woods, cooperate with those human archers, and start to us offensive. If it's just a ground attack, it's okay, but you know those poisonous beemen, who are so fascinating and always shooting poisonous arrows. The brothers can't resist. One of the pythons lowered their heads and replied, and after hearing his answer, Kitchen stopped talking. The last time General Ape-Man was defeated under Unliu City, which suffered a lot of losses. Among them, they did not say too clearly about the rebellion of the venomous hornet, because they also couldn't figure out the situation, so it was regarded as the indiscriminate attack at that time. Those venomous hornets were indiscriminately attacked. After all, half-orcs and humans share an insatiable hatred, so they don't believe that the poisonous bee will betray the half-orcs alliance and seek refuge in humans. But this time these soldiers said that they were actually attacked by the venomous hornet in the woods, so they had to think about it. But even so, this is not the reason for you to flee. When Kitchen thought of this, his face suddenly changed. The battle was about to come, and these deserters would fall apart if they didn't obey the command. This is a matter that affects morale very much. The ambush in the canyon is no longer useful, and it will not be long before the humans will rush out of the canyon. These routes will only disrupt the position of the orcs' army and destroy the morale of the army. So these people can't stay. Kitchen drew his knife abruptly and swiped it a few times. These deserters were either chopped into 2 pieces on the spot, or their heads were directly chopped off. On the battlefield today, if anyone dares to take a step back, this is the end. He killed a few deserters, stood up and frightened the audience, and then greeted the centaur leader to come to his side. Harrows, you bring some Tauren and pigheads to the foot of the mountain to collect the defeated soldiers, organize them all, and later, when people come and rush out, you will send them as dead soldiers. The first wave rushes to fight. Recoil. On our side, deserters and cowards are not housed. Today is the time for them to be loyal to the Alliance. If anyone does not obey the command, you cut him on the spot. Kitchen was fierce. At the critical juncture of the life and death battle, he would never allow these half-orcs to disrupt the army's position and lower the morale of these coalition forces, because he knows that the soldiers in this coalition are not elites who have been fighting for a long time. Many people used to be farmers and herdsmen. If the defeated soldiers were demoralized, the battle would be difficult to fight. Harrows led the U-turn and rushed forward to sort out the defeated troops. At this time, the mountain pass of the canyon had gathered a large number of defeated troops. Because of the terrain, they could no longer flee north. Because following the mountain to the north, there is a cliff up to 100 feet high. If they want to escape, they must cross the narrowest river at the mouth of the canyon to the right-hand side of the big river. The half-orcs who set up ambush here earlier set up a pontoon bridge on the river, but the number of people that the pontoon can pass through each time is limited, so the half-orcs that keep pouring in from behind are crowded by the river. As for the subsequent resistance, no one was organized at all, and the gap between the civilians and the elite soldiers was reflected here. These half-orcs are all tall and magnificent, but not all of them are born elite fighters. Most of the elite half-orcs who fought against Xiao Feng on the battlefield were veterans with many battles, and these half-orcs driven out of the forest by mountain infantry are mostly just militiamen who have undergone simple training. They usually transport some materials, engage in logistics, or pull on the battlefield when they are fighting downwind, which can still be useful. Now once it collapses, it immediately becomes a group of headless flies. Soldiers cannot find officers, and officers cannot contact soldiers. Coupled with the fact that the different races of half-orcs do not command each other, this group of half-orcs it was a complete mess, completely lost leadership and organization. Centaur Mahalos saw the sights near the ferry, and he was very anxious. He could see it from far away. There were constant half-orcs being squeezed down the river from the pontoon. There were even some cowards weeping father and mother by the river. Harrods is a veteran of 100 battles and has participated in countless battles against humans. The scene before him made him feel extremely heartbroken. These fools really lost the face of the orcs. Not only did he have no resistance at all on the battlefield, but he also did such a shameful thing. In his opinion, these are really worthy of death. Thinking of the human army that might rush out at any time in the canyon behind, he speeded up again, and he wanted to get there as soon as possible to organize these poor and deploy defenses. Such is useless even alive, just let them die in Taniguchi, anyway. They must not be allowed to withdraw. He rushed to the bridge, and without a second word, he chopped down a few tauren and pigheads who were headless and rushed, and even a few python people were chopped to the ground by him. This time, I was guilty of public anger. You must know that in the half-orc tribe, they are very particular about class, blood, and ethnicity. Centaur is not a high-level race. At best, it is a bit taller than tauren and pighead, but it is not enough to decide their life and death at any time. As for the anaconda people, let alone, they are a race with a higher level than the centaur race. And this Harrows slashed with a knife at the crossing, killing more than a dozen pigheads, tauren and even pythons in a row. How can this make these half-orcs not angry? In their opinion, this guy's approach, it is definitely the following offense. What are you doing? Are you crazy? I want to go back to Master Kitchen, you bastard. Wait for death. Drafted it. And this bastard. The ferry kept shouting and cursing, but Harrows didn't care about it at all, still slashing with a knife. Whoever called the most ferocious, he would chop whoever, and soon he chopped down a dozen orcs. The half-orcs at ferry are finally honest, and they can see that this guy is completely insane, and they don't believe what kind of ethnicity and bloodline they are talking about. You bastards! Who allowed you to retreat? What about your chief? Do you know that you are deserters in such a rout, and I can execute you at any time? Harrods saw that the situation was almost over, and shouted loudly, now that those deserters who had returned from the collapse, no longer mentioned blood, ethnic group or rank, because they all know that they are deserters, and the Half-Orcs Alliance is very cruel to deserters. There is no superior order, and they retreat casually. As a deserter, there is no good end. It's better www.mtlnovel.com to copy their homes and use them as slaves, and they can save a little life. Those who have memorized ideas, are executed on the spot, or are thrown into the mine. They know their own situation best, so they don't say anything anymore. Now, all of you are in line, those with weapons are in front, those without weapons are in the back. The ones in front are dead, and the ones in the back pick up the weapons and continue to charge. Your task today is to defend this Taniguchi and not allow the human army to rush out. Harrows ordered his troops, and soon the orcs began to line up like a battlefield. There were 10 levels of queues, each with about 50 people, and they walked neatly towards Taniguchi. In the distance, Kitchen looked at the marching half-orc phalanx, and finally felt a little more comfortable. The ambush in the valley did not succeed, so he could only carry it ahead. There were 500 people in the front battlefield, and Harrods continued to organize the half-orcs who crossed the river to join the battlefield. So many people, even if they were piled in Taniguchi, were enough for those humans to kill for a long time, and wanted to rush out of the valley. It's not that easy. Besides, did those guys accidentally only arrange such a method? Kitchen sneered and nodded to the ape-man leader beside him. Chapter 382 Rampage. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Harrows looked at the phalanx blocking Taniguchi. There were 50 Tauren soldiers in the front row. There were 10 rows of such soldiers, and at this time, there were 10 rows beside him. Half-orcs are still pouring over from the bridge, and once they come, these guys will be caught here and continue to line up. He will be here today, blocking this Taniguchi, so that the humans cannot rush through. Those guys, do they really think that the army blocked out of the bone is the real killer? They didn't even know that Prince Kitchen also arranged other methods. In the valley, Xiao Feng was sitting on an off-road vehicle to lead the battle. He wanted to drive a tank on Friday to lead the battle, but the mountain road was narrow enough and the road bed was not very strong. Driving a tank over, one accidentally scratches the mountain on the right-hand side, and if one fails, it may crush the roadbed, or the tank may fall into the river below. Later, I inspected it for a while, and even a combat vehicle like the JLTV could not be driven, so I just let the Hummer drive on Friday to clear the way. The hillside across the river on the left-hand side was basically controlled by Bloom and the others. The team of orcs and archers hiding in the dense forest were also dispersed, which ensured the safety of the flanks. But I don't know why. Xiao Feng already felt that this road was not safe in his mind, so he didn't dare to take everyone on the road. He just asked Kyle to prepare an elite team of 1,000 people to him in his Hummer. Around, the heavy armored cavalry opened the way in front, and his Humvee was hiding behind 2 rows of cavalry. The remaining cavalry battalion followed behind him. The horses in front were running wildly in the chariots, and his car followed. Of course, it won't be too strenuous. He quickly rushed through most of the distance, seeing that there were more than 100 meters ahead of him and he could rush out of the Taniguchi. At this time, he could even see the fearful expression on the faces of the orc soldiers stuck in the Taniguchi. But at this moment, he felt a black shadow above his head, and then a large black shadow fell from the sky. A dozen heavy armored cavalry rushing to open the way in front of him were hit on the spot, and then rolled and fell into the river on the left. Here, even the screams were too late. He felt his scalp numb for a while, and when he looked up, there were countless gorillas on the 90-degree vertical cliff. They lifted a rock and smashed it down. The big stones can be as big as a cement bag, and the small ones are the size of a watermelon. Throw them down at such a high distance, and their kinetic energy can be comparable to a cannonball. If they are hit, they will end up belching on the spot. He hardly had time to think about it. He sat down in the car and reached out and slapped Friday on the shoulder. Speed up, rush over. He didn't know what happened outside on Friday, but he only knew one thing, and that was to strictly abide by Xiao Feng's instructions. At this time, he stepped on it, and the accelerator almost didn't step into the gas tank. The Hummer made a terrible roar, and the smoke exhaust pipe erected next to the window suddenly emitted a puff of black smoke, and then it shot out like an arrow from the string. There were also the corpses of the horses and soldiers who had just been hit on the road. But Xiao Feng couldn't take care of it at this time. The Hummer bumped all the way over these obstacles, like walking on the ground. Seeing the Hummer in front suddenly accelerate, how can the cavalry behind not know what's going on? Plus there are constantly big rocks thrown down on top of their heads, and they all rushed to increase their weapon, followed closely behind Xiao Feng, rushed out of the valley. The falling stones on top of his head made Xiao Feng dare not take his head easily, and the machine gun was no longer used, while the orcs on the opposite side of the battlefield were getting closer and closer, and these guys stuck tightly on Taniguchi. On Friday, with his eyes closed and the steering wheel tightly clenched, the Hummer, like a roaring beast, slammed into the battlefield of the orcs. Those half-orcs standing in the front row, looking at the iron box that howled, were already frightened. The few guys in the front row even forgot to wave their weapons. They were hit by the Hummer and flew upside down. The 6-liter V8 Cummins diesel engine provides this Hummer with extremely powerful power. The horsepower of 360 horses is not something that humans can stop, even if it is a tall half-orc. The orcs standing in front of the car are like pins on the bowling lane, one by one being hit by the Hummer cars approaching the team and stumbling. On Friday, he held the steering wheel tightly, his face was sullen, and the accelerator pedal was still not released. The other hand continuously controlled the gear shift. The Hummer roared like a beast, and it opened up and down in the battle formation of the half-orcs. Together, anyone who gets close will be drawn into the bottom of the car inadvertently, and then squeeze out blood and visceral debris from under the wheel like a juice. The guy who was a little farther away was directly hit by the car and flew into the air, and slammed into the crowd behind. The orcs in the entire battlefield are numb. They have never seen such a situation before, and they don't know how to deal with it. Someone tried to attack this iron box with a weapon in his hand, but the steel knife in his hand cut down the iron box, and it was either bounced back or the blade was broken. There were a few brave guys who rushed up with mace in their turn, and hit the body hard, but they were indeed broken in the end. The mace in their hands flew backwards, either hitting themselves or I hurt the people next to me. Xiao Feng also sneered at these desperate half-orcs. Regardless of the bullets that cannot deal with the modern world, this Hummer is also vulnerable to self-made IEDs in the Middle East, but the cold weapons used to deal with these barbarians are still sufficient. What's more, this is the Humvee specially modified by the US military after the Second Iraq War. The entire vehicle uses bulletproof steel plates and bulletproof glass. These half-orcs have long spears and short knives in their hands. If they can be smashed with this layer of iron protection, the Americans might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill them by themselves. Soon, some half-orcs couldn't stand it any longer, and the battle formation of 500 people had already hit dozens of them after being captured by this Hummer, and it was not a problem for the rest to be blocked behind. What's more, the roaring steel monster didn't mean to stop at all. It was still bumping everywhere, and every step forward, it would drag many people to the bottom of the car. When the people behind saw that this was not possible, they began to retreat one after another, and Harrods, who followed this square, was also anxious. The iron box that was suddenly smashed out completely disrupted his plan. Originally he thought that the human infantry would be the first to rush out, but how could he have thought that it was such an invulnerable iron box? The soldiers in front are not desperate. Some people continue to use weapons to greet the iron box. The effect that can be achieved is really not good. This guy is completely invulnerable. The knife will break when it hits it, the gun will break its head when it is stuck, the axe wheel will break the axe handle, and the meteor mace will be helpless to this iron box. The soldiers in the front phalanx couldn't hold back, and they started to retreat. Harrods couldn't blame them either. After all, he couldn't do a good job with such an iron box. At this time, Xiao Feng, who was sitting in the car, found that there were no orcs at close range. It was time for him to take a shot. He reached out and opened the cabin cover above his head, and he stood at the shooting position, pulling the bolt of the Browning heavy machine gun and turning the muzzle. The roar of the heavy machine gun began to resound through the battlefield. The rows of half-orcs in front were like white snow that had encountered hot water. They couldn't stand it for half a minute and fell to the ground, their stumps and arms flew everywhere, and some people were beaten in two by the waist, in front of Taniguchi. The scene immediately became brutal. Harrods, who had not prepared for the slightest before, was also shocked by this sudden scene. He had heard people talk about the methods of the human mage in Runliu City before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, and when all this happened before his eyes, he felt a little bit unstretched. Although he is also a veteran of wars, he has never seen such a tragic scene. The chain of fire sprayed from the iron pipe on the iron box. As long as it is swept through the crowd, it will definitely take away a lot of lives and be caught by the fire. Almost none of the half-orcs in the chain can leave a whole body. At this time, he had organized about 20 rows of phalanx, with 50 people in each row as before. If it were a cold weapon battle, these half-orcs might be able to win the opportunity by relying on their physical advantages. But in the current situation, they seem to be idiots waiting to be shot dead in a line, waiting in rows to be shot, waiting for the idiots to be shot. Not only Harrows was stupid, but Kitchen, the Python Prince who stood on the high behind them, www.mentalnovel.com, and the other half-orc leaders were stupid. Is this the of death in the legendary Running City? This killing efficiency is too efficient. A row of orcs in front of him was beaten by him. The orcs who were lucky enough not to be hit either hugged their heads or collapsed in fright. They knelt down on the battlefield and cried with tears. And on Friday, which Xiao Feng had already cooperated very proficiently with, only then did he slow down and start to move slowly. Xiao Feng had already set up a heavy machine gun, so he didn't need him to drive this car. It's not too strong. Only then did the jeep crash. I hit nearly 100 orcs before. Although the car's outer skin was fine, the front of the car was badly damaged. He could clearly feel that the front engine was something wrong. But it was not time to stop. The Humvee opened up a battlefield in Taniguchi for the heavy armored cavalry behind them. At this time, cavalry kept rushing out of Taniguchi, but they did not blindly charge like the half-orcs in front, but began to form a team under the leadership of the officers. Kitchen saw Taniguchi's situation clearly and took a deep breath, then turned his head and waved his hand suddenly. Chapter 383 Vertical and Horizontal Opening and Closing. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The Python longbowmen in front of the line opened their bows and arrows, and pulled their longbows into full bows. At the same time, the pigheads and Tauren on the other side of the battlefield also waved their hands. His hammer smashed down the wedge of the catapult. The counterweight suddenly landed, driving the swing arm up quickly, and driving the net bag to fly up. When it reached the highest point, the stones in the net bag whizzed and flew towards Taniguchi. At the same time, the giant python longbowman just released the bowstring in his hand, and the giant arrows of the length of a javelin flew high in the sky with a whizzing sound, and fell in the direction of Taniguchi. And at this time, Xiao Feng, who was trying to pull the trigger and shooting at the remaining half-orcs of Taniguchi, also noticed a dark cloud flying in the sky in the distance. After seeing those things with super eyesight, a cold sweat appeared on his back, huge boulders flying in the sky, and a rain of arrows roaring. Such a long distance and such a high drop, this is not what his weak Humvee can withstand. He directly volleyed out of the T-72, and then jumped out of the Humvee, jumped onto the tank, and the Hummer had already jumped out of the car. On Friday, just as soon as the Hummer was put into space, the boulders had fallen in the air. Xiao Feng didn't care about Friday, so he hid in the battle compartment of the tank and covered the top of his head. This guy was smart enough. On Friday, as soon as he jumped off the Hummer, a few lazy donkeys rolled directly under the tank, and climbed directly into the tank from the escape port under the tank. As soon as they climbed in, The boulder outside fell into the air. This time these half-orcs also learned their skills. Instead of using stone bullets the size of a stone mill as before, they used watermelons with the same specifications as Xiao Feng and the others. The size of stone bullets. Although this kind of stone bullet is small in weight, its speed reaches a certain level, and its destructive power is quite amazing. Moreover, when used on a giant catapult like half-orcs, it can project farther. The heavy armored cavalry behind Xiao Feng and the others did not expect to encounter such an attack. They were smashed on the spot. The 70s and 80s who had just rushed out of the Taniguchi line were killed on the spot. In half. The other half was directly nailed to the ground by a giant long arrow that screamed overhead. For a while, Taniguchi's human army was turned on their backs and was caught off guard. Although Xiao Feng had long expected the opponent to use such a method, he did not expect the situation to be so dangerous. Because the roads in the canyon are narrow, the formation of the large forces can only be elongated, and they cannot rush up all at once. And the most feared of the long snake arrays to be beaten and ambush. And although the ambush on their right hand has been defeated by Bloom's lead, they did not expect that these half-orcs still left a hand on the cliff on the left-hand side. Countless giant personnel, standing on the top of the cliff, kept throwing watermelon-sized stones at the marching team below, which greatly slowed the speed of the cavalry. On the trumpet-shaped high soil outside Taniguchi, countless orcs formed a circular formation, using catapults and longbows to continuously launch long-range projection attacks on the human army that had just emerged from Taniguchi. In the first round, it caused serious damage to the cavalry in Runliu City. Hundreds of people were smashed to death or shot to death on the spot even without the enemy getting close. Although he also knew that the war was so cruel, it was the first time that Xiao Feng felt such severe damage to the row behind him at such a close distance, which made him extremely angry. The top of the tank was hit by huge stones and bows and arrows, making clanging sounds. But those stones and bows and arrows alone wanted to hurt. This thick-skinned tank was undoubtedly an idiotic dream. The engine had been hit on Friday, and the T-72's engine roared and began to move slowly. The corpses of the orcs blocking the road immediately turned into sludge. Dozens of tons of steel monsters rushed up. This Wellick is not a vegetarian. The half-orc phalanx led by Harrows stopped in front of them. When they saw this steel monster that was scarier than the iron box before, it appeared on the spot. Collapsed. Especially when the corpses of the orcs on the ground were crushed by this tank like nuts. The orcs could not be stretched even if their nerves were thick. Even if Harrows is still trying his best to restrain the troops, he can control these frantically fleeing half-orcs. Xiao Feng sat in the battle compartment and observed the situation on the front battlefield through a periscope. He turned the turret and lowered the barrel. The black barrel was aimed at the front half-orc phalanx. This half-orc phalanx had already become a mess. But Xiao Feng still didn't plan to let them go. These ants, let them taste the fate of what a praying maneuver is called today. The automatic loading machine loaded a high explosive ammunition into the barrel. Xiao Feng aimed, and then slammed the launch button, and the tank shook backwards suddenly. Even with a tank cap, Xiao Feng felt his ears shook his ears. And the half-orcs in front of the 400 or 500 numbers crowded together. After the smoke cleared, there were no more than 100 numbers on the spot, and more than 200 numbers were left, all lying on the ground, either fainted or shocked to die, or to be beaten off arms and legs. I can only lie on the ground and howl. At such a close distance, I ate a 125 caliber high explosive bomb, not to mention 500 people. Even if 1,000 people were here, the formation had to be shattered. Qian, standing on the high breakthrough in the distance, was stunned at this time. The scene just now was really terrifying. He had just seen the centaur Mahalos on the just now, still desperately greeting the guards around him, maintaining the order of the phalanx around him, and preventing the battle formation from collapsing. But then he saw the black iron bump, turned a thick black tube to aim at him, and then the iron tube spewed out a fire that was several meters long with a huge sound. In the following, Harrows, who was still desperately commanding the phalanx just now, disappeared, and even the number 20 guards with him were gone. Even the more than 100 people who were with him were all gone. There was a fine blood mist floating in the air, and various stumps and broken arms, as well as the body organs of half-orcs, fell from the sky, and the square formation was on the spot. It collapsed. Thousands of half-orcs scurried around like rabbits. Some people went crazy on the spot, waving the weapon in their hands, no matter who was next to them, just hacking and killing. Some half-orcs ran around on the battlefield like headless flies. Some ran to the river without taking off their iron armor. They jumped directly into the river, struggled in the water for a while, and then sank to the bottom of the river. Some people fled directly to the mountains on the right side of the battlefield, and some of them were still sober-minded. They turned around and rushed towards the main battlefield of the coalition forces. And the steel demon, as if not letting them off, continued to move forward slowly, and while driving, turning the muzzle around, aiming at the half-orcs who fled in all directions, and then shot out again. The place where the half-orcs was the most crowded, was blown into a blank on the spot, and more than 100 people disappeared out of thin air on the spot. The south wind blew again, but this time it brought a storm. Even standing on a high soil in the distance, Qijin felt the sticky blood mist all over his face and the smell of blood between the nose and mouth. This should be the Sky Thunder attacked by the death god of Running City. Sure enough, it's a well-deserved reputation. Qijin was surprised that at this time, such a strange thought appeared in his mind. When he turned his head and looked around, he saw that the orc leaders around him were all dumbfounded and their jaws could not be closed. And a few even saw that they were trembling with fear, and they could smell the of those guys from far away. These were scared to pee. What made him even more angry was that the catapult positions that were still alive before, as well as the python longbowmen, did not know when they stopped. They all looked at the battlefield in front dumbly. Obviously they were all affected by the front. The methods of the of death in Running City are scared silly. What are you doing is a bastard? Do you want to die? Launch. Qijin couldn't take care of it anymore. He waved his hand as a whip and slammed it on the leader of the pig-headed man who was in a daze. The pig-headed man was awakened at once, and he wanted to have an attack, but he saw it right. Qijin, who was glaring at him, could only hold back his anger and went back to give orders. The other half-orc chiefs www.mentalnovel.com all woke up from the shock just now, and then each returned to the front of their own tribe, punching and kicking the soldiers below and began to give orders, asking them to increase their projection. In a short while, the watermelon-sized stone bullets and the spear-like arrowheads flew to the top of the black iron bump like a torrential rain. But the iron bump was not afraid of it. It opened and closed vertically and horizontally on the battlefield. The watermelon-sized stone bullet hit the iron bump and was bounced off on the spot, and some were broken, and the spear fell on the iron bump. On the body, all the bullets flew off the field, and some even crashed on the spot, but the iron lump was unscathed. At this time, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Qijin's heart. When he looked up on the battlefield, he saw the iron pipe in front of the iron box was raised high, aiming right. It's where you are currently. Instinctively, he jumped out of the wooden cart he was in, then jumped on the back of a half-orc guard next to him, and threw the whip desperately. The centaur was in pain, and quickly raised its forehooves and fled quickly. Just after a few tens of meters away, he heard a huge explosion sound behind him, a violent wind with a strong smell, blowing from the tip of his nose. Chapter 384 Rage Output. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Qijin stopped the reins of the centaur and stood still, then turned around and saw that the scene near the command vehicle where he was just now was completely unrecognizable. Before that, there was a wooden cart dedicated to his command, which was ridden by 8 horses, and there were hundreds of pythons and guards from other ethnic groups nearby. But now there is nothing there anymore. The carriages and horses have been blown to a pile of fragments. The guards of all ethnic groups are either half of their bodies or nothing left. There are more than 100 people. Now almost few can stand on the ground intact. The location where he was just now has turned into a large pit several meters deep. There is still a smog of gunpowder on the ground, fog is in the air, and a small black spot on the top of his head hits it. He stretched out his hand to catch one, and it turned out to be the finger of an anaconda man. And he can recognize it because this finger carries the unique finger of an anaconda longbowman. The position of the coach was attacked, and the bombing was so tragic that the morale of the half-orc coalition was greatly vented, especially after Kitchen disappeared, and it meant that he lost his command and collapsed. Kitchen knew that he couldn't just run like this, because once he ran now, there would be basically no need to fight this battle. So he urged the centaur under his crotch to return to the height he just stood at on the soil slope. When the leaders of the other half-orc coalition forces saw Kitchen appearing on the high soil again, their morale was immediately boosted, and the main general was still there, which was easy to handle. Each of them desperately greeted their subordinates, and desperately fired stone bullets at the iron lump, although they knew that they couldn't hurt the iron lump at all. Who knew whether the quantitative change would cause a qualitative change? What if the shot was hit right? Xiao Feng, who was sitting in the battle compartment, didn't worry about falling rocks in the air. Although the T-72 tank was a backward weapon on Earth, it was an invincible existence in this world. 10 centimeters of uniform armor is not something that these stones can break. Hidden in this steel monster, he can easily deal with the opposing orc fools. This time he turned his muzzle around and aimed at the catapult position that fired the most frequently at him, and a shell struck him. The pighead who was still fighting just now disappeared immediately. More than a dozen pig-headed men launched their hands, and they were directly blown into the sky by him. Then, after turning the muzzle, he named the location of a Tauren's launching position at the back. And now one of the Tauren's catapult positions is no longer there. After the two shots, the firepower projection speed of the opposite half-orc position began to slow down, and obviously they were all terrified by the iron lump. This thing is so cruel, even the whole body is gone after one shot. But the reappearance of Kitchen gave this half-orc coalition a certain degree of resilience. Although they had a low chance of winning against T-72, they did not intend to give up resistance easily, not to mention Kitchen did not say retreat. Which of them dared to escape? The method of dealing with deserters in the half-orc's law is quite cruel, and in the half-orc's system, there is no way to not blame the public at all. If a tribe escapes, everyone will have to bear the responsibility, and even the torture like this will happen. So although everyone is a little desperate, no one dares to evacuate the battlefield without authorization at this time. However, this group of guys was also a lot slippery. They saw that the two catapults that had just thrown stone bullets at the tank were blown up by the tanks. They also knew the reason why the guns shot out. The efficiency of the stone bullets fired against the tank has also been greatly reduced, and the accuracy of the head is also much worse. Everyone is afraid that if they are too fast or too accurate, they will provoke the revenge of the opposite running city. At this time, Xiao Feng also noticed that more and more cavalry began to gush out from behind the canyon and began to line up behind him. He knew that it was time to change tactics. Although the T-72's tank gun was powerful, the firepower was not dense enough, and the number of high explosive shells in his hand was already low, so he had to use it sparingly. He jumped off the tank and got out of the car. On Friday, Xiao Feng pulled out the PCP-001 82mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortar directly from the space. This is actually a 2K21 rapid-fire mortar from the former Soviet Union. To the improved model on the car. The car is a Warrior off-road vehicle developed by China itself. For the Friday that drove the Hummer, it was not difficult to drive at all. He hit the engine and kicked the accelerator, and the car rushed out. And Xiao Feng has already begun to adjust the muzzle. ready to give these half-orcs a baptism of cannonball rain. Soon he rushed to the orcs' front, about 700 or 800 meters away. Of course, the half-orcs in front also saw this strange iron bump, but no one dared to fire at the iron bump. Everyone knows that it is famous. The of death in Runliu City is in this car. If one fails, it will provoke the crazy revenge of this of death. Everyone has seen the tragic scene just now, so at this time, the morale of the half-orc has fallen to the bottom, and no one dared to attack him. Many half-orc chiefs don't know, they are all like this. What are they still holding on here? Only the well-tested Kitchen knows why he has not let these people retreat, because he knows that he must pay attention to the retreat skills now. At this point in the battle, his momentum has faded, and there is no need to stick to it. But if he just announces a retreat, these coalition forces will surely be like a plate of scattered sand, and they will be messed up. These guys themselves are not high in tactical literacy, and they are all shocked by the death of the running city on the battlefield. If they disappear in a rush, the whole front will collapse. In fact, the of death in rushing city was not terrifying to him at this time. What was terrifying was the human cavalry who kept pouring out of the canyon. Once the orc front collapsed, then these cavalry would catch up and slash, and the damage would be required much bigger than of death in running city. So after he got down from the high soil slope, he quietly sent the messengers around him to contact the leaders of the various tribes. And soon those leaders gathered around him, and Kitchen didn't talk nonsense this time. He directly arranged the order of retreat. Of course, whoever went first and who was behind was all properly arranged. Of course it must be the high class. The noble half-orcs took the lead in retreating, such as the apes, pythons, and leopards, and then the centaur, pigheads and tauren. As for the goats, kobolds and werewolves with the lowest status, arrangement to the final break. Several goatmen, kobolds, and werewolf leaders listened to this arrangement and wanted to scold their mother, but they didn't dare to make a sound. After all, Kitchen's majesty at this time still brooks no challenge. The leaders of the tribes, with Kitchen's orders, rushed to their tribes, ready to arrange the retreat. But what surprised them was that when they had just returned to their tribe's position, they discovered that the former death god of Runaway City had actually replaced it with an iron box, swayed to a place not far from them, and held the iron pipe aimed at them. This rapid-fire mortar pays attention to the density and speed of firepower. Xiao Feng does not require high accuracy. As long as the spread of the shell does not exceed tens of meters, it is okay. So after aiming, he put a 4-round magazine into the bomb feeder and stepped on the launch switch. Boom, 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 boom. Apostrophe. With 4 dull cannon sounds, and within half a minute of effort, all 4 cannonballs were shot out. Xiao Feng was a little surprised when he saw this speed. At this time, 4 bursts of explosions sounded from the pighead's catapult position opposite, and several of the catapult positions that were closer together were even more shattered by the explosion on the spot. Numerous pigheads ran away on the battlefield, and many of them squirmed with their heads. They didn't even need the position. Many slings were just thrown aside. The pighead leader who had just returned to the front line swung his knife and knocked over the 2 pigheads. Soldiers, but still can't stop the collapse of the front. Because the effects of these 4 bursts of bombing are really terrifying, especially psychologically. In the eyes of the half-orcs, the last lightning strike was terrible enough, but this time it was 4 bursts, and the explosion range spread to a whole 100 square meters. More than a dozen catapults on the ground were blown up at once, and there were 200 people who were killed on the spot. This scene was too scary. And looking at the death god of Rushing City, he didn't mean to go away. The direction of the iron pipe was still aimed at them. Everyone didn't want to be in a 4-shot burst. Until novel.com, so the pighead's position immediately collapsed. Xiao Feng didn't plan to stay in the pighead's position and continue to waste cannonballs, so he turned the muzzle and aimed at the tauren. At this time, the tauren had already stopped shooting, but some tauren characters were actually on the ground. I dismantled those catapults, and even wanted to take these catapults away. Xiao Feng once again stuffed a 4-round magazine into the bomb feeder, stepped on the launch button, and a sea of flames immediately greeted the Tauren's position. The violent explosion, the scattered fragments of shells, even if these Tauren were always known for their toughness, they immediately collapsed on the spot. Like the pighead, no one wants to suffer a second time with such a terrible baptism of shells. Xiao Feng commanded to turn the front of the car on Friday and went straight to the ape-man position in the distance. The orangutans were shrewd. They saw Xiao Feng's car approaching them from a long distance. The guys immediately threw down the guy in their hands and turned around, running. There was no opportunity for Xiao Feng to fire at them at all. There was no way to turn the front of the car on Friday and drove the car to the position of the most central Python longbowman, and by this time the Python people here had already ran away. Chapter 385 New Tactics. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you. All book friends. I haven't played this kind of rapid-fire mortar before, and even as a fan of the pseudo-military, Xiao Feng hadn't even watched some military exercises from the Court 7. He didn't even know that there was such a gun. Previously, in his impression, the most powerful artifact was the Katusha invented by Mosey. After all, that kind of killer was a weapon that proved himself in World War II and the next few wars. This kind of rapid-fire mortar was also invented by Mauser first. Later, after discovering that it was poor in performance, slow-moving, and other shortcomings, it was abandoned. Later, the Chinese army had always suffered from the phobia of insufficient firepower. In addition, the army's army-building mentality has always adhered to tactics such as small quickness and flanking. In order to make up for the lack of tactical weapons and firepower, this rapid-fire mortar was moved to the Jeep. However, this experiment was unexpectedly successful. It turns out that the rapid-fire mortar was too fast to fire, and its recoil was too large to be restrained. This resulted in large muzzle bounce and poor accuracy. I did not expect to move it to a Jeep and install it. With the modern fire control system, it has been greatly reduced, the accuracy has been guaranteed, and the power of this gun is reflected. To be honest, the characteristics of this gun, after Xiao Feng used it for 2 rounds, summed up, this is a miniaturized land naval gun. The principle is very similar to the naval guns used on previous warships, and the army is more flexible in use, especially suitable for small-scale elite forces. Infiltration operations can effectively make up for the shortcomings of insufficient firepower. The battlefield in front of you is a clear proof. On Friday, he drove the artillery and quickly circulated in front of the Orcs battle line. Whenever he saw that the Orcs were still fighting in the battlefield, he stopped the car. Xiao Feng simply aimed, and then the row of magazines inserted it in, and 4 rounds of shells were fired quickly, and the Orcs' position immediately became a sea of flames. These guys were blown up crying and crying. The originally orderly front would immediately fall into a state of chaos and collapse. This feeling is really cool. In the past, he felt that if he wanted to achieve fire coverage, I am afraid that only Katusha could do it. But now it seems that this more lightweight and flexible PCP-001 82mm rapid-fire mortar vehicle is a good alternative. It doesn't have to be as troublesome as Katusha to load the bombs, and it also costs a lot of shells. In order to maximize its power, it even needs to be equipped with a car for loading shells. After each launch, reloading the bombs is a waste of time. Although the power and range are not as powerful as Katusha, and as far away, in this world, the power of this gun carriage is enough. The rapid fire of 4 cannonballs, basically no half-orc battle formation can withstand. At this time, Kitchen, who had already evacuated from the front line, came to a small mountain bag not far from the front line. Although the order to retreat had been issued, he was still worried and found a commanding height to observe the situation on the battlefield. Snake people's eyesight is not very good, but their hearing is very keen. At such a distance, without the help of auxiliary equipment, The battlefield he can see is only vague. However, he could hear the sound of the artillery bomb exploding with a very obvious rhythm. The roar of the motor and the explosion of the lack of shells. He could perceive the death of the running city, constantly wandering the battlefield by sound alone. The scene raging on the front lines. After each explosion, there were countless orcs' screams. At the beginning, there were still orcs resisting on the front because he could hear the command slogans of the orcs officers. But later, with the sound of explosions increased frequently, and the conductor's slogan had basically disappeared. There were even crying fathers and mothers everywhere. Kitchen knew that the coalition front was basically over. At this moment, his face changed abruptly, because he had heard the thunder running from far and near, and the sound became thicker and thicker, accompanied by the snout of horses and the roar of humans. He knew this. The time is really over, because the human cavalry is about to rush up. Before that, even if the death god of Running City was powerful, he was single-handedly. No matter how powerful his magical weapon was, it could only make the soldiers on the front line chill at best, but the collapse would not be enough. Because he is only one person, no matter how good he is, can he kill all the half-orcs on the front line? In that arc-shaped front, even if he had announced his retreat, each tribe still left a small number of people to continue resisting, buying time for the retreating tribe. There are tens of thousands of these people alone. Even if the death in Rushing City is more powerful, is it possible to kill all these 10,000 people? It is 10,000 pigs. Even if all these 10,000 pigs do not resist, and let him kill them, I am afraid that he will have to kill them for several days and nights to kill them all. But now those human cavalry rushed up. This is different. Those human cavalry, he probably knew before, were different from the human cavalry of any country they had encountered before. These human cavalry are well nourished, tall, and the horses they ride are the same. They are all strong, tall horses. What's more frightening is that these guys are all wearing iron armor. Not only people wearing iron armor, but even the horses are wearing iron armor. Once they charge forward and the speed is added, these guys can be described as amazing. In the past, half-orcs could still take advantage of their physical fitness to fight against the old-fashioned human cavalry, but now he found that they, half-orcs, had no advantage in front of these human iron cans armed to their teeth. Several ape-man leaders handed Kitchen a crystal-polished monocular telescope seized from the human kingdom. And Kitchen quickly understood the situation on the battlefield. The front line behind the broken line is very thin, with more than 10,000 people, but the front line composed of more than 10,000 people has been disturbed by the death of Rushing City alone. He drove an iron box in front of the battle line, and whenever he went, the battle line immediately fell into chaos, and then fled back. At the end was a leader of a leopard tribe he left behind. This guy named Richard Gere was a veteran with rich experience in warfare, and he was a more trustworthy candidate. Sure enough, the ruined soldiers who had escaped from the front line rushed to his stand, and several people had their heads cut off by him, and then calmed down. Next, the panther heads led by him quickly reorganized and formed square formations. These temporary phalanxes are 50 meters wide in front, and each row is about 50 people. There are 3 to 4 rows in the front and back. They are on the high soil outside the valley. Such phalanx quickly gathered 10 people. Come on. This Richard Gere still has some abilities. After the small phalanx is assembled, he will command the manpower to connect the small phalanx to form a large phalanx. Obviously he also knows the best way to deal with the opposing cavalry attack. It's just to end the battle, and you can't escape. It's just that this phalanx is a bit sloppy, mixed with people of all colors, including pig heads, tauren, leopard heads, kobolds, werewolves, and even centaurs, all of them from various tribes. These guys were tired, hungry and scared at this time, and their morale was low, but they had been left behind by the tribe and knew they had no way of retreating, and at this time they all mustered their last courage. The death god of Running City on the opposite side stopped attacking at this time, but looked at the front phalanx with interest. Behind him, the horseshoes sounded like thunder, and rows of silver-armored heavy armored cavalry began to rush into the battlefield. At the beginning, they rushed slowly. These heavy armored cavalry formed a neat front line, looking like a row of iron walls. Their momentum was particularly amazing. And at this moment, from their flanks, cavalry without armor rushed out continuously. These cavalry only wore leather armor, and the horses under the hips were not armored. They looked completely different from those heavy armored cavalry. This makes Khachiyan very strange. What are these cavalry used for? If he had been a little afraid of those heavy cavalry like Iron Khans before, but these light cavalry, he hadn't paid attention to them at all. These unarmored cavalry charged forward at a fast speed. In Khachiyan's view, this was completely to die. But the next scene made him dumbfounded. When these light cavalry charged to a distance of about 100 meters from the half-orcs infantry phalanx, they suddenly turned and faced the half-orcs phalanx, and then draw out the bow and arrow, and start to project the orcs phalanx. A light cavalry team of 1 to 2,000 people, in front of the half-orcs phalanx, traversed an arc beautifully, and then left thousands of shot arrows. The rain of arrows fell www.untilnovel.com and quickly caused panic in the orcs battlefield. Countless people fell to the ground with arrows and wailed. And the light cavalry quickly formed a team down the slope, and then rushed up again from the opposite direction. The same routine came again in front of the half-orcs phalanx. After 2 trips, at least 1,000 orc soldiers were shot dead and wounded. Although the phalanx had not collapsed, Khachiyan could clearly feel that the morale of the orc soldiers in the phalanx was declining rapidly. Originally, they were all dead soldiers who were left to resist by the order of death. They knew that they would die when they retreated, so their morale was still high. But the morale of those who were bombarded by the death god of Rushing City was already low. And now they are not harassed by human light cavalry the way. At this time their morale is of course getting worse. Fortunately, the old leopard Richard Gere was desperately restraining the team and did not collapse. What kind of tactics is this? Khachiyan became more and more strange. He had fought countless battles with humans, and he did not know how many human cavalry had seen. In his impression, those human cavalry would only charge brainlessly on the battlefield. This is the first time he has seen such a novel tactic. At this time, he is even more curious. What methods will these humans use next? Chapter 386 Imposing like a rainbow. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. While Khachiyan was still wondering, what tactics would the human cavalry use next? The human heavy armored cavalry who kept coming out of the canyon behind them had already lined up under the high soil slope. 2 human-like generals began to patrol from the front of the battlefield. They walked back and forth while not knowing what they were shouting. Khachiyan knew at a glance that the 2 human generals should be before launching the attack. In the final remarks to the troops, boosting morale, sure enough, after the 2 human generals finished speaking, they returned to their respective teams, and then various whistles of varying lengths sounded in the human cavalry battlefield. This kind of whistle sound is very strange. Khachiyan has never heard of it before. When he fought with humans before, he only knew the human soldiers, which seemed to be conveyed by the sound of very large instruments, such as trombone or drums, the battlefield signal. But when this short whistle appeared on the battlefield and what role it would play, he didn't know. The benefits of this short whistle are only known to Xiao Feng. In the ancient battlefields, the generals would be on the rear high watch carts, or use the terrain to stand on high places and look at the overall situation of the battlefield to direct the battle. The way of commanding the battle is either through the sound of gongs and drums, or through semaphores, or through commanding soldiers. The command accuracy is not very high. At the finest level, you can only command a team of 1,000 or 100, and then rely on the individual commanding ability and military quality of those centurion and 1,000 commanders. In ancient times, the Mongols who conquered Europe were the ultimate in this respect. At that time, the Mongols' centurion, thousands, and tenant commanders had very high military literacy, So if you just pull one out of the battlefield, you can play it on your own. It is also with these high-quality officers that they can master the cavalry tactics and sweep Europe all the way. In the later Ming dynasty, they also inherited some of the tactical ideas of the Yuan dynasty. The two fathers and sons of the Zhou family, especially Zhu Di, because he himself has Mongolian ancestry, and there are many Mongolian soldiers in his subordinates, so his Ming army, with a strong Mongolian cavalry color. It's just that he replaced the Mongolian centurion and other basic level officers with small flags. Later, in order to reward these backbones who performed military merits in the army, he simply drew these people out to organize Jianyi. It's a pity that the small peasant thinking army building ideas of the military system and the Jianyi composed of the backbones changed their tastes, which destroyed the advantage of the Ming army. It was not until the French-Prussian War in Europe that the Prussian army took the lead in making military reforms, and refined its military command to the squad level, that is, a 10-man team, which greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the army and was defeated in the Third French-Prussian War. The French army captured Napoleon III alive and finally completed the reunification of Germany. This has aroused the attention of countries around the world on the decentralization of military command. Even during World War I, countries all over the world attached great importance to squad-level military construction, and many squad leaders and platoon leaders were equipped with whistles so that they could exchange information on the battlefield and command soldiers. And in this wild age, if you want to decentralize command to the squad level, you can undoubtedly greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the troops. So Xiao Feng thought of whistle, so he brought all kinds of copper spoons, iron spoons, and then allotted sentry commanders, centurions, and thousands of commanders, compiled a variety of different whistle command methods, so that soldiers can get the most correct guidance and exert the most effective combat power on the chaotic battlefield. The human heavy armored cavalry began to launch, and rows of heavy armored cavalry like a wall began to drive slowly in long lines, and the speed began to gradually increase. Although the charges from the downhill to the uphill, fortunately, is not particularly steep, and the horses are also exceptionally hordes, so it does not affect the charge of the heavy cavalry. The speed of the human cavalry is getting faster and faster, and when they reach the top of the slope, their charging speed has also reached the highest peak. The momentum was even more astonishing. Far away, Qichen could hear the heavy armored cavalry charge, the horses making neat footsteps like thunder. The half-orcs standing on the top of the soil immediately panicked. They had never seen such a war-like human heavy cavalry. But under the restraint of the panther-headed Richard Gere and his guards, these phalanxes did not collapse. The victory of the previous years of war against humans has also tempered the will of these orc soldiers, although they are not elite troops. But as long as the death of Running City doesn't intervene, they don't believe that they will not be able to defeat these humans. The experience of fighting with humans in the previous few years tells them that these human soldiers are nothing terrible, and their physical fitness is not even a little bit worse than them. Once the desperate moment when the bayonet becomes popular, when their half-orcs enter a state of violent and fearless death, the first to collapse will always be these human soldiers. So even at this time, the heavy armored cavalry on the opposite side is amazing, but they still want to touch these human cavalry. The human heavy armored cavalry, with 50 men in the front row, riding on a tall horse with bright silver armor, is rushing towards the battle formation of half-orcs at high speed. Seeing that there were still 50 meters away from the orc battle formation, the knight on the far right suddenly blew a sharp whistle. The knights had been holding them vertically, and the 5-meter-long lance suddenly flattened. The knights' movements are neat and uniform, and their guns are like forests. Those lances are made of special local trees. They are lighter in weight, but very crisp. The distance of 50 meters does not seem to be close, but under the violent charge of those tall horses, it takes only 2 or 3 seconds to come. Arrived in front of the orcs. These half-orcs are all organized together, and the weapons in their hands are also mixed. The people in the front row don't even have wooden shields. When the cavalry with tall horses rushed over, the cavalry lances in their hands were the first to strike into the bodies of these people. Although the specially made wooden gun is very crisp, the violent impact speed of the horse still gives the horse a strong penetrating power. The orc soldier standing in the forefront was shocked on the spot. Even some standing the hapless eggs in the second row were also made into candied haws. And the moment the wooden lance pierced the orc's body, it shattered on the spot with a creak, and did not cause much counter-impact damage to the riders. And the moment the riders shattered their guns in their hands, they immediately pulled out the iron bones from their sides, and smashed them down like the orcs blocking the way in front of them. These half-orcs are not elite, and there are not a few armored on them. The heavy armored infantry of the Pigheads and Tauren earlier, even if they were wearing crude benzene armor, could not stop the iron bones in the hands of these cavalry. What's more, these half-orcs who don't even have iron armor. There was a scream on the battlefield immediately. As long as it was on this iron wheel, almost no one could end up with a broken bone. What's even worse are those half-orcs who stand in the charge of the horses. These tall horses weigh more than 2 tons. They are wearing heavy armor. On their backs are a cavalry warrior who also wears heavy armor on a camel. The overall weight is all with 3 tons. After rushing up, it is completely a lightweight tank. The half-orcs blocking the charge of the horses were basically all knocked into flight on the spot, and many of them were directly kicked to death by the kobolds of thin stature. Even a pighead with a heavy stature stood in front of the horse. There was no one in front of the horse. They were all hit by the horse, and after the collision, almost no one could stand up. The half-orcs phalanx in the front, almost 100 infantry in the front row, 3 thick phalanxes, almost in less than a minute. The heavy armored cavalry rushing up from the first row pierced through. Then came the charge of the second row. When the second row rushed through the middle of the phalanx basically ceased to exist, and the battlefield was full of orcs fleeing. In the following phalanxes, seeing such a ferocious heavy armored cavalry charge, they were all scared to face. When did this human cavalry become so powerful? Fortunately, after breaking through the first battle formation, the momentum of these heavy armored cavalry has been exhausted, and they are regrouping on the spot. But at the moment when these phalanxes felt relieved, suddenly the light cavalry rushed out from the 2 wings of the heavy cavalry. Just like before, they rushed to the phalanx to shoot in 2 rounds. After 2 rounds of volley, the heavy cavalry lined up, and then began to slowly move forward again, accelerating the charge. It's such a seemingly simple combat method www.mentalnovel.com, but it is used in turns one after another. There are constantly heavy cavalry behind, being transferred to the front row to replace the exhausted heavy cavalry after the front charge. Go and rest. The human cavalry, like a giant wheel, rolled forward, crushing one after another half-orc infantry phalanx. Although these half-orcs could cause some losses to the human cavalry at the beginning, they hit the back. These half-orcs have basically fallen into a situation of fear and collapse. Although it wasn't that kind of collapse at a touch, it basically couldn't resist for too long. At this time, the weak command of the half-orcs became more and more obvious on the battlefield. The human cavalry cooperates perfectly among the various whistles, with a degree of relaxation, and the initiative and rhythm of offensive have always been in the hands of human beings. The half-orcs on the opposite side seemed chaotic. Some wanted to continue resisting desperately, while others wanted to run away and get out of the battlefield. As a result, various thoughts were not unified, which was most intuitively reflected on the battlefield. Every time the human cavalry charged, at that time, in the battlefield of the orcs, some people moved backwards and some moved forward. As a result, the battle line could not be maintained at all. It just resisted for a few minutes before quickly collapsed. The steadily retreating half-orcs made the charging human cavalry more vigorous. Chapter 387. It's time for the remaining brave to chase down. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it. and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Kitchen put down the telescope in his hand. The battlefield in front is nothing worthy of attention. And the group of half-orcs leaders around him were all dejected at this time, and Richard Gere estimated that he would not be able to resist for long, and the tens of thousands of half-orcs could not be saved. Forget it, it's useless standing here. Maybe the human cavalry will catch up in a while. This battle has completely changed their impression of human soldiers. In their previous impressions, these human troops were almost collapsed. The long-term victory over the human army over the years has made the human army have lost the courage to resist the army of half-orcs, sometimes without the use of elite soldiers. Even if they randomly send hundreds of half-orcs, they can drive thousands of human troops away from ducks. The dispersal. But today, this human cavalry has completely changed their concept of the human army. This is a fierce opponent that has always been very fierce. In the past, half-orcs were most proud of close hand-to-hand combat. Whenever this moment comes, the animal nature hidden in the half-orcs will explode in a concentrated manner, and the soaring adrenaline will make them use their physical advantages to the extreme. Generally at this moment, it is a moment when the human army can't stand it. But today, right in front of them, their unsuccessful tactics have failed in the face of this human army. When some half-orcs exploded with an aura of fearlessness, those humans were also fearless, and even some human cavalrymen drove the tall horses and directly ran into them desperately against the half-orcs soldiers. It turns out that humans can also explode with an aura of fearlessness and fear of death. All the orc leaders in the field had their own minds at this time. In the Gourd Waste Canyon, their alliance could be said to occupy many advantages such as geographical advantage, humanity and harmony. But this battle was still defeated. Although they can say that they are not the elite of half-orcs, but they can occupy so many advantages. What is the difference between them? But in the end they still couldn't hold it, and let these humans rush over. What should they do in the future? Is there still a fight in this battle? Especially after watching the battle just now, the death god of Rushing City didn't take any action at all. It was all fought by the heavy armored cavalry of humans, but still defeated the orcs' phalanx. How could this battle be fought? Kitchen also noticed this momentum, but now it is not the time to talk big. He can only say hello with the spirit of support. Let's go. Evacuate the battlefield first. A group of half-orc chiefs could only walk down the hill with their heads down. At this time, on the battlefield, the battle was basically over, and the last phalanx that resisted the most fiercely was surrounded by human heavy armored cavalry regiments. This phalanx was formed by the leopard-head Richard Gere, his guards, and finally some powerful pigheads and Tauren. The human heavy armored cavalry had defeated the phalanx of 10 half-orcs. At this time, they were tired of people and horses. They had organized 2 consecutive assaults before, but they were unable to disperse the phalanx because of lack of horsepower, and because the light cavalry didn't have the quality of attacking fortifications. There was nothing to do with this phalanx, so that the phalanx composed of more than 300 people would face off against the humans in the encirclement. Xiao Feng didn't rush over, just instructed the people behind to push the fierce oil tank up. The canyon has been completely controlled by the human army, and heavy cavalry has continuously drilled out of the canyon, and the infantry and heavy squadrons have also quickly followed. Today's leading troops of heavy armored cavalry can be said to have made great contributions, and it is time for the infantry to come and train. Soon, 3 fierce oil tanks were pushed to the front of the battlefield, and Richard Gere in the battlefield knew that 3 black wooden carts were pushed up by humans. As soon as he wanted to greet the thousands of his subordinates desperately, he saw a few fire dragons spurting out from the direction of the wooden cart, and the orcs standing in the front of the square screamed and turned into skewers on the spot. Erlang, let's fight it. Richard Gere knew that there was no need to hold on, and immediately took the lead in rounds and rushed forward. As a result, of course it became a BBQ and fell on the way to the charge. The last remaining half-orcs were also annihilated. Xiao Feng began to arrange manpower to clean the battlefield, and at the same time let the troops behind quickly emerge from the canyon, and then organize the team. This time, because of the terrain, all the troops could not be fully deployed in the front, so the heavy armored cavalry who fought back and forth to charge back and forth was only more than 1,000. But fortunately, the resistance of the half-orcs was not very fierce, so they lost more than 300 people. Adding to the manpower lost in the canyon, less than 1,000 people were lost after a battle. Xiao Feng was very satisfied. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Kyle and Bloom settled down and came to Xiao Feng's side again. Just now, the two of them led the team to charge and defeated the orcs' phalanx head, making them more confident. Coupled with the previous consecutive victories against the orcs at the southern end of the Hula Gorge, their previous psychological shadows can be said to have been wiped out. And at this time they are not afraid of fighting the orcs at all. Let the soldiers who fought with the orcs stay behind, take a low-dollar break, clean the battlefield, capture the prisoners, and at the same time inform Ying Ran behind to let their fleet follow up quickly. The orcs have retreated, but their main force still, we can't give them a chance to recuperate, bite them, and put continuous pressure on them until they finally collapse. Xiao Feng still knows the truth about the remaining brave chasing the poor. In this battle of Taniguchi, the orcs were defeated and their morale must be low. At this time, of course, we must bite them tightly and inflict continuous blows on them. From the captured half-orcs captives, he already knew that these half-orcs were not elite, and they could just be used to train the human army. There were not many opportunities for this, and he didn't want to give these half-orcs a chance to escape back to the castle. After all, field battles are much easier than siege battles. Once the opponent is defeated in the wild, the entire northern basin of the Gourd Gorge will almost be obtained, and the half-orcs in this basin will no longer have any decent resistance. The idea has been decided. Bloom and Kyle will organize a meeting of officers to convey instructions, while Charles Mann will stay with the more than 1,000 heavy armored cavalry before. He will organize the cleaning of the battlefield here and capture prisoners, but also to choose a site to build a city. After more than 2 hours of repairing, before the sky was already dark, the army of Running City finally finished resupply here, and then drove out overnight, pursuing the half-orcs in front of them. In the next few days, the two sides were entangled in this basin, and the half-orcs soon discovered the human being chasing up from behind. He also sent people to the back to block a block, but the people who were sent out did not return, but the half-orcs were in a mess. When have they fought such a useless battle, been hung behind by human beings and chased? In the past, they were the only ones who chased after humans. When did this world become like this? Many half-orcs couldn't accept it, and wanted to turn around and fight with this army of Running City, but in the end they were all persuaded. Thinking about the war experience previously explained, the minds of those who were originally impulsive also calmed down. But it's not a solution for so long. Those humans are very cunning, just hanging behind them unhurriedly, just like a pack of wolves stalking their prey. Don't rush up to fight you hard, just hang behind you. Every night when the orcs camp and prepare to rest, they will rush up to harass, beat the gongs and drums, or set rockets into the camp. Although it doesn't necessarily hurt people, but it always makes the orcs unsatisfactory and unable to sleep. Shooting people out to catch these guys, but they were riding tall horses, and disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. Several times Kitchen simply ordered the camp to stay still, waiting for the human army to follow up and fight them to the death, but he did not expect that these shameless humans would not go out of the way, just consuming it on the spot. And the half-orc army did not dare to propose the idea of attacking at this time. It was so stalemate for a day or two. In the end, it was helpless to continue pulling out, but only a few steps forward. The humans sent cavalry to harass. In short, these days, the marching team of half-orcs has been troubled by these human cavalry, but they are helpless. That night, Kitchen summoned all the tribe leaders and came to his camp for a meeting. It was different from the full energy when he had no contact with the human army before. At this time, almost all the leaders of these half-orcs were downcast. This battle was so useless, but everyone was worried. MentalNovel.com I saw that it was about to be planted in summer. The rough oats planted in winter had just been harvested, and now there is not enough summer planting. Sowing seeds by their hands, they are still entangled with these humans here. If the summer planting is delayed, the food in winter may not be enough. When the time comes, people in the tribe may starve to death. How can they not worry? My lord, how should we fight this battle? It's no way to continue like this. Or, just let the big guys leave. I don't believe that these people can take down everyone's castles, and everyone can go home and make the castles taller and thicker. I don't believe he can fight them down. There was noisy clamor in the camp, various sounds one after another. Kitchen's expression was gloomy, and he suddenly patted their wooden table beside him. Asshole, you bastards, if anyone dares to retreat and disband, I will kill him now. You bastards, don't you understand that this is already a battle related to the nation's fortune? Before these human beings were just hiding inside the city wall. They have already dared to go out of the city to fight with us. If we lose this time, have you thought about the consequences? Chapter 388 Rainy Night Trade. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. All the orc leaders present here fell into silence. If they lose this battle in a silly way, what will be the consequences? Of course they can't know better. This will be the first time for mankind to defeat half-orcs in the wild, even if these half-orcs are not elite troops of the Alliance. But this will also break the myth that the orcs are invincible in field battles, and once these humans have the confidence to dare to fight with the orcs, the human team will be more difficult to deal with in the future. Even if the elite of the orcs returned in the future, these human armies have already been shaped. Almost all of the leaders of these half-orc tribes here are from the army and have fought for a lifetime, and they know very well about army building. Hasn't the strong army, the Iron Army, been tempered from battle after battle and victory after victory? Moreover, the reason why humans had lost consecutive battles under their half-orcs was because, on the one hand, the half-orcs had an innate physical advantage, on the other hand, it was also because of the wrong thinking mode of human warfare. They always deal with half-orcs in the same way they deal with humans, so they will find that their previous tactics and experience are all wrong and useless. And the half-orcs didn't give them a chance to think carefully. They defeated them again and again, thus establishing a psychological advantage over the human army. The human army in front of the running city is completely different from the human groups they have encountered before. They are equipped with new weapons, put on new armors, and adopt new methods of warfare. After a battle, the half-orcs are sad. The discovery that their advantages against humans in the past have all failed in the face of these new weapons, new armors, and new tactics. How will this battle be fought? Just bowed his head and confessed, then retreated. In that case, just as the Python Prince, Kitchen said, it would be completely finished. What can we do if we don't retreat? The orc leaders in the camp stopped talking, and at this moment Kitchen also raised his head. I also sent someone to contact outside the valley before. It happened that there was a large army who was going to go south in the secret forest, and I found it. They should come to us tomorrow, and it should rain tomorrow night. So I plan to mobilize all my powers for a night attack. The camp was filled with the neigh of horses, and the happy conversation and laughter of the soldiers. The atmosphere in the camp was very relaxed. The series of victories against the half-orcs increased the confidence of the army that set out from the city. When they set out from the city, there were only 12,000 men in the army, a regular army of 6,000 people and a heavy squad consisting of 6,000 militiamen, but as the war progressed, they achieved a series of victories and rescued more than 100,000 humans, and the number of this army was also rapidly expanding. Kyle and Bloom continued to select from the liberated prisoners, strong and experienced prisoners to join the army. First, they turned the 6,000 squadrons to normal, and then transferred those who seemed to be of good quality to the squadrons. At the same time, Some backbones who grew up quickly in the war were left to train these heavy soldiers who joined later. Because of a series of high-intensity pursuits, these people also practiced while fighting and grew very fast. In just a month or so, these people have basically become qualified soldiers. Of course, there is still a long way to go. At this time, the number of soldiers in their camp had swelled to 30,000, but the one who could be regarded as elite was the first 6,000 regular army, followed by the militia who became regulars. The remaining 18,000 people had all made special trips to the heavy soldiers and the reserve team. These people Xiao Feng felt that it might be okay to fight a tailwind, but they were obviously not qualified. But the war waits for no one. Now he can say that there is a shortage of people everywhere, so even if it is the situation of camping, he did not let these people idle, but constantly arranged for grassroots officers to seize the time to train these people. So even during the rest period, behind the big camp, there are still training and slogans. This basin has also let Xiao Feng see its richness. Recently, looting in this basin has also given them a very sufficient food supply. Everyone is full of food and warm clothes, so there is no need to worry about waste. Anyway, these soldiers were delicious, so he tossed them hard. He firmly believed that only in this way could a good soldier come out. The half-orcs in front of the camp, did they pull out today? But the guards are very tight, and they also set up sentries on the outskirts. It is difficult for our people to get close to harassment. Bloom reported to Xiao Feng about the situation of the half-orc camp in front. Xiao Feng touched his chin and said nothing. I feel something is wrong with the spirit of these half-orcs today, and I don't know why. They didn't send out sentries before to target our reconnaissance team. Kyle added that in front of him, there were many drones sent by Xiao Feng to take photos of the orcs camp. From the photos, we can see that today's orcs camp is very different from the past. The soldiers in the orcs camp were dressed lazily, but today the soldiers in the orcs camp are all neatly dressed. Even many people wear armor during the day, and no one, like in the past, fights outside the camp. Basically after eating, they will go to the camp to rest, and look like a soldier. These guys must be planning something. Xiao Feng raised his head and glanced at the weather outside the camp. A dark cloud just happened to float from the south, and it seemed that it might rain tonight. Order the people below to have more meals tonight and be prepared. There may be a fierce battle in the evening. Xiao Feng had a judgment in his heart, but he didn't know what was going on. He always felt that something was missing. In the dark night, the wind was violent, accompanied by puffy raindrops pouring down, and the rain was getting bigger and bigger. Will there still be flashes of lightning in the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder? In the woods outside the human camp, black shadows are constantly flashing. In spite of the heavy rain, Kitchen came to the front line and looked at the human camp not far from the forest. His eyes showed a fierce light that could not be concealed. I have been chased by you for so many days. This time I should make you look good. The other half-orc leaders who accompany him were also full of excitement at this time, and they had already touched the eyelids of the human camp, but the humans did not notice this time, indicating that they must have been careless. They would certainly not have thought that half-orcs would come to attack at night under heavy rain. Hey! Do you really treat grandpas as young master soldiers? Kitchen looked at the few orc leaders around him, then waved his hand, and soon a few dark shadows rushed out from the woods. These dark shadows ran very fast, and they rushed out of the woods in a series. The flashing and moving, constantly relying on various obstacles to cover, quickly approached the human camp. Rushing under the wooden wall of the human camp, these dark shadows jumped up and began to climb swiftly. The rough wooden walls, to these dark shadows, can be said to be like walking on the ground. A few somersaults, these black shadows. Ying turned over on the wall. A flash of lightning pierced the night sky, and Kitchen, by the light of the lightning, just saw a few human soldiers patrolling on the wall. The black shadows slammed them down, and they were killed by those shadows before they even made a call. Hey, it turns out that these apes are born with excellent mountain infantry, climbing walls and trees. for them, it is pediatrics. After a while, he saw a dark figure standing on the wall, raising a torch, and going around them 3 times in the air, and then the gate of the camp opened quietly. Kitchen stood up abruptly and shook off his hat on top of his head. Allah, charge! Then he rushed out first, and the orc leaders who had been harassed by the human army for many days, how could they hold back at this time? One by one shouted, Allah! He followed Kitchen with his eyes full of excitement, and rushed towards the human camp. At the same time, in the forest on their right, there were also black shadows rushing out towards the human camp. Rushed over. It's just that these dark shadows are not the same as their half-orcs. Each of these dark shadows is tall and strong, and the speed of charging is not slow. Although they rushed out from the back, they quickly caught up with those who rushed out in front. These half-orcs. What's more terrifying is that these dark shadows don't greet the half-orcs in front of them at all, and they rush into a rampage. However, any half-orcs who stand in front of them don't greet them very much, and they fly directly. And those half-orcs who were knocked into the air, after seeing these dark shadows, they dare not put a foot. When these dark shadows rushed to the gate of the camp. Novel.com. The gate was only 5 or 6 meters wide. These large shadows could pass 2 at a time when they rushed over. This made them very dissatisfied. They even slammed their heads into the wooden walls on both sides of the city gate, and directly knocked the wooden wall down amidst a crash. And the natural brute force of these dark shadows, even Xiao Feng, who was also hiding in the woods outside the camp, took a breath of air when he saw it. In his night vision goggles, all these dark shadows could not hide. These guys are really bears 3 meters tall and as strong as a mountain. Fortunately, after he had judged that the orcs were going to attack at night, he made a plan to take the plan and withdraw the team from the camp. If all the troops stayed in the camp, he really didn't know that these people under his team. Can you withstand the charge of these half-orcs? The other ordinary half-orcs are okay, but these black bear people are really terrifying. In his impression, the black bear on the earth is not big. Usually it is more than 1 meter, less than 2 meters tall, and the body is not too thick. The real scary ones are the brown bears, but in this world, the black bears in front of him are actually much stronger than the adult brown bears on the earth. Chapter 389 Fire Blockade. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. I have known for a long time that half-orcs have a variety of different races, and because of different races, their talents are also different. The Rhino Man I saw last time can be said to be the king of heavy armored infantry. His physique is really not what ordinary humans can handle. And the black bear people that appeared this time are even more scary. This creature has a strong body. Although it may not be as strong as the rhino, it is more flexible. And once charged, it naturally carries a violent temperament. This temperament, but it's more scary than any rhino. Fortunately, he had led the troops before and left the camp. If he stayed inside and refused to accept it, I am afraid it would be the real dead end. The wooden wall seems to be very protective, but it is not enough to see in front of these black bear people. One somersault will hit you through. And Kitchen, who rushed into the camp, took the lead, leaving the most central account of the capital camp. Based on his understanding of mankind, the leader of mankind, the of death in the running city must be stationed here. But when he rushed to the camp, he felt something was wrong. Why were there no guards near the camp? It's so easy to bring the death god of running city to the core of this human army. How could there not be any guards around him? Generally, people like him will definitely have many guards patrolling where they stay at night. Think about myself again. Although I am not a big man, there are still many guards on duty outside the tent to patrol every night when I rest. The status of this death god in the human group must be much higher than his status in the half-orc tribe, but where he lives, how can there be no guards? Before rushing into the tent, he stopped and looked around. He could only hear the sound of wind, rain, and the shouts of orc soldiers, but he did not hear any human soldiers resisting. even soldiers. There is no sound of fighting between the blades, which is strange. He slammed 1,000 steps, raised his hand and opened the curtain of the big tent in front of him, but it was empty inside, let alone a figure, not even a bed or a table. He shook his heart. It's not easy to be fooled. Looking back at the half-orc soldiers who rushed in behind him, they had overturned the camps of many human soldiers, but under those camps, there was no human soldier's shadow at all. No, get out. Qijin didn't have time to think about it, and shouted loudly, but at this time the wind and rain were violent, and in the sound of the storm, his shouts could not be transmitted far, and the half-orcs behind were still rushing in continuously. Kyle, who was standing next to Xiao Feng, wiped the rain off his face, and then asked Xiao Feng, "My lord, when shall we start?" "Start now." Xiao Feng said that he turned around and jumped into the tank. This time he jumped into a 15p high mobility 105mm firepower assault vehicle. The orcs have already gathered in the camp. What he needs now is a powerful curved artillery to give these halves orcs a lesson. The ancestor of this gun was the M56 105mm camel-borne mountain gun studied by the Italians. At that time, the Second World War had just ended. The Italians still did not give up on the colonial rule of North Africa. They often did something in North Africa, such as supporting some countermeasures, government forces and the like. The terrain in North Africa, where they like to do things, is also more complicated. With many hills and mountains, roads are blocked, and vehicles are not easy to walk. Light armored vehicles and heavy tanks are useless here. In the past, the M1A 175 caliber camel-borne howitzer, which was mainly used by the US military, was somewhat inadequate. The Italians studied this 105 caliber camel-borne howitzer. Not to mention that this thing works well in North Africa, so the Italians got it used in our own army. Later, a series of simplifications were carried out, simplifying the overall components to 7 important components, so that when walking mountain roads, they can use mule horse camels, and even paratroopers can use such artillery as a supplement to airborne firepower. So this gun was still very marketable at the beginning of the war, but after entering the 1960s and 1970s, with the emergence of various individual guided weapons and the emergence of armed helicopters, this kind of mountain artillery was gradually eliminated. In the 1990s, my country introduced this type of mountain artillery to imitate it, and was very satisfied with the combat effect of this artillery in the mountainous area. It has also been equipped with a lot of it in a military area in the south. But later in the Western payment process, I still discovered the shortcomings of this gun, that is, the slow-moving speed. At this time self-propelled artillery has become popular, and self-propelled artillery is generally a relatively large caliber and powerful artillery. It is not realistic to convert into a self-propelled gun. So the designer had an idea, borrowing the concept of the previous rapid-fire mortar, and directly stuffing the gun on the military off-road vehicle developed by Shaanxi Automobile, and then it became this 15p high-mobility firepower assault vehicle. Before that, Xiao Feng had let off a few shots to practice his hand feel, and now thousands of half-orcs had rushed into his small camp, which provided him with a live target. All he had to do was to hit the shells into the camp, and there was no need for precise shooting. After the gun was loaded into the car, a modern artillery control system was also installed, so aiming is not troublesome. The shell enters the chamber. After aiming, press the launch button. Boom! A grenade flew out, and through the binoculars, it could be clearly seen that the shell accurately landed in the center of the camp, where the half-orcs were most densely populated. After a loud noise, the fire was everywhere, and countless orcs flew into the sky. But at this time, it was the time when the storm was strong in the sky, and the violent storm flew overhead. The orcs were excited because of the smooth battle in front. No one noticed the scene in front. The orcs in the back were stubborn. Lower your head and rush into Yingpan. After observing the bullet point in the telescope, Xiao Feng directly greeted the next Friday to load the cannon directly. There was no need to charge this time. The pilot on Friday also did other tasks, mainly to outfit Xiao Feng. Bomb. This guy has eaten well and slept well recently, and he has a strong body. He is very suitable for picking up shells, and the speed of loading is very fast. And whenever the cannonball was loaded, Xiao Feng didn't aim at all, and simply stepped on the launch button. The 105 caliber artillery shells were fired one after another, and a base number of ammunition was fired out in just over a minute. And by this time their original camp was already in flames. When they withdrew from the camp before, they were still in an inconspicuous part of the camp and buried a lot of oil barrels of fierce oil. At this time, a series of shells hit them, and naturally the oil barrels were hit. The power of the explosion of the huge oil drum is no less than that of the 30 organization. The odds made by itself, this series of explosions. But the people who bombed the half-orcs who had just returned to the imposing spirit were turned upside down. Kitchen had already given up control of the team at this time, because the orcs had already bombed the camp. From the time the first shell fell, the orcs who rushed in the front knew the trick. They shouted loudly and wanted to turn around. The camp rushed out. But the slow-rushing half-orcs outside didn't know what was going on in the camp. They just wanted to rush into the camp. The two sides collided in the middle of the road. But when they didn't understand what the other party meant, a series of cannonballs fell from the sky, blasting the orcs gathered together in all directions, crying and crying. And the more crowded the place, the more important it is to take care of. This series of shells, plus the eye detonated by the shells, had blown up these half-orcs miserably. I rushed to the human camp in the middle of the night and didn't even see a single figure. In the end, I was blown up and turned over. A series of explosions have sent thousands of orcs to the west, stunned and wounded. The number is countless. Those who weren't killed were also completely messed up at this time. Those who had fought with the death god of Running City before knew that this was another thunder bombing caused by the death god of Running City. Thinking about those companions who were killed in the past, they couldn't even keep a whole body. These half-orcs were messed up on the spot, and they didn't want to fight here anymore. He rushed out of the camp in a rush. The people behind also understood under the series of explosions, and immediately turned around and started running outside. But this time the human mage actually adjusted his direction. He even fixed the area hit by the sky thunder at the gate of the camp. How many people rushed here? Was bombed in all directions. Hundreds of people in a row attempted to rush out from the camp gate, but the people who were bombed turned their backs on their backs, leaving all living people behind. The orcs trapped in the camp are stupid. Is this to trap them in the camp and kill them? After the subsequent tide exploded, the entire camp was in raging fire. MTLnovel.com. At this time, I didn't rush out and stayed in the camp. In the end, I was either burned to death or smoked to death. But he rushed to the city gate, but because of the fire blockade of the human mage, he couldn't rush out at all. What should I do? All the orcs in the camp were dumbfounded. They had never expected such a situation before. Kitchen's eyes widened at this time, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed the two black bear men nearby. Although the black bear men were violent, the identity of the Python Prince was not ordinary, so he did not dare to make trouble in front of Kitchen. Organize your people. If you don't want to become a roasted bear, it's like getting close to me. The wooden wall here is relatively weak, so I just smashed it away and we rushed out from here. After all, Kitchen is a general, and his vision is more unique. With his command, the half-orcs gradually calmed down. Soon the two black bear men found a dozen black bears. As Kitchen pointed out, the direction rushed over with a bang. The wooden wall that was originally not too thick actually collapsed directly from the inside. A big gap appeared on the wall. The nearby half-orc soldiers all blew their crowns to celebrate, and it was rescued. Chapter 390 Phalanx Collision. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Several kobolds and werewolves who had been hiding behind Kitchen, and even before Kitchen's instructions, jumped out from behind him and went straight to the wilderness outside the city wall. As a result, I didn't run 2 games before I heard several explosions. The kobolds and werewolves rushing into the front flew directly into the air, and they disintegrated in the air. The few leopard heads who followed them were even more miserable. They were not bombed into the sky, but some were broken by the waist, and some were broken by the bomb. They lay on the ground and groaned. Such a tragic situation shocked Kitchen and the others, and they didn't see the human mage being attacked by the sky thunder. But what happened to the explosion here? It turned out that when he was setting up camp, Xiao Feng asked people to plant landmines around the camp, leaving only the direction of the front exit not to be buried. At first, he was afraid that half-orcs would come to touch the camp in the middle of the night. But now these mines have played a very good role as a barrier, directly isolating the half-orcs in the camp. After the half-orcs who rushed out one after another detonated the mines, these half-orcs were also afraid, and did not dare to rush outside. Kitchen and the others still couldn't figure it out. Where did the thunder attack come from? But those black bear people saw some clues. The explosion was obviously from the underground, not from the air. Thinking of this, these black bear people immediately held down the kobolds and werewolves around them, and then drew their swords from behind and put them on their necks, letting them rush out through the gap. Obviously they want these unlucky ghosts to go to the front and go to the thunder. Those kobolds and werewolves, how dare to resist these ferocious black bears, because a few guys who did not cooperate before were torn into 2 pieces by these cruel black bears. Now these low-end half-orcs, even the last bit of courage to resist was gone, and he could only bite the bullet and thunder in front. A few unlucky guys stepped on the landmines and were blown up directly into the air, and even the few companions around them were unlucky enough to be blown to the ground. However, after paying the lives of dozens of people, these half-orcs finally made their way out of the minefield outside the camp wall. Kitchen led the black bear people and rushed out from here. At this time, those half-orcs who were blocked at the front door knew that a breakthrough had been opened here, so they all rushed towards this side. Xiao Feng in the woods in the distance stopped the shelling at this time. The previous round of bombing had killed and injured 2,000 or 3,000 orcs. In just a few minutes, his artillery shot out 7 or 8 ammunition. At this time, the gun barrels are already red, and they really need to cool down. He had already trained the heavy armored cavalry team before, and it's time for the heavy infantry to come online to exercise. With a violent wave of his hand, a group of heavy armored infantry dressed in iron cans stood up one after another, and then walked out of the woods amidst various whistles of various lengths, and was just in front of the forest line. The army began to line up. Among these heavy armored infantry, some of them were the original squadrons, and some were recently rescued and trained humans. Some of Xiao Feng's armors were distributed to everyone, and then the spears were distributed to everyone's hands. Today, it's time to test the power of the Spanish spears. Because there are no small cannons and matchlocks, I used a fierce oil tank instead. This battle formation has been tempered for a long time, and today is the time to test the results. The half-orcs who had just rushed out of the camp in the distance also saw rows of human soldiers standing in front of the forest line not far behind them. The formation of this phalanx is very novel. They have never seen it before. It has a square shape with people on all sides. At the junction of each row of battle lines, there is a black wooden cart. In the center of the phalanx are the archers. At this moment, a flash of lightning pierced the night sky. Everyone can clearly see that the phalanx has been slowly marching in the coordination of various long and short whistles after the array is completed. Moving forward, he leapt toward the orc. Kitchen was stunned. Under what circumstances, these human beings have been so courageous that they dare to fight against the orcs in the wild? He had seen the human heavy cavalry before, and to be honest, he was a little afraid of those cavalry. After all, they are all tall horses. After humans ride up, they can offset the advantages of half-orcs in height and strength. Moreover, once those guys have heavy armor on their bodies, They are like iron cans that can't be mouthed, which is very difficult to deal with. So he still has such a bit of fear for the human heavy cavalry, but the human infantry, even the infantry on the opposite side is armed to the teeth, and the whole body is heavily armored. But in his opinion there is nothing to be afraid of. Height and strength are not as good as half-orcs. These human soldiers have no advantage at all on the battlefield. In his opinion, the Death of Rushing City must be crazy to release such a feint move, and even want to use these ordinary humans, heavy armored infantry, to challenge the orcs. He quickly greeted the half-orcs around him who rushed out of the camp, forming several large squares. It's just that their phalanx is different from the phalanx of human heavy armored infantry. The human phalanx is hollow. Their phalanx is 50 people in a row, arranged in 3 rows, a total of 12 teams. In the middle it is hollow, and there is a small square inside, all archers. The 4 corners of the front, and heavy fire tank trucks. The half-orcs phalanx is much simpler. There are 50 people in the front row, followed by 3 rows. There are 4 rows of half-orcs, each with 50 people. Then, under the lead of their respective masters, they slowly greeted the human infantry phalanx. Seeing that the 2 phalanxes were getting closer and closer, countless black shadows sprang out from the 2 wings of the orcs phalanx. It was the Black Bear warriors who had gone mad before. This is a commonly used tactic by half-orcs, hiding the stormtrooper behind the phalanx. When the 2 armies are about to meet each other, the stormtrooper will suddenly shoot out from the 2 wings, disrupting the formation of the opposing enemy's battle formation. This tactic, when they used to deal with other human armies, can be said to have been tried and tested, but today they hit a big nail in front of this human soldier's phalanx. These Black Bear people did not even have time to get close to the human front, and a rain of arrows flew from the human phalanx, and dozens of them were nailed to the ground on the spot. There are dozens of numbers. After avoiding the rain of arrows, and just rushing to a place 50 meters before the human battlefield, suddenly 2 fire dragons ejected from the 2 opposite corners of the front row of the battlefield, covering with crossfire power. The effect is quite good. The Black Bear people didn't notice these blows coming out of the flanks at all, and the crossfire coverage left them with no hiding place. The 20 Black Bear that rushed to the front turned into a torch on the spot. And the 2 fierce oil tanks, after the injection was completed, even kept their hands, and continued to turn their guns, and began to continuously cover the firepower toward the stormtroopers of the Black Bear Queens. The Black Bears are now scared of being burned. The fire-breathing wooden cars used by humans are spewing out of the fuel. There is a lot of wind and rain on this day, but the rain can't extinguish the flame. As long as the body is on fire, it is basically very hard to be extinguished. It was only 2 rounds. The Black Bear stormtrooper, which was just as fierce as a tiger, was extinguished in an instant. The 2 enemies were burned to death by dozens of them before they rushed in. They had never encountered it before. Major losses. At this time, the Orcs phalanx organized by Kitchen had already reached a distance of less than 100 meters from the human infantry phalanx. The archers in the human phalanx suffocated one by one and began to draw their bows frantically. Projectile. The dense arrow rain and the raindrops in the sky flew straight down, and the Orcs phalanx was shot over dozens of numbers before it could meet the human phalanx. The Orcs could no longer be stretched anymore. The Anaconda who walked in front took the lead and roared, and then the hatchet in his hand rushed over, and the Orcs behind him also swarmed up. This was their favorite. The way of fighting, how to end up, is just for marching. The archers on the opposite side changed to flat shooting. The half-orcs almost didn't make a step forward, and dozens of them would be shot down, but this did not affect their succession, because in their impression, as long as they could enter the range of short-range attacks, then the human on the opposite side would be dead, and would not be their opponent for half-orcs at all. But the next scene made them dumbfounded, and when they were about to rush to the human infantry phalanx more than 10 meters away, www.mentalnovel.com, a short, hurried whistle suddenly came from the human phalanx. Then the infantry at the front of the phalanx suddenly thrust the giant wooden shield into the ground, forming a shield wall, while the spearman in the back row carried his spear forward and put the spear on the front. On the shield, there was a bang, and the infantry phalanx, which had originally appeared to be unremarkable, instantly turned into a hedgehog. The half-orc who rushed to the front couldn't dodge, and directly hit the spears, and directly turned into a bunch of candied gourds. A few shrewd guys suddenly bent over when they rushed to the spear. A lazy donkey rolled 18 and rolled directly in front of the row of wooden shields. The shield is just a smash, but only after smashing it twice, from the gap of the wooden shield, 2 snake-like spears sprang out and directly pierced the fish that slipped through the net. At the same time, the fierce fire oil tanks at the 2 corners of the phalanx began to fire. The fire dragons on the battlefield continued to sweep, and countless orcs were burned and screamed. The fire dragon covered a distance of about 100 meters, and the end was you die when you hit it, and you die when you encounter it. Coupled with the continuous rain of arrows shot from the center of the human phalanx, only a few rounds later, the orcs' phalanx with heavy casualties disappeared. Chapter 391 Bingy Superfast. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. It's time. Heavy cavalry attack. Xiao Feng saw that the half-orcs in front of the formation had collapsed, and the half-orcs in the distance saw the situation here. The formation also panicked. Originally, it was difficult to command this heavy rainy night with poor light and poor information. Now that the half-orcs in front of him are in chaos, there is nothing to be afraid of the people behind. The Kylan Bloom, who had been watching by his side for a long time, could not stand there at this time, turned around and waved, and rushed out of the passages on both sides of the battlefield first. The long and short whistles on the battlefield echoed each other, and the rumbling of horse hooves, coupled with the neighing of war horses, and the sound of yelling when the cavalry charged, resounded throughout the battlefield. The entire battlefield has been completely chaotic. This is a chaotic battle, but the human army can still maintain the queue and order. The sharp whistle makes the soldiers not panic no matter what the situation is. They know the battlefield. There are also comrades on board. They can find the team and the command by relying on the whistle. And the half-orcs were completely messed up. The first half-beasts who rushed to the human camp were unclear about their lives, and many of them were leaders of various tribes. Later, when I learned that I was in an ambush, I wanted to rush out from the camp gate, but was bombarded by the sky thunder of Death God of Rushing City. The gate failed. After finally breaking through the wall, he encountered a human infantry phalanx. The result is still a failure. There were no half-orcs in the distance. Seeing the situation here, they basically lost their confidence. In addition, they and the leaders of the tribes basically went to contact. At this time, I saw the human heavy cavalry charge up, where these people still have the courage to resist. The human cavalry hadn't even approached, and these guys had dispersed in a rush. It rained all night, and the light was getting brighter in the early morning, and the scene in front of the array shocked everyone. The corpses of half-orcs were stabbed to death everywhere in front of the phalanx, and those corpses burned to death by the fierce oil tank were even more miserable, and they were basically burned to black charcoal. Charlie Sman, the old guy, didn't know what was added to this blazing oil. In addition to the soybean oil that was squeezed from soybeans, it was said that there were also some local tree oils, and other combustion aids. These things were mixed together. The fierce fire oil sprayed by the fierce fire oil tank has the same effect as the solidified incendiary bomb on the earth. Even the violent storms and rains yesterday did not affect the power of the fierce fire oil tank. As long as the fire was sprayed on the body, it would not be extinguished at all. It would be useless to pour heavy rain on the body, unless you cruelly cut off the fire from your body. There were countless orcs dead in front of the battlefield. Heavy cavalry emerged from the woods in the distance, followed by a series of orcs captives behind them. In a great battle yesterday, these half-orcs were completely defeated. There were corpses on the battlefield, and countless people were captured. Kyle and Bloom are taking a few clerks and are counting the results on the battlefield, while Xiao Feng has returned to the camp. Although the camp was destroyed by a half-orc yesterday, there are still some camps that can be used, which is better than a hard drive. It would be better to camp again on the muddy wasteland outside. My lord, great victory, great victory. Kyle rushed into Xiao Feng's camp with a smile on his face, and he had fought against half-orcs for so many years. He had never fought such a fun battle and had never won such a big victory. Xiao Feng turned his head and glanced at him, then smiled faintly. Say the results. With such a powerful heat weapon to help, if this can't beat these barbaric and uncivilized orcs, then he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill him. In the battle last night, we wiped out nearly 10,000 half-orcs and captured more than 8,000. The half-orcs coalition has been completely disintegrated, and the whereabouts of several major leaders are unknown. Kyle happily reported the results of the battle with Xiao Feng. Although most of these half-orcs were not the elite of the half-orcs alliance, the black bears who unexpectedly appeared yesterday were not the dish B. Those black bears are obviously the leaders of the Orcs alliance, quietly deployed ambushes. These guys are the elites in the Orcs army. When he was under the rule of the Talon Empire, in the last decisive battle under the royal city, the elite Imperial Guards under the command of the Talon King were defeated by the violent impact of the Black Bear under the city wall. 50,000 elite empires. The violent charge against 5,000 black bears did not stop them, and was rushed to and fro by these black bears. That scene had always been a nightmare. He lingered for countless nights. But just yesterday, those black bear men were defeated by them. Dignifiedly defeated, without any skill. They were head-to-head and defeated in front of their infantry. Although there is a lot of suspicion of trickery in their victory, victory means victory. After yesterday's battle, they are now confident that they can fight against any orc army in the wild. The heavy cavalry charge tactics, the light cavalry's spindle tactics, and the infantry phalanx tactics taught to them by Master can be said to have greatly increased the confidence of Kyle. The half-orcs who defeated, now seem not so terrible. How many people have we lost? Compared to Kyle and Bloom, Xiao Feng is still calm. 1,000 people were injured in the battle, and 1,000 people were injured. Well, the wounded soldiers stay, and another 2,000 people are left behind. Take care of these half-orc captives. Let Ying Ran and Charles Man and the others come up quickly to receive the captives. In Xiao Feng's view, this battle was a turning point. They had already defeated most of the orcs' main force in the northern section of the Huluxiadi. According to the intelligence they had previously, it is estimated that the current half-orcs coalition is only 10,000 left. Many people are fleeing north. The northern section of Noda's Hula Gorge area has become an open land, without any large-scale resistance force. It is like the young lady who has opened their clothes to them. Let them take it and take it. Then what about us? Where do we go next? Of course, Bloom and Kyle also understand this truth. When they think of this vast field, there are a dozen large castles, large and small, and there are more than 100,000 half-orcs and hundreds of thousands of human slaves. Jump wildly. If all these castles are knocked down, all humans are liberated, and all the orcs are captured as prisoners, then their strength will be doubled. Give them some more time to digest the results of these wars, then even if the army of half-orcs comes to crusade again, there is nothing to be afraid of. The next step, let's go straight to Huanglong. My lord, you mean, we are going to Kuai City? Having followed Xiao Feng for some time, Bloom and Kyle understood Xiao Feng's strategic intentions. Originally, according to their idea, they had already defeated the main force of the orcs in the canyon basin. They should raid the basin, take down the orcs' castle, liberate the slaves in the castle, and quickly expand their strength. But now, after listening to Xiao Feng's thoughts, they immediately realized that their own situation is still too small. The Lord's trick went straight to Huang Long. He wanted to take advantage of the defeat of the half-orcs and quickly occupy Kai City at the northern part of the Hula Gorge. As long as he occupied it, he could lock the entire northern part of the Hula Gorge. The Gourd Waste Gorge has been occupied and controlled by them. If the Gourd Mouth in the northern section is also controlled, then the North Gourd Basin will not let them ask for it. What half-orc? If none of them can escape, they will only become the turtles in the urn. As for the human slaves, will they not be able to catch them by then? Thinking of this, the two understood Xiao Feng's intentions and agreed to Xiao Feng's ideas. Okay, my lord, I will go out to gather the team, and we will go north immediately. Kyle stood up immediately. At this time, he was more eager than Xiao Feng, because he was very aware of the importance of this battle. If this battle was won, they could basically declare that they had seen it and took control of the entire Hula Gorge. With hundreds of thousands of people on the Pinivera Peninsula back to the south, they have enough capital to challenge the Orcs Alliance. With so much fertile soil, the annual output is amazing. As long as they quietly accumulate their strength and recuperate for a few years, they can once again leave the city to expedition to the north. Maybe it's just around the corner to fight back home and liberate Duron. Therefore, this battle must be won, and the half-orcs must be caught off guard. The key to this battle is to be extremely fast. Those half-orcs who were defeated yesterday should have fled from the wind and fled all the way north. If they can chase their unspank.mtlnovel.com and don't give them enough time to return to Kai, then that one Jianxing is not that difficult to conquer. At the same time that Xiao Feng and the others were planning to assemble their army northward, Qichen, who escaped from the battlefield by the luck of the chaos yesterday, was also leading the remnant army and fleeing all the way to the north quickly. There were about 52 leaders of various tribes who charged with him yesterday. Only 12 are still alive by his side. The rest were either killed in battle or missing, and a few fled during the night. Now, he doesn't want to pay attention to those fools who run away. Now he just wants to bring the half-orcs in this Gourd Gorge, with the final combat power, rush back to his Kai city as soon as possible. It was a magnificent and strong city. The largest city in the Hula Gorge with the largest area and the tallest city wall. This city was built by the Slavian people who lived in the Gourd Gorge. It was later attacked by orcs and later became his fief. This time, the of Death fought against the city of Runli twice. After the successive defeats, he has lost the courage to fight against the army of Runli city in the wild, and also lost the advantage of troops. He felt that he could only enter this strong city before he could have the courage to fight the death of Running City. Chapter 392 Soldiers approaching the city. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. In Qichen's opinion, after the two defeats, the half-orc coalition behind him is no longer morale, and the source of troops is very scarce. It is very unwise to continue to deal with the troops in the wild city. So the only way to fight against this human army is to defend Kai City, and then send people to the headquarters to ask for help. As long as they can still defend Kai City before the reinforcements arrive, then they still have a chance to come back. If they couldn't even defend Kai City, then they would have completely lost their foundation in this Gourd Gorge, and this place would be the world of humanity in the future. So he hurried back all the way, just helping to return to Kai City as soon as possible, and then let the soldiers rest for a few days and restore their physical strength and spirit. Hurry up, day and night, and finally 5 days later, they returned to Kai City. The army behind him was also decimating personnel along the way, and many people secretly ran away at night. Obviously they have lost faith in this coalition army and don't want to follow him with Qichen anymore. It is very likely that they will all go back to their old nest to guard. I guess they are thinking about it, go back to summon the family children and be able to guard their castle. These are really short-sighted. What about the castles at the southern end of the Gourd Gorge? Can't they see it? Aren't they all defeated by the army of Rushing City? At this time, These guys not only didn't want the same hatred, but also each thought about their own little nine, so let them die. After entering Kai City, Kitchen was relieved, and then he rarely let his subordinates generously open the granary, and all kinds of delicious reserves were taken out to entertain the army. These simple-minded scumbags, as long as they give them a bite to eat, they will soon forget their previous failures. Kitchen looked at the drunk orc soldiers running around and drunk inside the city wall and felt relieved. In the hall when he returned to his official residence, the remaining 12 tribal leaders had just gathered at this time, but they were all face down. The most eye-catching of these is the General Black Bear sitting on Kitchen's left hand. He is so wild. He is the rescuer Kitchen invited from behind. He originally listened to Kitchen's description. He hadn't put these humans in his eyes, even if the opponent was the army led by the death god of Running City. He didn't interact with the soldiers of Running City before. The of Death had fought, and he had only heard of him, but he didn't quite believe that the of Death in Running City was as powerful as in the legend. But after the personal match this time, he finally believed, and even now he hasn't slowed down. The previous carelessness caused him to lose more than 2,000 Black Bear's elite stormtroopers. This is something that hasn't happened in so many years. Thinking about that rainy night, his Black Bear stormtrooper was constantly bombarded by lightning, and the scene of being burned everywhere begging for mercy when impacting the human phalanx, he felt helpless. It was terrible. Ahem, guys, I've filmed more than a dozen teams for assistance, and I've gone north for assistance. I believe it won't be long before our reinforcements will be in place, so you don't have to panic. You just need to be here and stay here with me. Just a strong city. I think you all know how strong this Kai City is. Even if those humans come, they won't be able to take down this city so quickly. When our reinforcements arrive, I believe those humans will naturally retreat. There was silence in the chamber, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Seeing these half-orc leaders all ashamed and at a loss, Kitchen knew that he had to stand up and say a few words. Recently, these guys may have a chance to collapse. After listening to Kitchen's statement, everyone finally had a trace of blood on their faces. Yes, people have been sent to ask for help. This city of Kai has thick walls and strong protection, which is not so good. Those who conquer, just hold on here and wait for reinforcements to arrive. But when everyone was first determined, suddenly the door of the chamber was knocked open by a snake man. This guy came to Kitchen's side in a panic, whispered to him, and Kitchen listened to him. His face changed immediately. A group of half-orc leaders frightened for a while, and then followed Kitchen out of the chamber, went straight to the city wall, waited on the top of the wall and looked down. Everyone could not help but grow their mouths. The army of Running City. Unexpectedly already soldiers are coming down the city. At this time, they were camping about 2 kilometers away from the city wall. How fast are these human beings? You should know that these half-orcs, but they entered the gate of the city only in the morning, and these humans have already chased the gate of the city at noon. For a while, all the orcs on the city wall looked like dirt. Fortunately, those humans did not intend to attack immediately. Instead, they saw a lot of people who were sent to the nearby mountains to start cutting down trees. Obviously these humans wanted to make engineering tools. The orcs on the wall are looking at the humans under the wall. This army from the rushing city deserves to be well trained, and it is well trained to build a camp. The heavy soldiers and some prisoners are cutting down trees and setting up camps. As the orc captives captured earlier went up the mountain to cut down the trees and came back to build engineering equipment, the entire camp was like a large construction site, but it was messy and not chaotic, and the division of labor was very clear. The orc leaders on the city wall, seeing this situation, became more and more frightened. It is no wonder that this human army is different from what they have seen before. The discipline is not so good. While the leaders of these half-orcs were observing the human army, Xiao Feng and Bloom, together with several guards and staff, were standing on a small hill on the left, observing the city of Kai. This city was originally called Slavi City. It was built by the Slavians in the Hula Gorge. It has a history of nearly 1,000 years. Before it was captured by the orcs, 400,000 people lived in this city. The largest city in the gorge is considered a famous big city on the entire continent. The city wall has been built and expanded by the Slavian people over the years. It is very tall, 15 meters high, and the top of the wall is 5 meters wide. Countless caves for Tibetan soldiers. Later, after it became the fief of the Python Prince Khichen, it was renamed as Kai City. Xiao Feng was carefully observing the appearance of the castle through a telescope, while Kyle next to him kept introducing him to the castle. The castle looks very magnificent in appearance, and the area is very large. Built on the mountain, the situation looks a bit similar to his running city. But there is a very obvious difference. This is not only a castle, but also a huge mountain city, guarded at the mouth of the gorge, and the terrain is very dangerous. The buildings in the mountain city are all built on the mountain, hovering upwards, and it looks like the Dala Palace in the western part of China from a distance. But the momentum is much more powerful than that of the palace. Kyle said that when there were the largest number of people in this city, there were more than 400,000 people. This shows how big the city is. In his opinion, this city is more like Dara Palace and the movie The Hobbit, a hybrid of the dwarf mountain city in. No wonder Nagkhichen desperately wants to rush back. As long as they enter the city wall, the army of rushing city really has no good way to take them. With more than 10,000 people in his hands, it is obviously impossible to break this city. How should we fight this battle? If you don't take this city, you can't talk about controlling the entire Hula Gorge. Think about the control of the entire southern part of the Hula Gorge area before, and so many fruitful results have been obtained. Now the control of the entire northern section of the Hula Gorge area will soon change hands. If just let it out, he will be it's not reconciled. The city is built against the mountains on the right. The main city wall faces the north and south directions. The north is one of the few passable mountain roads in the rolling mountains. Only through that mountain road can you walk into this gorge. On the south side, there is a trumpet-shaped open mountain pass. Below the city wall, there is an endless wilderness, which is indeed a treasure of Geomanticumen. And the tributaries of the rushing river rushed out from this mountain pass, presumably the same as many situations encountered before. Beside the mountain road to the north, it should be this rushing river. Seeing this situation, Xiao Feng was basically confident in his heart. But at this moment, standing on the wall, watching the orcs who were encampment by the army of running city, their confidence began to shake again. The number of this running city army is almost 30,000, and there are more than 20,000 slaves with the army. MTLnovel.com. Those slaves are their compatriots, and at this time they are working desperately under the whip of people. No one dares to be lazy at all, because the end of laziness or resistance is to be caught directly and cut off the head. In just half an hour, several incidents have occurred in this picture, and after those humans chopped off the heads of a dozen orcs, the other orcs finally accepted their status as captives, and no one dared to provoke any more. The half-orcs on the city wall, seeing this situation, could not help but arouse the sad thoughts of the rabbit and the fox. And the style of painting fell out so quickly. They used to be half-orcs riding on the heads of human captives to do majestic blessings, but now it's changed. More sadly, they still dare not rush out to rescue their compatriots. And after those half-orcs accepted their status as captives, the speed of the construction of the human camp immediately increased a bit, and even the speed of going up the mountain and cutting trees was a bit faster. It seems that this large camp was before dark. The outer wall of the building can be basically completed. As for the construction of the siege equipment, it may take a few days to wait, but I don't know whether their reinforcements will arrive in time during this period. Chapter 393 City Break. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you. All book friends. At night, K'chen and the leaders of several half-orc tribes did not sleep, but gathered in the chamber, drinking and having fun. That's right, at the time of the war, they gathered in the chamber to drink and have fun. On the one hand, it was to release the pressure of previous successive failures, and on the other hand, they felt that humans could not conquer their fortified city. At least it is impossible to build this strong city in a few days. Although they completed the construction of the camp in the afternoon and cut down the trees, the construction of the siege ladder and the catapult cannot be completed in a day or two. How can it take 3 to 5 days to build the tools of siege? So there is nothing to worry about. With those 3 or 5 days of effort, it is estimated that the reinforcements of the orcs have already set out from the secret forest. After holding on for 3 to 5 days, it is estimated that the reinforcements will arrive. Even if the death god of Rushing City was able to fight, could it still lead the 30,000 odd human army on the opposite side to fight against an army of 100,000 half-orcs? If he is smart enough at that time, better retreat as soon as possible, otherwise he has to let him spit out what he ate before. After thinking about this, the leaders of these half-orc tribes were no longer worried, but gathered in the chamber to drink and have fun. Prior to the continuous conquest, their nerves had been cramped, and everyone had long been tired. I don't know how much alcohol I drank. Many people drank in the hall unconsciously. Even K'chen, who was known for his drinking, fell drunk on the chair. When he was sleeping soundly, a series of explosions sounded from the wall, and the orcs in the distance screamed, and then fled around on the wall. K'chen was suddenly awakened by the explosion. After contacting the death god of Runliu City a few times before, he was really familiar with the method of lightning bombardment of the death god of Runliu City. The sound of thunder bombardment that day was even his night. He was scared to wake up by this nightmare several times at night. And at this time, when he heard the sound of thunder bombardment that day again, he knew that it was over. It must be the death of Running City. But what method did he use this time? How could he attack such a high wall? K'chen sat up in consternation. At this moment, seeing the many orc leaders around him, they also sat up in horror. Everyone looked at each other, obviously not knowing what was happening outside. At this time, the door of the Chamber of Council banged again and was knocked open from the outside, and a python man stumbled in and said, "No, sir, those humans are starting to attack the city." "What? How is it possible?" K'chen grabbed the python man by the collar of his clothes, dragged him to the front, and then slammed him to the ground. During the day, he and a few half-orc chiefs saw the humans begin to cut trees and build siege equipment. It was only at night. How could they attack the city without those siege equipment? Are they going to attack the city with their bare hands? But a series of explosions, the flames flying over his head, the half-orcs scattered all over the city wall, and the mess in the city, made him believe that the humans were attacking the city. Soon he adjusted his emotions, and then took a few half-orc leaders and boarded the city wall, only to discover the secret of human siege. The army of Running City is indeed attacking the city, but their main attack direction is not the attack from south to north as K'chen and others imagined before, but the attack from the side, that is, from east to west. This Kai city is built on the mountain, relying on the mountains to the east of the big river. The big river just rushes from the west of the castle, and the initial design of this castle was mainly to face the land coming from the direction of due south or due north. The enemy on the river has never considered the enemy coming from the river. After all, in this era, let alone sailing, the technology of sailing on the river is relatively poor, so there are no decent enemies on the water. Therefore, the wall facing the big river on the west side of the castle is not tall, and the Slavian people have mastered the basic navigation skills at the beginning, and they have made good use of the big river on the west side of the castle. Even in the castle, several gates were opened to the west, and several piers were repaired. It's just that after the castle was captured by the orcs, these piers were abandoned. After all, the orcs didn't have much shipping skills, and they couldn't do it on the water. As for the city wall on the west side, the orcs didn't pay much attention either. After all, in this era, everyone's shipping technology is underdeveloped, and there are no decent enemies on the water, so the wall on the west side is built to be tall, meaningless. Therefore, the front of this strong city, that is, the walls on the north and south sides are high and large, with a height of 15 meters and a width of 5 meters, but the west wall is only 5 meters high and only 3 meters wide. Usually, there are not a few soldiers guarding here at all, but a few sentries are placed here and you can watch the river surface here. This time, Xiao Feng chose the breakthrough point. In the evening, Ying Ran and his fleet finally rushed to their camp. He let the soldiers who had been repaired for a day board a ship immediately, ready to attack the city from the west. Several of Ying Ran's boats have been improved, that is, they are equipped with diesel engines and motors that he brought from modern times, so it is not difficult for these wooden boats to go upstream. When the ship sailed to the west of the castle, Xiao Feng directly asked the sailor of Yingzi to move the ship to the dock, and then the infantry disembarked directly to attack the city wall. There were a few warehouses in front of the pier. After the orcs occupied the city, they were basically abandoned. There was a large open space in front of the pier, just enough for him to start a team. When the team got under the city wall, Xiao Feng directly blasted open the city gate with a recoilless cannon. The half-orcs are actually not good at defending the city. The few methods of defending the city were learned from human captives before, but they also used sandbags and stones to block the gate to the south. As for the west gate, I never thought that humans would attack from Simon's side. First, during the day, they didn't see a fleet of ships near the human camp. Second, even if the humans had a fleet, it would not be easy for them to break the door. After all, the doors are all good teak doors and they are solid. And don't look at the west-facing city wall is not high, but the city walls in the south and north direction can be high, and the corners where these two city walls and the west wall meet are also arranged with trebuchets, which can cross the river. Firepower shooting. Therefore, they did not pay too much attention to the west wall, and as a result, this oversight allowed Xiao Feng to seize the opportunity. After blasting open the city gate, Kyle and Bloom took the heavy armored infantry and rushed into the city gate. The first task after entering the city gate was to control the city wall. Xiao Feng did not rush in with them, but stayed on the ship. The 15p high-speed firepower assault vehicle was fixed on the front deck of the flagship. He would use this gun here to provide human warriors who rushed in fire cover. With the first 2 shots, he knocked down the 2 trebuchets at the corner that threatened their fleet the most, and then started shooting freely. He found the orc soldiers rushing over to the wall for reinforcements, and he just shelled them, blasting the supporting soldiers to pieces. Soon, no one dared to come and reinforce the walls on both sides. Xiao Feng picked up the heavy machine gun above the gun position and started to shoot at the top of the wall. I don't know which strange designer designed it at the beginning. It may be due to air defense considerations. He also added a heavy machine gun to the gun car. At this time, he just brought it to provide fire support to Kyle and the others who rushed to the wall. After Kyle and Bloom rushed to the top of the wall, they started to expand the space on both sides. They were surrounded by lances of dozens of people. Although they lined up in large squares on the wall regardless of convenience, they were neatly aligned. The small square can still be arranged, and such a small phalanx is still very effective against those headless half-orcs. Countless half-orcs were stabbed to death in front of them, so confused. Soon the chain of fire flew from the surface of the river, and the half-orcs who had just drilled out of the Tibetan soldiers' caves were beaten up. The half-orcs on the wall were so weak that it took less than 15 minutes. And Bloom, they controlled the western wall. At this time, the big boats behind the Yingzi people also came one after another, and soldiers continued to roll down from the boat and flood into the city. At this time, Xiao Feng led 3 large ships across the river. He controlled artillery and continuously projected firepower into the city to deter the enemy. www.mentalnovel.com. The other 2 ships were also equipped with 5 or 6 ship trebuchet. At this time, The sailors on the ship all stripped off their sticks, shouting chants one by one, constantly loading cans of kerosene on the catapult, and continuously throwing cans of kerosene into the city. The half-beasts who had been defeated in 2 consecutive losing streaks were not high in morality. At this time, they were attacked by humans and broke the city. The death god of the running city still threw sky thunder on their heads, which made these people resist the will. How can a strong soldier be able to stop it? I don't know which leader took the lead, opened the gate to the north of the city, and fled into the small path north of the city wall, and then a large group of people quickly followed, and then the big rout came again. Kitchen, standing on the north wall of the city wall, also had tears in his eyes as he watched the chaotic city of Kai City, which had turned into a pot of porridge. He thought he could stand against this strong city for a period of time, but it was only one night before the city was broken! In any case, he did not expect that the sly running city death would come from the surface of the water. It was really too careless. There were explosions and burning fires everywhere in the city, and countless ordinary orcs rushed to the street, crying and rushing towards the north gate of the city. Chapter 394 Gain a lot. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Obviously these half-orcs know that this city is about to be broken. They don't want to be captives of human beings. It is the right way to escape from here. Kitchen can only order the soldiers to guard the north gate as much as possible and fight for the compatriots. Enough time to escape. The soldiers of Runliu City apparently also discovered the situation at the north gate, but they also seemed to have received the above instructions. They did not come to fight for the north gate. Obviously they knew the truth about the trapped beasts fighting, and they simply let go of a gap and let the half-orcs escape their lives. The main attack direction of the human army was placed on the south gate and the southern city wall. Soon the southern city wall was captured, and then the south gate was opened, and more human soldiers rushed in from the south gate. After these soldiers rushed into the south gate, the firepower projected by the 3 large ships on the river did not project near the south gate. Instead, they turned their muzzles and began to hit the north wall and the north gate. And the human soldiers on the city wall began to refocus their forces, and rushed toward the northern city wall aggressively. There were roaring shells and fire oil tanks above his head. From time to time, people around him were hit by shells. The screams resounded throughout the audience. The morale of the soldiers around Kitchen had fallen to the bottom. If it weren't for his special status, these soldiers could not leave him and escape. I am afraid the soldiers behind him would have dispersed in a rush. The human soldiers on the ground were more and more courageous as they fought, and when they rushed over, they were also menacing. The 3-meter-long spear in his hand was cold and cold even in the dark, and it was even more murderous against the flames. Kitchen knew that the north gate could not be kept, and dejectedly gave an order, "Tell everyone to withdraw." The soldiers beside him breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately set up Kitchen and went down the city wall. At the city gate, he punched and kicked, even drew a knife and chopped a few headless, squeezed at the city gate like an escaped half-orc. This led the city lord of Kai City to escape from the castle. Overnight, a fortified city was captured. Not only the half-orcs didn't expect such a result, but even Xiao Feng felt a little dreamy. Although he had thought before that he would lay down this castle, he predicted that the battle would be very difficult and human soldiers might pay huge casualties, but he didn't expect it to be that simple. It seems that after several consecutive failures, the courage and morale of these half-orcs were not high. In addition, they were unexpectedly attacked from the surface of the water. That's why this battle ended so easily. At dawn, Kyland Bloom led the soldiers and basically controlled the entire city, and he was greeted into the chamber. After a night of fierce battle, Xiao Feng was also very tired. He found a bed and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that Gira and Biluides were actually it's all here. Earlier, Kayla was ordered by him to guard in the city, while Biluides also stayed in a castle at the southern end of the Gourd Gorge, in charge of the logistics line. But they did not expect that they would suddenly appear here. Why are you here? You laid down such a big city overnight. Of course we have to come and see it. We flew here in Lingjiu. After hearing what Kayla said, Xiao Feng knew it. It seems that no matter which world it is still the most effective way to be an aircraft. Otherwise, whether Kayla and the others come from land or water, every 10 days it is impossible to appear in front of oneself at all. Kyle and them, after finishing the statistics, I went back to sleep and rest. Last night Xiao Feng entered the city and fell asleep, but Kyle and the others are not so relaxed. Not only do they want to lead the army and clear the city, but also count the results of the battle as quickly as possible, because they know that Xiao Feng wakes up. When I get up, the most like to know is the result of the battle. The statistical data has been handed over to Kyla, so she reported the results of the battle for Kyle. The seized food, meat products, various armors, a number of weapons, a number of gold and silver treasures, a total of 80,000 half-orcs were captured throughout the process, including adult men and women, and young and old. The liberated humanity, it's about 150,000. Hearing such numbers, Xiao Feng felt his scalp numb. A prisoner of 80,000 people. Before he smashed the entire southern part of the Hula Gorge, it seemed that the number of half-orcs captured was no more than 50,000. And the liberated humans were only 100,000. And now it's just a city that has captured 80,000 captives and liberated 150,000 human slaves. Only then is it developed. In this world, humans are wealth. Only with humans can the tribe have the foundation for development. With those half-orcs captives, the development of his tribe will be more dynamic. To be honest, those half-orcs are tall and simple-minded. They are definitely good materials for mining and farming. They are definitely good hands at work. As for whether he will be exhausted in the end, he doesn't care. Anyway, these guys do the same to humans. Of course, if you catch them now, you don't have to be polite. With these people, we will build the castle on the side of Hulu Yao much faster. And I also selected a few important nodes. I plan to build castles in these places to ensure the logistics supply line of our army. Kayla took out a map. This is a brief map of the entire Hula Gorge. She selected several important nodes, such as the earliest Hula Zui Mountain City, Hulu Yao Canyon, and Kai City here, and others. Some important nodes are built along the river, so that once the Navy troops are here, their logistics and transportation can be guaranteed. Once the construction of these castles is completed, the land along both sides of the river will be effectively controlled. In addition, so many people have been liberated. Some of them will be transported back to their old nests for construction, and some will remain in the Hula Gorge for development. The foundation of the kingdom's future hegemony has already begun to take shape. Xiao Feng looked at Kayla's arrangement, nodded in agreement, and then turned his head and told them to come. Tell Charles Man, take someone to guard the Gourd Waste Canyon for me, and then Kayla, go back and sit behind the town as soon as possible. Biluides, I will give you a part of the team. You take these people and start sweeping the northern part of the Hula Gorge. The main force of these half-orcs has been defeated by me. There are more than a dozen large and small. It's a half-orc castle, but you should not encounter any resistance. Take control of those castles as soon as possible, and liberate everyone. Biluides nodded to know what to do. Although Kayla was a little dissatisfied with Xiao Feng's instructions to let him go back, but also knew that there must be a trustworthy person sitting on the side of Lao, she nodded and agreed. Xiao Feng estimated that after Biluides sweeping down, he could at least capture 30,000 to 50,000 half-orc captives and liberate hundreds of thousands of human beings. So the first batch of human captives, and the 70,000 half-orc captives, he asked Kayla to them back, some to Charles Man to manage, build a city in the Gourd Gorge, and some to go back to mine and work. Those hundreds of thousands of human beings will all be brought back. cultivated and rejuvenated, assimilated all these people as soon as possible and integrated into his tribe. Now the Banivara Peninsula is still waiting to be flourished. Many industries have just gotten on track, and it is the time when people are most scarce. And in this Hula Gorge, even if the population is missing by hundreds of thousands, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands of people will still be collected, and then they will be scattered in the newly built castles. In the development of the land here, a lot of production can be produced out, definitely enough to support his army stationed here. And this time he will stay in this mountain city and wait. He had robbed the entire Gourd Gorge area, and so many half-orcs had been driven out by them, he didn't believe that there would be no response from the half-orcs' nest. It is estimated that within a few days, the retaliatory army of half-orcs will come. He must lead Kyle and Bloom to survive this attack before they can return. However, before waiting for the army of half-orcs to attack, he still had many things to do, such as restraining the spoils. Earlier, in the battle report, Kyle didn't have detailed statistics on the spoils. Many things described several things, such as those seized gold and silver jewelry. When they had captured the southern end of the Gourd Gorge, they had shot down more than a dozen orc castles and raided a lot of gold and silver treasures from them. Xiao Feng didn't take it all alone. He took half, and then took another quarter to Kyle and Bloom. On Friday, the leaders of them, the remaining quarter was allocated to the soldiers below. His tribe began to gradually formalize and become a country in the future. It is also a matter of course. Mentalnovel.com and these precious metals and gems will of course become important currencies. And with the increase in the number of troops under his command, just letting everyone eat and dress warmly as before will not satisfy everyone's mind. So this appropriate gold and silver jewelry stimulation is a must. Before that, the dozens of half-orcs castles had captured him more than 100 kilograms of gold and silver jewels. And this Kai city, one is worth 10 of those small cities, plus it is still the fief of the Python Prince. He wants to see how much more the harvest here can be than ordinary small cities. As a result, when he arrived at the room where his belongings were sealed, he was dumbfounded. It turned out to be facing a golden mountain, which was only slightly smaller than the golden mountain he had seen in Blackwind Gorge before. All kinds of dazzling gold, silver, and jewelry inlaid with gems of various colors. He is dazzled, not to mention those gold and silver, just those inlaid in various gold chains, gold rings, all kinds of gems on the golden scepter, red, blue, purple, and green, can be exchanged for tens of millions of dollars. And such a golden mountain is worth more than 1 billion yuan, right? Dollars. Chapter 395 God's Reward for Making Money. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. No wonder people like to fight. This moment of harvesting trophies is really cool. Sure enough, no matter what you are doing, the speed of making a fortune is never as fast as fighting a war. Think about the Malikan on the earth. This country loves war very much, because fighting not only allows him to print money on his own, but also to steal other treasures. Why not do it? With so many treasures, Xiao Feng, of course, wants to choose the most precious ones to leave for him. The fist-big gems of various colors, various gold chains, and various jewels are all put in the space first, and the remaining silver ones. Leave Kyle and the others with the more average character. Let them go. Anyway, no matter what is left to them, they will not be too picky. After all, without themselves, they don't even have the chance of treasure, only to be divided among the orcs. This batch of jewels, together with the searched in more than a dozen castles before, plus the batch of gold and silver treasures seized in Blackwind Gorge, Xiao Feng estimated that if they were replaced by cash, they would have to be billions dollars out. However, he does not intend to exchange these jewels into paper money. As a result, he is not short of money. There are hundreds of millions in his bank account. In addition, The US dollar is only paper printed by Americans, and Americans often cheat. Who knows when their paper will depreciate? So he didn't plan to change these jewels into banknotes as a last resort. It is still this kind of gold and silver jewelry. It looks the most comfortable, and he is not like other people. There is no suitable storage space, and there is fear of being stolen at home, so he has to go to the bank. With this space, he will never have to worry about someone will steal your own baby. Looking at the seizures on the battle report, in addition to these gold and silver jewelry, the other most interesting is the snake skin products in another room. Although these pythons have evolved to look like humans, they still have half the blood of snakes after all, and their living habits are similar to snakes. For example, they still retain the habit of snakes shed their skins. Moreover, after evolving into half-humans, these snakemen shed their skins once a year, and the retreated snake skins were not thrown away by these guys. Instead, the captive humans were made into various snakeskin products. Xiao Feng saw all kinds of snakeskin bags, snakeskin coats, and snakeskin shoes piled up in a warehouse. According to those who made snakeskins, these snakeskin products were only available when humans ruled the mainland. Only those nobles can enjoy, because wearing clothes and shoes made of this kind of snakeskin will prevent mosquitoes from nuisance, especially in the summer. In the forest, mosquitoes are very powerful, but you wear a coat and shoes made of this kind of snakeskin to the forest, it will not be bitten by mosquitoes. Even snakes will retreat. And this kind of snakeskin coat also has a very good rainproof effect. So in the human world of this society, these are all luxury items that only aristocrats can enjoy. However, Xiao Feng was not very interested in these snakeskin coats. He shuddered when he thought of wearing a layer of snakeskin. However, he was very interested in leather shoes, belts, wallets and handbags made of snakeskin. He even took a few drawings according to the style of his world, and then ordered the cobblers to make some samples according to the drawings. Come out. The snakeskins that these pythons retreated are of very good quality and very beautiful patterns. He plans to let the people here make some and take them back to give away. The leather generals were even more delighted when they heard that Xiao Feng asked them to make some leather shoes, belts, and leather bags for him. Xiao Feng is the famous death god of Running City, and he rescued everyone from the rule of half-orcs, and it is obvious that in the future, he will be the ruler of this human kingdom and can serve such a big man. Of course they can't ask for it. So the craftsmen quickly selected several craftsmen with the best craftsmanship from among their own people, and carefully crafted the shoes, bags, and belts for Xiao Feng he wanted. Leaving this warehouse, Xiao Feng came to another warehouse under the leadership of several guards. At the door of this warehouse, there happens to be a short fat man looking at the door. Seeing Xiao Feng's arrival, the short fat man was very happy. "See, Your Excellency the Great Master." This person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had met. Xiao Feng couldn't help asking, "Who are you? How do you feel so familiar?" "Master Mage, I am the big disciple of Charles Mann University, Sam Wilson." "Oh, I remember. Why are you here?" Xiao Feng suddenly remembered that there were often more than a dozen followers around Charles Mann before. It is said that they were all his disciples. Some of these people were his disciples before and were found out from the captives of the orcs, and some were only recently. Worship his door, learn science and technology from him. And this Sam, it seems that he has been with Charles Mann for a long time. When the orcs hadn't invaded before, this man was Charles Mann's disciple. It's just that he's not very eye-catching, plus Charles Mann. There are more than a dozen disciples around him, and Xiao Feng has never paid much attention to him. "Your Excellency, I have always been the Navy medic under your account. This time you led the army to fight in the Hula Gorge." "I have always been with the army." Sam's reaction to Xiao Feng was also dumbfounded. Xiao Feng scratched his head. He had actually ordered some doctors in the army to help treat the wounded soldiers. But considering the medical level of the world, he didn't pay much attention to these doctors. He didn't expect that Charles Mann's disciple was actually one. and listening to him say that, he seemed to be the highest officer of his military medical team. Work hard and train more medical doctors so that our soldiers can receive the most timely treatment. Xiao Feng himself didn't know much about medicine. Every time he came, he would bring some medicines. He didn't know much about the medical specifics of this world and what level he could reach, but he still encouraged Sam and let him work hard. It makes Sam very excited. "Don't worry, my lord, I will definitely work hard." "Oh, yes. What are you doing here?" Earlier, he saw the record of this warehouse in the battle report, just spent a few symbols, and didn't understand what it meant. So he came over and took a look. And just asking casually, he didn't expect Sam to give a very surprising answer. "My lord, what is stored in this warehouse is the venom of snakes obtained by those pythons." "What? Snake venom?" Xiao Feng was taken aback when he heard it, but at this time Sam's expression began to gradually become excited. "Yes, my lord, this is an unexpected wealth. That's why I personally stay here to avoid those clumsy hands." Soldiers broke into here and destroyed all the venom. "Tell me, what is going on with these venoms?" "Okay, my lord, this python, because it belongs to the python family, unlike ordinary venomous snakes, they have no venom themselves. Because of their physical advantages, when they hunt their prey, they only need to hang or strangle the prey." "That's fine. But many of their cousins of the same race, because of their size, do not have the power of theirs, so they need venom to paralyze, or poison their prey, or defend themselves." This Sam told Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng also listened with gusto. Long before the war broke out between humans and half-orcs, humans bought them from half-orcs, because many doctors discovered that the venom of this snake has many functions. For example, these venoms can stop bleeding and relieve pain, and even effective treatment of carbuncle rock. Wait, what is that carbuncle rock? Anyway, it is also an old audience who explored and discovered that this snake venom can extract a special medicine for pain. Xiao Feng knows. He also knows the function of hemostasis, but he does not know what it is to treat carbuncle rock. Well, carbuncle rock. It is the body of the human body with various irregular sarcomas. People who get this disease will die if they don't receive effective treatment. "What? You mean tumor?" Xiao Feng's digger body shook at this time. This time it really shook, and it was broken. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the chunky Sam's hand while speaking, and grabbed the bones of this guy's hand. All humming. Sam's face was full of pain. Xiao Feng realized that he was in a loss, and quickly let go of his hand. Novel.com. Sam shook his hand, and then told Xiao Feng, "Well, my lord, right. Even this name is very novel. Hey, tumor, it's much simpler and clearer indeed." Xiao Feng was shocked when he heard this. "If this snake venom can treat tumors, I will go big, and it will be fine." Take it back to the modern world. Cancer can be conquered. Murder, this is God forcing himself to make a fortune! Tell me, well, how did you find the carbuncle rock, and how many forms does this carbuncle rock have? Xiao Feng didn't know much about medicine, but he still wanted to know whether the carbuncle rock Sam was talking about was the same disease as the tumor in his world. This Sam saw that Master was really interested in the field he was good at, and at this time he also got his head, and immediately started to explain to Xiao Feng. As early as 300 years ago, there was a green rock city on the west side of the Talon Empire near the foot of Mount Kamala. The city was called this name because they were close to the foot of Mount Kamala, which was rich in green. After they discovered this gem, they gave it a name, called Kamara's Eye. Chapter 396 Global Public Enemy. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The residents of Green Rock City began to go up the mountain to quarry, and then use the collected gems to make various precious accessories and sell them to all parts of the country. But before long, people in Green Rock City began to fall ill, and those buyers who bought and wore their jewelry began to fall ill. At that time, many medical experts in Turon were summoned by the king to study what was going on and what diseases these people had. Later, bold doctors dissected the corpses of some patients and discovered that there were many strange tumors growing in various parts of their bodies. Once a normal person has this kind of tumor, his body will quickly lose weight, then collapse, and finally die. The doctors at that time named this disease ulcosarcoidosis, and they have been unable to find any effective treatment. At that time, there were many comments in the society, saying that the gems mined in Green Rock City were ominous things. There were the eyes of the mountain gods. The people in Green Rock City dug out the eyes of the mountain gods, so the mountain gods condemned them and punished them. People with gems. After the king at that time learned that the disease was incurable, he ordered that it is strictly forbidden to mine this kind of gemstone, and it is strictly forbidden for humans to wear jewelry made of this kind of gemstone. Later, fewer people got this disease, but some people still get this disease every year. In charge of the various historical and medical treatment records of the Talon Empire, the University Scholars Hall recorded this disease, hoping that future generations will be able to solve this disease. But this kind of disease has always been terminally ill, and few people who get it can recover from it. After listening to Sam's explanation, Xiao Feng also guessed that the green gems under the Kamala mountain must be minerals containing some kind of radioactive material. Unfortunately, people in this era don't understand the terrible nature of this radioactive material. If you take this thing as a treasure, make it into an accessory, and wear it on your body, it's no wonder you get all kinds of strange diseases. Think about radium on the Earth. After it was first discovered, isn't it also regarded as a treasure by many people? US people even used this thing to make watch dials and give it to others, and the female watchmaker secretly made this thing into jewelry and hung it around her neck. What happened? Within a few years, a lot of terrible big tumors grew on the chin, and he died in the end. In this situation, many people died in succession, and then some people suspected this element. In the end, the sick female workers just took it. The watch manufacturer reported bankruptcy, but what about it? Even if they were compensated, they would not have much chance to enjoy it. Until more than 100 years ago, a hunter with carbuncle rock disease disappeared after entering the mountain to hunt, and a few years later, he unexpectedly all came back again, which aroused the attention of scholars in the University Scholars Hall. Bachelors, call him, check his body, confirm that he has recovered, and then ask him about the past few years before he tells the secret of his survival. Sam talked more and more vigorously. At this time, it was frothy, and Xiao Feng listened more and more seriously. After all, this was related to his future fortune. It turns out that after the hunter got carbuncle rock disease, his body was weak and painful, and his family was quickly exhausted. He couldn't bear to drag down his family, so he secretly went into the mountain and waited for death. Unexpectedly, he was dying. At that time, he was bitten by a poisonous snake, and the venom of this poisonous snake saved his life. After being bitten by the poisonous snake, he didn't hurt. The next day, his body recovered a little, and then the next paragraph: during the time, he was hunting in the mountains to feed himself, while catching that kind of poisonous snake. From time to time, he let the poisonous snake give himself a bite and use the venom to kill the tumor on his body. Finally, he recovered like this. In fact, Xiao Feng had already guessed that this was the result, and Sam breathed a sigh and continued. Later, the academy specially organized manpower and material resources, while catching that kind of poisonous snake, while buying the poison of the poisonous snake from the hands of half-orcs, and then recruited all kinds of patients with carbuncle rock disease to treat them. I found that the effect is really good, and different types of venomous snake venom have different types of carbuncle. Well, tumors also have various different effects. But finally, this tumor is no longer as terminally ill as before. So these venomous snakes, the venom is extremely precious. Xiao Feng understood that the venom of different types of poisonous snakes in this world can specifically target different types of tumors and kill those tumor cells. This is really amazing. This poisonous snake's venom, if we humans go to catch those poisonous snakes, it will be very difficult and very dangerous. But if it is a python man, it will be very simple. Those poisonous snakes have a natural sense of fear for pythons, so the pythons themselves also raise various venomous snakes, and then squeeze the venom from their mouths. After the army entered the city yesterday, I accidentally discovered the venom in this warehouse. I was afraid that someone would break in and destroy the venom, so I was there, staring here. Sam finally told Xiao Feng the ins and outs of the matter, and Xiao Feng nodded frequently after hearing this. Although he cannot be said to be proficient in modern medicine, he also has a rough understanding of it. Tumor is a malignant cell in plain terms. Before it turns into a malignant cell, it exists in the human body in a normal cell form. Once transformed into a malignant cell, he will replicate and reproduce indefinitely, and normal human cells will the nutrients needed by the human body, but normal human cells can't rob him. In the end, this thing will grow bigger and bigger, and normal human cells are constantly starved to death, and the human body is getting weaker and weaker, with severe malnutrition, which can cause various diseases. And what Sam roughly meant was that the venom of the poisonous snake could destroy the infinite replication and reproduction of that malignant tumor cell. Isn't this the direction that countless scientists in his world have been working hard on? What targeted drugs, all kinds of gene drugs. The ultimate goal is not to kill those cancer cells. And if you go back to organize a laboratory and extract the special effects that are effective against tumor cells in this snake venom, what kind of sensation will it cause? A big market of tens of trillions of dollars every year. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but get excited. Very well, Sam, I now give you a task. That is to take care of these snake venoms, and then classify them into different categories. The type of snake venom is specifically effective for that kind of tumor, under what circumstances, what dose, and what environment is effective. You give me a special study, as well as the storage, transportation, and other methods of these snake venoms. You study them for me, and then form a written report to me. Although the industry has a bright future, Xiao Feng also knows that he shouldn't be impatient. Xiaojun reminded him of the Yurong Eyes affairs before that. Industry disruptors are not so good. Think about it. The large pharmaceutical companies on this planet will invest hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars, to develop various anti-cancer drugs. Although those drugs cannot eradicate cancer, they can effectively prolong the lives of cancer patients. And those medicines are not generally expensive. A bottle of tens of thousands of dollars is commonplace. If he took the snake venom back, studied it for 3 to 5 years, and then declared that he had conquered cancer, what would be the result? Maybe the people all over the world would thank him, but the pharmaceutical companies all over the world would definitely want to kill him, even the governments of various countries. Think about it. If he really cured the cancer, what would those high-welfare developed countries in the world think? The old guy who could die at the age of 70 ended up living to 90, giving him an extra 20 years of pension. How much burden will that bring to the country's finances? This is also the main reason why XXXX knows that tobacco is very harmful, but never forces ordinary people to ban smoking. So even if he knows that this is a shining path to riches, he doesn't dare to take it back so early. Once the results are obtained, he will definitely become a global public enemy. It's better to put it in this world first and let this Sam do research. Although this guy doesn't know much about modern medical theories, in fact, people in their world who study medicine have their own unique insights. After he understands the effective use environment and curative effects of snake venom, he will also wait until Xiao Feng is in modern times. After the world is getting more wings and the capital is strong, he will consider getting these snake venoms back and develop several special medicines. In the next few days, he kept asking people to strengthen the city defense. The half-orcs lost the entire Hula Gorge www.mplnovel.com, and they would definitely not give up, but this time their counterattack was bound to be extremely fierce, so he wanted to organize good manpower, be prepared for prevention. This time he was facing an incoming enemy from the north. The layout of this city was similar to that of Running City, but the area was larger, it could accommodate more people, and the city wall was taller, but the defense on the west was exceptionally weak. They made a breakthrough from this side of the wall. He didn't want the orcs to take advantage of this gap, so during this period of time they have been making people raise the wall. Fortunately, Bile Euides kept sweeping in the basin and broke through one after another. The castles of several half-orcs not only rescued a large number of humans, but also captured tens of thousands of half-orcs captives. These orc captives were all sent to Kai City, where they quarried rocks on the nearby mountains, and then they were transported back here to build the city walls. Although everyone worked very hard, the construction of the city wall has not been able to speed up, because since they occupied Kai City, the rain here has never been heard. And it can be said that it has been raining continuously. According to their understanding with the locals, even they said that the weather in the past few years was very abnormal. The rain was amazing, and even the river water rose sharply. Xiao Feng simply let people extend the city wall directly to the river, and then several new piers have been built in the river, but he is not sure when they will be completed. Chapter 397. If God helps, I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. The next few days will be even more rainy, and it will continue throughout the day. This also greatly affects the progress of the project. I originally wanted to complete the construction of the city wall earlier, so that everyone can be more at ease. But because of the rainy weather, the progress of this project has been delayed again and again, which also made Xiao Feng very helpless. He was sitting in this Kai City, and during this time, Bile Euides was not idle. In the northern part of the Hula Gorge Basin, it could be said that there was beacon smoke everywhere. There are a total of 18 castles in this basin, all of which were built by humans before, but were later seized by orcs. These castles later belonged to the various tribes of the half-orcs, but because the main force of these half-orcs were eliminated by Xiao Feng during the previous campaigns, or dispersed to the mountains north of Kai City. Therefore, these castles are basically as fragile as eggs in front of the army led by Bile Euides. In addition, during this period, the army of Running City can be said to have played a terrible name in this basin. The Opened half-orc tribe resisted desperately when defending the city, but after the city was broken, the city was slaughtered by the army of Rushing City. Now other castles did not dare to resist fiercely. Some half-orc tribes ran all the way north into the mountains before Bile Euides led the army. Although Kai City could not go, there were not many small tribes in the mountains. It can still be crossed. But I don't know how many people will die on the road. Some people decently resisted twice, then surrendered, and were finally thrown into a prisoner of war camp, ready to contribute to the future development of mankind. It can be said that Bile Euides has progressed very smoothly on this road. 15 of the 18 castles can be said to have descended on the lookout. Except for 2 or 3 unopened tribes being slaughtered, the others are all very smoothly. Half-orcs of various colors captured 50,000 to 60,000 captives, and the number of human slaves liberated was more than 100,000. Xiao Feng asked Bile Euides to send more than 10,000 prisoners to Kai City, where he worked as a slave and quarried the mountains. All the rest was allocated to Charles Mann. Recently, his work of building the city is very heavy, and his subordinates also need it. A lot of labor. These people are just right for him. As for the human captives, they are all left to recuperate. The future development of the Gourd Gorge will also require a lot of manpower. By then, when these people are almost ready to recuperate, we will send some dark elves to Majz's side. When a farm officer, teach these people, open up wasteland, cultivate land, graze cattle, and within a year, The Hula Gorge will become a land of fish and rice. After worrying about these things, Xiao Feng began to worry about the north of Kai City again. This time he laid down the entire Gourd Gorge, and the orcs in the north could not be unresponsive. He might even overreact, and even send tens of thousands of troops to conquer. He thought it was possible, and if the opponent came, they had to frustrate their plan, otherwise the Hula Gorge land would be a waste of battle. So during this time, he has been preparing for war in Kai City. In order to make up for the shortage of soldiers, the number of his army has even expanded to 30,000 at one time. Anyway, there is sufficient food and grass, and so many humans have been liberated. The issue of the source of troops is no longer a problem. At the same time, he sent various scouts to the north to investigate the enemy's situation every day. Even if it kept training outside, he did not stop the investigation. But on this day, Bloom, who was out for investigation, caught a few pigheads and tauren back. He went out to investigate on an eagle, so his scope of investigation is the largest. These pigheads and tauren heavy infantry are here, found on the mountain road north of Kai City, about 2 or 3 days away from Kai City. Unlike the majestic orc soldiers I saw in the past, these tauren and pighead soldiers were very embarrassed. They had lost a lot of fur on their bodies, showing ugly scars, and they were covered with mud knots everywhere. The scab looks dirty and smelly. Xiao Feng's son glanced at these prisoners, and then suddenly jumped out on Friday. You guys, listen carefully, this is the famous Lord of Death in Running City. Your lord is now asking where you are from and what tribe. Yes. How many people came in total and who led the team? These prisoners knew that when they heard that the young man sitting across from them was the famous death god of Running City. These orcs were so frightened that they lay on the ground and did not dare to raise their heads, and they all trembled. Master Chi, we are from the Bluo tribe in the secret forest. Not long ago, we received a request from Kitchen for help, and the leader of our tribe ordered the soldiers and horses. Several pigheads and tauren. They usually said all the things they knew. It turned out that after the Python Prince of Kai City escaped from here, he went all the way to the north for help, but unfortunately, in the Orc Alliance on the other side of the secret forest of their old nest, at this time there was a shortage of troops. The main forces of the Tribal Alliance were all taken to the south by several great generals to conquer several city-states in the south of the Talon Empire. The people there are relatively rich. From the perspective of the Tribal Alliance, the oil and water are very big and they can be obtained. There are more benefits, so that is the main direction of the Tribal Alliance's main attack. But what happened in the Gourd Gorge land also surprised the remaining half-orcs of the Horde Alliance. None of them expected that the humans in Running City would be so courageous and dare to take the initiative to attack the half-orcs' territory. What surprised them even more was that these humans also won, not only occupying the Hula Gorge land, but also driving Kitchen and the others out of the Hula Gorge land. So the leaders of the left-behind Tribal Alliance held an emergency meeting, but at the meeting everyone's opinions could not be unified. Some people said that they would wait for the army to come back and reorganize the army to come to crusade. Others think that it is not too late to organize staff to come back to find a place now. Anyway, the two sides quarreled fiercely, but in the end they could not reach a consensus. In the end, only a few tribe leaders were willing to send troops to help. Then these tribes hurriedly organized an army of 30,000, plus the defeated troops in the Hulaxiadi led by Kitchen, together with a total of more than 50,000 people, came back to conquer. As a result, it didn't take long to walk into the valley, and they encountered heavy rains in the mountains, and the road conditions were difficult. The whole army was trapped in the mountains for several days and could not move. What's more unfortunate was that the camp of their army a few days ago, he also suffered a sudden outbreak of flash floods and mudslides, and the losses were extremely heavy. A few of them, the survivors of the mudslide, were washed far away by the flash flood that day. They woke up the next day only to find that they had not found their original camp, and the mountain road back was blocked by the landslide and mudslides. The few of them were found by Bloom when they were looking for a route back, and the commanding sentry caught them. After hearing the words of these prisoners, Xiao Feng was overjoyed. He originally thought he would have to wait here for a while. At least he would have to wait until the army of the orcs came to counterattack before he could return. But now it seems that it was God who helped him. A mountain torrent and mudslide had ruined the orcs' counterattack plan, and maybe the loss would be not small. Originally, he was still worried that the heavy rain would slow down the construction of the city. Now it seems that there is no need to worry. The half-orcs should not come again for a while. However, he still couldn't take it lightly. The next day he directly sat on the eagle with Bloom and flew directly to the spot where the mountain torrents erupted as described by the half-orcs. The sky was always rainy, and he was worried that mountain torrents or mudslides would be encountered on the mountain road, so he did not choose to travel by car, but in flight mode. Sure enough, this road flew north, and he realized how correct this choice was. The heavy rains for several days caused frequent flash floods in the entire mountain range. In the air, you can often see the flash floods rushing down frantically on certain mountains. In the end, it merges into the river below. Fortunately, the river is wide enough and the speed of the rush is fast enough, so that there is no dammed lake or the like. After flying in the morning, they came to the place where the mountain torrents and mudslides erupted as described by the half-orcs. They hovered and looked down from the air, and they could see the muddy ground. There were faint marks left by the half-orcs' camp. The corpses of the orcs in the ground, the flags of the tribe, the broken camps and so on. It seems that the mudslides this time brought a big blow to the orcs. Xiao Feng estimated that even if he drowned 10,000, he would have to kill 8,000 and then all the way to the north. He would be able to seeing the traces of the orcs retreating in a hurry. On the muddy road, there are half-orcs dropping their boots in the mud, heavy weapons, armors, and tattered wooden carts. Many carts of animals just fallen dead on the side of the road. It can be seen that the orcs retreating are also very embarrassed. He and Bloom have been flying all the way north again for a long time. In this half-day alone, they saw thousands of orcs soldiers, hungry and tired, lying on the side of the road. Going further north, I saw several places where flash floods and mudslides broke out on the mountain road. Almost every place left a lot of orcs' corpses. This group of guys are also unlucky enough. They didn't even see the castle along the way. It is estimated that they have lost tens of thousands of people. This should be a great loss of vitality. Xiao Feng and Bloom flew to the outside of this mountain range for a while, where the half-orcs army had completely disappeared. Instead, they saw a lot of discarded materials, tribal flags, soldier armor, etc. Obviously these half-orcs, the army has been crushed by natural disasters. The counterattack this time seems to be unlikely to come. This time it was the weather that helped a lot and helped Xiao Feng and the others defeat the orcs. This time it was really a godsend. Chapter 398 Task Assignment. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. It looks like they won't come this year. They come again next year. Back in the city, Xiao Feng informed all the tribe leaders to come to the meeting. One was to inform him and Bloom about what they found during the investigation, and the other was to let everyone analyze the situation together. And the third was to arrange the next stage work tasks. And Charles Mann, a bachelor, after listening to Xiao Feng and Bloom's introduction, combined with the recent weather conditions, made such a judgment. Xiao Feng still attaches great importance to Charles Mann, a local scientific talent. Listening to him at this time, he certainly hopes that Charles Mann can explain it to him. My lord, I specifically asked dozens of local residents who had been living in the Hula Gorge in the early years. They also had their own summary of this kind of weather. They said they had encountered this kind of continuous rain before, but not frequently. Usually only once every 3 to 5 years. And every time there is such a continuous rainy day, it will definitely last for a month or two. That is to say, in the canyon outside, There are 1 or 2 months that cannot be passed at all, because mountain torrents and mudslides erupt frequently. Xiao Feng probably understood what Charlie's man meant. The unique natural climate of this season limited the orcs' counterattack. Furthermore, when the rainy season stops, it will happen to be autumn. Even half-orcs must prepare for the autumn harvest, and after the autumn harvest, they must prepare for the planting of winter oats. Prepare food for the winter. So in the next period of time, the tribe of half-orcs will be very busy, and they will not be able to mobilize troops to retaliate with us. What's more, now their army is marching south, and there is no sufficient manpower at all. When Charles Mann said this, Xiao Feng was more at ease. Now he can finally return to the modern era with peace of mind. This time I have been here for a long time. There are still a lot of things in the modern world. He went back to deal with it. What about their southern expedition army? Will not suddenly kill a carbine? Xiao Feng asked again. After all, it is said that the army of the half-orcs had organized more than 500,000 people in this southern expedition. What if they were killed? 500,000 people, in his absence, relying on Kyle, Bloom, Friday, and the others, it is impossible to withstand them. No, my lord, with so many troops in their southern expedition, it is impossible for them to withdraw at the same time, and the territories conquered by the southern expedition must be kept under guard. How can they have so much manpower? This way, I traversed the entire territory of the Talon Empire, and wanted to fight in the south of the Talon Empire. The Talon Empire had to go for more than a month from north to south, just marching, even if their army returned. Aid, it's winter when we come back. Winter is not a good time to start war. Xiao Feng felt even more relieved when Charles Mann said this. Well, if that's the case, then we don't have to worry about them coming this year. This also just gives us a good time to breathe. In the next period of time, the tasks on your shoulders will be very heavy. I hope everyone can start. Spirit. Xiao Feng's words made everyone very happy. In this big victory, the tribe's strength has doubled, and everyone's power status has also risen. Even if they put more burdens on them, they will only be happier. First of all, Kyle, you have to undertake the reconstruction of Kai City and the training and construction of the army. Our army has expanded to 30,000 people. I think it is necessary. During this time, you have to give these soldiers carry out sufficient training. Our previous series of victories have proved that the tactics we studied before are correct. As long as the training is properly done, there is nothing to be afraid of half-orcs. So you must be serious about this job. Please rest assured, my lord, I will definitely train these soldiers carefully. Kyle's mental state is particularly good recently. Under the leadership of Xiao Feng, they have defeated the orcs several times in the wild. Although they are not the elite of the orcs, they have re-established the confidence to fight against the orcs. There was even a glimmer of hope for the counterattack to return. At this time, Xiao Feng entrusted him with the task of army building, and of course he was very happy. In addition, Bloom, you can't relax the investigation of the situation in the north of the city, monitor the movements of the orcs at any time, and also collect, by the way, those humans hiding in the mountains. I know how to be an adult. Bloom never changed his cool habit, but Xiao Feng was relieved when he did things. Friday, your next task will be very heavy. This time we rescued more than 200,000 people. Adding to the original more than 60,000 people in our tribe, the number of the entire tribe has grown to 300,000. You want to do a good job of deployment and coordination, cooperate with Charles Mann's new town construction plan, and arrange human resources as flexibly as possible. In addition, let Majestic and the others cooperate with your work and actively carry out personnel training, and strive to be in the summer before the end of the summer. Plant a wave of grain and reserve more grain. Yes, my lord. Friday was also a confidant that made Xiao Feng very relieved. Although he was born as a native with a low level of education, this guy has a very smart brain and learns very fast. He has been with Xiao Feng for a long time and learned a lot from Xiao Feng. Management experience. So in terms of internal affairs, Xiao Feng is still very relieved to give it to him. Charlesman, your task is not light. We have taken down the Gourd Gorge. You have to hurry along the river and build some important castle nodes. The castle in Gourd Waste is the first. The strategic significance there is very important. If the orcs come to attack when I am away, if this Kai city cannot be defended, then the Gourd Waste will come into play. There is natural danger there. Keep it there. We can at least defend half of the Gourd Gorge land. I know your lord. Work has already started there. Charles Man nodded to Xiao Feng and said. Xiao Feng continued to give him some advice. The construction of castles must be accelerated. There are many castles left by half-orcs in the Gourd Gorge, and some of them are very remote. The location is not very good. These are not currently our key development areas. You can have those castles demolished, and the materials will be used to build the new castles here, so that you can save a lot of things like going up the mountain for quarrying, logging, and finding materials. Time. My lord, this is a good idea. Charles Man agreed with Xiao Feng's proposal very much. Although he now has tens of thousands of orc slaves under his hand, these people are also good at work, but a lot of time is spent on preparing materials for building the city every day. With so many castles to be built, Xiao Feng, of course, cannot be equipped with container walls for every city. He can only rely on local materials. In this era, the best material for building a city is stone. Those large stones must be mined on the side of the mountain, and then transported and polished. It is a waste of time. It is very convenient to remove some unimportant castles and then transport the materials to build new castles. It will save them a lot of time. Kalar, Runliu City and Twin Towers City will rely on you. The development of the Penivera Peninsula is left to you. The human beings liberated from the Gourd Gorge, I will allocate most of them to you. Pan the Nivira Peninsula is our basic market and our foundation. You must pay attention to it and develop the first. Kayla did not reply, but calmly nodded at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was very confident of this woman. After all, she had learned from her father before, how to manage the territory and hand over the nest to her. He is also relieved. Xiao Feng naturally attaches great importance to the Lao Lao. Although the Hula Gorge is also a place where water and grass are beautiful, he has no emotions after all, and he does not know if the orcs can fight back wildly in the future, so he doesn't know. It is better to pay attention to the old nest first, and doing a good job is the key. This time he liberated more than 200,000 human captives from the Hula Gorge area. He planned to divide more than half of the strong men and women to the side of Pennyville. After all, he had been operating for a long time there and it was safer. In this way, there will be 200,000 people on the Penivera Peninsula, and 100,000 people will be left behind in the Hula Gorge, plus the captives of the half-orcs. The development of the Hula Gorge area now seems to be enough. Ying Ran, have you added a lot of manpower? I don't have any other demands from you. I want to build more and bigger warships, fish a lot, and replenish food for the tribe. Yes, my lord, I know what to do. There are more than 200,000 human beings liberated this time. Among them, there are tens of thousands of people from Yingzhou. Xiao Feng split apart and went to the Panavira Peninsula and followed Kayla to do things there. The side also needs shipbuilding and fishing. In addition, more than 10,000 people were added to Yingran, which greatly increased the strength of the navy under his command. However, the first task he gave to Yingran was shipbuilding, because in the future, the Hula Gorge will exchange supplies and supplies. Many tasks such as military transportation will be entrusted to Yingran and the others, so this navy will play a more important role here. As a Forbiluadist job, it is even simpler. Leading the men and horses out to hunt, Xiao Feng needs more beef, and the tribe also needs more bison, wild horses, and wild sheep to go back to breed and domesticate. There are also dwarves, and their work will be very heavy in the future, creating various weapons, armors, farming tools, construction tools, etc. And there has been a surge of so many people in the tribe, and they need shoes and leather clothing. To produce so their work is not easy. And Dean, his job is to explore the entire Gourd Canyon and strive to find more useful mines. After a whole day of meetings, Xiao Feng was considered to have assigned all the tasks for the next step. Chapter 399 On Track. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. After searching, beef, mushroom powder, wine from other worlds offered by Majestic, caviar brought by Ying Ran, and the large amount of trophies seized this time, Xiao Feng finally returned to the modern world. Back in modern times, I first went to look at the house. Before, he gave the old house to Li Mingqing and let him be responsible for the design, renovation and reconstruction. It has been a month, of course, I have to check the progress. This looks good. He gave the money very quickly. So Li Mingqing's reconstruction speed is very fast. Because he is in the mountains and there are no neighbors around, he doesn't have to worry about opening trade unions day and night to disturb the people, so the speed of close combat on the construction site is very fast. When he came back, the foundation had been laid, the upper frame had been poured, and the construction team was building the outer wall. According to Li Mingqing, after the outer wall was completed, the roof was built. The top concept of his house is completely designed in accordance with the Nordic modern style large ceiling design. It is very distinctive. It may take a while to lay the tiles, but after the laying is completed, not only is it beautiful, but the effect of wind, rain and snow will be very good. The main reason for this design is that his house is located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by mountains and forests. Every year in autumn, the litter of the trees is a problem. If they fall on the roof, they must be cleaned up in time, otherwise it will take a long time. It will block the drain holes in the roof, and not only will there be a fire hazard for a long time, but it will also easily cause rain leakage in the house. And this kind of large sloping roof design will not allow too much litter to accumulate on the top of the house. It is also convenient to take care of, and it is also beautiful. This is the main reason why Xiao Feng chose this design. After looking around the house, Xiao Feng went to the famous chef manufacturing side. Zijing happened to be on the headquarters side, but Xilin was not there. Ever since Xiao Feng opened 18 directly operated branches in major first-tier and new first-tier cities across the country, Xilin has been on business trips frequently and has to visit 18 branches. On the one hand, it is necessary to inspect the operating conditions of the 18 branches, and on the other hand, it is also necessary to inspect the operating conditions of other franchised stores. In fact, the main purpose is to supervise the 18 branches. Do not resort to fraud and smash the signs of their stores. Recently, although Xiao Feng is not on the company's side, the business of celebrity chef manufacturing can be said to be thriving. The 15 branches in the Benthan area can be described as daily income. On average, the daily net profit of a single store can exceed 15,000 yuan. The 18 branches opened in those first-tier and new first-tier cities are even more impressive, because the permanent population of those cities is much larger than that of Binching, so the customer flow in the shops is also very large. Especially when you know they are after direct sales stores, many customers may be in the heart of trust and are more willing to choose to eat in their stores. Therefore, the business of these 18 directly operated stores can be said to be extremely hot, with an average daily net profit of more than 20,000 yuan per day. This level of profitability can basically crush all competitors of the same type in the country, even in Kaifeng, Ki, and Golden Arches. Such big stores, only some of the key stores opened in prosperous locations, can be comparable to them. In addition, the 200 branches joined by Yida recently have opened all over the country, and the other 200 separate franchised branches have opened stores one after another. Coupled with the advertising, the celebrity chef manufacturing has finally separated from the internet celebrity store category, but has truly become a major domestic brand franchise chain store. And these franchise chain stores continue to contribute profits to Xiao Feng every day. Among them, Yeda's is the most powerful. Their franchise stores are basically all opened in good locations of their self-operated shopping malls. Since Yeda is famous, it has the characteristics of its own flow of people, so their stores can almost be said to be opened in prosperous areas with high flow of people. The cost of rent and water and electricity is low, so their profit margins are very large. The average daily net profit of a single store is between 15,000 and 20,000. They order cooking packages and ingredient packages from the Celebrity Chef manufacturing headquarters every day. The net profit contributed is about 1 million. The other 200 branches are similar, because the locations are different, and the business methods of each owner are also different. So the profitability is also different. Several bosses are very skilled. They have made this Celebrity Chef in their local train station or bus station, which has the most traffic. As a result, the profitability is even stronger than that of the Celebrity Chef manufacturing headquarters, with a net profit of 30,000 per day. Of course, he has made a lot of contributions to Celebrity Chefs. There are also places that are located in corner plots and where the flow of people is not very high. The daily net profit is only 4 or 5,000, but this is also a net profit. Although it has not exceeded 10,000, it is still very stable. How can it be so easy to do a long-term business without losing money these years? And you can do it if you join a famous chef. So the franchise stores this time can be said to be a great success, which makes the franchising merchants also very satisfied. Many people specifically called to ask when the Celebrity Chef manufacturing will open the second investment invitation. Everyone is gearing up to join a few more. There are many other wealthy people who have not joined for the first time. After seeing the success of the franchise stores made by Celebrity Chefs, they are also moved this time and intend to participate in the second investment promotion. So recently, the Celebrity Chefs have kept running out of power and phone calls, and almost 99% are asking when they will organize the second time to join in the investment promotion. Because of this, Zhu Jing and Xiao Feng are bitter. Mr. Xiao, we are now also a well-known brand in the country. I think we should just set up a customer service center. Otherwise there will always be merchants calling for consultation. These people can't cope with it every day. It really affects work efficiency too much. Well, I think this can be done. So let's go back. You first draw up a plan to see how many people are needed, and we are discussing it carefully and trying to finalize this matter. Okay. In addition, we will organize more manpower training, especially the 18 branches we opened in other places. We must observe more, pay attention to local talents, and pay attention to training. Once we find that there are good seedlings, we will transfer back to the headquarters to observe training for a period of time. In the future, our company will definitely go into a group and need a lot of talents. For talents, I definitely prefer to cultivate them by ourselves. Xiao Feng exhorted Zhu Jing again, and Zhu Jing nodded and agreed. During his absence during this period, Zhu Jing, Xiaolin, and Kata were able to manage the Celebrity Chefs so well, which shows that this business has been on the right track and has begun to circulate in a positive direction. At present, the store managers of the 18 branches opened in other places are all transferred from the flagship store and the talents promoted from the branch in Bincheng. However, the scale of Celebrity Chef manufacturing will continue to expand in the future. At that time, a group company will be established, and procurement, advertising, national inspections, and research and development of new dishes will all require a large number of talents. These people will be recruited from outside on the one hand, on the other hand they will be promoted from within the company. Xiao Feng, a foreign talent, also attaches great importance to them. After all, 18 branches are open in other places, and only their locals can have better understanding of local people's dietary tastes and habits. With the help of these people, the company can develop meals that are more suitable for local people's tastes. In addition, how is the plan for the barbecue restaurant over there? When he returned last time, Lord Wan came to him to discuss cooperation, and he also tried to buy a stake in his famous chef manufacturing, but he declined. But they didn't bother with this matter. Instead, they proposed the idea of setting up a barbecue restaurant by themselves. In the end, the two parties reached an intention to cooperate. Xiao Feng will provide the recipe for the bacon for Wangong's barbecue restaurant. Well, I heard that 40 stores have been opened in several key first-tier cities across the country. Last time I purchased 4 million bacon ingredients from us in one go. It is said that the business is very hot. However, Wangongcai is also interesting. In Binching, they didn't open it. They gave the profit margin to our celebrity chefs. I also inquired with some of my little sisters in the south. It is said that they Yido opened in Bangching. Several rotisserie restaurants are very hot. Every day at the meal, people have to line up to eat. Zhu Jing reported to him the situation of Wangongcai's barbecue restaurant. Xiao Feng was also happy for Wangongcai after hearing this. It seemed that his barbecue restaurant was opened, and he bought 4 million bacon ingredients in one go. It proves how hot their business is. You must know that the price of the ingredients provided by Xiao Feng is not cheap. They are all worthless things. He dared to sell for 4 million yuan. This is pure net profit. But in fact, he does not look at the money. He sees it. What's in it is that these things he provided can make him and Wangongcai get in touch with each other. This year is no longer the era of eating alone. www.mentalnovel.com Windwin, or even the benefits. This is the pattern that a real businessman should have. What's more, Lord Wan's identity is so special, so that Lord Wan gets a little bit more benefit. He is a sensible person, and he will definitely retaliate in the future. By the way, there is nothing wrong with our back kitchen, right? Mr. Xiao. Some time ago, he really caught a mouse. Seeing Zhu Jing's hesitation, Xiao Feng knew that there was a situation. The guy from Yunai International came to him last time, and after being rejected by him, he didn't believe that these guys would be inactive. Oh, what's the matter? Come and listen. There is a newly recruited chef who cut corners when cooking, and the distribution of ingredients is reduced by half each time. The taste of the food deteriorates. When the customer complains, I will first adjust the surveillance video and find that this guy stole the ingredient package. I transferred to the previous monitoring and found that this guy had secretly done this many times. We wanted to call the police, but this guy insisted that he just wanted to take it home and cook for his family. Taste it when he was. But the Public Security Bureau couldn't deal with him. Now his family is making a lot of trouble. Chapter 400 Establish a model. I have opened a new book. I am playing live broadcast in the fairy world. Please help me to collect it, and give me some recommendations. And thank you, all book friends. Xiao Feng's face became cold when he heard it. What's so troublesome? What's not to deal with? Such people must be severely punished. The salary we pay is high enough, and we have repeatedly emphasized discipline with the chef, but he still commits this kind of behavior. This matter must be dealt with seriously and set up a model. Xiao Feng had worked before, and now he is the boss, but he doesn't want to be a black-hearted boss. In the past, when he was working in Beijing, he changed a lot of jobs. Many companies are very funny. When employees enter the company, they will give you brainwashing training. Every day, he will tell you what company culture, who and who how to succeed in the company, so and so who creates how much profit for the company. Anyway, the routine is nothing more than drawing cakes, pouring chicken soup, and fighting chicken blood. The young who have just joined the company are full of energy, and all of them think that as long as they work hard, they will have a future. They don't know that those who can be promoted in the company by the rockets, except for a small number of talents with superior ability, most of the others are special. Isn't it this? Leading relatives, it's the important people from outside who are exchanging benefits. Anyway, if you want to be promoted, you can stay up for years. It is difficult to want a higher salary every year. So after he became the boss, he didn't want to be such a black-hearted boss. Anyway, his company's net profit is also high. Coupled with the profits on the dark accounts, the profitability is even more amazing. So he is willing to give employees more benefits. The purpose of this is to increase the loyalty of employees to the company, so the salary level of their company, whether it is a chef or a waiter, is 50% higher than similar competitors in the same city. Such a salary level is already very kind, but now there are still people eating inside and out. How can this make him not angry? And if this is not enough this time, then will other employees follow suit in the future? So this time Xiao Feng made up his mind to kill monkeys and chickens and treat this mouse as a model. Let all employees know that the boss is not only happy to give money, but also the knife in his hand. What is the purchase price of our seasoning ingredient package? In order to cover up profits, Xiao Feng put the seasoning package made of beef and mushroom powder into the cost of overseas imports, especially the ingredient package. The cost is not cheaper than beef, or even more expensive. Well, a big bag of 500 grams is 50 yuan a bag. He has been working with us for a year. We are not sure if he has stolen too little, but according to what he said, he stole 5 small bags every day. Then there is always a loss of thousands of yuan. How could Zijing not understand Xiao Feng's meaning? She had always felt that it was difficult to do so because the value of the things this guy had stolen was difficult to define, and the police have been delaying in handing this person over to the prosecutors, and they are also waiting for their attitude. She hadn't been able to decide this matter before. But when Xiao Feng came back to express her position, she would of course know what to do. Is there only these? Xiao Feng asked with a cold face. Zijing's heart chuckles. It seems that the boss is really angry. Now that theft cases like this go to the court, the sentencing standards are calculated based on the value of the stolen items. More than 1,000 yuan is considered a larger amount, and more than 30,000 yuan is considered a huge amount. The two sentencing standards are different. Sentencing standards for larger amounts range from 6 months to 2 years, but if the amount is huge, it will be troublesome. Seeing Xiao Feng's meaning is to lean on the huge amount. Once the huge amount is touched, it will be the penalty standard of 3 to 10 years. Zijing couldn't understand what Xiao Feng meant, and said quickly, well, it's true that the consumption of the back kitchen was also very large before. Not only vegetables, but also beef, various oils, etc., were very expensive. I also used to. I wondered if someone had dirty hands and feet, but I didn't expect. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I will go back and check it out. Xiao Feng is determined to deal with this guy who eats inside and out. This is also to make other people in the back kitchen wake up and give Lao Tzu to follow the company's rules and regulations. Anyone who has dirty hands and feet will end up. After working in a restaurant, all the cooks know that if no one has clean hands and feet, especially a fast food restaurant with a large scale like a celebrity chef, where customers are flooded every day, and fast-moving consumer goods are consumed very quickly, all kinds of materials will be consumed every day. Amazing. Meat, oil, vegetables, even napkins, and hand sanitizers will be handled by people. Of course, as long as they are not too excessive, the managers will open their eyes and close them. The accumulation is quite amazing. Originally Xiao Feng didn't care, but now there is a ghost. Xiao Feng of course has to beat all the back chefs. Don't think I don't know what you have done, don't be too much. And that hapless inner ghost, even if he didn't steal more than 30,000, but if the celebrity chef killed him, he couldn't explain it. Who made him arrested? The next thing is naturally left to Zijing, what she should do in the natural way. In addition, recently, I have time to strengthen training for employees, not only the theft problem, but also the food safety problem. Everyone must pay attention to hygiene. I must disinfect and wash my hands when I enter and leave the kitchen. There are also various raw materials and side dishes purchased. All condiments and seasonings must be strictly reviewed for me, and no problems in food safety are allowed. After a while, I think that the flagship store will also abolish all the back kitchens and give them all to Qatar. The factory production ingredients are packaged so that safety and quality are easier to control. Xiaofeng and Zhu Jing confessed that several other branches in Bincheng had basically cancelled the on-site cooking process in the back kitchen, and they all used ingredients sent by Qatar's cooking bag factory and directly heated them for cooking. At the back kitchen site, only simple food processing such as making small dishes, cooking noodles and so on are provided. After all, this can save more manpower. But the flagship store here, because it is the first store, in order to maintain certain characteristics of its own, so there is still a back kitchen here. And now Xiaofeng plans to cancel the back kitchen here. Because this link is too weak, it is easy to become a weakness for others to attack. Although he has not been the boss for a long time, he knows the sinister world of this business very well. For example, the chef who stole the ingredients this time said that he wanted to cook for his family. Xiaofeng didn't believe it. There must be someone behind it. Maybe it was the Yunai International who came to him last time. People. Now everyone can see that celebrity chef manufacturing is a good carrier for storytelling. But if you don't let people tell stories, can they not be angry? This time, I just steal your ingredients and go back to research and research. If you can understand it, do it yourself. If you don't understand it, what other methods they will use next, no one can say. And if you want to bring down a catering company, it's really simple, as long as you work on your food safety. Therefore, Xiaofeng thought that the main production links of the flagship store should be cancelled, and all production should be placed in Qatar's cooking bag factory, where large-scale intensive production is better monitored and more difficult to manipulate. It is relatively safer. Of course, Zhu Jing understands what Xiaofeng is worried about. Although she still wants to keep the back kitchen production link of the flagship store, which will make the flagship store more distinctive, she finally agreed with Xiaofeng's idea. Coming out of the flagship store, Xiaofeng went straight to the port area, Qatar's cooking bag factory, and now it is 24 hours a day, with people working in shifts without stopping to reproduce cooking bags. Recently, the business of celebrity chefs has become so hot, it can be said that it has spread all over the country. 400 branch distributors across the country will place orders for various cooking packages for them almost every day. In addition, Xiaofeng intends to hold the second National Investment Promotion Conference after the year. He has ordered Qatar to fully expand its production capacity and increase the stocking reserve of cooking bags, so the current cooking bag factory is very busy. Qatar recruited another group of people to work in 3 shifts in rotation, and the daily production capacity has been maximized, with a daily output of 1 million packs of cooking bags. After these food packages are produced, some of them will be distributed to branches across the country, and some will be transferred to inventory. Qatar was also very pleased with Xiaofeng's arrival. Xiaofeng first asked about the recent accounting situation of the celebrity chef, and Qatar introduced him plainly. In recent time, as celebrity chefs are making a big hit all over the country, their daily profits are increasing. Recently, they have basically stabilized at a net profit of around 2 million yuan a day. Hearing this number, Xiaofeng's heart is violent, and it is no wonder that capital will be eyeing them. Who is jealous of a company with a net profit of nearly 2 million a day, a net profit of 60 million in a month, and a net profit of 700 million in a year? Take a look at those large state-owned enterprises with assets of several billions to tens of billions. Mentalnovel.com. How much net profit can they make throughout the year? There are more companies that can't be made by celebrity chefs. Let's talk about the most eye-catching internet companies now. Except for a few giants, the other unicorn companies that boast to the sky do not have to say that the net profit has reached 700 million. But how many are not burning money at a loss? And isn't this unicorn just a balloon blown up for storytelling? Why can attract so much investment does not mean that it brings unlimited imagination to investors. Is celebrity chef manufacturing really worse than these so-called high-tech companies? Wrong. Not bad at all. Celebrity chef manufacturing now has just opened 400 branches across the country, and already has an annual profit of 700 million. What if there are 2,000 or 3,000 in the country? What if one day if you go abroad and drive abroad? What if there is a fire, like the Golden Arches, chafing dishes, open all over the world? The imagination space is absolutely huge.